show madihan weerareen ron qabiil hanin weerareen maalintaas ay ka dhabadanaaytay oo beledkii aan ka dhaladay ku roori la oo duqdi agaglagay la balagaysadii alaabtay la qaaday gurigay la gubi waxyaabahaas tan ay ka yaab badanaay macnaha dabaatadii ninka humaaytayna taas haytay halagaasana martay walla ama baan lahayna haroogni marka mucjizooyinkaas isku jareen mo rabbaani kullina hadde may ka cabaraan dunuub oo hor an galni madaas baadantii dhabkaninka dhinu ku hor una galni leeyna loo gooyay macnaha xaaladda hudur hadda eedaan faylata waqtigii hadda waqti aan saniyaan dhow waqtinin ku faylaba ma jira wadankan dayuuro ma koo jirna dayuurad oo dawladda lata ama hay'ad lata marmar koo jireen dayuurad bareefad ee la helay dayuuraha ka adeegdo hayna ilaa hadda intii oo ka nagdeen qof oo dhabar ka deersay mas'ala ka dili ma jira oo macnaha amaan humu ku dhiiday male marka alxamdulillah xilligan eedaan faylay walba problema ma jiraan eedaan faylay xilligan
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
I think the Lost Boys was crafted, I think, somewhere in Russia, if I recall it well, in history. Okay, and we had the same similarities, where almost more than 90% of the population that went to Panyendo were all boys, and they had one thing in common: running away from the danger. As the war began in 1983, and that war reaches almost the community in all South Sudan. And in 1987, I became one of the Lost Boys that was displaced by the war. When it reached, we were about 1,000 Lost Boys that left from the area. We had a track until we reached Ethiopia in 1987. It was actually one of the first painful experience that I had because as a young boy, could be between 9 and 12 years old, because not knowing my exact age, we had a lot of problems on the way, And one of the problems was starvation, as you can imagine. Water was a big, and wild animals on the way. We left again in 92 until we reached a place called Nairus, which is very near to Kapoita. We stayed for a few months. Then UNHCR took us to Kakuma, and that where I was registered as a refugee in Kakuma in 1992. There was a refugee settlement that was meant only for lost boys, and that started in 1998. And I had my toughest decision that I had to make, because at that time it was about 10 years or 11 years not knowing where my relatives are, and I was thinking, do I have to take a decision to go to America where I don't know how our people, maybe are they all dead or what had happened? So I decided to go to America, and in 2001 on April 8th I left Kakuma. Then I reached in Atlanta, Georgia, April 10th, 2001. And that decision was really a best decision that I ever made, because I was I've been writing a lot of RCM, the Red Cross messages, to my relatives, and there's no reply. From, I think I started in 94 until 2001. I couldn't get any reply at all. And I was thinking, maybe there's nobody that's alive. And therefore I decided, okay, I have to go to America. The life is different, food's different. And I remember when I was with my American friends, they have different foods. And also it was tough even for us to get enrolled into universities and colleges. When I earn $1, I have to find out my parents. And I happened to talk with my brother for the first time in 2004. I was relieved. I was totally relieved. And I could know who is dead, I could know who is alive, I could know, and I was relieved then. So after independence of South Sudan in 2011, I decided, I thought, we have a country that we can all build together. And then I came here. Then when the war, the crisis started in December 15, 2013, I had to be evacuated. And I remember they were telling me to go to Nairobi. I said, no, I'm not going to Nairobi. I will go to Ganyel. I think I was unemployed for about 7 months, 8 months. And then I finally get a job with ICRC in June of last year. We are doing a medical evacuation today, leaving Ganyel to Nyal, which is north of here, about 25 minutes or 30 minutes flight. So unfortunately, some cattle raiders came and attacked a village and took cattle, about 110 cattle, head of cattle, according to the local source. They have killed 2 people and wounded 4. Now we are going to evacuate a woman and a 3-year-old girl from Nyal, because there is no good medical facility in Nyal, so we are evacuating them to Ganyel for a better treatment, operations, and we'll also bring a caretaker together with that child. it's not me alone that decided to come back home. We had a lot of us that came back home that are even working either with the government or with the NGOs, or that are doing their private work as well. Unfortunately, we were all hoping to come home and build a home together. But some of us, most of us that did came, went back to America. And I'm one of the few that decided to stay, because I was thinking it's not the right time for me to leave, because when your people are in danger, why would you have to go back? I'm always hopeful and optimistic that things will be better, because this is the country that we all loved. This is our land, and we Lost Boys that have seen it all, and we want to have a better future. We have our country have a better future, and this is the hope that we are always praying for, so that this country can be better for all of us.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize, because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
Accident do mark our place. Some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
My name is Mike Mina. I work in communications at the International Committee of the Red Cross in Kenya. I'm a Kenyan and I love Kenya. One of the reasons why I love Kenya is because of the weather. Look, I'm an outdoor person and the weather here allows me to be myself. It allows me to have fun because it doesn't get too hot, it doesn't get too cold. So throughout the year, there's always something to do for me. And the other thing that I really love about Kenya is the landscapes. I mean, just look at this. Quite beautiful. This is a town called Magadi, 3 hours from Nairobi, famously known for bird watching, production of salts, and for people who love the outdoors like myself, this is a great spot for landscape and nature photography. I love spending time with people. We are in Lamu. Lamu is a coastal town in Kenya, very beautiful place, a World Heritage town famously known for its rich cultural and built heritage. But despite this beauty and heritage, some areas in Lamu have been experiencing insecurity over the years. For example, back in 2014, there is a town that was attacked, leaving many widows behind with their children. Now, working with our main partners in Kenya, the Kenya Red Cross, we assisted some of these women to start small businesses in order for them to sustain their families. But not just the widows, we are also working with fishing communities to boost their income by providing them with boat engines, cooler boxes, nets, and other equipment to upscale their businesses and better support their families. We've also supported some youth to undertake professional certification at a marine college, and this increases their chance of getting jobs in the marine industry. Kenya is a key humanitarian and diplomatic hub that hosts different international organizations and institutions. Through various platforms, we engage these institutions to explain and advance our positions on different humanitarian issues and raise awareness of humanitarian needs of the communities that we serve. For many years, Kenya has hosted refugees from neighboring countries, and again, working with the Kenya Red Cross, we support the tracing and reunification of separated families in these camps. Our work here in Nairobi also has a lot of global significance for ICRC's operations. For example, the Logistics Support Center that is based in Nairobi is the second largest logistics support center in the whole of ICRC's global logistic network. And this Logistics Support Center plays a very key role in the delivery of humanitarian aid and other supplies and equipment in the region. At the end of the day for me, working with the ICRC among an amazing network of people reaching out to others at their time of need is a great, great privilege that gives me most joy and purpose in the course of my work.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports on Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
We're at the pyramids of Meroe, the graves of the kings and of the queens of Meroe in northern Sudan along the River Nile. An empire which stretched from here in Sudan all the way to Jerusalem, to the southern Lebanon, where the 25th dynasty of the pharaohs was contesting the world with the Assyrians. So we're in a very, very historic place, in a very symbolic place as well for this ancient civilization of Sudan. What's not obvious is the diversity of the people, first of all, but also the diversity of the landscapes, from a basically tropical, full of water south to a desert. This is one thing. The other thing is also the depth of history. It's easy to hear that, yes, there are more pyramids in Sudan than in Egypt, but you really have to ask people and to read up in order to understand, if you're not a specialist of this history, in order to understand what this actually represents here. And it's not just the place we are here now at. Simply one of the great civilizations of this world, which has conquered and defended and conquered again and lost and conquered again big swaths of the antique world, and who has measured itself against the other big civilizations at the time. And somehow there is no way this cannot have an impact until today. And I think that's part of what you feel simply if you walk around. But you need to dig a little bit, or to travel a little bit to places where hardly ever anybody comes to, like the one we are here. The heart of an ancient super kingdom. In Sudan, you can walk in Khartoum at night, you can sit down anywhere, drink coffee or a tea, and nobody will bother. Not because they ignore you or they disrespect you, but they don't bother. You're just part of being there, and that's fine for everybody. It's this incredibly generous, open-hearted atmosphere of people who are just incredibly nice. I have not seen that anywhere else. And it's something I personally have the impression nobody knows who has not been to Sudan. You really have to be here to understand what it means to encounter people who are so at ease with themselves and that they can be so generous with everybody else. It's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. We have seen over recent decades a brutal civil war in the south, which has led to the split up of the country in two. Then everybody is aware of Darfur, with untold suffering. And we are still in a situation where you have, both in Darfur, ongoing remnants of this big conflict. It's smaller now, but it's still there. And where you have, in the south of Sudan, in two states, Blue Nile and South Kordofan particularly, where you have a combination of displacement, refugees, and ongoing fighting, which continues to affect tens and hundreds of thousands of people in this country. Yes, we are assisting with food. Yes, we're assisting with health or education or bringing families back together. But in the end, it's about the dignity of the people. Where you see it maybe most, in the work we're doing here in Sudan, most immediately, is when somebody who cannot walk anymore because he or she lost a leg is then suddenly able to lead a normal life because this limb has been artificially replaced. And it's not artificial dignity, it's real dignity, but through an artificial means. So this giving back some self-respect to people who have gone through the worst in life is something which makes you get up in the morning and want to do more of that. What gives me, in the end, the biggest joy is to be able to make a difference for individuals, for an individual human being who is affected by a horrible environment. Yes, we do work for numbers, but in the end, you look at the difference you can make to one person and to these many one persons.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The special anti-robbery squad who are now killing innocent citizens instead of dealing with robbers. Your axe will catch up with you. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare, Sundays 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Thank you for joining us on the news on Plus TV Africa. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa. A federal high court sitting in Abuja has dismissed the alleged certificate forgery suit filed against the governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki. Justice Ahmed Mohammed delivered the judgment today in a suit filed by the All Progressive Congress Party and a chieftain of the party, Williams Edobo, against the governor. The APC and Edobo had filed the suit alleging that Governor Obaseki presented a forged certificate to seek re-election in the Edo State governorship election held on September 19, 2020. This was, however, rejected by Governor Obaseki's counsel, Ken Mozia, who asked the courts to dismiss the suit over what he described as the plaintiff's failure to prove their case. The Nigeria Air Force on Saturday bombed bandits' hideouts and killed scores in Birnin-Gwari local government area of Kaduna State. The State Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Samuel Aruwan, listed the settlements bombed. The commissioner also said that some bandits attacked some farmers off a community along the Kaduna-Abuja highway in Chikun local government area of the state. He said villagers apprehended two of the bandits terrorizing them, and that as a result of the beating received, one of them died while the other suspect is in the custody of the troops. Aruwan said the information was based on operational feedback from the military. And at least 5 civilians were allegedly killed at Ilesha Baru 10 local government area of Kwara following a clash between some soldiers and commercial drivers. The clash, according to sources, occurred on Friday evening due to a misunderstanding over bookings between soldiers mounting roadblocks on the Ilesha Baruba Chikanda highway and commercial drivers plying the route. Sources say that a driver who was coming from a market in the area refused to pay 200 naira, allegedly demanded by the officers on the road. The report added that his refusal infuriated the officers, and the driver was allegedly slapped and ordered to do frog jumps. The driver later left the spot and lodged a complaint with officials of the transport union in the area. Members of the union subsequently followed the driver with the aim of talking to the soldiers on his behalf. But this, however, allegedly degenerated into unpleasant arguments leading into the alleged shooting of some drivers, with 3 allegedly dying on the spot and 2 dying later from gunshot wounds. Another batch of 37 kidnapped victims in Katsina State rescued from bandits have been handed over to the state government. The victims are mainly women and children. They were abducted in the last 2 weeks from various communities in the state, including Ngwa Malemai under Yantumaki district of Dan Musa local government area and Babanduhu village in Safana local government area of the state. One of the victims, who identified herself as Farida Sani, revealed that she was abducted at Runka town in Safana local government area of the state 9 days after her marriage. The secretary to the state government, Dr. Mustafa Inua, who addressed the rescued victims on behalf of Governor Masari, urged them to see their experience as an act of God and be prayerful. He also urged residents of the states to continue to support security agencies in the ongoing efforts to tackle banditry, kidnapping, and other sundry crimes. And also in the news, the Nigeria Labour Congress has carpeted the federal government for issuing conflicting statements over the recent increment in electricity tariff. One of the statements issued earlier denied the increase. The Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission had claimed 2 naira to 4 naira adjustment in tariff on inflation and, of course, a movement in foreign exchange rates. But the Minister of Power, Saleh Maman, denied the increment. The president of the NLC, Ayuba Waba, in a statement faulted the claim credited to the minister, in which he described media reports on the increase in cost of electricity by the regulatory agency as untrue. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, has confirmed 1,544 new infections of the coronavirus in the country. The NCDC, on its verified website on Friday, also confirmed additional 12 coronavirus-related deaths. The country's daily new infections accelerated to a record high of over 1,500 cases for the third time, bringing the total to 97,478. There is now a rise in confirmed COVID-19 cases nationwide, similar to the second wave of infections occurring in other countries. The NCDC said that the new infections were from 20 states and the Federal Capital Territory. Lagos State reported 739 new cases, followed by Plateau State with 168 cases, and the Federal Capital Territory with 153 cases. Oyo had 91 new infections, Nasarawa 90, Rivers 18 new cases, Kaduna State with 35, Edo State with 33, Kano 29, Ogun State 21, Delta with 19, Sokoto State with 16 new infections, Akwa Ibom 11, Ebonyi State also with 11 new cases, Enugu and Osun State both with 10 new cases each, Niger State with 9, Bauchi and Kebbi with 8 new infections each, Katsina 2, and Taraba with 1 new case. The agency, however, noted that 570 patients were discharged from isolation centers across the country. Still in the news, the Delta State government has announced that schools in the state would resume academic session on January the 18th, a week's delay in the January 11th resumption date earlier announced. The Commissioner for Basic and Secondary Education, Patrick Uka, said in a statement issued in Asaba that no student or teacher would be allowed into any school without a face mask to prevent the spread of COVID-19. He added that students in boarding schools would arrive on Sunday, January 17th. He also expressed the ministry's regret that the inconvenience, the postponement of the earlier dates would cause pupils, students, parents, and other stakeholders in the education sector. And now moving on to stories in other parts of Africa, the Speaker of the Zambian Parliament has confirmed that he has tested positive for COVID-19. Patrick Matibini, however, dispelled reports in some sections of the media that he was currently in a critical condition and on oxygen. While revealing that he has symptoms, the Speaker said he was currently being managed from home, considering the large need for severe patients requiring health facility management, adding that he has made progress in his recovery. He urged citizens to take the pandemic seriously during the second wave, which was spreading rapidly. And supermarkets in Zimbabwe are no longer permitted to sell alcohol during the coronavirus lockdown, as authorities step up measures to curtail the spread of COVID-19. Under the lockdown regulations announced last Saturday, bottle stores and bars were banned from operating, leaving only supermarkets to sell alcohol during the 30-day lockdown, which began on January 5th. Zimbabwe's Minister of Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, Ziyambi, was quoted by state-run Chronicle newspaper on Saturday, saying supermarkets are not allowed to sell alcohol, adding that only hotels can sell alcohol to their residents. Other measures adopted to curtail the spread of the virus include a ban on all gatherings, such as wedding ceremonies or religious services, with the exception of funerals, which are limited to 30 people. Only essential businesses, such as supermarkets, pharmacies, and banks, can remain open during the lockdown. Now, moving outside Africa, a Sriwijaya airplane that went missing on Saturday after taking off from the Indonesian capital Jakarta with 62 people on board was in good condition, the airline's chief executive Jefferson Irwin Jawena told reporters. He also said the flight was delayed for 30 minutes before it could take off due to heavy rain. And Britain's Queen Elizabeth and her husband Philip have received vaccinations against COVID-19. The Queen is 94 years old and Philip is 99. A royal source said the vaccines were administered by a household doctor at the Queen's Windsor Castle residence, adding that she made the news public to counter any speculations. And also in stories outside Africa, Germany's health minister Jens Spahn has said that 500,000 people had been vaccinated across Germany since the country started its vaccination campaign on December 27th. Vulnerable population groups, such as those in nursing homes, are getting the first COVID-19 shots, with injections being administered by mobile vaccination units traveling to the elderly people's homes. Frontline workers are also a priority, and the country plans to administer shots for the broader population at doctors' practices when more vaccines are available. Germany had a far lower infection rate in spring compared to neighboring countries, but the country has seen a high rise in new infections since autumn. Now in business, the international oil benchmark Brent crude extended its gain on Friday, rising above $55 per barrel. In what is a potential boost to Nigeria's crude oil export revenue, Brent crude, against which the Nigeria's oil is priced, hit an 11-month high of $55.41 per barrel as at 2:50 p.m. Nigerian time, trading more than $15 higher than the federal government's benchmark for the 2021 budget. The 2021 budget, which was signed by President Muhammadu Buhari on December 31, was based on an oil price benchmark of $40 per barrel and a production level of 1.86 million barrels per day. The upturn in oil prices was supported by Saudi Arabia's pledge to cut output and a global stocks rally as investors look beyond rising coronavirus cases. And Deutsche Bank AG has agreed to pay more than $124 million to avoid prosecution and resolve charges it violated U.S. anti-bribery and commodities trading laws, the latest blow for the German bank as it tries to repair its image after a series of scandals. The payout, roughly two-thirds of which is a criminal fine, is part of a 3-year deferred prosecution agreement with the U.S. Department of Justice and a related civil settlement with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. Both accords were made public on Friday at a hearing in the federal court in Brooklyn, New York. U.S. prosecutors accused Deutsche Bank of violating books and records provisions of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which bars companies with the U.S. operations from paying bribes elsewhere. And now on entertainment news, Mo Abudu has reacted to copyright infringement allegations recently levied against her film production company for their Netflix film, Oloture. According to a statement shared via Abudu's Instagram page, the media mogul's lawyers claim Oloture is a work of fiction and was inspired by a variety of true events. The filmmaker has since disabled comments on the trending statement, which comes in the wake of recent interview with Tobore Ovore, a journalist alleged in the explosive interview that Ebony Life Films adapted her 2014 sex trafficking report without her express permission. An American rapper Cardi B has suggested that incumbent President Donald Trump be thrown in jail over the 45th U.S. president's social media outburst. The rapper took to her Twitter page to state that impeaching Trump is the appropriate suggestion. His outburst, barely a few days to Joe Biden's inauguration, led to his ban on Twitter and Facebook. And now in sports, Everton needed an extra-time winner from Abdoulaye Doucouré to finally see off championship side Rotherham and reach round 4 of the FA Cup. The Premier League side, featuring the likes of James Rodriguez and Lucas Digne, led through Cenk Tosun. But Rotherham's forced saves from Robin Olsen before Matthew Olosunde hooked in a deserved equalizer after the break. A VAR call denied Tosun a second at the death, but substitute Doucouré stared home a winner early in extra time. And that's the news of this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do join us. I am Osaogie Ogbowa, and thank you for watching.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Vicky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hi guys, my name is Baj Adibule. I'm an actor and a filmmaker, and these are my answers to these questions. I have danced naked at a balcony before. Don't ask me what happened before then or after then, but yeah, that happened. Off the top of my head, it would be Smooth by Carlos Santana and Rob Thomas. Love that song. The most recent lie. What's the most embarrassing thing I've ever done? That's the most recent lie I've told. The part is the fact that you get to live multiple lives in one lifetime. That's the coolest part. Kiss, date, marry. Kiss, date, marry. I'll kiss Ini. Love you, babe. Date Toke because I'm sure she's gonna be fun. And I'll marry Bisola. We get along so well. I love her. Definitely marry Bisola. She's good to probably get to eat me up for that now. You know, being a Nigerian boy my age, I am a tanga just jumps out straight up, no matter how old you are. I've seen some scarier stuff now that I'm older, like I saw Hereditary like some months ago, and that was crazy. But I am a tanga just jumps out, you know, so yeah, I am a tanga. I think the privacy has to be the worst part. Unless you're specifying like an actor in Nigeria, then there's another worst part. But if you're talking generally, I'll say losing your privacy. I'm a very private kind of person. So the fact that sometimes I can't just dash out wearing anything I want isn't the coolest thing. What words? Brokos. Yeah, I just don't see how I can throw that in any sentence, man. I don't even know how I said it in the movie. Brokos, definitely. If I just see this picture, just describe it, I'll describe it. I'll thank God, I'll thank my mom, I'll thank, well, I should be married by then, right? Abby? Hey, let me don't put a time limit on it. I'll thank my girlfriend / wife, depending on which time it happens. I'll thank my family, my friends, thank my fans, I'll thank the academy, and it's a good platform. So there's this belief I have that we really don't need all these other things that we think are real in terms of those social, legal, and religious laws. What we really just need is understanding, kindness, and love. I'll try and spread that message. If you're talking about Nigeria, I still want to work with Pete Edochie. Come on, I grew up watching the guy. Except just one time. Just so I can say, yeah, I'm done now. I mean, Nigeria. But if you're talking about worldwide, the list is unending. But for Nigeria, Pete Edochie. So that's it on Plus TV Africa. I'm Badge Adibule. Hope you had fun.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Truthfully, women, we are dangerous, for real. And it happens. So, it happens. It's a hard one, for real, but it happens. That's all I know.
Well, from what we've been hearing, it happens maybe sometimes. I won't say it's right. However, in a situation where that happens, there's different sides to it. You know, if the man, for instance, has a good relationship with the kids, depending on their age also. For instance, you can the reaction when the kids are still like maybe age 1, age 2, age 3, it's going to be different from, for instance, if the kids are like 20-something, 30-something years. In that case, life goes on. If the children are grown-ups and they still feel, oh, even if you are not their biological father, but they still feel that, oh, you are the father we know, then the relationship can continue.
It's strange as it is, as it sounds, and whatever around it, everything for me is strange. You understand? I mean, it could be a fiction, it could be, I don't know, is there any reality in what you're saying, or is something that you watch on, is it African Magic now? Is it just a joke or just a play or something?
Well, it depends on who the father of the child is. If he's a bad man, definitely anything can happen. Do you understand? But if he's a good person, you know, it's a very bad thing to do. There are some grounds where you can do that. Very terrible Yoruba demon.
I will turn the basin, and from there I will know how detailed they go, and I will trace to know the place the basin come from. I will make sure that I verify, not that to chase it. The person is not a cow, it's not a goat. Rather, I will train the person and I will verify to know the taproot where the person come from. That's what I can do. Yes. I will give it to them because I'm not the one that get the picking.
Oh, by God's grace, that one cannot happen with me. No, he will go and find his father.
I will do a DNA test before I leave the hospital, personally. Yes.
You will do it?
I will.
But you are the one that carried it.
You know me, they fit change picking for hospital now.
Oh, okay.
So I will, personally.
Okay, because of the...
anything can happen. Yes, our healthcare system is messed up for real. Like, you can't trust even the doctor, the nurses. Truthfully, before I used to have this notion that if you come to me with that, we are done after you like get the results. But thinking about it now, I doubt if I'll be offended.
Before you go in to marry a lady, you must first of all know who the lady is or who the man is. You know, because if the person you are going with has been an untruthful person from the beginning, you get, you know, so every other thing you build on that is going to fail, you know. But if there have been trust from the beginning, or more like if you are sure of who you are dealing with, then I don't think that should be need for paternity test.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
We are going to win this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Story. Once upon a time, there was a very young, agile, vivacious, spunky, unconventional Pikin you have all come to know and love as Brother Derele, Shewere, Dewere, and all of the above. But you see, getting to this very point in time has been a story of hurdles. I have crossed so many hurdles. I've broken down ceilings. I've crashed barriers. I've scaled mountains, figuratively speaking. Because you know what? For every single door that was shut on my face, you know what? I found another door. For every time I was put in a box, I jumped right out of that box. I am still in an industry where I have to constantly prove myself. Not the fact that I have to prove myself to myself, but I have to prove myself every time how resilient I can be and how much of an identity and strong force that I must be. So you know what? This is my celebrity story. My story is like $1 million question rolled into one.
My story for today, which hopefully will inspire you, is that when I was 17, my mom died. And at the time, my mom was the only one that had been encouraging me as far as acting was concerned. My dad was not for it at all. And on her deathbed, she told my father, let this girl do what she wants to do. Unfortunately, he was still against it. And I went to theater school, much to his disdain. But the thing is, even though I went through a lot of stuff because he refused to sponsor me because I was doing what he didn't want me to do, I endeavored, I worked, I had many jobs. I used to do all kinds of stuff. I used to braid hair. There's a lot of stuff I do people don't know about just to make ends meet. Some days it would be between transport and food and all kinds of things. But I endeavored, I worked hard, I stuck to what I wanted to do, and finally I am here. And as far as I'm concerned, I've only just begun. But I am here, and I'm going to keep on pushing on until that Oscar sits on top of my table. So, no matter what it is that you want to do, so far it's a good thing. Don't let anyone discourage you. There will always be a way around it if you just put your head down and put in the work.
What's up, everybody? They call me Road Boy. Now, let me share a brief and a small story for you guys, okay? I used to be a young boy who never had this experience of having parents coming to pick you in school or taking you to school. Those kind of things that if you woke up in the morning as early as 6, you dress up everything by 6:30, it will take you like 1 hour, 20 minutes to get to my school. I never had that experience of waiting for a driver to come and pick me in school. That kind of lifestyle whereby even your parents will prepare breakfast for you or lunch for you to take in school. It was all about survivors, okay? But today, I want to tell you guys something. Maybe my parents took it that way for me because they never had. But I promised myself when I was young, if I ever made money, my children are not going to go through that. I'll provide everything for my kids, transportation, security, whatever, okay? So let me tell you, so whatever you're going through in life today, make sure you keep your head up because whatever you're experiencing, it will give you that power, that strength, not to allow your kids to go through that. Rude Boy says so. Bless her.
Before Jennifer's Diary, I would go for, to be honest, I did not think I was going to be an actor. I just thought I was going to sing.
how I got into acting, one particular day, I went to church for rehearsals, choir rehearsal, and then I got there early. My friend called that she had written my name in some audition. I was like, audition, ads free, me? I know they do. So she was like, come through, they're waiting. So because rehearsals had not started and the place wasn't so far from where I was, so I was like, okay, I'll just go and see what's up. Thereafter, I started going for auditions. Some people will say really nasty stuff to you. Instead of them to just say, no, go. They will yab you. They will make you not believe in yourself. You just feel like giving up. So I just chilled. And then one particular time, I got a BC, 1,000 Days of Blackberry. My friend sent me an audition BC. It was for Jennifer's Diary. So I said, guy, I know they go. All these things, they don't already get people where they want to put there. So I'm not going to go. So I was like, go. My mom told me to go. My dad told me to go, the amazing man, and my friend. So I didn't even know what to wear. So I was discouraged, like, nah, I'm not going to go. But my friend, thankfully, she works for Genevieve at the time. By the way, I love. I cannot explain the love I have for Genevieve. The place was crowded and I don't like crowd. So I went to hide in the restroom as always. That's what I always do. So I was there till like 8 p.m. For real. I called my mom. Mom, I'm leaving. She said, no, too bad it's audition. So I stayed there. 9 p.m. I auditioned. In my head, I was like, there's no way they wouldn't have found people they need. A couple of weeks after, they called me for the second audition. We did the third audition. We did the final reading. We're quite a number of people reading for Toyosi. At the end of the day, as God would have it, I got the role for Jennifer's Diary to play Toyosi. I did not have any idea that the character was going to have so much continuity. I don't even know. I didn't know that I was going to be in several seasons. So, yeah, and that's how I found myself in Jennifer's Diary series.
Welcome to another episode of Africa on the Move in partnership with DW. This episode focuses on the female on the continent. We start with the woman riding the wind, the female pilot in Zimbabwe.
When I'm up there, I just feel great, you know. It's not one of the jobs that a lot of people know about, especially here in Zimbabwe. And there are very few female pilots. So when I'm up there, I feel like a real professional, like I've really achieved something in my life.
Natsai Chiremba is on a routine mission. The bush pilot is flying visitors to a safari camp deep inside the Kalahari Desert. There is no paved road in this part of the country. She's accompanied by her colleague, Viola Jubani, who works as a safety inspector for the airline. After work, the two women plan to visit Viola's family. The 27-year-old pilot is very determined and ambitious.
When people hear that I'm a pilot, some of them, they don't believe it. But yeah, each and every one of us is capable of doing this, regardless of where we come from, our background.
Whenever she finds the time, Natsai visits communities around the national park. Both women come from villages where people earn their livelihood from rearing cattle. As the youngest of 6 children, Natsai was motivated by her brother, who was also a pilot. With stories about planes and traveling around, she wants to inspire other young people to follow their dreams.
I grew up in a village on the eastern side of Zimbabwe. There are no tarred roads, there is no electricity. I started my flying lessons, and my first flight was my first time to fly in my whole life.
Her background is similar to mine. I think the things that he taught me, they are going to change my life. And one day, I wish to be a pilot.
Natsai shows young women that they don't have to follow traditional role models and that they can start professional careers.
What I can say is, long before I never thought that I can find a female pilot. After seeing Natsai, I feel the courage. She really inspires me.
We are all equal, men and women. I know this kind of career is male-dominated, but women can also excel.
Natsai has been flying solo for 2 years. She's certainly earned the respect of her colleagues. The thunderstorms and turbulence above the grassland plains can be a dangerous hazard. But Captain Chiremba knows her way around.
From the female pilot, we'll be focusing on the female sea captain, Viviane of Congo.
Every morning at 7 o'clock sharp, students muster at the shipping college in Kinshasa. Viviane Paled has been here for 2.5 years, studying to be a ship's captain. She's one of 4 women in her class. It's important for women to work in navigation. I like to say that if a woman can rule a country, she can also steer a ship. Viviane Paled is keen to take on responsibility. Female captains are a rare sight on the Congo River. Training requires full concentration. Practicing with ship models is important as the Congo River has plenty of potential traps. Tree trunks, sandbanks. There's often not much room to navigate. Students also learn English for communication on board, as well as being taught about materials and ropes. Everything I do here is really important. Young people often don't like math. That goes for me too. But here I've come to realize how important it is, trigonometry and all that. If you want to dock a ship, then there's something you need, and that's trigonometry, of course. So everything here is important for navigation. Viviane uses her free time to visit her mother, Marceline, who looks after Viviane's son, Shilo. The family lives on the shipping school campus. Almost 3 years ago, Viviane left her home in the Central African Republic and came to Kinshasa. It was a dangerous journey, with a civil war raging in her home country. For my family, my training is very important, because I come from a poor family. I was the one who decided to study until I qualify. It's important because my family will also benefit. For now, Viviane's family supports her financially. After the theory lessons, it's time for the students to go on the water. Viviane and her colleagues have to get a feel for the river's currents. The Congo River is navigable for almost 3,700 kilometers, making it the world's 5th longest waterway. As soon as I've finished my studies here, I'd like to go back home and convince young women there to become ship's captains like me. Hidden rocks, sharp curves, and river pirates. The Congo holds many dangers. But Vivian Paulette is not afraid. In 4 years, she plans to complete her training and become the first female ship's captain in the Central African Republic.
And now we head to Kenya, the female soccer player empowering children through football.
Mathare is one of the slums in the north of Kenya's capital, Nairobi. It's home to around 500,000 people. For some residents, soccer is a favorite recreational activity. Doreen Abwiri Amonde comes from the area. The 27-year-old is a professional soccer player who organizes tournaments for women and children, and she's turned it into more than just a game.
A lot of kids die from from chronic diseases in this area, and hygiene is a very big issue. And we thought we could use football to kind of teach the young kids, to just remind them of the importance of hand washing, and then the importance of proper disposal of waste.
They shoot, they score, and then they get to learn a lesson. For example, regular hand washing, but due to a lack of water, the children have to practice dry. Inadequate garbage collection and poor sewage systems also pose a major challenge in Mathare. You have to watch where you step. These children are learning all that through soccer.
This drill here is meant to show proper disposal of waste. So everything you see within this small box is waste. And we have 2 teams, and each team is going to get one player who is going to be blindfolded, and the other teammates who are outside are going to direct him or her where to pass, where to step, and so that they don't step on waste.
The message is clear: don't litter the streets. Blindfolding the players further strengthens the bond within the team. Doreen is a high-class mentor for these children. Her stellar career included stints playing for the German Bundesliga and the Kenyan national team, where she is now assistant coach.
I joined a girls' team within the neighborhood at the age of 10. this team belonged to an organization called MISA. So it is through this organization that they try to identify young talents like myself and then give them an opportunity. So at the age of 15, that's when I joined the national team.
Now Doreen set up a mentoring organization called Girls Unlimited. She's joined by people like Wendy Acheng.
Actually, I had the passion while I was growing up, and I've been through a lot since I'm a player and I'm playing at the top level. So I had the interest to give back to the community and to empower the girls.
Doreen intends to open up 8 regional academies in the next 4 years. For now, she's taking a break though. She's expecting her baby in a few weeks. But soon after that, she hopes to be back, taking up the reins again at the Girls Unlimited Academy.
Next up, we have Catherine the boxer, the first woman to win the WBC title in Zambia.
She's fast, has solid rights, and is a superstar in her country. The boxer Catherine Phiri is the first Zambian woman to win the WBC bantamweight world title. But for many Zambian women, Phiri is much more. She's prevailed in a male-dominated society.
A lot of women now, they're looking up to me to say, no, if she can do this, even us, we can do something to upgrade our lives. So it is very important, even to other women, to take up anything you can do just to upgrade your life, not to depend on anyone to say, no, this one is going to do this for me. We can do it as women.
Catherine Phiri comes from a poor part of Zambia's capital city, Lusaka. Lack of prospects, crime and drugs are part of everyday life here. She wants to change that, so long as she has the power to do so. Whenever her training schedule allows, she talks to the children on the streets of her hometown. Girls are especially interested in Phiri's experience as a female boxer. Phiri tells them they need to concentrate on their education and be tough. Getting an education is one way out of poverty in Zambia. Phiri attends college herself, and after a day spent studying, she usually heads to the gym to train. Children here need role models. Many children do not even get into primary school or drop out after a short time. But Catherine Phiri wants to achieve more. She regularly visits those who have nothing, not even parents. Encouraging them is especially difficult, and for that reason she comes here. That makes a deep impression on the orphans.
Once the opportunity goes, you can't take the opportunity back. But for her, she's explained and said we should take sports and education seriously. So for me, I think that's an encouragement, and she is my role model.
I'm also appealing to other people who can support them financially, especially in education. Maybe there are some people who can give them scholarships. Maybe they can go study. They can pursue their dreams and their career.
Catherine Peary knows how important she is for her fellow Zambians. And now that she's the WBC World Bantamweight Champion, Peary's stature has grown even more among the street children of Lusaka.
I have talked about different aspects of the struggle against racialism and colonialism in Africa.
And we wrap up with Zainab, bent on preserving the Pearl culture, which is centered on women, cows, and religion.
Objects fit for a museum. Zainab Kumanchu Diallo travels through the region to talk pearl farmers into handing over typical everyday objects. She has kept a family heirloom which would fit nicely in our museum, a milk bowl made of fig wood. That's called birdugal in Pearl. Women use it when milking cows. Madame Kumanchu's mission is to preserve traditional culture and pass it down to the younger generation. 10 years ago, she returned to her birthplace where she built a museum. The Pearl culture in the Futa Jalon region stands on 3 pillars: women, cows, and religion. That shows that the Futa Jalon culture has often reserved a good place for women. But the world they live in is dominated by men. The museum has a book discussion club that encourages girls to interpret traditional stories in their own way to build their self-confidence. I feel free when I declaim poetry. I really love our culture. And part of this culture is Islam. Zainab Kumanchu made the Hajj to Mecca in 2011. And she opened a Quran school in her hometown of Labé. But what the girls learn here is not only religion. Worldly rights are also taught to them. The museum is a kind of youth club. Young people can join debates and argue against established rituals in their society. 2 of my friends married much too young. One was 13, the other 15. It made me so sad, but there was nothing I could do. Young girls here aren't allowed to have their say. We must listen to our elders. It's good to listen, but sometimes you also have to say no. Like these women, they want to become carpenters and be self-sufficient. These girls are given good training. Their grandmothers refuse to take up professions for men, but they work just like the men and get their diplomas. Madame Kumanchu supports the women in all their roles. And in her house, girls and women are still solely in charge of the cooking.
The future is indeed female. Ladies, well done. That's all on Africa on the Move this week. See you soon.
to an extent, the reading culture of Nigerians is not too good. A lot of people believe that every other thing is much more important than buying a book to read. Apart from the fact that people just want to read books for the purpose of passing their exams or going through school, hardly do people believe that reading outside that purpose still will help them to an extent.
It's been full of ups and downs. Nigerians don't read. I dare to disagree because, we're 16K followers strong on our Instagram account, on other platforms as well. We also have a huge following. So if at all people are not interested in books in Nigeria, we don't have people follow in the first place. And it's so exciting to find out that there are so many people outside of Lagos in deep core parts of Nigeria that are buying and shopping for us, and they are just so excited that this book is locally available and it's sort of like within reach for them. So it's been exciting. It could be better, but again, we do it for the culture, you do it for the passion, and hopefully more stakeholders get interested in it, and it gets better. I got into selling books because I was very passionate about it, and then I was hungry to find other people like me. I wanted to connect with them, and the kind of books that fascinated me were not, I could hardly find people around who were excited about them as well. So at the time, when I interact with people within my age range, they're either talking about some foreign authors that write books outside of the context that I'm familiar with. So I wanted to meet with other young people, other people of like minds who were excited about the kind of books that I liked. And that was basically how it all began. And then beyond that also, I definitely used to go to some website online to find out what books are first to reckon with internationally. And then most of those books are not available locally, so I had to either shop from some big names out there. And then I thought, if these books are available and people are actually talking about them, reviewing them, perhaps there might be young people or people in Nigeria as well that would really want to read about them. So I end up bringing a few copies, see if I can circulate within my circle, publicize, use social media, and see how far it goes. And so that was how it all started.
It's actually more like one of the out of inspiration, and then the drive to bring books closer to people, because at some points that I loved reading, I found it hard getting the kind of books I really always wanted to read. So it was like, you could get this for other people, and then it's been there for me. So I'm having fun doing what I'm doing, and I'm the fact that I can have access to books too as a bookseller is fantastic for me. Yeah, it's been profitable. It's how you do the business that makes it profitable for you. So it's been profitable. It may not be the best of the businesses in the country or in the world, especially maybe in this part of the world, knowing fully well the attitude to reading and education generally, and then even government's attitude to education, So, but still, there are still people who know that without education, they wouldn't be where they are. And then even if they are not educated, they get the best of educated people to work for them. So that means education, which comes through reading of books, is a key and vital role in this life.
It has enhanced reading, but what I realize is that even for those who normally would not like to buy a Bible before, because of the ability to read their Bibles from their phones. A lot of people are beginning to dump reading Bibles on their phones with buying regular Bibles, because they've seen the importance of having to carry a Bible or read a hard copy Bible. When people read from their phones, most times they can't easily go back or even highlight certain things. But with the hard copy Bible, they are able to do some highlighting, go back, make references and all that. So technology, to an extent, it has its own advantage and its own disadvantage to our business. Advantages are the fact that people could, read at any time they want to, in the dark, wherever. But disadvantage is the fact that it's handy, when you have your books on your media, electronic media. But for those who still cherish the hard copy books, they still come back, to pick up the hard copy books from us. A lot of Nigerians are writing more, because virtually on a daily basis we get new books from Nigerian writers, asking that Latona should carry their books. It's a bit challenging, but at the same time we try to encourage them, to review their books and then accept it for display on our shelves.
We still battle with issues of piracy. There are times where royalties are not paid the way they are supposed to. Publishing houses don't put enough effort to promoting books the way they are supposed to. So that way books and people are not even aware that some Nigerian authors are writing really, really good books. I think sometimes more books written by Nigerian authors are sort of like accepted in the Western world better than they are locally. And also, in terms of marketing, publicity, locally, more effort still needs to be put in place to help us combat issues of piracy and then ensure that people are more able to access so many of these books as well locally.
For book lovers, I say keep reading because you know already what you are gaining from reading. And then for governments, give more allocation to education. Allocation to education is very important, and you can't have a government that just places less emphasis on education, and every year you expect your people to be better, and then there are fightings. Any small thing, any little thing, there's fights, and it's all because of the level of exposure and education of the people, and it's playing a role in every facet of the economy, every facet of the society, because people are not well enlightened about their rights, about the opportunities that they can actually get, and many of those things come in through parts of education, and reading is part of it.
From the attack of the Capitol building to the snatching of ballot boxes in Ghana, and also on the home front, the publisher of Ovation Daily Momodu hears it all. And Labour says it is impossible as Kano State reverts to 18,000 naira minimum wage from agreed 30,000 naira. This is Plus Politics. I am Kayode Ladende. Welcome to Plus Politics. The events of the past few days have been nothing short of shock, with the attack of the Capitol Hill building in the United States, the snatching of ballot box in Ghana during the parliamentary elections, the words of Loretta Onoje as regards several issues in the country. It simply has been an eventful week. And to discuss these issues and more, we have the publisher of Ovation magazine, Daily Momodu. Good evening, Chief Momodu.
Good evening, Kade. How are you?
Yeah, good to have you. Quite a lot of issues. Let me start from the one that is currently trending now. You're in the news, and I was just wondering what could have gone wrong. And some would say that probably your response has made the story big, and that has to do with you calling the one of the aides of the president a scavenger. And I felt, could that be from you, or you were being misquoted?
Well, I don't think it's a big news, except that anyone who knows Madame Loretta knows that she's a very troublesome woman. So my description of her is very appropriate. When I say scavenger, there are scavengers always in the corridors of power. That also is nothing new. She's fond of insulting people, and I wanted her to know that nobody has a monopoly of madness. And so that's why I responded appropriately. I have a policy in life, and I was taught that policy by my boss, Mr. Mike Awoyifa. He says, you don't attack a man who has a medium of reply. In this era of Google, everything you say is captured for posterity. If someone calls you a thief and you refuse to respond because people are going to tell you, oh, don't respond, Google is going to capture you that once upon a time, you were called a thief and you did not respond, so you must be a thief. So it is no longer a situation where people say silence is golden. Silence is no longer golden.
Okay.
Madam Loretta attacked me a few years back, and I did respond, and she's done it again today, and I've responded, and I will continue to respond to her because she feels that's her job as a personal aide to President Buhari. I can bet my life that she has not met President Buhari one-on-one as many times as I've met him. And she has no reason to insult people just for saying that this government has not lived up to expectation. I was one of those who supported Buhari. She wasn't there. I didn't know her. I didn't see her. And so we have a right. We criticize President Jonathan. Then they used to hail us. They were very happy. Anytime we attacked Jonathan, they were happy. And when I met with the president in 2015, I told him I was going to be doing the same thing, appointing myself free of charge as special advisor to President Jonathan by advising him every week.
Okay.
And that's what I've been doing, advising our president from time to time.
Chief,
and anybody who doesn't like that, I wish the person good luck.
Okay, Mr. Dele Momodu, with quite a lot of things for us to talk about, but I will try my best not to play the devil's advocate. We will reach out to Loretta to see whether she would also give her own take. But let's put it in context. On record, I remember those days that you referenced when you were with Buhari during the campaign, and that some would say that they were shocked that you had to appoint yourself to criticize some of the things he's doing. But that's okay. But can we look at the import of what she said? How insulting did you consider that statement from her, so that people can be on the same page with you?
That was not the main insult. The main insult is to say that those of us criticizing Buhari were doing so because we have not been paid money. I mean, I don't want to use foul language. There is nothing more insulting. Let me just use your word. I was going to use a different word. Where was she when we were spending our hard-earned money on promoting Buhari? Till today, go and check my Instagram page, go and check my Twitter page. I promote Buhari every day, despite my criticism of him. There is no Nigerian who does that in his private capacity without being paid a penny till today. She should, if she doesn't know, if she's not aware, because I know that there is a duplication of jobs inside Aso Rock. A lot of them are not needed. But after lobbying, it's possible they will give them a job by fire, by force. She should ask Bayo Boborewo. She should ask Sunday Agaize. She should ask Tolani Ali, who works in the office of the vice president, who they send all their pictures to on daily basis. And she should go and ask if I've ever collected any penny from 2014 to date from Buhari or from anybody working for Buhari. She should go and check it.
Okay, Chief.
So to say we are angry because we are not paid is the height of insult.
Okay, Chief, can we, for the purpose of people who would definitely probably not agree with you, can you also put the record straight that some may say, oh, after all you've done for Buhari, and Buhari has not compensated you with any appointment, therefore that might be responsible for your tweet and your messages? How do you also convince them that that has nothing to do with what you're doing?
I don't have to convince anybody.
Okay.
Anybody who wants appointments knows the procedure of getting appointments in Nigeria. I'm not a member of APC. I'm not a member of PDP. So how can I expect an appointment from a government that I am not in their party? Anybody who wants appointment will not criticize government. He will be praising government, like Loretta and others have been praising government. So if I was hungry and I need appointment, I know my house to Chief Tinubu's house is 5 minutes away. I will go there. By the time I will sit for 2-3 days, I will get an appointment in Lagos State. If I cannot get an appointment in Abuja.
Okay.
Anybody who knows me knows that I work very closely with the chairman of the Governors Forum in the days of Abacha. I was one of those who was working for Radio Kudirat from London. So if I need an appointment, I will go to Governor Kayode Fayemi and say, please, I am hungry. Take me to Abuja. It will not take 6 months before they will put me somewhere. So okay. I am not hungry. I'm a global citizen. So, and that is why I am telling Loretta, stop insulting everybody. It's not every Nigerian that is hungry. I am not hungry. If I need an appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government. So when you see somebody who is not praising government, you know that person is not hungry. Okay. God has blessed some of us. I have a job.
Okay, good.
If I am tired,
let's quickly move.
I'm a global citizen. I can pick up a teaching appointment anywhere in the world.
Okay, Chief.
Anywhere in the world.
Chief, I know how you feel. I know how you feel about what she said. But let's quickly move to another, I will call it another country that you belong, and that's Ghana. I remember the last time you appeared on this channel. Okay, no, the one before the last time, when you were talking about the build-up to Ghana election. And some of the things you said is that Ghanaians are politically sophisticated. With what happened, is it okay to say that it is time for your friend, Mahama, to accept the verdict, or you think it deserves to go to court like he has done?
Oh, he has gone to court, so there is nothing to accept again. If he accepted the verdict, he would not have gone to court. And what he's asking for in court is very simple and straightforward. He didn't say he won the election. He said based on the collation by the Electoral Commission of Ghana that there should have been a tie, which would have led to a runoff. The Electoral Commission itself admitted to making mistakes. I've never seen such mathematical errors in any election. So, but I'm not a judge. I cannot comment on it. So, and he has gone to court, asking the court to find the best mathematicians in Ghana or anywhere in the world, so that when they add up, because in Ghana you must have 50 plus 1 before you can be declared president. And he's saying that by their own mathematical calculation, that President Nana Akufo-Addo has not met that requirement. Right, yeah. So I don't know. It's up to the courts of Ghana to determine that. So I can't really comment on it. And you must know that yesterday already, President Nana Akufo-Addo was sworn in for the second term. So I wish him and I wish Ghana the best of luck.
Okay, before you leave Ghana, let's stay with another thing. While we're still trying to recover from that huge shock that we saw in America, which we are going to talk about anytime soon, there was a big drama at the parliament. The Ghana you describe as sophisticated, what really happened? How do you describe such a snatching of ballot box at a parliamentary session there?
Being sophisticated does not mean that you will not have a few bad eggs. And the man who snatched the ballot has apologized anyway. It happens. It happened in America. We saw what happened in America. Would you have expected that anybody that thugs, hoodlums would go and take over the Capitol? But it happened before our very eyes. So sophistication has nothing to do with occasional skirmishes. What I know is that Ghana has done very well in the area of protecting their democracy. They had a revolution under Rawlings, and I believe this has helped them. Even the election that was conducted recently on December 7th last year, the election was very well conducted. It was the collation that is the problem. People went about voting peacefully, and they were determined to make sure that their votes were well counted. But it was in the process of collation that trouble started, and we saw soldiers firing shots. I've never seen that in Ghana. I landed in Ghana for the first time 25 years ago, and I've interacted with practically all the leaders from President Rawlings to date, and I've never seen anything of such. So let's praise Ghana for at least making an effort. The Ghanaians went on the streets, they demonstrated, they didn't burn down houses, they didn't fire gunshots. So, and we can only pray that Ghana will continue to set good examples for other parts of Africa. No country is perfect. Now we can see that even America, that is supposed to be the peak of democracy in the world, is not perfect.
Okay.
But what we should learn from America is that we need strong institutions. Because what has saved America today is the fact that they have strong institutions. So we have a lot to learn from that. The judiciary, you see, when we say we have problems, the light has gone off again. And this is what we go through. So that's part of the thing. When you say, oh, somebody has failed, they say we're abusing government. We're not abusing government. We're only stating the obvious. But I know that where I live, it will come back in less than 1 minute. So
okay,
that's fine.
Okay, good.
Yes.
I'll stay with you. So let the conversation continue since we can hear your voice. You're tempting me to go straight to American issue, but I'll come back to the role you played in that verbal exchange, or you call it a mail between, or a write-up between FFK and Pastor Tunde Bakare. We saw the pictures, we saw what you did, but probably you will help us how you intervene. Trust me, I will not forget to talk about that. But let's look at the America issue you've started talking about. Now, a whole lot of issues that happened, the evangelicals, the issue of prophecies, what God is saying and what God is not saying, and we've seen America getting more divided. How far has this extremism in terms of religion, in terms of white supremacists, has affected American democracy?
Well, it's unfortunate that at this time and age, America, of all countries in the world, is still bogged down with issues of religion. Religion should be strictly a matter between a man and his God. It should have nothing to do with politics. Unfortunately, the evangelicals this time said Donald Trump is God's sole representative on earth. Maybe he's the next pope, I don't know. But some of us disagree with them. And it's a shame. It's a big shame, because now America is on its knees, and it has taken the intervention of very, very strong institutions to resist the enemies of democracy. I don't think there's any better alternative to democracy for now. So we will continue to encourage America and encourage ourselves more, because we are all talking about America. It's worse back home. It is worse in Africa. You see an election is like going to war. There will be an election in one state and they will tell you that they are sending 30,000 security forces to the place. For what? An election should be a jamboree, it should be a festival, it should be a carnival. Let everybody vote for whosoever they want. And that is why I feel so bad when government feels that we have no right to talk. It's enshrined in our constitution: freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of opinion.
Chief Momodu, let's interrogate what you mentioned about strong institutions. We've seen some strong critics saying that was that truly the issue, that if we were to be some set of black people, involved in that protest, we would have had more casualties, where we saw police even avoiding to attack these protesters who went far below the line. So don't you also think that there was some kind of strong influence of the sitting president that actually affected the response of the police?
If Donald Trump was an African president or an African emperor, trust me, Biden will never be president. And I have friends who are quite close, they are Republicans in America, who, even as of yesterday, still told me that Trump will not go. Even after all the hula baloo. It's unfortunate that we could have such a dictator in the United States of America. In Africa, to start with, government will control the Electoral Commission. Government will control the security. Government will control, the president will control the vice president. The vice president will not go there and declare their opponent. It will not happen in Africa. So what Mike Pence did 2 days ago was unprecedented. After all the pressure from his boss, so just imagine a Professor Yemi Osinbajo going to say that Atiku Abubakar has won election. That day, that will be the end.
Chief,
it will not happen.
Chief, I think
so that is what I meant by strong institution.
Okay, maybe I was just going to ask you that, was that really the case? They don't have, from what I understand, they don't have the Senate president. The vice president is like the Senate president. It's a constitutional role that he performed. And this was a case where he had to succumb to the Constitution, which I agree with you, that is a strong institution. So because
I am telling you that in our own situation, we will not succumb to any constitution. The president himself will be the constitution. In fact, the Nigerian president is the most powerful president on earth. Nobody can challenge him. That is the truth. And I'm not talking about Buhari now. Every president that has ruled in Nigeria, in the Fourth Republic, from Obasanjo to Yar'Adua to Jonathan to Buhari, nobody will be able to challenge them.
Okay, because of time, let me quickly get your thoughts, like I promised you. What really happened? How did you intervene? Because trust me, for mischievous, a lot of people, they were waiting for more fireworks from Fani Kayode. And it's almost like a tripod. We have Pastor Bakare, we have Fani Kayode, we also have Yinka Odumaki. How did you quench the fire?
Well, let me start by saying a big thank you to all the dramatics personnel. You know, the thing about me, at now over 60, I want to be a peacemaker. Blessed are the peacemakers. You understand? So I want to be a peacemaker so that I can inherit the kingdom of God. I woke up very early that morning and I noticed that Chief Femi Fani Kayode was online on WhatsApp, and my mind told me to reach out to him. So I sent him a text message and I said, FFK, please, in the name of God, I want you to cease fire. Don't attack Pastor Tunde Bakare. He's our Egbon, and he's a man that I respect and love dearly. And he responded immediately and said, thank you, my brother. I promise you, I give you my word, that based on your intervention now, I will cease fire. And I thanked him. And I immediately reached out also to Pastor Tunde Bakare. And I said, my great Egbon, please, I've reached out to Femi Fani Kayode and he has agreed. Please, let's all come together. Because if you say you want a Southerner as the next president of Nigeria, if that is possible, and you say you want Southwest to produce a candidate, how come anytime they mention all the potential candidates, if they mention Kayode Fayemi, you will fight. If they mention Tinubu, you will call in names. They mention Fashola, you will fight. You mention Bakare, you will fight. So how can you have a president when there is no unity in Yoruba land? So that was the basis upon which I intervened. And God took charge. And then my childhood friend, the Mogaji Olubadon, Boyega Adejumo, apparently in his own capacity as a spokesperson for the Yoruba movement, also reached out to Pastor Bakare, reached out to Yinka Odumaki. And he was even able to do a three-way call to Pastor Bakari and FFK. And so the next thing I saw was a tweet and a thank you to Mogaji Olubadan and myself from FFK. And that was it. So my principle is that we must seek peace. No country can make progress without peace. And we will continue to try our best. And that is why you need integrity. You need men and women of integrity. You need people who, when they speak, they know you are not speaking because you want any pecuniary gains. It's just because you want the best for your country. And that is why we will continue to resist whosoever is in government and is casting aspersions on our innocent interventions.
Okay, let me take this one, call this one for the road. And that has to do with some of your previous interventions. Now there is a lot of prophecies out there about 2021. And I saw...
2023.
No, I'm even talking about 2021 now. Okay, which can also dovetail into 2023.
Okay.
So, and one of the things that was done by an online medium is to also list, they call it list of failed prophecies. What is your take about these prophecies that are being churned out, and how should we react to it?
Well, I believe prophecies are based on individual beliefs, your faith. I was born in Aladra Church, and my mom was an Elemi, those who went into trance.
Okay.
And I knew that there were prophecies that were foretold, and those prophecies came to pass. Of course, today, it is possible that people are no longer as disciplined as my parents were in those days. So Amulumala, what we call a potpourri of you tell some truth, you tell some lies. People have commercialized religion a lot, but there are still genuine prophets. I know genuine prophets who, when they say things, they may not be perfect. There's no, even in the Bible, there's no prophet that is absolutely accurate. I'll give you just one example. Professor Atta Mills, the former president of Ghana. I met him one day. I was invited by Prophet T.B. Joshua to the synagogue. The president came from Ghana. He had just won the election. And I asked him, I said, why do you believe so much in Prophet T.B. Joshua? I said, even Nigerians, they are skeptical. And he told me, he said, no. He said the man told him emphatically that he was going to win the election when he even had no chance whatsoever of winning the election, that the man gave him specific dates when elections will hold, that it was going to go into a runoff, and there will even be a third election. And it all came to pass. He said, I'm a professor, so I'm not stupid. If someone tells me 1, 2, 3, and it happens, then why won't I believe it? So there are prophecies. I can tell you that there are prophecies. People have told me, even when I was a young, there are prophecies I remember from when I was about 7 years old.
Okay.
About my future. And today, I can see those things come to fruition. So, of course, there are fake prophets even in the Bible. So I won't be surprised if some of them are just guessworks.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm afraid we have to call it a day with you, but Pulse Politics will continue after signing you off. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your intervention. And we encourage you to continue speaking truths to power. And we also hope that they will not just see it as criticism, but they will see it as constructive criticism to push us forward. Thank you once again, Dele Momodu.
Thank you.
Yes, we will take a short break now, and when we return, can the Labour see reasons with Kano State government over the plan to return minimum wage to 18,000 naira? That is up for discussion after this break. Welcome back. And to the second topic of the day. The Kano State government has returned to paying the 18,000 naira minimum wage. This was stated by the special advisor on media to Governor Abdullahi Ganduje, that's Salihu Tanko Yakasai. He also added that the action was due to the recession caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. It was also reported that the House of Representatives is considering an amendment to the 1999 Constitution by removing matters relating to wages from the exclusive legislative list to the concurrent legislative list. If the bill becomes law, states and local governments will determine different wages for their workers. Joining us to discuss this is a public affairs analyst, Femi Lawson. Good evening, Femi Lawson. What's your reaction to this? And I would like you to consider the excuse or the reasons given by Kano State government. Looking at the reality, is 30,000 naira sustainable?
Well, what is this? You see, the government failed to achieve one reality. That reality is that the government has selfishly considered the implication, of the COVID-19 pandemic on our economy on itself, rather than also considering the toll it has taken on the citizens, particularly these workers. The truth is that government all over the world have been doing the possible best they can to alleviate, the economic hardship that have been faced by the citizens as a result of the pandemic. But here in Kano, you have a governor who has decided that rather than alleviating the hardship of the workers, he has rather instead decided to elevate it. It is not a decision well thought out, because this is a state where, of course, the 30,000 minimum wage itself is not enough to take home. Now reverting back to 18,000 tells a lot about how sensitive these governments are to the plight of the ordinary citizens. It is a very insensitive decision at this very crucial moment.
At this very crucial moment, I can understand. Imagine if I'm in one of those workers' shoes, and that has to do with there is a, harsher economy, and now you want to also make me collect something smaller. But what about the government? Where will they get money from? If the federal allocation drops, if the price of crude drops, you know how it is here in this part of the world. Most times these salaries come from federal allocation. And if we have a decrease in this, I know the easier way is they should work on their IGR. But how realistic is that at this point in time?
Even after we escape the consequences of COVID-19, there will always be circumstances in the future that will likely bring about the need for a review of wages or salaries like the Kano government is doing. I think rather than pushing the burden of the current situation on the worker, whose wages have not even been enough to take them home, this should have been an opportunity for this state government to rethink and redirect their approach towards generating funds to run their state. You cannot in any way sustain, even if you are paying 5,000 minimum wage, you cannot sustain a system where you have to wait for 30 days and go to Abuja with cap in hand, to beg for allocation to run the affairs of your state. And these are states that have a lot of potentials. These are states that have a lot of mineral resources that is enough not only to pay workers a living wage, but to also satisfy the infrastructural needs of their state. But because we practice a system that has given so much power to the central and taking every authority and economic empowerment away from the state, we continue to have what we're having. The people should not be punished for the inefficiency of the government. If governments, particularly these governors, cannot begin to think about how to creatively, without unnecessarily exploiting the people, raise revenue to run their state, then they should have themselves to blame, not the people. We have continually demanded that we should demand for a restructuring and remove so many things from the exclusive list of this in our constitution that will empower the state to function, that will empower the states to be economically viable. Take, for instance, states like Zamfara, states like Kogi, states like Osun, have no business being poor. But today they are struggling to pay their worker salaries while they are sitting on enormous mineral resources in their state. It is not wise. So these governors should be courageous enough and begin to demand for a true federal system that will encourage productivity at state level, rather than waiting for monthly allocation from oil money generated from the Niger Delta or exploitative taxes that are being imposed on our people. So that is what the state should begin to look at. That beyond the pandemic, there may be the need tomorrow for us to review wages and salaries, and we'll come back to square one.
See, when you go into the issue of resource control and some form of restructuring, and that takes me into the second part of the of my opening remark on this discussion, that has to do with the gist about House of Reps considering moving the minimum wage or moving the issue of salaries to, is it concurrent now from exclusive list? Now, some would see it as that's a dangerous move. I've listened to labor union leaders saying that then some states are going to starve them to death. But some would say that might be an opportunity for states that are doing well to even pay above this ridiculous minimum wage that we are still fighting about. So what is your own position on that? Should we leave it for the federal to determine?
Yeah, you see, you cannot continue to have a system where somebody will sit in Abuja and decide that a state like Rivers should pay the same amount of salaries and wages for its worker, just like Zamfara and Osun can do. The federal government have no business in determining how much a state will pay its workers. These are part of the deficiencies, anomalies that are inculcated in our constitution, and that is why beyond the little items, beyond the little remedy being fashioned by the National Assembly to address so many of the anomalies in our constitution, I think the constitution demands a holistic review. We need to properly restructure the system to accommodate some of those things that are really taking us back as a country. The truth is that the federal government, like I said, has no business in determining, what Sokoto should pay its workers, or what Lagos should pay its workers. It should be the decision of the state based on their capacity, and it will encourage productivity, because when we restructure and we give powers to the state to be productive, don't be surprised that a state like Zamfara may end up coming out paying more salaries and wages than states like Oyo and Ogun State, because of the economic potentials that are buried underground in this state that are not explored. So the moment we encourage productivity and the workers in Zamfara can produce more wealth for Zamfara State, Zamfara State will have no reason not to pay its workers as much as they deserve. Not waiting for Abuja to determine how much a worker in Osun or Zamfara or Kogi should be paid. It is unfair, and it is not really, it doesn't speak well about what we call, a federal system of government.
Femi, like I always say, this is part of my philosophy as an individual, that let's take one step at a time, and what you're talking about might end up reflecting in the restructuring that you subscribe to. But as we speak, the fear of the labor union leaders is if you do that, some states will never agree to the 30,000 naira minimum wage. And they also cited example of, when local government were being handled by states, we realized that many school teachers were not able to pay teachers their salaries until they had to be paying from the federal, from the first line charge, and that's when they were able to pay. So, if you say
the inability of the state,
okay,
or local government to pay workers, it's not due to the fact that this government at state level or the local government were not willing to pay. The truth is that irrespective of how you want to define it, They are incapacitated because of the limited resources that are available at the state and the local government level.
Okay.
Are we saying that since federal government took over the payment of primary school teachers, has there not been time they were owed salaries? Have they gotten their arrears and their remunerations as at when due? Have they gotten all their allowances as at when due? What we need is to encourage productivity that will increase wealth. When the states are economically viable, nobody will be interested in who pays what and who pays who. Because we are all assured that at the end of the month, we are sure of getting our wages and salaries. But even if you give the job of paying even the gate man in your house to the federal government, and the resources are not available, be rest assured that the time will come that you go back to square one, and there will be no money to pay, and it will be the same story of how you were not able to pay as an individual, and now the federal government has taken over the responsibility. So I think what we should encourage more is not this shortcut approach of initiating laws that give so much power to the central. The federal government has no business in certain businesses that is currently engaged in. That is the truth. The federal government has no business in paying primary school teachers. The federal government has no business in determining the wages of workers in my local government. Let states pay according to their capacity. It will make states to be more creative because there will be local demand, there will be local agitations, and there will be negotiations for productivity. But if we don't do that, you can continue to make laws to put everything on the table of Abuja. And the central is overburdened, the central is so overwhelmed, and it cannot function beyond what we are presently saying.
Exactly. Maybe this is going to be like you may have to peak because we are trying to round off the show soon. We may have to peak, and I want to put you on the spot now. As we speak, whether we like it or not, Nigeria is already on the second phase of the COVID-19 pandemic. And by instinct, we may also go into another lockdown. In fact, the recent one from the federal government is that lockdown is likely to happen soon if some certain things are not stopped. What am I trying to say? That means more difficult days are ahead.
Sure.
And you have given us a whole lot of a piece of advice on how government should go about it.
Sure.
Now, how do we survive this harsh condition that is coming? Should we look at reducing salary, or we should continue the 30,000, or we should just hold the workers? When economy picks back, then they will collect their money?
The truth and the question we should begin to ask government is this, and I think the media has a fundamental role to play in this. Now that Kano State government, for instance, came out that it's reducing salaries of workers because of the prevailing economic circumstances, as Governor Kanduje or any other state government or federal government considering similar actions, been bold enough to tell us how much more of his own salaries and emoluments and allowances he has been able to reduce? Have you reduced the payment that you are giving to political office holder every month?
Okay.
Have you reduced the bogus allowances of members of the National Assembly? Have you reduced the bogus allowances, of state legislators? Have you reduced the number of vehicles that you put petrol in while you fly jets to Abuja from Kano, and they drive empty to Abuja and they drive empty back to Kano? Have we been able to reduce all these frivolous spendings by the government at various state levels? Why should it be the ordinary Nigerian citizens that must be considerate when there is hardship or when there is need for us to adjust? The government must lead by example. Government must adjust and accommodate the feelings of the people, whatever decision is taken. Only a few days ago, it was revealed that the president and the vice president will be spending 2.4 billion naira on traveling alone this year. How sensible is that for a nation that cannot pay 30,000 naira minimum wage? How do you tell a Nigerian worker to take 18,000 naira when president and vice president will be traveling with 2.8 billion naira in a year that is uncertain? These are issues. Government must lead by example. We cannot continue to make the Nigerian workers and the Nigerian people scapegoats for every action that we have to take to move the society forward. Government must be ready to sacrifice. Stakeholders must be ready to sacrifice. It is not only left for the citizens to sacrifice. Democracy does not work in that way.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your position. Thank you, Femi Lawson, a public affairs analyst, for your position on this issue. And we hope and appeal to Kano State government to have a rethink by going back to the 30,000. I understand that it's already a law, and therefore that law should not be broken. Thank you.
Of course.
And Femi Lawson, Happy New Year once again.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. I'm afraid this is what we call it a wrap on today's edition of Plus Politics. Plus Politics returns on Monday with another interesting topic. And trust me, it will be hot, it will be interesting, and you can continue the conversation on all our social media platforms. Till we see you again, I am yours truly, Kayode Ladende, saying bye for now.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
It is a great source of pride to Nigeria whenever a Nigerian in a foreign country rises to the top of their field and is recognized for good. Here are a few of such Nigerians. Oye Obolewa is the first Nigerian-born Democrat that has been elected as a shadow United States representative out of the District of Columbia. Based on the result, Oye had 82.65% of the votes, which represents 135,234 votes against Joyce Robinson Paul. Oye was congratulated by many, including the Nigeria in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM. His father is from Kwara State and mother is from Oyo. He holds a PhD in pharmacy from the Northeastern University, Boston. He will be representing the District of Columbia under the Democratic Party. Esther Agbaje. Born to immigrant parents, Esther has been elected into the Minnesota House of Representatives in the recently completed United States general election. In the election, Agbaje won by a total of 17,396 votes, which represents 74.7% of the total ballots cast. She will represent District 59B in the 134-member House on the platform of the Democratic Farmer Labour Party, an affiliate of the Democratic Party. She has a degree in political science from George Washington University, Washington, D.C. Oyema Ogbuagwu. Oyema is a Nigerian-born researcher and medical doctor who is one of the brains behind the research at Pfizer for the potential world's first effective coronavirus vaccine. The vaccine has been tested on over 43,000 people in 6 countries and no safety concerns have been raised. Oyema is the son of a former vice-chancellor of Abia State University and a professor of sociology. He was born in New Haven in Connecticut but went to the University of Calabar in Cross River State to complete his university education in medicine. He then returned to the Yale School of Medicine to work as the director of the institution's HIV clinical trials program. After becoming a fellow of infectious diseases, he rose to the height of an associate professor of medicine at the Yale University School of Medicine, New Haven. He has worked there for 5 years, focusing on finding a cure for HIV/AIDS. Robert Shola Okoje, the Nigerian doctor who is a native of Uromi, Eson Northeast local government area of Edo State, has been inducted into the NASA Inventors Hall of Fame. Dr. Okoje is recognized globally as the leading expert on silicon carbide-based microelectromechanical systems, MEMS, for use in extreme environments. He has worked with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, for 20 years and has 21 patents. Isaac Okoro. In the world of sports, Nigerians are also taking center stage. Isaac was the first of the 8 Nigerian players drafted into the National Basketball Association, NBA, in its 2020 draft. He was the 5th overall pick and was chosen by Cleveland Cavaliers in 2020. He was born in Atlanta, Georgia, to Nigerian parents and was a small forward, part of the USA's winning team at the 2018 Under-17 Basketball World Cup in Argentina. His parents originated and immigrated from Nigeria. Isaac played basketball for his high school in Georgia for 4 years, helping his team win the state championship and achieved national success in the senior season. He was considered a 5-star recruit by Rivals and a 4-star recruit by 24/7 Sports and ESPN, respectively. To these Nigerians and other Nigerians breaking the proverbial glass ceiling, we say, keep it up. The motherland is proud of you.
Fame, glamour, success, money, and all forms of flamboyance are what you associate with celebrities. But with the recent pockets of reports of Nigerian celebrities revealing their battles with depression, it calls for concern of a thin line between fame and depression, between appearance and reality, and many rhetorical questions. It is the desire of most artists to have an international deal and get international recognition. The quest for this fame and self-accomplishment continuing with a lot of the big names now relocating outside the country. Nothing seems unchanged as racism is another social menace still confronting them. This leads to depression at the expense of love for their craft. A close observation shows that social media has continuously been a contributory factor. The regular interface with imaginary audience creates a lot of tension and illusions by many of these artists. Recently, many of our favorite stars such as Ari Song, Wajay, Dija, and a host of others have been vocal about their battles with depression. Plus TV Africa spoke to some key players such as a music executive and convener, Social Media Week Lagos, Obi Asika, and a mental health specialist, Dr. Kadiri Memuna, and a popular Nigerian actor, Arike Akinyoju, who has been vocal about her struggles with depression.
I think it is. Yes, especially in this part of the world that we belong to, Nigeria, fame here, I think is a major cause of depression.
Because human beings are unique, and because human beings are, we all have our personal journey. They are what we call vulnerability risk factors. People are already vulnerable in one way or the other, maybe from adverse childhood experiences, and then with fame, which is somehow as you grow, it may be a childhood fame, because sometimes you see some children, they grow into fame, while some people are deliberate and intentional into achieving fame. Famous people have to keep up with, entertaining us. Famous people have to keep up with a particular personnel. Famous people have to keep up with, with all the challenges, even if they are going through a lot. We do not want to see them down. We are following them for the things that we want to get from them. They are inspiring people, they're influencing people, they're empowering people, they're doing a whole lot. So whatever they may be going through, the society, we don't want to see that part of them, even if they know they may be going through that is it. So they have to just keep on being, that person we want to see.
We should not be calling talents celebrities. Yes, they have become celebrities, but they became celebrities because of their talents, because of what they do. They are not just celebrities because they exist. So everybody, from my experience in life, all creative people have challenges in terms of putting together their process. And every time, it's like anywhere in the world, if you don't hear of your favorite actor for 5 years, it's one of two things. It's just A, they're not working, and B, they're not at this point in time getting offers. So what I would say is that a lot of people, if you work in the entertainment industries, if you work in those spaces, you will know that it is a high stress, high anxiety business. So therefore, the people who are working in these businesses are constantly seeking for affirmation and for support to see them through what they're doing. So in that regard, if you're in the public eye and you're constantly having to keep up appearances, it can become very, very difficult, especially if things are not going as well as they used to go in the past.
There was a time in my life I passed through depression, but I think it's not because of my career. It's because naturally I'm not the type that, things people say get to. Fine, I feel concerned when they say things or they expect me to live in a certain way and I'm not living that life. I feel concerned and I feel like, but it doesn't really get to me. So if I ever had depression, it wasn't basically on my career level.
That would be great. In fact, that would really, 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 help in this advocacy that, have been blazing the trail in Africa, trying to change the narrative and let it be a movement for people to understand that mental health is as important as our physical health, if not more important. And for the fact that it's intrinsically linked to our physical health, we have to guard, protect, and prioritize our mental health at every given point in time. So if we start seeing the media and entertainment industry putting our mental health as part of their package, it may not necessarily be a department because that's a tall order, but ensuring that from inception, when they are setting up that business, they incorporate what we call an employees assistance program. It's a subtle way of inculcating mental health services within your organization. What that just means is that as a business owner and having artists and producing whatever you're doing in media and entertainment, you and your employees or you and your gang, you and your group have a safe space where you have been able to build a culture of compassion that individuals in that organization can speak up, can speak out, can seek for help from professionals in rendering this employees assistance program.
I don't actually agree that record labels, entertainment companies, or businesses should actually be having mental health departments. I think mental health is a very, very specialized issue. What they should be doing is being aware of mental health and have mental health professionals that they can relate to if they have issues with any of their talents or clients. Unfortunately, for many years, it has always been stigma here. So people do not engage the topic and they don't discuss their problems. But definitely a lot of talents and a lot of people in society have mental health issues and issues with depression and anxiety and other things of that nature. So it's important to relate to mental health professionals who can help when you have somebody or friends or family or clients or talents who have any issues at all. You could you could insist that your clients and your talents do have regular counseling sessions, do have relationships with counselors and psychiatrists that they can have conversations and unload and unbundle any issues they might have. The best thing anybody can do is to stay engaged with the talent. So the talent, and that means that understand and know your talent very well. Understand what makes them tick, what makes them click, when they are happy, to be happy, or to be in a stable state of mind and frame of mind to enable them to produce their best work. And that normally is, if you're doing that, that means the talent has a strong manager. Strong management is key. And that doesn't necessarily come from the label. That could come from the artist side, but the artist manager, the person that really interfaces every day with the artist. A lot of times the label is literally just there to provide distribution, retail, marketing, and finance.
One dominant recommendation is for this artist to live in their realities and not all about impressing fans who change loyalty at slightest disappointment by their so-called quasi-demigods, whose foibles are as real as any man on the street. The story of Michael Jackson, who died in 2009, and later Whitney Houston in 2012, are few of the sad reminders that despite fame and pageantry, one's mental health must not be ignored. Reporting for Plus TV Africa, Ife Oshunkeye.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to VOS Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. I want to thank you for joining us today on Red Carpet. As always, each week right here, we bring you the latest in entertainment news, in sports, in fashion, in film, and television from around the world. Let's begin the show. And we begin with some basketball news. There are 60 players chosen in the opening rounds of the NBA draft. 8 of them have direct ties to Nigeria. Let's check out who they are.
60 players chosen in the opening rounds of the NBA draft. 8 of them have direct ties to Nigeria. 19-year-old Isaac Okoro was the 5th pick in the draft. He averaged almost 13 points and more than 4 rebounds per game as a freshman at Urban University. His father, Godwin, immigrated from Nigeria to the United States in the 80s. Okoro will play for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Onyeka Okongwu went number 6 to the Atlanta Hawks, a power forward. He was born in California and played for the University of Southern California. In his last 2 years of high school, he was named California's Mr. Basketball. His mother, a nurse, came from Nigeria in 1991. Precious Achua was drafted by the Miami Heat, a 21-year-old power forward. He played for the University of Memphis Tigers in Tennessee and was named Player of the Year in the American Athletic Conference. He grew up playing soccer in Nigeria but switched to hoops in the 8th grade when he moved to the United States. Zeke Naji was picked up by the Denver Nuggets. A center, he played for the University of Arizona. Naji was born in Minnesota and his father comes from Nigeria. Zeke Naji isn't the family's only basketball talent. Sister Maya is one of the top U.S. high school players in the class of 2022. Udoka Azubuike goes to the Utah Jazz. The 21-year-old center played his basketball for the Kansas Jayhawks. Born in Delta State, Nigeria, he came to the U.S. in the 9th grade. He didn't see his mom until she came to watch him play in the 2018 Final Four competition. Desmond Bain was drafted by the Boston Celtics and reportedly traded to the Memphis Grizzlies. A guard, he played college ball for Texas Christian University. As a kid, he excelled in baseball before shifting to hoops. He was born in Indiana and his father is Nigerian. Daniel Oturu was drafted by the Minnesota Timberwolves and eventually traded to the Los Angeles Clippers. A power forward, he played for the University of Minnesota. He was born in Brooklyn, New York to Nigerian immigrants. His mother, Deborah, comes from Ife. His father, Francis, is from the Lagos suburb of Fadeyi and played on Nigeria's national table tennis team. Jordan Nwora was drafted by the Milwaukee Bucks. A small forward, he played with the University of Louisville Cardinals and is prized for his outside shooting. Nwora was born in Buffalo, New York and has dual U.S.-Nigeria citizenship. His dad, Alexander Nwora, is head coach of the Nigerian men's national team and at Erie Community College in New York.
Now, the NBA has 10 current or former players from Nigeria. They are tied with Senegal for the most of any African country. More than 90 current and former NBA players come from or have direct ties to the continent, including 13 African-born players on the team's opening night rosters in most recent season.
And some sad news from the world of soccer. Argentina President Alberto Fernandez declared 3 days of mourning following the death of soccer legend Diego Maradona. Recognized widely as one of the game's most gifted players ever, Maradona's career was filled with successes, including Argentina's World Cup title in 1986. He also had some controversies, such as his ban from the 1994 World Cup for doping. Brazilian legend Pelé was among those mourning Maradona, saying, quote, "Certainly one day we'll kick a ball together in the sky above." Rest in peace, Maradona.
The conflict in Ethiopia's Tigray region is displacing thousands of civilians, and actress and comedian Tiffany Haddish became emotional during an interview with the Associated Press when discussing Tigray and the anti-police violence demonstrations in Nigeria, as her father comes from Eritrea.
All over Africa, there are some tragic things going on, and I'm trying to figure out why it is. And, you know, I've been doing my research and reading, and I haven't quite, I'm using my discernment, and I haven't quite pinned it, but it doesn't matter whose fault it is. What matters is people's lives are being taken away, and in such a despairing way, in such a way that it's not okay. And it's I just really am praying a lot for them over there, and I just really I just don't like that. I get emotional about it, and I can't really talk about it because I don't understand why would we be killing each other.
On a more uplifting note, she discussed what she would like to see in America's future.
I would love to see in the next few years people come more together, for people to unite and to like build each other up. One of the things that I would like to do, and I've been actively working on, is creating a grocery store that has a majority of the products in it, belonging to like the vendors and the farmers be African-American farmers or just Black farmers in general from the diaspora, from Africa, from Brazil, where the diaspora is, and maybe make it a co-op, and it have like actual good nutritious food, and teach cooking in there so you can learn how to make a proper meal.
Haddish was promoting Why Hunger's annual Hungathon, which provides critical resources to support grassroots movements and fuel community solutions rooted in socio-environmental and racial justice. Now, if you're a fan of the 90s sitcom The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, like myself, you will appreciate our next segment. The entire surviving cast of Will Smith's beloved show came together for a reunion special to celebrate 30 years of its premiere. I see you, Aunt Viv.
Now this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down, and I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there. I'll tell you how I became the prince.
How crazy is it walking in here?
Tatiana Ali, who portrayed Ashley Banks, one of the 4 Banks children, said the reunion had surprises not only for viewers, but for the cast as well.
We were so excited, and we were all excited. And here's the thing is that the reunion was also sort of set up as a surprise for us. So there were so many elements of it that we had no idea about. I mean, we couldn't plan for it. They kept us in our dressing rooms, away from each other. And I actually just remember, like, are we there yet? Like, can we go? Like, can I step into the hallway? I want to see everybody.
The original Aunt Vivian, played by actress Janet Hubbard, also joined the cast for the special, despite her controversial departure from the show before the start of its 4th season. Daphne Maxwell Reid, who played the second Aunt Vivian, shared what the transition was like.
We never spoke about the first Aunt Vivian while I was working. I would ask a question about what happened, and they said, "We won't talk about that." I said, "Okay." So I never knew. I never met her. So I didn't have shoes to fill. I just had a space to inhabit. And I took that space and I felt the warm hug of being there. And all I could give them was love and what I had.
And Will Smith, of course, shared his excitement about the reunion, which is streaming now on HBO Max.
I didn't realize how many people we were reaching.
There will always be a piece of all of us in that living room.
Our show meant Black excellence to people. The excellence was the way that we loved each other.
Avery was this 6'4" Shakespearean beast, and I wanted him to think I was good. How come he don't want me, man? I fall into his arms at the end of the scene, and he's holding me, and the shot pans off, and he whispered in my ear, "Now that's acting."
Blackfeet Boxing Not Invisible is a documentary that shows how Native American women at the Blackfeet Reservation in Browning, Montana take up boxing to defend themselves from abduction, from rape and domestic abuse, which is an epidemic in Native American communities. VOA's Penelope Pulu has more. Check it out.
All you hear, I've taught how to defend yourself. What would you do if someone grabs you?
Fight back.
Fight back, because why?
So you don't get stolen?
Yeah, it might be the last time that we ever see you. That's a reality in Indian country that's going on.
At his boxing club on the Blackfeet Reservation in Browning, Montana, Frank Kipp has been training girls and women to defend themselves against an epidemic of abduction and murder of Indigenous women. One of these women was Ashley Loring Heavyrunner, who disappeared in June 2017. The relentless search for her by her community and her sister Kimberly Loring inspired the documentary Blackfeet Boxing Not Invisible by Kristen Lappas.
It was people grieving. It was, people putting her wanted poster, the missing person posters up all over the reservation.
You can't talk about missing people without also addressing drug and alcohol abuse, domestic violence, child abduction, human trafficking. There's all these social problems.
Donna Kipp, daughter of Frank Kipp, grew up in the gym. She has competed in boxing tournaments and knows how it feels to be a woman living on a remote reservation 2 hours away from any large town.
We're in a small area, and sometimes men prey on you. Older men, sometimes we have people come here and they don't even live here, because it's a tourist stop.
It's literally been generations and generations of women being treated, Indigenous women being treated this way on the reservation. From the outside people, the white man, from the men in their own community.
A former probation officer on the Blackfeet Reservation, Frank Kipp, has seen kids struggle in a dysfunctional environment.
It's talked a lot of kids out of suicide, created programs for kids we had vehicle accidents, and we were losing kids bi-monthly. Main thing is I want you guys here. I never, ever close that door.
There is no place for young people to go and hang out in a productive environment except for Frank's gym. He's changing the mindset of the young women on the reservation to feel empowered, to feel confident.
But the reservation has been hit hard by the coronavirus, and Frank Kipp had to close the gym.
For most kids, it's kind of hard, and because we know they want to get back into the gym
and find a mental and emotional outlet. Penelope Pulu, VOA News, Washington.
And before we say goodbye, let's take a look at how some big-name artists are performing social justice anthems for an online fundraising concert celebrating 75-year anniversary of the United Nations.
The December 1st event on Facebook Live is called Peace Through Music, a global event for social justice. UNICEF Godwill Ambassador and Grammy Award winner Angelique Kidjo says the most pressing issue is climate change.
We've created a world with
billions of people suffered, and a minority of people are living on top of them. And if we want to live in a world of peace, we have to take care of Mother Nature and at the same time, take care to get people out of poverty.
Kidjo teamed up remotely with Peter Gabriel to sing his anti-apartheid anthem Biko for the fundraiser. Donations will go to Playing for Change Foundation, the United Nations Population Fund, Sankofa, Silk Road, and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Foundation. Skip Marley sings his grandfather Bob Marley's iconic ode Get Up, Stand Up with his mother Cedella Marley.
That's the anthem for years and years and years and years, you know, wherever there's a fight, you know, wherever there's oppression, wherever there's wrongdoing, you know, that will always be the anthem. So what time better than now, you know what I mean? So it was an honor, you know, for us to be a part of this, you know what I mean?
And with that, we come to the end of our show. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you for hanging out with me. For more entertainment news, remember to check us out at voanews.com. We are also on all social media platforms, on Instagram, on YouTube, on Facebook. Until next time, goodbye, everyone.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
It is a great source of pride to Nigeria whenever a Nigerian in a foreign country rises to the top of their field and is recognized for good. Here are a few of such Nigerians. Oye Obolewa is the first Nigerian-born Democrat that has been elected as a shadow United States representative out of the District of Columbia. Based on the result, Oye had 82.65% of the votes, which represents 135,234 votes against Joyce Robinson Paul. Oye was congratulated by many, including the Nigeria in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM. His father is from Kwara State and mother is from Oyo. He holds a PhD in pharmacy from the Northeastern University, Boston. He will be representing the District of Columbia under the Democratic Party. Esther Agbaje. Born to immigrant parents, Esther has been elected into the Minnesota House of Representatives in the recently completed United States general election. In the election, Agbaje won by a total of 17,396 votes, which represents 74.7% of the total ballots cast. She will represent District 59B in the 134-member House on the platform of the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, an affiliate of the Democratic Party. She has a degree in political science from George Washington University, Washington, D.C. Oyema Ogbuagwu. Oyema is a Nigerian-born researcher and medical doctor who is one of the brains behind the research at Pfizer for the potential world's first effective coronavirus vaccine. The vaccine has been tested on over 43,000 people in 6 countries and no safety concerns have been raised. Oyema is the son of a former vice chancellor of Abia State University and a professor of sociology. He was born in New Haven in Connecticut, but went to the University of Calabar in Cross River State to complete his university education in medicine. He then returned to the Yale School of Medicine to work as the director of the institution's HIV clinical trials program. After becoming a fellow of infectious diseases, he rose to the height of an associate professor of medicine at the Yale University School of Medicine, New Haven. He has worked there for 5 years, focusing on finding a cure for HIV/AIDS. Robert Shola Okoje, the Nigerian doctor who is a native of Uromi, Esso Northeast local government area of Edo State, has been inducted into the NASA Inventors Hall of Fame. Dr. Okoje is recognized globally as the leading expert on silicon carbide-based microelectromechanical systems, MEMS, for use in extreme environments. He has worked with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, for 20 years and has 21 patents. Isaac Okoro. In the world of sports, Nigerians are also taking center stage. Isaac was the first of the 8 Nigerian players drafted into the National Basketball Association, NBA, in its 2020 draft. He was the 5th overall pick and was chosen by Cleveland Cavaliers in 2020. He was born in Atlanta, Georgia, to Nigerian parents and was a small forward, part of the USA's winning team at the 2018 Under-17 Basketball World Cup in Argentina. His parents originated and immigrated from Nigeria. Isaac played basketball for his high school in Georgia for 4 years, helping his team win the state championship and achieved national success in the senior season. He was considered a 5-star recruit by Rivals and a 4-star recruit by 24/7 Sports and ESPN, respectively. To these Nigerians and other Nigerians breaking the proverbial glass ceiling, we say, keep it up. The motherland is proud of you.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
I was broke, man. It's not funny. Do you know that? Let me tell you something. Most rich people picking no get money. You know why? Because they don't feel the need to work or aspire or want to be something. You understand? You know, my mom died when I was 11. You know, I'm the last born of 5 kids. So from a young age, I knew what I wanted to do. You understand? I fought to do this music. I come from a family where it's school. When you finish school, go and work for Popsy. Do you understand? So this music is something I had to fight for and work hard for. So, you know what I'm saying? To become Davido wasn't anything like, say, Popsy help me or anything. Of course, my dad has played a very key role in my career, for sure, as a mentor, as a supporter and everything. But I feel like if you want to, no matter who you are, no matter the background you come from, you have to work.
2000
2014, when Show Me Your Rosé was like the biggest song in Nigeria, I had an Achilles tendon injury. I couldn't walk for like about 6 months. You know, I used to go to shows with crutches, and before I go on stage, I drop my crutches and jump in. And after that, I keep bleeding after every performance. And at some point, the doctor told me to stay off stage and stay off performing for the longest time. And at that time, my record label left me. I was totally alone. Big up my manager at the time, Kolo. He was, you know, right beside me at every point in time. At that point, I wanted to give up, you know, just a single artist, nobody supporting me, nothing. It was just, you know, you guys, my fans out there, and the few people that kept telling me, yo, your sound is different, you need to keep going, you know? And I kept going, and prayers and God, that was all it took, you know? So if I can do it, trust me, don't try to be the next me, because you might not get it right. Just try to be the first you, because that is the only way that you will stand out and be a legend in your own world. So saying that, I want you guys to know that life is not as hard as people make it look. Try to live your life like water. No matter how they cut you, they leave no scars, you know? But have no foes, have not too many friends, but believe in those that you believe in, because when you believe and share positive energy to the universe, it comes right back to you.
It's a funny one though. I remember this one vividly. I just started Flatmates. Back then, not the new Flatmates, like some 15, 16 years ago. After I graduated from the University of Lagos, so I wanted to do my own thing, and I started shooting Flatmates. But there was no money to even take tapes sometimes to TV stations, because I'll be the one to shoot sometimes myself, carry the camera, shoot, write on a paper that we use only one paper that you okay, but say your line, say my own. So we don't even photocopy scripts because there was no money at the initial stage. So I remember, because I had to deliver a tape to MITV to show their own for the week, deliver another one to LTV to show their own for the week, deliver to NTA Channel 2, because the program became so big after the initial one at STV. So every TV station was asking for it. And I trekked, I remember vividly, trekking from MITV in Ikeja to my parents' house in Abeson, Ipaja. Wow. As in I trekked, because there was no other way I would be able to get home. From University of Lagos, I managed with the little money I had to get to MITV and LTV to give them the tapes that would run. Because if I didn't, then there would be nothing to show. So I had to go back home, so I had to trek. I think this will be able to inspire people.
When I was starting off, I remember at some point, when I started working with a radio station, you know, I wouldn't want to mention the radio station. Back in Jos those days, the station used to be situated at a 12-story building, you know, and our office was on the 9th floor, and the office didn't have an elevator. There was no functional elevator, so we used to walk all the way to the 9th floor and then back. And then my salary then was 4,000 naira a month.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, and that 4,000, I used to have one of my colleagues who used to work with me then, so we split it to 2,000 every month.
And what year was it?
It's 2004.
Years ago, I had just come to Lagos. I'd like to think that I was about 22 years old at the time. I had my break in the industry, but it wasn't. I was still an up-and-coming actress. So I think it was a year where my big film came out. So yeah, I got roles. I was having offers to work, and then I was paid good money. And then I went to see some group of friends that I had on the island, and they were like the big girls. So then they were buying, there was somebody who brought bags for sale. The bags were like 350,000 naira each. And I mean, I couldn't have afforded it at that time, but it didn't make any sense to me to buy a handbag for 350K when I was doing very okay with my 25,000 naira bags and 15,000 naira bags. And so, because they were, they were like, oh, this will look good on you. You need to, now you're a Lagos girl. I'm like, okay. So out of the pressure, I took 2 other bags. So when I got home, I called the girl who sold the bag. I said, look, would it be possible to return these bags? Because I don't think I really need them. And she was like, oh, sure, why not? And that's how I returned the 2 bags. And I didn't take the bag. So I went back to buy my 15,000, 25,000 naira bag at that point in time, because that was what I felt like, that was what made sense to me at that time. Now, what is the story, the lesson of this story that I just told, what I'm trying to say, in essence, is that there is time for everything. Take your life one step at a time. Do what you can afford. Do not be pressured, because that lifestyle you're looking at today, if you build yourself today, you might just be able to afford even much more than that tomorrow. But the thing is this, you have to start from somewhere. And then not just like you start making money today, you want to have the most elaborate or the most flamboyant things. No, you have to save. It's so important to save. And if you don't save, you can't have a financial stable life.
Welcome to One on One. My guest on the program is Sergeant Bassey Osagie. Sergeant Bassey Osagie attended York University, Toronto, Canada, and graduated with a bachelor's degree in business administration in 1999. Bassey joined the Toronto Police Service in June 1998 as a court officer assigned to the Ontario Superior Court as a member of the security team for judges, crown prosecutors, prisoners, and members of the public. He was hired as a police recruit in December 2000 and graduated from the Ontario Police College in April 2001. He was later elevated to 4th class police constable in May 2001 and then 1st class police constable in 2004. He was then assigned to 32 Division, where he served in the Primary Response Unit, Alternative Response Unit, Community Response Unit, Divisional Warrant Officer, Detective Constable in the Major Crime Unit, and the Criminal Investigation Bureau. He has also served in the Street Violence Task Force, Toronto Anti-Violence Intervention Strategy, Human Resources Management, and as a detective in the Elite Homicide Squad. He was promoted to the rank of Sergeant Detective in 2011, making him the highest ranking Nigerian-born police officer with the Toronto Police Service. He is a recipient of the 2015 Black History Month Community Award. He is also a seasoned expert in community policing with over 20 years of policing experience in different areas. Bassey Osagie is the president and chief executive officer of Uhi Security Services Limited, an innovative security company. Welcome, my guest, Sergeant Bassey Osagie. Good day.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me.
Oh, such an awesome curriculum vitae, I must say.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're doing quite a lot. And I think what got my attention to get you invited to have this discussion was to see a police officer, encouraging people to get involved in the NSAS protest. What exactly necessitated that? I've listened to some of your interviews, but maybe for the benefit of those who probably haven't heard you, what really pushed you to say that?
Yeah, what happened was that I received a call from a community member in Toronto about having to organize a protest, and they did not earlier get a permit to organize that protest. So I was officer at the station at the time, but I drove on the road to meet them and help them to make sure the protest is being organized. And the reason is that the police system in Nigeria, from colonial era, nobody have done anything to improve on it. So because of that, And the notorious squad, the SARS notorious squad, the behavior have been very brutal to our people. And although I believe that ending SARS was not a solution to the police problem in Nigeria, but I believe that was the beginning of it.
Okay, just to put it on
the awareness.
Just to put it on record, how many years did you stay here in Nigeria? Probably to appreciate the kind of situation we face here.
Well, I left Nigeria when I was about 19 years old. And since I left Nigeria, and I started coming back to Nigeria since around 98. And I have returned to Nigeria almost every year since 1998.
Now, without boring you, some of the things that led to the formation of SARS was said to be the peculiar situation we were facing. But do you have such kind of unit in Canada, and what kind of model was used, to cop such extreme criminalities?
Yeah, the way we do it is this. We have what we call gang task force. When I was a young officer, I used to be a member of a gang task force. So what you do, the way SARS is supposed to be, is you do the investigation. It's what we call intelligent policing. So the reason is because you don't want to cast a net to the crowd and you start asking every young man to ask for their phone. That's not effective. So what the kind of unit we have is you do investigation, you do surveillance on the bad guys, and you follow them. And what that unit is supposed to do is to then identify a particular target, what we call like a subject, like someone, like a bad guy, and then follow them plainclothes or even uniform, but undercover, and then have a uniformed officer make that stop. The only time a SARS officer is supposed to be seen, in our case, is when they are ready to make the arrest. What you see, probably seen in a movie, we go, we identify the suspect, we locate the vehicle, we buzz them in, then we jump out of the car, with police uniform, or just a vest or sign that say we're police. We make the arrest, then we're out. Then the uniform guys stay, and so it's SARS, like our team, don't go on one-on-one with people on the street. We use intelligence-led policing to get our suspect, we identify them, we follow them, and then we make a stop. So the idea of having SARS on the road, in my opinion, was just a tax, almost like tax collection. They were just collecting money, abusing people, and I hold the leadership accountable for that. So when I saw the end SARS going on, my question was, who is the head of SARS? Who is the team leader? When I'm on the road in Toronto, I am the road boss. I'm responsible for my people. So some SARS on the road, there should be a commander in every state. So those are the people that should be held accountable. And you have a commander at the DIG leading team.
I think this is, pardon to use my language, this is more of a Nigerian problem. Even we have this kind of issues when it comes to grafts, where we see no diligent investigation has been done to parade the suspects, and they end up losing the case. And that brings me to some of the narrations, some of the deliberations we are having. Police is talking about SWAT. I'm sure you've heard about that.
Yes.
And that sounds like what you're talking about. Do you think that will work, or you think it's one of those lip services?
Right now, I don't want to offend anybody, but I got to say the truth. The present leadership of the Nigerian police cannot effectively have a task force like that. Because I believe the leadership don't have the conviction. They don't have the discretionary power, and they don't have the experience, the training to have a task force that can actually get the job done. For you to have a task force like that, remember the task force is going to be picked from the existing police force.
That's true. And
I don't believe our officers are competent enough to do what we're asking them to do. So for us to have a competent SWAT team, you need to, I would say, radically change the Nigerian police. That means we have to go back. You may have to dismantle what you have now. You have to go back. How do you hire your people? We hire people. You can't get into the police force in Nigeria unless you know a chief or you know a House of Rep member. If you don't have that, you got to bribe somebody. I'm hearing you pay about 100,000 naira to get on. So then what that gives you, you don't have competent, qualified people to get in. Then when you get in, they don't have the right training. Before I got hired as a police officer, The recruiting officer, they go by my neighbors. They go to people, schools, and ask, what is his character? The first question they ask you on the interview is, why do you want to become a police officer? What have you done to deserve that position? So if you have never do volunteer job and you have never worked in the community, then you haven't done anything to qualify to be a police officer. Are we asking that from our people? I don't think so. They talk about the training. How are they trained? And this idea of Nigeria where, because you have a university degree, they jump you to ASP or whatever they call it. For us, once you are recruited, I had a business degree before I joined the job. You have to start from the recruits. The disadvantage of the way Nigerian does it is that when you get a guy who went to university, is a lawyer, join the police, then get ASP. From ASP, probably attached to some office. Then become superintendent, become deputy, and become commissioner of police. He's not a real policeman. You know why? He did not start from the ground.
Okay, Sergeant Bassey, let me interject. I'm going to allow you talk more on that. Okay. We're going to talk more on the training and retraining. We're going to talk about the issue of mercenaries. Okay. We're going to talk about the remuneration of these police officers in our next segment. Okay. It's still 101. Let's take a short break. We'll be back. I still have Sergeant Bassey with me here in the studio. Please don't go anywhere.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Welcome back. It's still 101. I have Sergeant Bassey, who is a detective with the Canadian Police, and he's been talking to us about the police force in Nigeria, how they can be trained and retrained so that we can have a better police reform. Yeah, you were just talking about the kind of training that you expect, and I was shocked to hear that we have to go straight to the head for us to make headway. What exactly is now the way forward? Are you saying we should disband the police force entirely so that we can have a total overhaul? And how should that be done?
My belief is that the present leadership, just because of the way they groom the leadership in the Nigerian police, is not competent enough. People will argue with you and say, well, they all have master's degree, they have PhD. What I told a friend of mine the other day was that if they were really doing police job, they wouldn't have time to have PhD in psychology. Because being a police officer is not just a job, it's a way of life. You got to be entrenched in it in order to do a good job. So leave education out of it. Education is basic, is to give you the background. But what I'm saying is that, yes, I believe that we need to, like what I call, we have to poof the Nigerian police and kind of reorganize it. Even the ranking system is bad. My solution, if I was the IG, is to reorganize it. Maybe 80% of them will be gone. And we have people who have done the youth service for the past 5 years. I'll call them up, train them for like 6 months, and start a total overhaul of the police force. The other thing, the problem is that you may not be able to do that because the politicians benefit from the inefficiency and effectiveness of the police.
Wow.
So they cannot allow police to be efficient and effective because it will cut into their benefit. So that is why it's like you are asking a thief to help you look for your money. Someone stole your money. It's like that because the politicians will benefit from the bad system. Because if you have a police service that's like Toronto, that means there cannot be questions. That means they now have a police force that is paid probably more than them.
How? You mean that it's possible for policemen to be paid more than the politician?
Yes.
That sounds quite unusual.
Our chief of police make more than our mayor, and our mayor of the city of Toronto have control over billions of dollars. But the chief of police make more. Someone of my rank make more than a councillor. So that is one of the ways to hold police back, because Once you police start making the same money and you promote them, then they have control, have discretions. And that way they will not have to suck up to the politicians. Politicians.
I'm quite interested in this, and that's, for me, it's the irony we see here. The police force that is being fought for in this protest have ended up turning against the protesters because they feel the reform that is being asked for, I don't understand their psyche for them not to support the protesters. And the politicians seem, like you said, gaining from this. So how do you give them this orientation to know that they deserve more than the politicians that they protect?
Because this is over.
And don't also forget, we have an average of 300,000 police officers across the country.
Yeah, but the numbers is not the problem because we also have the population. So the thing is that police have been dismantled. They don't have the moral values for themselves. It's not there. They are not dedicated. And people don't have faith in them. So they are frustrated. So the frustration became negative towards the people because a lot of them have called me and said, what can we do? So what I tell them is that police have to know their job in protest. A lot of these officers don't know. Your job as a police officer is a complete neutrality in a protest. You are neither on the side of the government, nor you are on the side of the people.
Protesters.
You are to maintain peace. The only time you step in when there's a breach of law, breach of order, and then you have to restore peace. So what happened is misinformation on both sides. The police are helpless. They're under the control of the politicians. One, like we talk about, the pay. Police officer get assigned to a governor. The governor gave him extra 10,000 a month. And that is where his bread is buttered. So when the citizens are protesting, he doesn't see the benefit. Plus, he doesn't have faith in the system either. He doesn't think that your protest is going to yield any positive things.
Wow.
So he doesn't have faith in your protest, so he's not going to support you. If the police are paid well and they know that the protest is going to yield positive for them, then they will support the protest. But right now, they have no faith in the system, and they are frustrated. And so many things is happening to them. So they don't want to be against the people, but it looks like they are going to where their bread is buttered. The little change they are getting in addition to their salary. I don't think the police are really against the protest, against the people. It's just misinformation.
Okay, let's also look at something you mentioned that has to do with community policing, where you have a whole lot of experience there. This is also a part of the conversation, but it appears the Constitution definitely does not support that, and we are yet to get that competition rejigged. How does community policing work over there in Canada, and if there's anything we can learn?
So the first of all, what I would say is this, and I bet anyone to challenge me. Community policing has been, I see on the news, have been practiced in Nigeria. It's not community policing. So I don't know where they get the idea from. When you set up a Moteco, or like the one we do in Benin, that is not community policing. You are just setting another parasites, military parasites, to do the same job that police are supposed to do. But they are no more than glorified security guard.
That's the Moteco now?
Yes. And I can ask them to challenge me, what is supposed to be? What is community policing? Community policing is not a program. It's a philosophy. It's a strategy. Go back to Robert Peel principle of policing. The primary mission why police exist is to prevent crime and disorder. Community policing is a strategy of policing where you proactively prevent crime, not to be reactive. Because I remember when I joined the police, one of my boss told me, said, by the time you start arresting people, you have failed in your job as a police officer. Because your job is to prevent crime. So community policing is a strategy where you form partnership with the people. You work with the people, you collaborate with the people in order to ensure their well-being. If people are afraid of crime or they fear that there will be crime, then their well-being is affected and they will not be happy.
Okay, Sergeant Bassey, let's break it down because this looks like a theory for those proponents of Amoteco. Now, they will remind us that for the core officers, we have them localized. They know the terrain. They know all the corners within that community. Unlike what we have now, where the commissioner of police is probably not from that state, where a whole lot of DPOs are not even from that region.
I understand I understand that part. You see, they understand the theory, but because the community policing is not properly done, the way it's supposed to be is that you let the police do what a Montego is supposed to do. You have a section on the police, because you know what happened? You have a Montego on the street, but they don't have the authority. They don't have the discretion. They know the terrain, but they don't have the power like the police. So, but you have to let police officers do that job. What's supposed to happen is that every police station in that area should have a department, a section that is called Community Policing Response Unit. Those are the ones that will then go in the community for partnership.
And they should be natives of that area?
Yeah. That is very important. Another problem, that's a separate problem. Another problem with the Nigerian is that you have somebody trained in Kaduna and he's from Sokoto. You send him to Benin to be a police officer. It's useless. He's not going to be effective. He doesn't speak the language. He doesn't know the people. He doesn't know the area. And the people don't trust him. So you set him out to fail. That's a big problem. The second problem is you have to know what you're doing. If you don't have the strategy, then those Montego guys you have don't have the power. They can go to the community and talk to them, and then who did they talk to after?
Okay.
You have somebody who have the ear of the commissioner. That is the DPO of that station, who's supposed to oversee the community policing of that area.
Good.
Not a separate organization.
Once again, I may have to quickly interject you. But you know what? It's not over yet. Let's quickly go on a short break. And when we come back, it will be time to go on a home drive where we'll look at the solution, purely on the solution to this police decadence that we have in our country. We'll be back after this short break. Please don't go anywhere. Welcome back. It's still 101, and I have Sergeant Bassey all the way from Canada, but he's currently here in Nigeria to see how we can get it right in our policing system. But let me take you a bit away from police and look at security generally. Now, there is a conversation ongoing, and that has to do with deployment of mercenaries. Let's have mercenaries help us solve the problem of insurgency. What is your opinion on this? Some believe that our problem should be solved internally rather than going out. When you say mercenary, you mean bringing people from abroad to do it? Depending on the context. Some said you can even get some mercenaries within the country. For me, by the time you go into bringing mercenary in, you have almost admitted that you have failed. And the army or the police are the legal authority, not the mercenary. If the people with legal authority to maintain peace cannot maintain peace, then mercenary is going to do it. Then you're going to fail. But isn't that the reality? That is the reality on ground. But what the government should be thinking is how to improve on their military training or the equipment they need to have. But that is a bigger issue, because what the military is going on in the military is the same thing that's going on with the police. Our military officers, they are dedicated, they're good, and they mean well, but they don't get paid well. They don't have the necessary equipment, and they don't have faith in the system anymore. So they cannot get the job done. So what needs to be done is, just like the police, the head, obviously they are not competent. The thing is that we glorify injustice. And when the head cannot get a job, you replace them. If you cannot get an expert, we have Nigerians who are colonel, major generals in U.S. military, in Canadian military. Why don't we invite them to look into our system? And then that way help us run the organization.
because they will be able to have the trust from the U.S. U.S. will not trust, or Canada will not trust our military officer because they don't trust their information will be safe with them. So because of that, you need to have some of us who are probably from abroad who is trusted, who will not betray the trust, who have integrity. I'm not saying our people don't have integrity. I don't know those military officers. But the best way to do it is to have the military go on. If you have to hire outsiders, you may have to request the U.S. Army or the Canadian Army. Mercenaries are not going to be able to do it because they don't understand it. It's just going to cause more havoc. Our people will not accept them. Even what happened after they leave? What after they leave? What's our plan?
That brings me to the next question, the issue of either knowledge transfer by way of training. Let's take some of our officers out there and let them train them, or let's have those people come down. But over time, we've heard reports of, instead of allowing junior officers to go for this training, these senior officers get to go for the training just for their pecuniary gain of extra codes and the rest. So how do we correct this menace?
That's part of the problem. I have been involved where people call me and say this, they want to train in the Nigerian, in the Toronto police. Can you help us? First question I ask, who is coming for the training? It doesn't make sense you want to train a SWAT team. You cannot send a commissioner to train a SWAT team. You need to send the team lead. That's the constable who's going to be leading the team, or a sergeant. That's who you send to get the training. Or when you bring them. So in a Nigerian situation, sending them abroad to train is too risky. The first thing, they're not going to send the right people. And if you send the junior guys, they will go, they won't return. So the best thing to do is to bring the training here. To do it, or you can sublet it. Like our situation is like an emergency situation. So there's no room for training. What should happen? Maybe you get services of the U.S., Canada to help you do the bombardment or the raid of this military pockets or the Boko Haram pocket. Get the raid going. A special weapon unit. Get it subdued. Then you can take in our people that are now trained by foreign police or foreign military to go in and then what we call community mobilization, because you have to then mobilize the people to support the people that are moving in. Our people is not going to trust mercenaries. They don't even trust our police. So, but we need to go there, let police start building their integrity. Let police start showing to our people that they care about them. Because police cannot do their job without the people's support.
Okay. And one other thing that is very, very paramount in these whole engagements is the issue of remuneration. In clear terms, I know, I am not being pessimistic, Nigerians can hardly pay what Canadian government is paying their police officers. But what do you think it's sizable amount that should be the minimum wage for the police officers? Because this current administration had done that once, but even then, the full implementation was yet to take place. So what would you recommend?
I believe that our government, our leadership, they are not serious about reforming the police. Because it doesn't take more than 2 minutes for the president to make an executive order to say, I believe the minimum any constable should make should be about 100,000 naira a month. We start with that. And then you progress. There should be no way why a House of Rep member should make more than a commissioner of police. Because what's going on is that you have the House of Rep member make millions. So it's not that we don't get the money. We have the money. The people can cut the budget of the, say, House of Rep by 50% and say, we're going to use that 50% to pay for the police for the next 3 years. But they are being protected by police. And so why would they want to deprive themselves of that? And you hear the IG said no more protection of the VIP. The IG cannot enforce it because the IG depends on those politicians to keep his job.
To keep his job.
So the IG tenure should be term limited. It should be 5 years, you get a job. That way he's not afraid to make changes. But the IG cannot make both change because when the president sneezes, the IG is here to say, excuse me, because his job depends on the politician. So, but we need to appoint a competent Inspector General of Police. You don't have to be from the police, from the rank and file. We have to look around the country. And maybe that aspect of the Constitution have to change, that have to come from within the police force. Because I don't believe there's someone in the Nigerian police right now who is competent to lead us and put our police force in where we want it to be. Our people are too civilized and too sophisticated for what we have. I don't believe the present leadership can provide it. So they have to look elsewhere and get someone who is competent, who can get the job done, and give that person a term limit, say 4 years, 5 years. Make it 5 years so that they can outlast 2 administration. That way, they have more discretion to make decisions. They'll be able to do things.
Thank you so much, Sergeant Detective Bassey Osagie, for your time. And it's quite insightful, some of the things you've shared. We sincerely hope that lessons are learned and things will be done rightly, the protest will be peaceful, and the aim will be achieved in coming days. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. And this is how far to wrap it up on 101. 101 comes up another time with an interesting topic. This is where we say bye for now. I am Kayode Ladeinde.
John Ayuba, and I am from Borno State.
In the night, I'll dress up, go outside, go look for men.
I was afraid. Let me just be open. I was really, really afraid to bring Rita in.
When I retired, yes, on 13, my girlfriend called me, said that if I want to travel, and at last, said, okay, may I look at our feet. That time I do with my husband, and they work for Pure Water Factory. They manage the money, they pay me 8,000 naira at that time, 18,000. Manage money to the feed, take care of my two children. And of course, okay, make I come Dubai. And of course, how that side, say that side, they okay, might come. That's okay, no wahala. I said, but I not get money to come that side. Because I might not want to go. Person one man day, the man go take care of my documents, everything. That's okay, no wahala. So I can do my passport. I can go. When I reach home, my man say I don't meet a good place. Say that from that place go, everything don't dey okay for me. I understand. Then my whole suffering start already. Then I can't do. My girlfriend and they talk normal for phone before. Suddenly, just everything. As I reach, everything change. Everything changed totally. I see one black guy come. say for today go and I be my oga. And so oga for waiting. He say na money take carry me can I get to pay. Now I say but this will not be our agreement. He say I need to pay the money. He say in the night I get to dress up, go outside, go also the money. Now call and say all these things not be waiting me and you guys talk for I come up for Nigeria. Not be all these things you promised me. Why you want to maltreat me like this? I call say well, I know but nowhere to run to. No anybody when I know. I come and buy. In the night I'll dress up, go outside, go look for men. Come ask. The day when I'll bring money, that day I will eat. The day I'll not bring money, I will stay hungry. I can't they do it like that to see. Can't reach 3 months. Then the guy called me. Say no. My paper daddy expire. I want to go back to Nigeria. I said I don't feel go back. I don't get 15 naira. I don't get any money. I want to go back to Nigeria. All my money when they make it, they give you now. I want to start if I reach Nigeria. I want to take off my 2 children when I leave for us. Then he got me say no, say I need to go back or if police catch me on my own. I call the crack and say, God, which kind of life be this one? God, how if you take more for year now? God, which kind of life be this one? The other night I come after I eat finish, I come see back my dress come out. So I just come out. Wait till I see police, 3 of them. They say, where my paper? And my paper already expired. I say, Oga, no get paper, no paper. I say, my brother say, Oga, no get paper. Wait till I do the point call for my hand. I see myself for prison, for station. So I reach there, they say, and I say, may I bring my paper? I call the guy, Oga, how far? Police already catch me. He say, as police don't catch me now, me I not get any business. For today, from now on, may I do my own. May I not even try and call your number again. And then I can't cut the call. I can't declare, I say, God, which kind of life be this one? God, I need your help. God, I need your help. God, I need your help. And then the CID man comes here, where my paper? And I say, I don't see my paper. I say, okay. They need to deport me. Now I say, no, while as if I reach my country safe. They say, no, I need to stay for prison for 3 months. I say, 3 months for prison? I say, what? They say, I need to stay for prison for 3 months. Now I can say, because when they catch me along the road. Because why I define man that night. And second, my paper already expire. Because I need to serve, I need to stay for prison for 3 months. Can't stay for prison for 3 months without only 1 cloth when I wear. Now let that cloth I continue until the marriage in 3 months. And then I can say, God, I need freedom. God, I need your help. God, if you feel rescue me for a year, anywhere I go, I must serve you. After my 3 months they expire, they can carry me come and because okay, now I go buy my tickets. I need to come back to Nigeria, my ticket though. I don't get money for tickets. I'm going to say, okay, I don't get money for tickets. Any year now I don't do me. I don't get money to buy tickets. Nothing. I don't get anybody to call to say me I buy tickets. In the morning, I just see CID woman just come. Say me I come out. Carry me go this thing, their office. He say I said don't buy ticket for me. I say who buy ticket for me? He say me I don't ask question. Say don't buy ticket for me. Say they never book my ticket already. I say Jesus. This one a miracle. I say Jesus thank you. Don't let me rot for you. I say Jesus thank you. Jesus thank you. They now carry me back to prison again. I see in the evening of it, they say Rita, come out. You are free to go. I say, God, is this miracle? God, is this miracle? I say, God, is this miracle? I started rejoicing. I started happy. I said, God, thank you, Jesus. I said, thank you, Jesus. I said, thank you, Jesus. They now put me inside vehicle, take me to airport. And I enter the plane. That enter plane finish. I say, God, who I know for Lagos when I go meet now? Plane can't drop. Who I know for Lagos? We are for start for Lagos. Who I want go meet for Lagos? Can't get one girl we stay beside me. Come and say, babe, how far? See my condition. I don't get where they go for Lagos. I bet you know anybody might feel follow you stay. The guy say, man, no worry, man. He get guests when they take care of. If we reach Lagos, he go take care of me. If we get where we'll go, they go polish me, they go give me fine clothes, I will live normal life. We'll go out, go the flex, they enjoy. After the girl, they tell me all this, I consider, say, God. My mate can't come back, say, now, what till you promise God, make God do, what till you tell God, say you won't do, now you won't do so. You come up for where shower, you won't see enter a shower again. And what till you talk, say you won't do, be this one. And my mate can say, no. I tell God, say, God, if God release me from prison, the first place I fair go na church. When wants to go back to prostitution again? And I can say, no, not follow this girl. Not follow this girl. This girl won't follow, so not follow her. I can say, if I don't follow this girl, who I can't follow? I can't sit down, I can't cry. Only me, I can't cry. Can't come down for Kenya. As we come down for Kenya, let's come down for Kenya. We got to enter plane again. We won't come back to Nigeria. I can't sit down. One lady can't sit down near me.
My name is Ayodeji Lawrence, and I coordinate the Praying Hannah's ministry. So I went to Kenya to minister at a women's conference. That was in 2017 March, and on my way back, I got on the flight. I went with my friend. She's a bit, plummier than I am. She was meant to sit in the middle of the three-seater. I said, sis, you are big. It's a bit on the big side. You sit by the aisle. Let me sit in the middle. So I sat in the middle, and it happened that Rita sat at the extreme end of the seats. And as I sat down, I just noticed she was heaving. I thought maybe it would just be one sigh, and that would be it, but it continued. And I looked at her. I said, I hope all is well. She said, no, all is not well. And I said, so tell me, what is it? She said she was not going to tell me. And I said, no, I'm going to hold on to the first thing that you said, that all is not well. I said, tell me exactly what is wrong with you. And that was how she started her whole story.
So see, as I say, go Dubai. See, I shower when I do. See, as I say, stay for prison for 3 months. See, as God set me free. Now, I don't get where to go. See, lady, when they beside me for them, I don't follow and go. I go see start the same prostitution again. That lady can say no. As far as you tell God, say you won't go here, go serve her. I won't carry you go our church. I say, Mama, they carry me go church? He say yes. I say, you just now church, they carry me, they go. I say yes. See, it's gonna fall out of my head. He say, no, don't cry. Say, for now, go. Your suffering is finished. And I say, okay. And I say, okay. Are you sure? He say, yes. He say, don't cry again. Don't cry. I say, Mama, are you sure? He say, yes. He said, for today go, you be my responsibility. And the man said, Mama, are you sure? He said, don't cry. Don't cry again. Just sleep. Don't cry. I said, Mama, that's okay. He said, take this paper. Read it. Wipe away your problem. Just be reading it. I said, no. Mama, he said, don't worry. Sleep. Don't cry again. I said, just sleep. And I said, okay. I said, God, thank you. As far as this lady brings lady for me to help me, I say, God, thank you. I just say, God, thank you. God, thank you. Jesus, thank you. After all the other thing, our plane come down. This lady hold my hand, say, come follow me. I say, Mama, say, they will help me. Immigration people will help me. I don't have passport. He say, don't worry. I say, for now, God will take care of you. I say, Mama, he said, don't worry, follow me. Let's go.
And for me, there were a few things that struck me in the whole process. Because normally when you're deported, there's always someone that stays with you, maybe a custom officer or something, or maybe someone who is in charge of the law or something. But in our own case, she was the only one. And she was even allowed to sit with the other passengers, because normally I think they sit at the back, of the cabin. And for me, that was really, really a strange setting. So that was how we got talking. She was crying. I told her not to cry, just pacifying her and all. In the process, I led her to Christ, because that's one of the things I believe as a child of God, you should be able to let other people know what you are enjoying. So she gave her heart to Christ in the process. I was like, Lord, what do I do? I can't leave her this way. And the Love Home came to mind. I put a call through, but unfortunately they said because I'm an individual, I'm not coming from an organization, they won't be able to take her up. And I said, okay, what else can I do? And I called church. And church, I spoke with Pastor Emmanuel.
Mrs. Ayo Lawrence, the head or founder of the Praying Hannah's ministry, approached me on a particular day, and she said she had a case in her hands, and she wanted me to get involved and help out. And then she told me of her encounter with Rita on her flight coming from Kenya. And I felt, wow, this is interesting. In my mind, I was thinking, okay, you met this person for the first time. You don't even know her background, and you bring her up here. So what do you want us to do? However, because of what the Elevation Church stands for, one of our core values is, love, and we just believe that, okay, this is someone that is out there lost, that is looking for love, but actually looking for love in the wrong places, looking for fulfillment in the wrong places, seeking purpose, but seeking purpose in the wrong places.
She now had to go home with Pastor Tim. She slept over at Pastor Tim's house for the 2 nights she was in Lagos.
My name is Timothy Aderemi. I work with the Elevation Church. At the time of meeting Rita, I was assisting the pastor in charge of membership. So Sister Yo called, just shared with me. So that we're torn between, okay, we don't even know. We don't know her. One of the things that we preach in our church is that the Elevation Church is not only a church that people attend, but there's a family that people belong to. And so I have a small 3-bedroom at home, very small. and then, just because of my heart for sometimes I question, why, God, why did you give me this soft heart, for people? Maybe because I've also been through stuff in my life, and I felt one way to do this is to give back, give a helping hand. And so that day I put a call through to my wife. I said, there's this young lady in church introduced to me by our own friend, Sister Yo Lawrence. I said, it's Sister Yo. So beyond the fact that she's coming into an Elevation Church family, whatever Sister Yo is involved in, I would also gladly, get myself really involved. And a call to my wife, she also believed in her husband, so she said, okay, why not? Let her come in.
My name is John Ayuba, and I am from Borno State.
In the night, I'll dress up, go outside, go look for men.
I was afraid. Let me just be open. I was really, really afraid to bring Rita in.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
The story continues as we rejoin Rita's story of redemption on One in a Million.
In life, we have, it's like a football match. Yeah, you have first half, you have second half, and you have halftime. Her meeting Sister Yo was just that halftime moment for her.
My name is John Ayuba, and I am from Borno State.
In the night, I'll dress up, go outside, go look for men.
I was afraid. Let me just be open. I was really, really afraid to bring Rita in.
I remember that day, it was, maybe we finished the office around maybe 11 or so. I put her in the car, and as we're going, a lot of thoughts were just flowing through her. What if she just stopped breathing in the car? I mean, I like to think, wide and all of that. And thankfully, she didn't stop breathing. She came in because she was looking very, tired after the experience. So I took her home, got home. I said, babe, this is the lady I was talking about. And my wife gladly, and then I just left both of them because I was also very tired. And around maybe 2 a.m. or so, I came out. I saw both of them gisting. I don't know what they were talking about, but I know my wife kept encouraging her. This is not the end of your life. God has, started quoting scripture. I think they prayed a little, and then I came into the room. I remember just one thing that I said to her. I said, the best of God for you is never in the past, but in the future. And so I brought her back to the office. I didn't remember us taking selfies with her, maybe it wasn't the day of selfie. And then I handed over to Sister Yo Lawrence, and I was happy that at least we're part of our, journey in this period of time.
But along the line, we put a call. We found out that she was married, with 2 children, which was really very strange. I was like, how come, So we called the husband there and then.
And I said, look, do you know where your wife is? And he told me the story, how they've been struggling with finances and this and that, and how his wife was deceived by a friend, traveled out. He doesn't even know where she traveled to, and on and on. And I told her, okay, you know what, your wife is with us, she's in Lagos. I was like, oh, interesting, what happened? So I was able to give him a bit of the story as was told by Mrs. Ario. And then he said, fine, that, okay, after talking to him and counseling him about forgiveness, about restoration, about taking his family back and everything, it's like, fine, that pastor, I'm ready, I'm okay. I'll take her back, it doesn't matter. I mean, she did what she did out of ignorance, I'm willing to forgive her and let her in.
Mama calls, okay, for now go accept me. And then I can start. Come says, Mama, I don't feel sit down for I can't say, not worry. You go find money for me, I take trade. Which kind of business I won't do? May I tell her, you go do business for me. I say, eh? I can't tell Mama. Mama say, I say this kind of person for life again. This kind of person they exist for life. I say, Mommy, I don't know. For that, because which business I will start? I was okay. I they do it. I sabi do it where? I they do hair. And because okay, I go open salon. I say yes, I go open salon. You say, are you sure? I say yes, I go open salon. Because how much I feel you to open the salon? Can retailer say, see how much I go, see how much I use. You never even reach 2 days. I say a lot. Say Daddy send me the money. I say, eh? It's not a miracle. God, this is not a miracle. I want to become mother of my own. And then I come through, I come open store. And then I did now say they manage my business now. So God be the glory. I can't even get guests when they learn work from my hand. I get 2 guests when they learn work. When they come, they say, Madam, may I do this one? Madam, may I do this one? I just thank God for everything, for what God has done in my life. For what God has bring this woman to come and do in my life. And since then, I met this woman. My life changed. Anytime they go wrong, you must tell me, say, this one are wrong. Make sure say you do this one. I just thank God for making me. I just thank God for making me to know this lady. I just thank God. So God, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I want to thank him too. I want to thank him. He's a big help to me, very big one. If it's not him today, maybe I don't know how my life will turn to. I don't know. I don't really know. I just thank him. I just thank him. I thank him very, very much. A lot. So much thank you, man.
Yeah, Rita's story is pathetic. It still boils down to what we have been talking about, and then the environment, what the environment can lead people to. Rita, for God's sake, is a victim. She has not committed any offense. Somebody took advantage of her because she needed to survive her, and trafficked her, smuggled her to another country. So at the end of the day, she found herself in a terrible situation. So I think the message from Rita, first of all, is also an eye-opener to the youths, and to the young girls there, that all that glitters is not good out there. A lot of stories are going up and down. A lot of them are frustrated, they're under pressure, they want to get things done the faster way. That is what the in thing now. As we are talking now, the idea of going through Libya has come down. What is reigning now is going through Dubai, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Oman, you know, with visa. They will give you tourist visa. They will give you 3 months visa. By the time you land there, they confiscate your visa, you start working as a slave. But also to our government, let them try and encourage a kind of a healthy bilateral relationship between countries, so that if our citizens fall victims of some of these things, there will be a better way of handling them. And to other people, they should learn not to put their destiny in other people's hands. Traffickers and smugglers are destiny killers.
And basically for me, this story is about touching lives. It's about influence. You know, it's about not being concerned about you, yourself, and I alone. It's about reaching out to somebody else out there. You know, we always say it is cold out there. You can be the warmth that somebody is looking for. That's why the scripture says you are the light of the world. You are a city set upon a hill that cannot be hid.
Okay, so talking about Rita's story, one thing that really struck me was the fact that I just believe that God really is still interested in her life, her future, her marriage, because from the little I knew about her story, where she traveled to, the fact that God could still speak to the husband, because I don't think it was anybody. I mean, I'm married, so if I get to, God forbid, my wife engage in such thing, I would forgive, but it takes God to speak to a man's heart to know some of the likely things that your wife had done, and then with everything she came back to you, and you still take her. I mean, it takes God. So I saw God's work in all of this, and I also saw new beginning.
Yes, you know, when we're still thinking, how do I handle her? You know, Love Home wasn't coming through at that point in time. But I couldn't really, you know, say I want to bring her in. I don't really know her. You know, I'm just meeting her and considering her story. It wasn't something, I was afraid. Let me just be open. I was really afraid to bring Rita in at that point in time. So it wasn't something that came, you know, naturally to have her in the house. At the point wherein she told me her story on the plane, because by the time she told me how, you know, what she went through in Dubai and how she got on the plane, and I began to see that I wasn't supposed to even sit here in the first place. You know, why did I tell my friend to swap with me? It was actually from the plane that I knew God was up to something. We didn't even have enough money for me to go for the conference. And I had to ask the board of trustees, can I go on this trip? Can I take out of this money to go on this trip? And they said, yes, it's ministry you're doing. You're not going, you know, to enjoy yourself. You're going for ministry. So by all means, take out of the money from the account and go on that trip. And for me, with hindsight now, I believe I went on that trip for Rita. One of the things I've learned is we should be open and allow God to interject our plans. I'll say my kind of person, naturally, I would have said, oh, you know, I don't want wahala. Let her be, let me be. Or as humans, we would have said, oh, this person I don't know, you know. But I've learned from this whole process that when you are available, God will always find you and use you. 2017 August, I traveled to Benin. She didn't know I was coming. I just put a call through to her in the morning. Rita, how are you doing? I hope business is going on. I hope you're doing well. She said, yes, okay. I said, okay. I hope you're going to the shop today. She said, yeah, she's going to the shop. And she's just trying to put a few things together in the morning. She didn't know I was already at the airport. So by midday, I just showed up at her stall, and you know, she was all over shouting and all. And that was how I went to meet her mother-in-law, saw the children, you know. Unfortunately, I didn't meet her husband because her husband wasn't in town at that point in time. Okay, seeing her with the children made me to know that family is key. No matter how you have strayed, no matter how you have gone away, we can't take that, we can't take out the family unit. If there is love, people will always take you back. And that was what I saw, you know, with the children, with her mother-in-law, and even the few times I spoke with her husband on the phone, I could see that, you know, they were able to continue from where she left off before she left the house.
My name is John Ayuba, and I am from Borno State.
In the night, I'll dress up, go outside, go look for men.
I was afraid. Let me just be open. I was really, really afraid to bring Rita in.
On Plus TV Africa News, court dismisses APC's certificate forgery case against Governor Godwin Obaseki of Edo State. On the foreign scene, 6 French soldiers wounded in suicide bomb attack in Mali. And outside Africa, 10 babies dead in maternity unit of India hospital fire. Thanks for joining us on the news on Plus TV Africa. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa. A federal high court sitting in Abuja has dismissed the alleged certificate forgery suit filed against the governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki. Justice Ahmed Mohammed delivered the judgment today in a suit filed by the All Progressive Congress and a chieftain of the party, Williams Edobo, against the governor. The APC and Edobo had filed the suit alleging that Governor Obaseki presented a forged certificate to seek re-election in the Edo State governorship election held on September 19, 2020. This was, however, rejected by Governor Obaseki's counsel, Ken Mozia, who asked the court to dismiss the suit over what he described as the plaintiff's failure to prove their case. Meanwhile, the Edo State Governor, Godwin Obaseki, has hailed the ruling of the Federal High Court in Abuja, which dismissed the certificate forgery suit brought against him by the All Progressive Congress. Obaseki, in a statement issued on Saturday, said the judgment is a triumph of the rule of law and a testament to the fact that truth would prevail ultimately. The governor said the verdict has confirmed once again that Edo people were well guided in trusting him to lead them in the September 19th governorship election. He pledged his administration's commitment to prioritizing the development of the state, not minding the darts thrown by those who are embittered by their loss. And the People's Democratic Party has hailed the Saturday's judgment of the Federal High Court, Abuja, which upheld the qualification and election of Edo State Governor Godwin Obaseki. The party, in a statement by its National Publicity Secretary, Kola Olugbodiyan, described the verdict of the court as a triumph of justice, a victory for democracy, and a seal on Obaseki's landslide victory as a clear choice of the people. Olugbodiyan commended the judiciary for upholding justice on the case. He urged Obaseki to continue in his selfless service to the people, for which the party and its elected and appointed public office holders were known across the country for and beyond. And Boko Haram terrorists have attacked the Gujba town of Gujba local government area of Yobe State. This attack comes 2 days after suspected insurgents attacked the Gaydam community in the state, where they burnt down shops and carted away drugs in the hospital. A local source, Adamu Bura, said the terrorists first laid ambush to a military patrol vehicle on the highway and later stormed the village, setting some structures ablaze. The Yobe State Police Command also confirmed the attack. The police public relations officer in the state, ASP Dungus Abdukarim, however, said that the information on the casualties is still sketchy. Still talking insecurity, the Nigerian Air Force on Saturday bombed bandits' hideouts and killed scores in Benin Gwari local government area of Kaduna State. The State Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Samuel Aruwan, listed the settlements bombed. The commissioner also said that some bandits attacked some farmers off a community along the Kaduna-Abuja highways in Chikun local government area of the state. He said villagers apprehended 2 of the bandits terrorizing them, and as a result of the beating received, one of them died, while the other suspect is in the custody of the troops. Aruwan said the information was based on operational feedback from the military. And also in the news, another batch of 37 kidnapped victims in Katsina State rescued from bandits have been handed over to the state government. The victims are mainly women and children. They were abducted in the last 2 weeks from various communities in the state, including Ungwa Meilamai on the Yantumaki district of Dan Musa local government area and Babanduhu village in Safana local government area of the state. One of the victims, who identified herself as Farida Sani, revealed that she was abducted at Runka town in Safana local government area of the state 9 days after her marriage. The secretary to the state government, Dr. Mustafa Inuwa, who addressed the rescued victims on behalf of Governor Masari, urged them to see their experience as an act of God and be prayerful. He also urged residents of the state to continue to support security agencies in the ongoing efforts to tackle banditry, kidnapping, and other sundry crimes. And at least 3 persons were reported murdered and 2 others injured on Saturday during a clash between the Oyo State Amotekun operatives and some Fulani herdsmen. Reports say Amotekun operatives and herdsmen engaged in a clash at the Ayete in Ibarapa North local government area of the state. The clash was said to have started at Okebi village on Saturday morning, but the cause of the clash could not be immediately ascertained at the time of this report. The police public relations officer in the state, Olugbenga Fadeyi, confirmed the incident. Fadeyi said that 3 persons lost their lives while 2 others were injured. And at least 5 civilians were allegedly killed at the Ilesha Baruten local government area of Kwara State following a clash between some soldiers and commercial drivers. The clash, according to sources, occurred on Friday evening due to a misunderstanding over bookings between soldiers mounting roadblocks on the Ilesha Baruba Chikanda highway and some commercial drivers plying the route. Sources say that a driver who was coming from a market in the area refused to pay 200 naira, allegedly demanded by the officers on the road. The report added that his refusal infuriated the officers, and the driver was allegedly slapped in order to do frog jumps. The driver later left the spot and lodged a complaint with the officials of the transport union in the area. The members of the union subsequently followed the driver with the aim of talking to the soldiers on his behalf. This, however, allegedly degenerated into unpleasant arguments, leading to the alleged shooting of some drivers, with 3 allegedly dying on the spot and 2 dying later from gunshot wounds. The Nigerian Labour Congress has carpeted the federal government for issuing conflicting statements over the recent increment in electricity tariff. One of the statements issued earlier denied the increase. The Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission had claimed 2 naira to 4 naira adjustment in tariff on inflation and movement in foreign exchange rates. But the Minister of Power, Salim Maman, denied the increment. The president of the NLC, Ayuba Waba, in a statement, faulted the claim credited to the minister, in which he described media reports on the increase in the cost of electricity by the regulatory agency as untrue. The Kano state government has reverted to the former minimum wage of 18,000 naira for its workers. Spokesperson to the governor, Salihu Tanko Yakasai, said the state government has also stopped the payment of 30,000 naira minimum wage to its workers. Tanko Yakasai said the reason for the action is due to the recession caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. He added that the state is unable to continue paying 30,000 naira because what the state is getting now as a government has reduced. Joining us to discuss this further is the Vice Chairman, Nigerian Labour Congress, Kano State Chapter, Ado Riruwai. Thank you very much for joining us, and good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. How are you?
Fantastic. Can you please help confirm the report of the state government in Kano reverting to the initial 18,000 naira minimum wage? Is this true, and was the NLC also carried along with this decision?
Let me just take you back small. This issue of minimum wage was agreed December last year by the Joint Negotiative Council, and it was implemented immediately same month. So, 2019. So from there wasn't any problem, not until May, during the lockdown period of this COVID, when they just implemented and revert back to the 18,000 without the consent of the labor. So immediately we hold them to ransom on that issue, whereby we met them and asked them why, looking at the economic downfall and even the IGR is no longer in place to cover for other things. So we now agree that they should just deduct some percentage, little percentage from the staff salary, which they did in the month of June and July. From there, things went back normal, and they continue with the normal payment of the 13,600 minimum wage. Therefore, this happened, nothing else was bad until this November. Last year, November, when we learned that they just revert back to 18,000 on their own. We now call on their attention why. They now started telling us that it's because of the economic downfall, blah, 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 which we couldn't understand with them, actually. So they now still deducted on December, the same thing, they revert back December salary to that 18,000, which without the concept of the labor. We were with them seriously, we were on them for pertaining that issue. Up to the day they paid the salary, we did not agree on anything with them, but they go on their own and do that.
Let me just ask, do you see reasons with the state government? They're, of course, blaming the current economic realities caused by the COVID-19 lockdown. Do you think that's a fair reason why the state may not be able to raise enough money to make a 30,000 naira minimum wage?
Actually, we, the labor side, we didn't see any reason for that, because even during the recession period, there wasn't anything. See, even this time around, it was the worst ever that happened to the workers and the pensioners in Kano. You could imagine, even the pensioners, their money was deducted. It was deducted. So definitely, we didn't see no reason, we didn't see any reason that for them to deduct staff salary. There is no reason for that, because their IGR is coming up as usual, and the grant does not fall down. So we see no reason why they will start complaining. Besides, what of other states like Lagos? They even went ahead to pay their staff bonuses during the December time. But why for us that the economic problem is it within Kano only? So we don't see any reason for them to do that.
Okay, and of course, what's the next plan by the Kano State chapter of the NLC? And is the national body also being carried along with all of this?
Yeah. Whatever action we took, we write to our national body. They are fully aware of all the actions. Even yesterday, there was a serious press conference by the Labour, which actually it was a very serious one. Definitely, it will go to them and it will signal them that if they continue with that, they are going to be in a mess. It's not going to be easy with the both party. So we hope for them that they will do the needful, because we cannot condone any other deduction from them again. That's just what I can tell you people.
Yeah, how are the workers in Kano State coping? There's a recession, there's a lockdown, of course, there's a lot of pressure on workers currently. How have they been able to deal with these deductions and, of course, a reversal back to 18,000 naira? What's it like for them?
Yes, that is what you should, as a human being, that is what we should be thinking. With all the kind of hardship, the little salary they have been paid, and it's going to be deducted again. It's uncalled for, definitely. People are suffering seriously. Like I've given you an example of pensioners. I spoke with a pensioner that collects 5,000 monthly as his pension. That person, 2,000 was deducted from his pension for him to collect 3,000. How could that man? He's a family man with 2 wives and children. So how could that 3,000? How could he survive? You can see. So definitely people are suffering, the workers are suffering, and once the workers are happy, even the market people will be happy too. So definitely it's not easy for the workers. It's not easy.
All right, thank you very much for speaking with us. And of course, we look forward to when the Kano State chapter of the NLC makes a decision. We hope that we can speak with you again then. Thanks once again.
I hope. Thank you.
Welcome back, and now for some COVID-19 updates. The Kaduna State Commissioner for Health, Amina Mohammed Baluni, has tested positive for COVID-19. Baluni declared her status on her Twitter handle on Friday. The commissioner stated that she had gone into isolation as stipulated by the Presidential Task Force, as well as the National Center for Disease Control. And 243 suspected strippers, clubbers, and others have been arrested by the police in Lagos State for allegedly violating COVID-19 protocols in the state. This is just as the police in the state have raised the alarm on the worrisome disregard by persons of the state in compliance with COVID-19 protocols. The arrested suspects included children of highly placed personalities, including a retired Deputy Inspector General of Police and other top-notch in society. The suspects were arrested during different operations which were coordinated by the State Police Commissioner Hakeem Odumosu in Surulere and Maroko areas of the state. And the Delta State government has announced that schools in the state would resume academic sessions on January the 18th, a week's delay in the January 11th resumption date earlier announced. Commissioner for Basic and Secondary Education Patrick Uka said in a statement issued in Asaba that no student or teacher would be allowed into any school without a face mask to prevent the spread of COVID-19. He added that students in boarding schools would arrive on Sunday, January 17th. He expressed the ministry's regret at the inconvenience the postponement of the earlier dates would cause pupils, students, parents, and other stakeholders in the education sector. And the Osun State government has directed all public and private schools in the state to resume for continuation of first term of the 2020-2021 academic session on Monday, the 18th of January. This is in line with the federal government's advice on school resumption, which is embraced by most states of the Federation. Government has consequently warned parents and schools management to comply with all protocols guiding COVID-19. Speaking with our correspondent Ola Sukomi Ogumuko in his office in Oshogbo, the Commissioner for Education, Folorunsho Bami Sheyemi, stated that the prevailing public health circumstances, especially those that relate to COVID-19 pandemic, have compelled the state to take precautions ahead of resumption date.
Start schools. However, we must comply with, COVID-19 protocols, in the sense of, social distancing, at least 2 meters apart in the classroom, the use of sanitizer, hand washing, use of face mask, and, sensitizing the children to ensure that they don't attend super spreader events. We have provided them with everything they will need to comply with the protocols and to ensure that we don't have an outbreak. And we also have wardens, classroom wardens, who will watch out for anybody exhibiting the symptoms of COVID infection, so that we can quickly isolate such a person and give such a person the necessary medical help or assistance.
And ahead of the January 18th announced resumption date for all public schools in Lagos, the Universal Basic Education Commission, UBEC, has partnered with the Lagos State Universal Basic Education Board, LASUBEB, to build capacity of Nigerian teachers nationwide. The training has over 300 head teachers and over 150 support staff in Lagos State. Plus TV Africa correspondent Adebanke Odunui has more on this.
The training, which was organized by the Lagos State Universal Basic Education Board, was organized to teach leadership skills to personnel of educational institutions.
The head teachers, school managers will be able to take control of their school. That is what this is all about. And this is in line with Mr. Governor's determination to ensure that we continue to empower our teachers.
This is not about teaching and learning or other component, but focused on teaching professional development, in particular when it comes to school leadership and providing support for classroom managers. So the training that is ongoing now, first is training for about 350 head teachers out of our 1,016 head teachers. In addition to that, at other locations, we're also running trainings for school support officers.
The training becomes imperative because of the pandemic.
We introduce buckets into all the schools. We ensure that waters are running in schools. We give them sanitizers. We give them soap to wash their hands and for the sanitizers for the pupils and all of that. The board is also doing its best to ensure that we go back into classroom prepared.
Participants expressed appreciation for the training while stating that it would be useful in their institutions and line of work.
Because at the seminar, we've been able to trash issues concerning the school and community relationship. And by the time we resume into schools now, we are sure the community and school relationship will be well fostered.
With the training of we started since yesterday, I believe that when I go back, at least the interpersonal relationship will be more strengthened.
The Education Board reiterated that the Lagos State government is committed to providing quality education. Reporting for Plus TV Africa, Adebanke Odunui.
Thanks to Adebanke Odunui for that report. Still in the news, the federal government has revealed it is already in talks with China to procure vaccines for Nigerians. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Onyema, stated this recently in Abuja during a discussion with the Chinese First Counselor and Foreign Minister Wang Li, saying Nigeria will take advantage of the vaccine already developed by China. Onyema says Nigeria is stepping up its cooperation with China in several sectors of the economy, which will be beneficial to millions of Nigerians.
China is also one of those countries that has been able to develop vaccines for COVID, and so we're also engaging with China to also help with regards to access to vaccines for our people.
The Nigeria Air Force has distributed liquid oxygen to several isolation centers in Abuja for the management of COVID-19 patients. The Air Force says that the act is part of its contribution to the management of the second wave of the pandemic currently ongoing. Chief of Medical Services for the Air Force, Air Commodore Gideon Bako, who represented the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Sadiq Abubakar, says the gesture was aimed at reducing the hardship being experienced by hospitals following a shortage of liquid oxygen.
We realize many hospitals are battling with oxygen. Getting oxygen is becoming a big problem. So the Chief of the Air Staff decided to support hospitals with free oxygen to any hospital that reaches us. So the oxygen is absolutely free for them. As long as the disease continues, and the Air Force is ready to continue supporting other healthcare workers in fighting COVID-19.
So since we've been receiving this oxygen, it has helped a lot in keeping so many patients alive. We need to operate at 100%, but before we were like 65% operating, but now with the support of the Nigeria Air Force, we've almost reached the optimal level of 100%. The patients we had last year, they have tripled this year. So my appeal to the general public is it is very important to maintain the safety precautions.
Still ahead on Plus TV Africa News, Gambian authorities seize 3 tons of cocaine. Details when we return.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome back. And now for stories in other parts of Africa. 6 French soldiers were injured during an operation against Islamist militants in Mali in West Africa. The attackers struck on Friday morning in the central region around Gouma, apparently driving a vehicle up to a military convoy before setting off an explosive. The injured soldiers were taken to a military hospital in Gao, and 3 of them were flown to France for further treatment. According to a report, none were in life-threatening conditions. It was the 3rd serious attack on French soldiers since the end of December, when 5 French soldiers were killed in a week. And rebels have attacked 2 towns in the Central African Republic as French warplanes flew over in an apparent attempt to deter an advance on the capital after a disputed election. The attacks on Boer, 440 kilometers northwest of the capital, and Grimari, 300 kilometers northwest of Bangui, were the latest by a coalition of armed rebels backed by former President Francois Bozize. The rebels had threatened to march to the capital and disrupt the December 27th general election after Bozize's candidature was rejected by the country's highest court. The attacked towns close to Bangui but didn't reach the city. President Faustin Archange Touadéra was declared the winner of the vote with more than 50% of the votes cast, a result hotly disputed by the defeated candidates. And Gambian authorities have seized nearly 3 tons of cocaine from a shipment of industrial salt originating in Ecuador in one of the largest busts in West Africa. The 118 bags of cocaine were discovered on Thursday during a search of a container shipped from the port of Guayaquil in Ecuador and through the Algeciras in Spain. It was not clear where the cocaine was ultimately headed. Drug smugglers generally use West Africa as a transshipment point for cocaine en route from South America to Europe. And Sadia Bey said that drugs were not intended for local consumption. Still in the news, the Speaker of the Zambian Parliament has confirmed that he has tested positive for COVID-19. Patrick Matibini, however, dispelled reports in some sections of the media that he was currently in a critical condition and on oxygen. While revealing that he has symptoms, the Speaker said he was currently being managed from home, considering the large need for severe patients requiring health facility management, adding that he has made progress in his recovery. He urged citizens to take the pandemic seriously during the second wave, which was spreading rapidly. And supermarkets in Zimbabwe are no longer permitted to sell alcohol during the coronavirus lockdown, as authorities step up measures to curtail the spread of COVID-19. Under the lockdown regulations announced last Saturday, bottle stores and bars were banned from operating, leaving only supermarkets to sell alcohol during the 30-day lockdown, which began on January 5. Zimbabwe's Minister of Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, Ziyambi, was quoted by state-run Chronicle newspaper on Saturday, saying supermarkets are not allowed to sell alcohol, adding that only hotels can sell alcohol to their residents. Other measures adopted to curtail the spread of the virus include a ban on all gatherings such as wedding ceremonies or religious services, with the exception of funerals, which are limited to 30 people. Only essential businesses such as supermarkets, pharmacies, and banks can remain open during the lockdown. And now outside Africa, Indonesia's National Search and Rescue Agency has deployed ships and crews to Thousand Islands area after a Sriwijaya airplane crashed into the sea minutes after takeoff. Video released by the rescue agency showed crew members shining torches into the dark waters as they search for victims and debris. The Boeing 737-500 en route to Pontianak in West Kalimantan disappeared from radar screens after taking off just after 2:30 p.m. local time, 30 minutes after the scheduled time because of heavy rains. All 62 people on board were Indonesian. There were no immediate clues on what may have caused the sudden descent, and safety experts stressed most air accidents are caused by a cocktail of factors that can take months to establish. Still in stories outside Africa, 10 babies were killed in a maternity unit in the Indian state of Maharashtra early on Saturday when fire tore through a major hospital. Staff rescued 7 of the newborn infants at the Bandara District Hospital, but were beaten back before they could reach 10 others. All of those who died were aged between a few days and 3 months, according to reports. Nurses on duty noticed the fire coming into the hospital's neonatal unit and raised the alarm. The fire brigade stopped the blaze from spreading to other parts of the hospital, and other patients were moved to safety. And House Democratic Chair Hakeem Jeffries has laid out plans to remove President Donald Trump from office, saying he was guilty of inciting sedition. The insurrection that was violently perpetrated by enemy combatants and seditionists was an attempt to halt a constitutional process and overthrow the government, he said. With only days left in his presidency, Trump, silenced by Twitter and shunned by a growing number of Republican officials, faces a renewed drive by Democrats to remove him from office after he incited his supporters to storm the U.S. Capitol. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi, the top congressional Democrat, threatened to impeach Trump for a historic second time unless he resigned immediately, a move the president is unlikely to consider. Democratic members are circulating formal charges that could lead to impeachment and may introduce them in the House as soon as Monday. Pelosi has also asked members to draft legislation aimed at invoking the U.S. Constitution's 25th Amendment, which allows the removal of a president unable to fulfill the duties of the office.
The insurrection that was violently perpetrated by enemy combatants and seditionists was an attempt to halt a constitutional process and overthrow the government. It was an act of sedition that was incited and encouraged by Donald Trump.
Donald Trump must go now. Now. Anyone who is that treasonous.
And Britain's Queen Elizabeth and her husband Philip have received vaccinations against COVID-19. The Queen is 94 years old and Philip is 99. A royal source said the vaccines were administered by a household doctor at the Queen's Windsor Castle residence, adding that she made the news public to counter any speculation. Pope Francis said on Saturday he planned to be vaccinated against COVID-19 as early as next week and urged everyone to get a shot to protect not only their lives but those of others. Vatican City, the smallest independent county in the world, home to about 450 people, including Pope Francis, has said it will shortly launch its own vaccination campaign against the coronavirus. Pope Francis had part of one lung removed during an illness when he was a young man in his native Argentina, making him potentially vulnerable to the disease. Vatican City last week said it expected to receive enough COVID-19 vaccine doses in the following days to inoculate all of its residents and its workers who live beyond its walls in Rome. And Britain's death toll from COVID-19 has passed the 80,000 mark on Saturday. The country recorded its highest daily death toll on Friday since the start of the pandemic, and an additional 1,035 new deaths recorded on Saturday has brought the death toll to 80,868. Most of the UK is in full lockdown, including London, where the mayor, Sadiq Khan, declared a major incident, warning that the capital's hospitals were at risk of being overwhelmed. The pressure on the ambulance services, which was now dealing with up to 9,000 emergency calls a day, meant firefighters were being drafted in to drive vehicles and police officers would follow. Londoners are restricted to essential travel only for work, charitable, medical, or food shopping, and giving out vaccines. And Germany's health minister Jens Spahn said that 500,000 people had been vaccinated across Germany since the country started its vaccination campaign on December 27th. Vulnerable population groups, such as those in nursing homes, are getting the first COVID-19 shots, with injections being administered by mobile vaccination units traveling to the elderly people's homes. Frontline workers are also a priority, and the country plans to administer shots for the broader population at doctors' practice, where more vaccines are available. Germany had a far lower infection rate in spring compared to neighboring countries, but the country has seen a rise in new infections since autumn. Still in the news, the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on churches has been terrible, according to the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, as he led a scaled-down service in Jordan to mark an annual Christian pilgrimage. The newly appointed Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, Pier Battista Pizzaballa, said that the pandemic had stopped churches celebrating religious festivals properly and had impacted several worshippers economically due to restrictions designed to curb the virus spread. Pizzaballa was speaking from the banks of the River Jordan, where thousands of Christians usually make the pilgrimage to the site where it is believed Jesus was baptized.
The impact of coronavirus was terrible for all the churches, especially in our church, for several aspects. First, let's say three aspects. The first, we couldn't have a normal church life. No, we didn't celebrate properly Easter. Even Christmas was not done properly. And also the activities in the churches, youth, groups, movements, everything was paralyzed. Pilgrims are part of our church. And we, for the first time, we didn't have pilgrims at all, nothing. And the third, economic consequences. There are a lot of Christian families, not only Christian, of course, but now we are talking for Christians, who work in the tourism activities that since March are not working without salary.
Still talking coronavirus, the head of the World Health Organization said there is a clear problem that low and middle-income countries are not yet receiving supplies of COVID-19 vaccines and urged countries to stop striking bilateral deals with manufacturers. WHO Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus said in strongly worded comments on vaccine nationalism at a Geneva News briefing. He asked countries and manufacturers to stop making bilateral deals and called on those who have ordered excess doses to immediately hand them over to the COVAX vaccine sharing facility. While Tedros did not name countries, the European Union said it reached a deal with Pfizer and BioNTech for 300 million additional doses of their COVID-19 vaccine, in a move that would give the EU nearly half of the firm's global output for 2021.
This is where the current challenge is. At present, 42 countries are rolling out safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines. 36 of these are high-income countries, and 6 are middle-income countries. So there is a clear problem that low and most middle-income countries are not receiving the vaccine yet. At the outset, rich countries have bought up the majority of the supply of multiple vaccines. Now, we're also seeing both high and middle-income countries that are part of COVAX making additional bilateral deals. This potentially bumps up the price for everyone and means high-risk people in the poorest and most marginalized countries don't get the vaccine.
The people likely to die from this infection is not everybody in every country. It's very particular risk groups by age and by vulnerability who are likely to get very sick and likely to die. It is frontline health workers who are exposed to this virus every day. This is whom we need to protect first.
Qatari vehicles have crossed into Saudi Arabia through a land border on Saturday for the first time since Arab states severed diplomatic and transport ties with Doha in mid-2017. According to Saudi State TV, this is made possible following a deal this week to restore relations. Saudi Arabia on Tuesday announced a U.S.-backed deal to end a bitter dispute with Qatar that saw Riyadh, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Egypt impose an embargo on Doha over allegations that it supports terrorism. And up next, Labour vows to shut down Corporate Affairs Commission over alleged anti-worker policies. And that's on Business News after this break.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
The Transmission Company of Nigeria says it has successfully transmitted an enhanced all-time peak of 5,552.80 megawatts. TCN's General Manager Public Affairs, Ndidi Mba, announced this in a statement in Abuja. Mba said that this latest all-time peak transmitted surpassed the last peak generation of 5,520.40 megawatts, which was effectively transmitted by TCN on October. According to her, the new peak is an indication of the gradual but consistent growth in the capability of the power sector under the present administration. The volume of dollars traded in the investors and exporters window of the Nigerian Forex Exchange market fell by 47% year-on-year to $33.04 billion last year from $62.37 billion in 2019. These suggest a decline in dollar inflow from foreign portfolio investors during the period. Data obtained on monthly turnover in the I&E window shows that the year started on a decline as turnover dropped by 6% in January 2020 to $5.6 billion from $5.3 billion in December 2019. Subsequently, a trend of fluctuation began month on month till December, though the volume on decline outweighed the upticks. The Amalgamated Union of Public Corporations, Civil Service, Technical and Recreational Services Employees has vowed to shut down the headquarters of the Corporate Affairs Commission from January 21, 2021, following the expiration of a 21-day ultimatum issued to the management of the Commission. The union, which is an affiliate of the Nigeria Labour Congress, in a strike notice dated December 18, 2020, and addressed to the Registrar General of the CAC, frowned at the Chief Executive for his alleged anti-workers policies in the Commission. The union, in the notice signed by its General Secretary, Musa Ekbo, listed some of the grievances of the workers to include lack of career progression, poor welfare, and injustice against the staff. Others include denial of earned 2019 promotion arrears, stoppage of all staff loans, among others. Chairman of the Union Federal Capital Territory Chapter, Aliyu Maradu, said the union had written letters to both the board chairman and the Registrar General to address the situation, but no attention was paid to address the pains of the workers. And finally, in business news, the price of Bonny Light, Nigeria's premium oil grade, has risen to $54.11 per barrel, apparently the highest in 2021, as the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, and others move to achieve stability in the market. These showed an excess of $14 per barrel when compared to the $40 per barrel and 1.8 million barrels per day output benchmark of the nation's 2021 budget. However, OPEC, which concluded its 13th OPEC and non-OPEC ministerial meeting held via video conference, called for the cooperation of all stakeholders in order to achieve stability. And that's it on Business Report.
Welcome back to the news. Up next is our roundup on entertainment and sports news. Stay with us.
Mo Abudu, the media mogul, insists the Oloture story was conceived from an in-depth research on sex and human trafficking. She has retracted two copyright infringement allegations recently levied against her film production company for their Netflix film Oloture. According to a statement shared via Abudu's Instagram page, the media mogul's lawyer claimed Oloture is a work of fiction and was inspired by a variety of true events. The movie evolved after in-depth research and wide consultation with several entities with diverse accounts of human trafficking, which informed the development of Oloture as a social impact project, the statement adds. The filmmaker has since disabled comments on the trending statement, which came in the wake of an interview with Tobore Ovure. The journalist alleged in an explosive interview that Ebony Live Films adapted her 2014 sex trafficking report without her expressive permission. Rapper Nicki Minaj will pay singer Tracy Chapman $450,000 to settle a copyright dispute after sampling one of her songs. Chapman sued Minaj in 2018, saying she had used portions of Baby Can I Hold You Tonight in her song Sorry. Although the song was never released, a leaked version made its way to radio DJ Funkmaster Flex and went viral online. Chapman accused Minaj of sharing the song with Flex. Although both have denied that version of events, Minaj wrote Sorry with fellow rapper Nas while recording her fourth album Queen in 2018. It was based on a sample of the dancehall track Sorry by Jamaican artist Shelly Thunder. Unbeknownst to Minaj, the song was based on Baby, Can I Hold You Tonight from Chapman's Grammy-winning 1988 debut album. After discovering the connection, Minaj and her record label sought permission to use Chapman's composition, but the singer-songwriter repeatedly refused. And finally, in entertainment, Film director Michael Apted, best known for the Up series of TV documentaries following the lives of 14 people every 7 years, has died at age 79. He also directed Coal Miner's Daughter Gorillas in the Mist and the 1999 Bond movie The World Is Not Enough. The original 7 Up in 1964 set out to document the life prospects of a range of children from all walks of life. The show was inspired by the Aristotle quote, "Give me a child until he is 7 and I will show you the man." The first 7 Up show was followed by 14 Up at the start of the next decade, which interviewed the same children as teenagers, and the pattern was set right up until 63 Up in 2019. Throughout all these intervening years, ITV viewers became engrossed with the stories of private school trio Andrew, Charles and John, of Jackie, who went through 2 divorces, of Nick, who went from jobless to homeless to Liberal Democrat councillors, and of working class chatterbox Tony, whose life ambition was to become a jockey. Throughout all those intervening years, ITV viewers became engrossed with the stories of private school trio Andrew, Charles and John, of Jackie, who went through 2 divorces, of Nick, who went from jobless and homeless to Liberal Democrat councillor, and of working class chatterbox Tony, whose life ambition was to become a jockey. And that is all on entertainment news. My name is Ife Omai.
And in sports, West Bromwich Albion have signed goalkeeper Andy Lonergan on a short-term deal until the end of the season. The 37-year-old has made more than 400 appearances for clubs including Preston, Leeds, Bolton and Fulham. He was released by Liverpool at the end of the 2019-2020 season and signed a short-term contract with Stoke City in December, playing in their Carabao Cup defeat by Tottenham Hotspur. He will provide backup to baggage stopper Sam Johnston. And Tottenham manager Jose Mourinho has called on the Premier League to avoid further postponement over COVID-19 concerns, with Tottenham Hotspur's game at Villa Park next week in doubt after 10 Aston Villa players tested positive to coronavirus. The Mourinho side have already had 1 league game postponed against Fulham after a rise in coronavirus cases amongst Scott Parker's squad, and the reverse fixture with their London rivals in April will be moved after Spurs reached the League Cup final. Mourinho said his entire squad tested negative in the latest round of checks, despite Brentford boss Thomas Frank testing positive after Spurs League Cup semi-final win over the Championship side.
I believe that is a completely impossible situation for a club to have 3 matches postponed, especially if that club plays in Europe. So for a Europa League team to have 3 matches postponed is impossible. To find the decisions, I think is the moment for the Premier League to show leadership and to make decisions. Decisions where, of course, a club like us that is trying everything every day to be ready to play, to follow the rules that we had in our hands since the beginning of the competition, we cannot be punished. And if we don't play against Aston Villa, we will have 3 matches postponed, and that is impossible because after the season we have the Euros, and of course the Euros are not going to be moved.
And in tennis, Novak Djokovic and Rafael Nadal will be among top men and women players heading to Adelaide to serve their 14-day mandatory quarantine before traveling to Melbourne for next month's Australian Open. The organizers said hundreds of players and entourage will arrive from the 15th of January and undergo a mandatory 14-day quarantine as part of COVID-19 health protocols before the Australian Open begins on the 8th to the 21st of February at Melbourne Park. And Tennis Australia Chief Executive Craig Tiley said the organizers needed the second city to ensure that they did not exceed the limit set by the authorities for people quarantining in Melbourne. So Adelaide will now host the top 3 men and women players, including Ashley Barty and Simona Halep, who will also play an exhibition event before heading to Melbourne for warm-up events to be played at the Australian Open venue from the 31st of January. And lastly, German Alexander Zverev will head into the 2021 season looking for a new coach after splitting with Spaniard David Ferrer. The world number 7 confirmed this on social media. And Zverev added Ferrer, who is the former world number 3, to his coaching team around the middle of mid-2020 and reached his maiden Grand Slam final at the US Open, where he went down to Dominic Thiem after winning the first 2 sets. The German picked up 2 ATP titles in Cologne and also made the final of the ATP Masters 1000 event in Paris in an encouraging close to the season. Zverev will start his 2021 season at the team-based ATP Cup, which will be played at Melbourne Park a week before the Australian Open is held at the same venue from the 8th of February. And that's it on Sports Update on Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka Njoko.
And before we go, here is a recap of our major headlines. We told you that an FCT High Court has dismissed APC's certificate forgery case against Governor Godwin Obaseki of Edo State. On the foreign scene, we also told you that 6 French soldiers were wounded in a suicide bomb attack in Mali. Outside Africa, we brought you a report that 10 babies died in an Indian hospital fire. And that's the news at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do join us. I am Osao Gie Ogbonwa. And thank you for watching.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
It's also equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
You are one family. You're going to win this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond. Truthfully, women, we are dangerous. For real. And it happens. So, it happens. It's a hard one, for real, but it happens. That's all I know.
Well, from what we've been hearing, it happens maybe sometimes. I won't say it's right. However, in a situation where that happens, there's different sides to it. You know, if the man, for instance, has a good relationship with the kids, depending on their age also. For instance, you can the reaction when the kids are still like maybe age 1, age 2, age 3, it's going to be different from, for instance, if the kids are like 20-something, 30-something years. In that case, life goes on. If the children are grown-ups and they still feel, oh, even if you are not their biological father, but they still feel that, oh, you are the father we know, then the relationship can continue.
It's strange as it is, as it sounds, and whatever around it, everything for me is strange. You understand? I mean, it could be a fiction. It could be, I don't know, is there any reality in what you're saying, or is something that you watch on, is it African Magic now? Is it just a joke or just a play or something?
Well, it depends on who the father of the child is. If he's a bad man, definitely anything can happen. Do you understand? But if he's a good person, it's a very bad thing to do. There are some grounds where you can do that. Very terrible Yoruba demon.
I will turn the person, and from there I will know how detailed they go, and I will trace to know the place the person come from. I will make sure that I verify, not that to chase it. The person is not a cow, is not a goat. Rather, I will train the person and I will verify to know the taproot where the person come from. That's what I can do. Yes. I will give it to them because I'm not the one that get the picking.
Oh, by God's grace, that one cannot happen with me. No, he will go and find his father.
I will do a DNA test before I leave the hospital, personally. Yes.
You will do it?
I will.
But you are the one that carried it.
You know me, they fit change picking for hospital now.
Oh, okay.
So I will, personally.
Okay, because of the...
anything can happen. Yes, our healthcare system is messed up for real. Like, you can't trust even the doctor, the nurses. Truthfully, before I used to have this notion that if you come to me with that, we are done. After you get the results. But thinking about it now, I doubt if I'll be offended.
Before you go in to marry a lady, you must first of all know who the lady is or who the man is. Because if the person you are going with has been an untruthful person from the beginning, you get, so every other thing you build on that is going to fail. But if there have been trust from the beginning, or more like if you are sure of who you are dealing with, then I don't think there should be a need for paternity test.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family. There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
All right, hello and welcome to our Saturday morning breakfast show. Today with John and Helen. I'm John Senaya.
And I'm Helen Ongma Odeleye. Good morning and welcome to the show. It has been a rather interesting week. From the Capitol Hill takeover in the US to paternity saga that has raged on for weeks. Well, there's so much on the show this morning. We have so many issues that we've put together that are on the front burner that we'd like to discuss on the show this morning. Like you heard, John, it's Today with John and Helen.
Yes.
And of course, every Saturday morning, we come your way at this point in time. That's precisely 9:15 in the morning after the news. And like I said earlier on, I'm excited to be on the show with you this morning. We're talking, besides the issue from the Capitol Hill, that a lot has been happening with Trump and
a lot of
and the Americans,
developments evolving by the minute. And well, it explains a few things to us that maybe the Americans aren't different after all.
Well, that's a story for another day. And besides what's happening in America, some people say, what's our business in it? You know, the world has become a global village. So yes, we have a stake there, and we could learn a thing or two from there.
Yeah.
Well, the most important thing and most disturbing issue at the moment is COVID-19.
Yes, and the second wave of COVID-19 has become a very serious thing as concerning us here in Nigeria. The Lagos State University Teaching Hospital says that the resurgence of COVID-19 through its newly mutated form is ravaging Nigeria. And why aren't many Nigerians taking precautions?
That's a very, very important question that we'd like a lot of you to answer, you know, out there. The focus on the show today, like I said earlier on, is more on COVID, and we have titled it COVID Realities. You know, COVID is here with us. It's a reality whether we like it or not. And so we have a guest who is bold enough. You know, she has had her own stink of the experience with COVID, and she will be joining us to talk about, you know, her story with the virus. And besides her, we have two medical practitioners, two doctors to be precise, who will also join us later on to talk to us professionally about our conduct and what we must do, and most importantly, information concerning COVID-19.
Yes, and really, I think it's about time we discuss this COVID-19 realities, because I remember last week last week, I was by, you know, one of the beaches, just driving past. First, the traffic was something else.
Crazy.
And that was an indication. So how many people were trying to get into the beach. Now, most people that I saw on that day never had their masks on.
In fact, I saw some visuals, you know, online, and the person went and, you know, he had an aerial shot so you could see the massive crowd, you know, at the beach, just like you went there.
Yes.
And the guy was amazed. Is this Nigeria? What's happening to us?
Yes.
Who is talking to us? Are we not hearing right, or are we not getting the message?
I think we're just simply taking it all for granted. And I wonder why. Because I tell you, this thing is for real. And almost on a daily basis, you know, you hear of someone you know who has died or passed on, or is, you know, has been tested positive, or has tested positive to the virus. And yet, you know,
It amazes me, you know, the lockdown is over. A lot of us say there's no need for the nation and the economy to be locked down. And so the government has said, go about your business, but please be responsible. Take precaution. And that becomes a problem with Nigerians. I wonder why.
I wonder why. I'm sure that by the time we're done with the program today,
we'll have answers
we may
to
have
that.
some answers.
All right. Okay, so we'll take a very quick break, and when we come back, we'll meet our very first guest. Don't go away. Thanks for staying there. It's still Today with John and Helen on the station this morning. And we'll go right to meeting our first guest on today's show. She's Adenike Oyetunde Lawal, who is a Nigerian radio host and the founder of Amputees United. She will be sharing with us her COVID-19 experience. Good morning, darling.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me on the show.
Good morning. Good morning. And it's nice seeing you. Thanks for coming out.
Looking so well.
Yes.
Now,
Thank you so much for having me on the show.
Now, you recently contracted the much dreaded COVID-19, you know, and we'd like to know a few things. Could you please tell us how you felt and what exactly were the symptoms?
Okay, so how did I feel? I felt like someone was sitting on my chest and was actually trying to choke air out of my lungs, or, you know, to cause a lot of discomfort with breathing. And that was exactly how I felt. I also did feel a lot of joint and body pains. And what happened was, a few days prior to that, I had attended an event, and I had somehow thought that because of the running around that had happened, My body couldn't take so much. And I figured, okay, sleep it off. By the time you sleep and then you wake up, you'll feel better. I dissuaded myself from taking an analgesic because I didn't just want to take it. By the next morning, I woke up and I just knew there was something going on in my body, but I couldn't articulate it because I had been asked at home that what is going on in your body? And I was just there. I didn't have words to explain it, but I knew that things were going on in my body. I couldn't explain. It felt like I would have a flush of, a headache come and then it would automatically just stop. And then I just kept quiet and I just sat still for a long time to say, you know what, let me observe myself. By that evening, to the next morning, I finally broke out, in the fever, and I knew that it had to be COVID. And at about very early in the morning, the moment I woke up, I noticed that I had broken into a fever. I just messaged a friend of mine who also is a doctor and said, please, I need to get tested, COVID. I need to do it ASAP. And he was asking me why, what are the symptoms? And I explained to him that my body, I'm having serious body pains. I feel like I will have a headache. In another 3 minutes, the headache will go. And in another 15 minutes, the headache will come back. Okay. I could still smell. I could still taste at this point. I had not lost either senses. But my body, my joints were aching me so badly. And somehow, I didn't feel like eating. But then they came and then they tested. Because of the timing and the fact that I had broken out into a fever, we had to do the rapid test first. And the moment we did the rapid test, right in my presence, I could also see the reading and it was positive. I was dumbfounded. It just felt like a flush of emotions, anger, pain, surprise, and then I just went blank. And I was angry because, left to me, I found that I had done everything I could have done in terms of safety. And I rarely would have gone to a place without my mask. I was always with my sanitizer. There were so many things I would did. I didn't stop receiving guests in the house. But unfortunately, we still do not know how.
Thank you, Adenike. Thank you, Adenike. The obvious thing now is that you had a series of symptoms successively. Now we'll come back to that after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, Adenike is still here with us, sharing her COVID-19 experience on the program this morning. Adenike, thank you once again for joining us. Yes, you immediately felt some uncomfortable signs and symptoms. According to you, you called a doctor and you went through a couple of things and you were tested and your test came positive. After that, what steps did you take?
Okay, so the first thing I knew I had to take was to stay away from anyone. Thankfully, there was no one else around me apart from my husband, who immediately my result came out positive. I had to reach out to him to say, you need to get yourself tested. He also did go get tested, and surprisingly, his results came out negative. So for starters, we knew that there had to be either I isolate from him or he stays in a different place. And then we shut down any other person who might have wanted to visit. Say, for instance, the people who, the young man who helps us, to clean, we had to call him to say, you can't come around for time. And we also had to do contact tracing as well, and then reaching out to family and friends that we both had exposed ourselves to in the last few days. Thankfully, we encouraged a number of them to get tested, and everyone's results came out negative. So after that, we knew that we had to just be both of us, because unfortunately, 2 days after that, my husband started to feel feverish, and then we asked for another test to be done for him, and then the test came out positive. So it was clear that both of us had come down with COVID-19. So we had to now start treating ourselves, and then taking supplements, and then drinking water, and completely isolated from every other person. We didn't see anyone at all, and we had to ensure that family that has seen us prior to my positive test result, was also informed, and then everybody had to be on the lookout to watch themselves, and some people also did get tested, and basically that was how we carried on with both ourselves until we had another test and another test, weeks later to find out if it was
Sorry, Adenike, sorry to interrupt. Before we go into that, I want you to tell us a little bit more about the isolation itself. Okay. Were you on isolation at home?
Obviously.
Or was it at the center?
Yes.
Now, take us through
that.
No,
we Okay, so we both isolated in the house, seeing that both of us are the only occupants in the house. And thankfully, we did not have pre-existing conditions that, would have probably shut us up, on the scale of people who needed to get to the hospital. But also remember that I mentioned my friend who's a doctor and another of our doctor friends. So both of them were on the lookout. And then we also had to, by ourselves, check our oxygen levels, go back periodically to talk about difficulty with breathing and all of that. Because both of us were under constant check with the doctors, it was very necessary that if for any reason either one of us started to feel completely discomforted, we were going to be rushed to the hospital, but that did not happen. So we both isolated in the house. So it meant that at the point where everything was clear, we also had to clean out the entire house, which is what we did. And we didn't get to the hospital, thankfully. And that's also because my friend had discouraged us and said our case wasn't dire. We didn't have difficulty. We didn't have to be on a ventilator. And he made sure that we got the oxidizer so we could check our oxygen levels in the mornings, during the midday, and at night as well as our blood pressure and every other symptom that we were feeling. So I was keeping a journal of the symptoms that I would feel, headache today, there's no headache tomorrow. And at the point where I lost my sense of smell and taste, it was almost at the end of a 2-week window. And then, we were told, don't worry, that it plays out differently for everyone. Some people lose their sense of smell and taste first. Some people don't. For what matters most is that just make sure you complete the isolation period, as well as just staying away from any other person or exposing yourself to many more people. So basically that was how the isolation
both of you lost the sense of smell and taste? Both of you and your husband?
Yes.
Okay. Again, I'd like to know, you said something which I'd want you to expand a little bit on. You cleaned out the house. Oh, yeah. How did you clean the house? What did you use to clean out the house?
I would not be mentioning brands, but because we were the only ones who could get access into the space, what we did was we got them delivered. For instance, if anyone had to send us foodstuff, we would tell whoever it is that was delivering it, just leave it outside. And some people didn't understand why they could speak to us, but they couldn't see us come pick up whatever it is that they had delivered. So we decided that one thing we would do to dissuade ourselves from making an attempt at reaching people is don't open the door. When you open the door, they think that you're making an attempt at collecting the things. So we made sure that we got the stuff that we needed, all the sanitizing stuff that we needed to do all of that. And then we wiped down the entire space, because we also made sure that we didn't go into every space in the house, so that cleaning was a minimal task, as the case may be. Say we had a guest room. Neither one of us had gone into the guest room, even prior to getting tested or the week before. So we knew that for whatever it is worth, that the guest room will probably be the last place that we will clean out. And then once we cleaned out the living room, we cleaned out the bedroom, we did that ourselves and did it again. Okay. And we knew that time had elapsed. And
all right, Adenike, it's a live show.
We got tested again.
Thank you. It's a live show. We wish we had more time to speak with you, because this is very important. But what I pick from having this conversation with you is that you're very enlightened. And even before COVID knocked on your door, you had gone out to read a lot about it. And because you're telling us so many things that a lot of us take for granted, you got a lot of information about it. So before we say bye-bye to you this morning, you contracted the virus. What would you say to those who still think that there is no COVID-19?
I'll be very honest with you. I think that at a point I started to say, you know what, I think they need to experience just a little bit of what COVID-19 is. And I knew that that was a selfish prayer. a selfish crime. But right now, I really don't have any other thing to tell them because it feels like some people just think it's a propaganda by the government at whatever levels. So I just hope that if anyone is watching and doesn't believe that COVID is real, that they can just stay where they need to be and allow people who believe that COVID is real and want to be safe where they also want to be. And let's see how much longer we'll continue to deceive ourselves for. But yeah.
And Adenike, thank you so much. But finally, would you say that it's an expensive ailment?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for saying that. I don't know how I forgot because that's all I've been saying. COVID is expensive. And that is not forgetting that the government also, of course, has provided free testing centers. But as you may suspect at the moment, they are currently overwhelmed, which is why a lot of people who can afford to pay for the private testings have started to use that. And the average for a rapid test in a private center is probably maybe 25,000 naira. The question is how many people can readily afford it? And if you want to do the PCR, it's 50,000 naira, 50,400 naira. So it is expensive, the things that you have to buy, the medication that the doctors will prescribe to you, and then your continued care. Because people think that once you test negative to COVID, that's the end. It plays out differently for a lot of people. Some people have to keep getting tested 1 month after their initial test because it is still in their bodies, but though they are less infectious at the moment, which is why it is not something that every single person can self-medicate. You need to get the doctors involved so you can know, exactly what your situation is.
Okay, thank you so much, Adenike. And we wish you well. You're looking very well, and we hope that COVID is gone from your family for now and forever. Okay, so COVID is real. You heard her. She went through the experience, and it's expensive too. And we must be very wise in the areas where we, dispense our very hard-earned finance at this point in time, John. But that was Adenike's experience, and I hope that she ministered to a lot of people.
And I hope that we have learned a lot from her experience. And well, again, Adenike, thank you so much for coming on the show.
All right, time to take another quick break, and after that, we'll be back with our next guest. Don't go away.
And you're welcome back. Now, public health experts have warned that highly contagious infectious diseases, including the pandemic influenza and coronavirus, COVID-19, have a potential of re-emerging and producing second and possibly a third wave. And these subsequent rounds may be worse than the first. Today, we're speaking with a doctor, and she's here with us. I'd like you to all welcome.
Yes, in fact, our second guest, we wish she will here live with us in the studio. But you know what's going on, social distances. A lot of people would rather stay in the comfort of their homes and have this conversation on a lot of platforms. So joining us via Zoom this morning is Dr. Oreoluwa Finney. She's a senior special assistant on health to the Lagos State Governor. She's also head of risk communication and social mobilization, Lagos State COVID-19 response. Thank you so much for joining us on the program.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Finney. Well, Dr. Finney will dive straight into it. We're told that the second wave of COVID-19 is currently ravaging the land. What are the implications of this?
Okay, well, the implications simply are that we've seen a higher number of infections. The isolation centers are back filled up or from almost nearly empty in October. We're seeing more emergency calls. Generally, there's more pressure on the system right now. A lot more people are falling ill to varying degrees from, of course, the traditionally asymptomatic to people who are very, very ill, and unfortunately an increase in death as well. So that's the implication of the second wave.
Well, there's a word we keep hearing, mutation. And especially with the advent of the second wave of the virus. And there's something you said that also caught my attention. By October, you said the centers were almost empty and they're filled beyond capacity at the moment. What exactly is this about? Mutation and, you know, the implication of why we have so many people at those centers at the moment.
Okay, so mutation and strain, they're sort of intertwined, as we would say. Mutation means something has changed from how it was originally. And sometimes it's also a coping mechanism for the virus, like any other entity. It's trying to survive. So once it feels that, oh, you know something about me, maybe I'll change my shirt or I'll change my shoes or put on a face cap, and therefore you'll not recognize me. Like they will say on social media parlance, on disguise. So what this does is to maybe sometimes temporarily confuse the immune system. Is it new? Is it not new? Is it the same? But then also what we have now is a new strain, one that was identified originally in the UK. And what they are also telling us about this new strain is that it is a lot more infectious. It's not that it is easier, in short, it is easier to catch this new one. And because it is easier, we have seen it spread so much faster. We have seen pockets of spread events, which usually are social events. We're talking about parties, weddings, gatherings, anywhere where people are going to come together. We've seen it escalate, and therefore we have now seen that people are ending up more and more and more in their isolation centers because they're feeling very ill and therefore cannot remain at home. I mean, there are many ways in which the illnesses are being handled. There's the public phase, there's the private people accredited, private accredited hospitals, and of course the Lagos State home-based care scheme. So we're just seeing a lot more infections, and people need to be extremely careful right now.
Now, Dr. Finney, thanks so much for explaining that. Well, the holidays are over now. We've all had a great time at the beaches, at parties, everywhere, you know, and now we are reaping the results of possibly being careless and all of that. Now, is the government's communication and awareness campaign on this scourge, is it really hitting home? How come compliance level is low? That's my worry.
Okay, I think globally, we've seen a phenomenon where people have been constrained for a long period of time. It's not that there's a huge government awareness campaign ongoing right now by the Lagos State government on social media, on traditional media. I'm here, I'm talking to you as well, and I'm hoping that the people of Lagos are listening and the country in general. Now, people must take responsibility individually. The government has done as much as it can, but at the end of the day, the domiciliation of responsibility lies with individuals. It means that I need personally now, and we all do need to weigh each interaction. When I want to step out of my door, is it necessary? Is it important? Today is a Saturday, and typically it's full of social events. Are they necessary at this point in time? Those are some of the questions we now need to start asking ourselves. Or the other thing we see is that the gatekeepers at various places, whether supermarkets, whether hall, they're great with you putting on your mask as you step in. The minute you step in, you bring down the mask and you continue. That is neither here nor there. And there is no way, there is no government that can police every single member of the society. There is a responsibility individuals must bear for their actions. So we should all personally take responsibility for where we go and how we go there.
Okay, an area that is of concern to me at this point in time is the rural areas. You know, we have a lot of avenues where we can get critical and important information in the towns like Lagos, like Abuja, Port Harcourt, and all of that. But we've got loads of our family members way back in the villages. You know, John just asked about government strategy, whether it's working or not. What is the strategy in place to ensure that the people in the remote areas, because they're part of us, that they get to know what's happening and they get the information and that they comply, especially the younger ones?
Excellent. So in Lagos, I'll talk about Lagos. We have a very robust surveillance system. And surveillance simply means surveillance, like in police or detective terms, that you are keeping an eye on the environment. And here, when we say surveillance, we're keeping an eye out in each environment for diseases. And there are people in communities within Lagos. I'll talk about Lagos and let people not have, there are remote areas in Lagos as well. It's not all via and Ikeja. So we have surveillance officers who are there monitoring. They have been well trained. They can identify the symptoms and signs, and there's an escalation process where we can then get to know. But getting the news across to them is through the same medium. We use individuals within the community. We use development associations, community leaders. We have engaged community leaders extensively, traditional leaders, the social leaders, youth leaders, and of course, radio. Radio is a veritable form of dissemination of information. The information is not just going out across TV or social media. The radio too, messages are there, jingles are there. So where there are all sorts of, we are reaching out across all platforms that you can imagine so that people are aware, they know what it is, they know how to prevent it. And in case they see what looks like it, and maybe they also know how to get the feedback back across to the Center for Support.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Oroluwa Fini. Now, I think at this point we should really appreciate the effort, of the government in helping us to wade through these very difficult times. But we have just a few minutes left. Before you go, we want to know the issue of vaccines. What hope and how soon?
Okay, vaccines, plenty of hope, and as soon as possible. The vaccine response is the federal government response. And I know that Nigerians know that Nigeria has a very robust vaccine storage and dissemination system. 2020, in the midst of COVID, we were able to kick polio out of Nigeria. And that was not by magic event. It was through vaccination consistency, cold chain. I know that all that structure will come to bear right now to ensure that the vaccine also is disseminated appropriately. Of course, vaccines and the logistics of vaccines are not things that you can just throw in your bag and move around. They require special logistics, which we are very competent with. We're very competent with. And so what we now need to do is to wait for our order to come in and to understand how the distribution is going to take place. All the systems are already very much on ground. I believe that Nigerians should keep hope alive. But having said that, even with the vaccines, for the countries that we have seen that have started to give vaccines, you must still take the prevention and the precautionary measures because you are still able to transmit the virus. So it's not going to be do away with the masks immediately you get the jab. You get the jab, you still keep your mask, you still wash your hands. And hopefully before the end of 2021, fingers crossed, and if we all play our part, everybody must play their part. We think that we should be able to get better outcome.
Okay, Lagos State, it's a law. There's a law that has been passed against, non-wearing of the masks, and there's penalty attached to it. While we wind up, if there's anything about our diet that we could change also to help us, I'd like you to tell us what's happening to compliance, what's happening to deterrent, and you know, what is happening to the people who are found not wearing masks. Are they paying 200,000 fine, or are they being locked up somewhere? Because we need to really get to doing something, you know, drastic to ensure that people comply.
Okay, I'm sure you saw yesterday in the news that the federal government has said if people don't behave, then we're looking at another lockdown. And there is no way people will not be affected by another lockdown. It's a financial issue immediately. It becomes a difficulty immediately. I think beyond fining, like I said, compliance becomes a personal thing. I would shudder to think that the only way to get people to do things properly is to start more or less chasing them with fines and detention and jailing and all that. Yes, all those things are there. The law is there and it is a deterrent. But I think more than that, we must all resolve within ourselves that we are going to do the right thing. If it is not a necessary outing, we are not going to go. We're going to restrict ourselves, and as much as possible, whatever work can be done from the confines of your home, that they will be to be done from there. Then and only then can we see the numbers reduce. There was a lot of movement in December, and that is the outcome of that we're seeing now. There was a lot of movement. The video of the beach video, that was frightening, and I'm sure that people have seen that the effects of all these things are there. COVID-19 is real. On the dietary level, we all know the right things to do. We need to improve our fruits intake, vegetable intake, and get sleep, enough sleep. Minimum 7 to 8 hours per night may seem difficult, but it is when you are resting that your body can fight. It is when you are resting that your immune system is rebooting and repairing itself. So let us eat healthy meals, not overloading on protein. Healthy does not mean 8 pieces of meat, please.
Well, I'm sure
healthy means fruits.
I'm sure
and
Doctor,
vegetable.
I'm sure, Doctor, you will give us some praise for what we have done so far. For almost 1 year now, we have done our best. Well, in one word, just one last question: when will our lives return to? But I'm hopeful.
Okay, Doctor, I believe that how soon will depend on how responsible we all get individually, and how this message sinks in. Yes, how soon. So it's in the hands of every one of us. Thank you so much, Dr. Finney. Thank you. And please send our regards to His Excellency, the Governor. And well done.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. Okay. It's still Today with John and Helen, and if you've watched this program for the past few weeks, you know that we are not the only one on this show. Pharaoh is standing by, and she's going to be speaking with the frontline worker, Dr. Victor Ekon, who is Medical Director, Amor Shield Medical Center, Reddington Hospital Group here in Lagos. Please, if you don't go away, you will join Pharaoh with her guest on the next interview, which I assure you will be very, very interesting. Don't go away.
Thank you, John and Helen. So, the dreaded coronavirus seems to have morphed itself and become faster and more lethal. According to the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC website, Africa has about 2.8 million confirmed cases and approximately 67,000 deaths since the pandemic started. Nigeria having about 16,000 active COVID cases and 1,300 confirmed COVID deaths. Within my circle of influence alone, I've heard of about 5 COVID deaths in the last 1 week. I know I'm spotlighting already dreary picture. But the truth is, we need to keep talking about COVID because we need to choose life, love, and good health. Here with me to shed some light is Dr. Ekong, a frontline worker at Armor Shield Medical Center, which is an approved COVID isolation center and part of the Reddington Hospital Group. Welcome, Dr. Ekong.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you.
First, I must say, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule. Thank you for saving lives in this really, really difficult time. We are really, really quite grateful to have people like you working tirelessly to save as many lives as possible. So thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Awesome. So, Dr. Ekong, we're talking COVID. The reality that is COVID.
True.
It's dreary, but we have to talk about it, you know. And one of the things I wanted to ask you first and foremost is COVID real? You know, that sounds like a really silly question, but a lot of the times when we talk to friends and family and our staff and other people around us about COVID, they tell us COVID is not in Nigeria. COVID is a rich man's disease, it's a white man's disease. We don't get COVID for here, Ojari. You know, all these things. So the question is COVID real?
Yes. COVID is very real.
Tell us some more.
COVID is as real as what we see on the news and TV. COVID is what we see everywhere. Our numbers might not be as right as they seem, probably maybe because we are not testing as much as we should, but COVID is real. Half or more than half of our patients might be asymptomatic or mildly symptomatic. But the truth about it is people are dying from COVID, and COVID is real. And whether we like it or not, we just have to keep passing on this message to the entire population that COVID is real, and people need to get to understand that it's real.
Okay. So when you say people need to understand that is real and we need to keep passing on the information, one of the things that concerns me the most is how we pass on that information, especially to our domestic help, which a lot of us have. Or, you know, in the average Nigerian household, you either have 1 to even 4 or 5 domestic help. You have a cousin or relative from the village who is not necessarily as educated as you, and we have to communicate COVID to them. How do we do this?
I think the first thing is, before you pass on information to someone, you need to understand what that is. And if you have a good understanding, you'll be able to pass on that information seamlessly and be able to, you know, educate them so much so well that they can, you know, understand the burden and the pain. I know a couple of times people say, oh, coronavirus. Are we really passing the right information to them? Are we telling them the reality on ground? Majority of us, or majority of the people that have had COVID would be asymptomatic or mildly symptomatic. But we also need to tell them that if they become COVID positive or they have the coronavirus and they are not protective of the, you know, the very fragile population, those that have comorbidities, elderly patients, then would put everyone at risk, or would put those people with those comorbidities and our elderly population at risk of probably, you know, coming down with the critical form and then probably dying as well. So we really need to educate them, and passing on this information, we need to, you know, explain to them in ways that they would understand. If it means us, you know, communicating to them in languages that they would understand and breaking it down, not just telling them COVID, but explaining to them exactly what COVID is.
Okay, so there were some key things that you said now that I understand.
Okay.
My staff may not understand. When you say when the person is COVID positive. First, actually, COVID-19 and coronavirus, they're the same thing, right?
True.
Okay.
Same.
Because again, it goes back to communication.
Sure.
For some people, they hear coronavirus. Some people hear COVID-19, and they're not quite sure whether it's the same thing. So it's good to know that it is exactly the same thing. So when you say when they become positive, how do you know you're positive?
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. We need to pay attention to these symptoms, and we need to be true to ourselves. If you're sick, we need to communicate. I have a headache, I have a fever, you get tested for malaria, and it's negative. Let's test for COVID-19.
Okay, I'm a domestic help. My salary is not that good. I have dependencies. Who am I going to tell? I don't feel I can tell my boss. Who am I going to tell that I need to get tested? You know, these are real practical challenges that we face every day. How do I tell that person who is earning minimum wage, or in some instances below minimum wage, that you can talk to somebody, you can get tested, you can get help? How do I do that?
Thank you for that question. I think, getting the right information is key, like I said earlier on. There are a lot of centers out there that still do free testing. And if we go through the right processes, majority of people would get tested for free. And the challenge there is we don't have this information. NIMA does test for free.
Who is NIMA?
NIMA is the National Institute of Management and Research, medical research.
So, like you said, we don't have the information.
Yes.
So one of the biggest challenges to actually addressing this pandemic is lack of information.
True.
And then the manner in which that information is broken down. And it's not something we can actually unpack today, because it is really, really difficult. So would you say that the thing that we have control over would be how we break down this information to the community around us, to our staff? You were talking earlier, before we came on air, about breaking it down in a manner in which they understand.
True.
So my assumption is, if it's Pidgin English they understand, break it down in Pidgin English.
Sure.
It's not enough to just say, wash your hands, COVID is real. How would we break it down?
We should break it down in every language.
Mm.
So if we're in the West and Yoruba is the lingua franca, let's speak Yoruba to them. Let's find people that can really speak, that are really very fluent in Yoruba language to communicate to those people, not just tell them COVID-19, wear masks, no. Let's communicate to them in the language at which they can understand. So let's speak Yoruba, let's speak Pidgin to them. Let's get down to our native languages, and let's pass this information to them as much as they need to. We don't have to just say it once and sit and, or get back to our comfort zone and say, yes, we've passed that information. No. It should be every day.
On a regular basis.
On a regular basis.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So this then takes me to Agbo, home remedies. Do these home remedies work?
Well, home remedies, tradomedicine, these are really not evidence-based. Occasionally they might work, but because we don't know the dangers, the complications that they can cause, it's best to actually stay out of them. That's the truth. So you don't want to take your Agbo or your trado medications or your traditional herbs and probably would have some subtle or give you some subtle relief, but then the damages that would set in 2-3 months or 4 months or immediately, are those issues that we have to put into considerations. So for me, I would tell you outrightly that I don't subscribe to the use of Agbo or traditional medications.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So, one very simple question. Masks. We have a myriad of masks out there. We have non-surgical masks and we have surgical masks. Which is better?
I think the most important thing is understanding why we need to use our masks.
Okay.
And then why we use these masks.
Mm.
The mask is protective for both you and for both me, for both the wearer and the next person. And how you use the mask is very key. So we have our cloth masks. Most important thing is, do we remember to wash them? Which is key. You know, people shouldn't forget those basics. So you're out there with your masks, you're back at home, let's remember to wash and sun them.
And also how you wear it, like you said, because I've seen a lot of people when they wear their mask, they don't cover their nose, they just cover their mouth.
True.
Yeah.
You know, the purpose of the mask is to cover your nose and your mouth.
Why?
To prevent those droplets.
How?
Those respiratory droplets.
How?
So when you put on the mask and you know, you're talking to someone and the person is standing close to you, those droplets would, you know, get onto the mask.
But that's when you're talking. What of your nose?
The same thing.
How do
so
the droplets come out of your nose?
Occasionally we have droplets from our nose as well, our nostrils.
Okay.
And also when you inhale and someone is talking.
So that's where they say it's a two-way thing. You know, it's not just for the wearer, but for the person who they're communicating with.
Of course.
Because you're either exhaling through your mouth or you're inhaling through your nose. So it doesn't really matter what type of mask you wear, but you must wear masks.
Yes, we all must put on a mask.
Excellent. So before we end the session, I would like you to tell us 3 things that we can take away with us that would actually make a difference to how we deliver the message of the reality of COVID. You're on the front line. You know, you've seen the worst case scenarios every day. So what are the 3 key things that you would like to tell us?
Okay, the 3 key things I would like to say is the first, reiterate the fact that COVID is real and we all have to accept it and we all have to be vigilant as well. 2, we all have to ensure that we observe those necessary protocols. Put on our face masks, wash our hands, use our hand sanitizers, stay away from social gatherings as much as we can, maintain our social distancing. We can't overemphasize that. And 3, if we find that anyone that has symptoms that are pertaining or that looks like COVID, we should help and assist them to get tested.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, COVID is such a huge topic that we can't unpack enough. But what I would say to our viewers is go to the NCDC website. It's actually quite robust and it has all the necessary information out there. Do your research. And like Dr. Ekong said, when you're communicating, break it down. You know, don't assume that the person you're communicating understands exactly what you're saying. And together, we will get through this. Now, there's irrefutable evidence of the benefits and the role of physical exercise in disease prevention. As an advocate for exercise, it is always important that we maintain a healthy fitness lifestyle. And with this, we're going to go into the fitness segment. Today with us is Dolly Phillips to show us some simple exercises that we can do at home. Thank you. All right, so now you can see we've got some dumbbells. Don't worry, if you don't have dumbbells, you can use 2 bottles of water or fill some bottles of, empty bottles of water with sand. They work as weights. So now we're going to start with a quick march, and then we're going to go into a HIIT workout. We have 5 workouts, and we're going to try and do them 3 times. Are we ready? Come on now. We start with jumping jacks. Let's go. And 1, 2, 3. Now you can see what Stephen is doing. He's doing the easier version. If you can't jump, just step out. Lovely. Come on. 3, 2, and 1. Slow it down. March. Very good. Next one, we're going to go into triple high knees. Follow Stephen. Just knee up. If you can't do your triple high knees, Elvis and I are going to go 1, 2, hold it. Are we ready? 5, 6, let's go. Hey. 4, 3, 2, and 1. March it out. Nice. Now, we're going to jump, jump, squat. Stephen is just going to squat. We are going to do the jump, jump, and the squat. Are you ready? 5, 6, 7. 2 jumps, 1 squat. 1, 2. 1 more. 1. March it out. All right, now, 2 punches down, 2 punches up. Steve is going to stay here. Elvis and I, we're going to kick it out as well. Are we ready? Ready. Come on. In 5, 6, 7. Take it down first. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. March it out. Good job. All right, this one is a little bit hard. A little bit hard, but why not? Elvis and I are going to go here. This is what we're doing. Steve-O is just here. Elbows to the knees. Are you ready? Come on. 5, 6. Let's open out first. Let's go. Ha. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nice one. Catch your breath. This is a good time to have a sip of water because you need to what? Stay hydrated. Thank you. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Yes, they are. In 5. We're going to those triple high knees. Just the high knees. 5, 6, 7. Let's go. 1. Hey. 2, 3. 1 more. And 1. March it out. Good job. 2 jumps, 1 squat. You remember that one. Ready? Let's go. 1, 2. Good. 3, 4. Looking good. 5. Keep it up. 6, 7. Don't give up. 8 more. Let's go. 8, 7, 6. Come on. 5. Almost there. 4.
Let's go, guys.
3. 2. 1 more. And 1. March it out. Good job. Remember the punches? 2 punches down, 2 punches up. Stay with Steve-O right here. If you can't jump. Elvis, are you ready? Here we go. 1.
Let's go.
Hey, hey. 2. Ha, ha. Come on, 3. Catch your breath. Nice one. Elbow, 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 elbow. Elbow. Good. Nice one. So we're taking it to the last one. We're going to change it from the first one because we want to target those abs, yeah? So we're right here. Right leg first. 1. Give me doubles. Everybody's doing this one. Push your limit. 5, 6. We go. Right leg. 1. Come on. 2. 3. Trap those elbows. 4. Steve-O, stay here. We are going to kick out on the next one. Are you ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1 knee, 1 kick. 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 And 1. And march it out. Dumbbells down in a safe space in front of you so you don't trip over it. Safety first. Let's bring it down. In 5, 6, 7. Deep breath in. Let's go. And out. In through the nose. Out through the mouth. In and out. One more. In. Hip circles. Let's go to the left. 1 and 2 and 3 and. Now, can you touch your toes? Touch. Bounce on it. Stretch those hamstrings. Very good. Now, hold it. 8, 2, back bend. Slowly rise up. Push your hips forward. Bounce. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Shoulder stretch. Come on. Nice stretch here. Tricep stretch all the way to the back. Small of your back. Pull it. Let your body follow. Lovely. And back up. Other side. Shoulder stretch. Grab that elbow. Very nice. Clasp hands in front of you. Turn over. Push. 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 Now go up. Heels off the floor. Grow. 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 Hold it. Hold it. And we collapse down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and. Awesome. Elvis. Sivolala. Thank you for joining us this morning. I hope you got a fantastic workout. Until the next time. Ciao. Bye-bye.
It's been quite an interesting session. In the last 1 hour or so, we've had very interesting company, right? Starting from the COVID-19 survivor, that's Adenike, and to the SSA for the Lagos State government, who Dr. Finney, who threw a lot of light on government perspective and a lot of advice for us, you know, as people. And then, of course, our dear friend, Dr. Ekong. And for me, it's been a moment of being sober, sort of, you know, because a lot of home truth, you know, has been told. And you'll find that these are things that we have taken for granted. Not wearing our masks, not washing, not wearing them properly, and just kind of like being laid back, lackadaisical about the whole thing. But the baseline now is that COVID-19 is for real, yeah?
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure a lot of our viewers out there, you know, some of these terms just come like they do come, asymptomatic, the new normal, and all of this. And we have to break it down at every level. How do you say new normal, for example, in Yoruba, in Igbo, or to your house help, or to your driver?
Let me tell you how you say it in Pidgin English. The way it be before, no be the way it be today.
Okay.
That's
so
Pidgin
which
English.
way now, where it be now? Which way it be now?
Now, that's in way they call COVID-19, coronavirus, Koro. Day. Every day, Koro day. The reality is, it's not easy, but we have to figure out a way to break it down.
And it was very interesting when you were sharing with your guest on, you know, the aspect of family.
Yes.
Because we all must, if everybody gets it home, right from the family, the number of people who are staying with you, the people you interact with, the market woman, whoever you deal with on a regular basis, you know, if we're concerned about that and we begin to work at how, you know, that our inner circle, if I can use that word, gets to know that this is real and the ABC to D of what we need to do to get out of it, then you know, we might be saying something differently in a very short while.
Yes, but you see, I think it's just an attitudinal thing.
How so?
Because you're suggesting that maybe people who are not as literate are not getting the message. What about those people that you assume understand and they're still not?
That is very true.
Yeah, you know, so I worry about our attitude, our general attitude.
But you know, the thing is, what I'm finding is it's our culture, and there's a stigmatization around it. Generally, as I don't know about the rest of Africa, but as Nigerians, we're generally not pro-medicine. You know, when we fall ill, we don't want to tell people. We don't want to say, there's something wrong with me. When we reach a certain age, like with men, where they say, after 40, make sure you check for prostate cancer. We don't want to do our medical checks. So culturally, we need to have a shift in mindset. It's not just, like you said, it's not just about literate or illiterate.
But again, but I'm sorry to cut in, Pharaoh. But again, I beg to disagree with you.
Again.
Okay. Okay.
No, we're not a very expressive people.
No, I
agree with that.
I don't think it's peculiar
to us.
I
Very
think
true,
generally, the world over, there is some kind of fatigue. COVID-19 fatigue going on.
There is.
It's like being a donor. You know, you keep giving and giving, and at some point, you get tired of giving, right? Now, it's like we've been hearing it so much. We're tired.
It's just been 1 year and a few months.
1 year, a lot has gone.
Yes, we're tired, but you know the reality is, if we allow fatigue, you're right. But if we allow fatigue to set in, it's death. You know.
Well, we will not let fatigue get in. What we'll do is we will come in somewhere in the middle, like I'm going to do now, because now I have to take my nuggets for the day, and I'm sure that the nuggets will come on screen in a minute. And the nugget is all about public speaking, you know, public speaking and the way you express yourself. So my nugget for today, which is our takeaway, is this. If you try to be someone you're not, others will sense it.
How do you relate that now?
If you try to be someone you're not, others will sense it. Now, I'll try and explain that. Now, John Senaya, I have 1, 2, maybe 3 people that I fancy in terms of their delivery style and all of that, right? One of them is Obama, for instance, okay? I like the way he carries himself, the way he delivers his speeches, right? It doesn't mean that I
want to be like him.
Be him.
Be him.
I cannot and never, I can never be a Barack Obama on stage. And each one of us, you know, each one of us has our own peculiar strengths and styles and things that make us different from other people.
There's only one original.
There's only one of each one of us.
That's original.
Okay? And so the advice now is for us to develop yourself, develop your style. No one else does you like you. Okay?
Okay.
So you develop your own style, your own delivery style, and just be yourself.
I would like to exactly communicate. I would like to now relate that to communicating the reality of COVID to everybody.
Yeah. Thank you.
You know, and it is very true.
Yes.
In being yourself, you have to figure out how to communicate the reality of COVID to everybody around you so that they will actually understand it
in your own
and receive the information.
And unique way.
Yes.
Yes. Because if you fail to do that, the audience will notice that you're not being real.
Very true.
Okay? And that is where the problem starts. Yes. Your message never gets home. Yes. Okay? And you lose it all.
The issue of disbelief also comes in. Yes. Because if they don't really are not comfortable, if they're not comfortable with what you're passing across, then it's like, Could it be true? Could it just be a lie? So they need to also believe you. They need to also trust that this is the original and this is the information that's coming out and it's a fact.
You're learning
and
very
that something
fast.
needs to be done with it.
This, very quickly, this takes me to one of the topics that we're going to be discussing very shortly, communication. Because everything we've just talked about now centers around communication.
Life is communication.
So communication will be
Life
coming up
is.
very soon. A la Ferron.
Very soon.
So
But seriously.
you look out for it. Today it's been the COVID-19 reality.
Yes.
And I hope that you all have enjoyed this session. I'm sure that sometime in the future we would want to do something related to COVID-19. And I hope that you all have thoroughly enjoyed yourselves today. Do you have any last words?
I'd just like to say that from inception on this show, you know, everything we've talked about is don't procrastinate. Don't think that you can do it better tomorrow. Start right now. So if you got some very important and life-saving information on this show this morning from us on COVID, please take action immediately. Washing of your hands, keep social distance, stay in your house if you really don't have a reason to be out there in the millions of parties that are going around, but whether small or large parties. Take care of your health, do some exercises, eat the right meals, and what have you.
Thank
Do
you.
right now whatever it is.
Thank you. And that's all we can take on this week's edition of the program. Don't forget to follow Plus TV Africa on all of our social media platforms. And there will be a repeat of this program at 10:30 tonight. See you next Saturday.
Thank you so much. See
Thank
you
you.
next Saturday.
Okay, thank you. Go out there, have a brilliant day, but please keep safe. Bye.
Hello and welcome to Tea Time Roundup on Plus TV Africa, where the big stories live. Here I break down for you the fun-packed entertainment and celebrity gist that made it to Tea Time this week. Like I always say, if it was big enough, it's definitely on Tea Time, and if it wasn't, it just wasn't big enough. So please do stay tuned and stick with your girl, your favorite, Ifeoma. I know I'm your favorite, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Trust me, we're gonna have a blast. Popular Nigerian singer Belash Murder, who had a breakthrough in his career last year, had a few things to get off his mind. His heart was filled with gratitude in one of the lives he was on, as he mentioned that Olamide Zantan and Pokoli had been extremely helpful to his career and keeping him on check to have the successful year that he did. Comedian Ali Baba also warned Nigerians against the COVID-19, saying that it indeed is real as he spent the holiday in isolation. I mean, we've heard this a million times. COVID-19 is not a hoax, it is real. Stay safe out there, guys. We also had Iyabo, a young and talented female upcoming artist who came into the building and had a chat with us. I mean, her voice will take you to paradise. Take a look.
And she's here to bring the rhythm and the beat and the blues. Hey, yes. What's that? Now, that's a new genre.
Joel, let's hear the lady
Rhythm,
talk.
beats and blues. RBB. Oh,
Please,
yeah.
welcome.
RBB.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, man.
Yeah.
How you
Thank
doing,
you,
man?
Mr.
The dancing
Very
DJ.
well.
You know, yeah, so we dance now. Come on, man. Do that now. You're the dancing DJ.
Hey.
Wake up. Hey. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for gracing, this new year. It's been blissful. Tell us how you do it, because I know you performed somewhere important yesterday. I don't want to call the name before they start. UFCC will come for you.
What EFCC? If there's nothing to do with COVID-19, Kini.
Do you know how much they are paying this girl? Do you know how much they are paying her?
No, I don't.
Should we start?
No, I
Should we
don't.
call
Let's
EFCC?
not start. Let's not start.
Do you know how much they are paying her to come and perform? If EFCC has to investigate her. I don't want to be a snitch right now. But I know you performed somewhere very important last night, and then here you are with us. How do you keep the energy up still?
So I think it's natural.
It's natural.
Been
You
very
woke up like
hyperactive,
this?
since I was a child, so needing no aid, no support, it's just me.
Did you know that when you were studying economics that this is just for papers? I know what I'm going to go into because those two things are very different.
No.
Okay.
All right, so tell us about the disc jockeying space in Nigeria, because I know that is like the most underrated industry. You know, a lot of people look at DJs and they think they're the ones that do the mixes, you know, and sell pirated copies and stuff. But you're one of the people who's made a good name for yourself, and you've been doing exceptionally well for yourself. Now, tell us about that space. How do you think it can be made better, you know, in the industry? What are the structures that should be put in place? And then how do we change the narrative of people looking at you like, man, they're the ones that don't make stages on the side?
Okay, this is a very, very large topic, but I'll start from somewhere. Okay, the industry really, like years back, it was really, really underrated. That's the DJing aspect of the industry. But I mean, I never really saw it that way. So the moment I put my mind into it, I started to move.
What about being a woman? I mean, I remember first time I got introduced to you was when Tools was really loud about how excited about the fact that there had been a first female DJ. I mean, the fact that we are still doing first female in this day and age shows that there is, you know, there's a disparity, and obviously more space needs to be filled. So
you mean the gender now?
Yes, in your space, like being a female. If you're having the first female, that means no one has ever done that before, which is weird because they've had males.
For the beat, actually.
Yeah. So. How is that like for you? Like, do you feel like there are spaces that you can't really enter, or it's not that they're even blocking you, just that a lot of women just don't go into that space? What do you think? Is this structured, or is it just a personal thing?
No, so generally I believe in positivity. So for the longest time, I had my fellow DJs debate on people not saying female DJ, but a DJ, you know. But I mean, I'm just moving. Somehow I'm just moving because I don't even want to put my mind in that, you know, that space, trying to limit myself from doing things I know I can do.
Exactly.
You know, your mind is very powerful. The moment you start to use it, you know, you fly. So.
All right, so the mind is very powerful, and of course, man, the legs are very powerful to carry us to dance. And of course, you have to dance us out of this show, you know, and then, you know, people have to vibe at home. But before we let you go real quick, you know, tell us what's going to happen with DJ Daisy in 2021. What should we be expecting to spot? Come on, Alright, tell us what's going on with you still.
Okay, so a lot is going to be happening this year. I think I have slept on a lot of things, and I'm going to be unveiling a lot of things this year. I'm going to expand the vision, you know. It's not just going to be DJing this time around. I'm going to let you know soon, but not now.
This 2021, if you want to scam me, Mama Muel, you better know already. But yes, you know we do it on Tea Time. Yes, we'll always have somebody special in the studio with us. This is not a new phase, because in the year 2021, you have been introduced to this guy. Even if you don't know him in 2018, in 2019, in 2020, 2021, me personally, I have shown him to you, and he has skilled it. So there's nothing you can tell me that you don't know this guy. But let me just introduce him real quick. His name is Fisayo Michael Olagunju, known as, I'll not tell you because you have met him already. He was born on the 22nd of March in Lagos State, Nigeria. He hails from Ondo State and was born into a family of engineers, doctors, and lawyers. We will question that one. And he, okay, I'll not still call his name. He has always had the knack for show business, as he has made a name for himself as a host and hype man that brings great value and finesse to the hype industry. If I do say so myself, trust me, it is true. With his fluency and style, he had his primary education at Grace Children's School, Bagada. He attended Baptist Academy, Obanikoro, Nigerian Turkish International College, and you know, for his secondary school education, he studied computer science and information university. Sorry, that was a mistake. From Computer Science and Information Technology at Leeds City University, Ibadan, from 2013 to 2016. He also holds a certification as a fiber optics technician by the Fiber Optics Association, courtesy of the IMT computers. This guy, I don't even know where to start from. But me, I know him as MC Fish, the one who swims in water without the oxygen, the one who can come out of water and still make it out alive.
I can see why you're not in the hype man business, though.
I'm terrible at it.
Yeah, you are.
I should stop.
No, you are. Yeah, let's leave it to the hype man.
Oh yeah, please hype yourself.
Oh, wow, that's heartbreaking though. Okay, but you know what? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is the real MC Fish. They call me the chosen one, and I'm a hype man, I'm a host, compare, and also a nightlife connoisseur.
Okay.
Welcome
Fancy
to the show,
words.
MC Fish.
Please, how did you get that name? Why MC Fish?
Okay, I was in secondary. No, it wasn't like it's actually it's been like that from secondary school.
Right.
I was in class one day, and my name is Fisayo. So someone wanted to call my name, so she didn't know when she put the H in between.
Fish
Then my crazy friends were like, Fish, that's your new name that we have given. In fact, I didn't even like the name. But, I went into university and people from school started calling me Fish. It became a virus.
Right. So personally, I've seen you do your thing at several, being the nightlife, night owl lifestyle. I've seen you do your thing on several occasions. So places I don't even come and tap you and be like, hey, my guy. Because I see that the hype is all around you. So sometimes I just chill. I just enjoy what you do. But, tell us about that industry, that space. What are some of the challenges you faced, because I know you've conquered a lot. So definitely it hasn't come easy for you. So what are some of the things you faced?
When people ask me how the game is, how the industry is, I tell them it's more or less like a misunderstood profession, you understand? Like the typical Nigerian that grew up in Nigeria, if he goes to a club and sees a hype man, he'll be like, I'm a Yoruba guy. We call them Alagbe Lele, so, and it comes with a lot of, how do I put this now? Like
misconception.
Yeah, misconception, people tend to look down on you and all, but you have to do it for the passion. So it's been the passion. Yeah. No matter everything that I've been through, it's been the passion.
So what is the disparity? Like, what do you think is one of those common things that are not actually true about your industry?
First of all, the hype industry is a very lucrative industry. People don't tend to just investigate into it. That's all. There's money in the hype industry.
So people think you don't have money. They think you're broke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They think I beg for money every day. That's the word. They think I beg for money every day.
Right. Do you think you would do this for this long? I mean, you have been in the game for a minute. Did you see yourself always having that longevity? And do you think that would continue? Because that's another thing we don't know about your industry. Is like, is there progression? Can you do this till you're 50?
The thing is, the profession, the hype profession would last long, because these days you don't go to a party without seeing a hype man.
Yeah.
You see a DJ, you see a hype man. So the culture has been accepted in this region, in this part of Africa. So I see people striving in it for a long time.
Right.
And myself, I see myself also being here. So I'm here, baby.
Okay.
So you're married to one of the most controversial women when it comes to the entertainment industry.
And the whole entire Nigerian internet.
I know, yes, it's allowed. Yeah, she's very, very controversial, yet very, very on point, right? Because there are some things that you can be like, okay, yeah, Anita said this, but she will still find a way to still make it make sense. So even if it was not making sense from the start, you still be like, she still makes sense at the end of the day. You get me? So how does that make you, how have you been able to cope with that? Because everybody that tells you marriage is easy is a scam. Yeah, you're happily married. Look at how fly you are. So tell us, how have you been able to cope? How have you been able to manage, with your nightlife business and all the ladies flocking around you? Because I can imagine Anita in the club. You don't know my husband.
Excuse me.
Okay, so...
A multi-talented solo artist, Iyabo takes listeners on a compelling journey of thoughts and emotions with every new release. Growing up amongst the vibrant and diverse music scene in Lagos, Nigeria, and with a few years abroad, was an environment full of inspiration and stimulating for Iyabo to feed off. The Afro R&B singer, however, has her own unique way of delivering her songs, as she believes in the notion of why reinvent the wheels when you can make it better. Please welcome me, Iyabo. Hi.
Welcome.
How's it going? All right, let's talk about that. Where did you go to? Where did you start from? Where did your leg carry you to? Because I know you went abroad. So, like, yeah, talk about that a bit more.
Malaysia, to be precise.
Yes, Malaysia.
How's it affected your music as well?
You know, when you get to a place, you meet people from different walks of life. You're not home, in quotes. So somehow you have to learn. You have to know how they do things. You have to adapt if you're going to be there for, more than a year or something. So I was there for 7 years.
Oh, wow.
So aside from school, I still did music, but backstage. I wrote songs, I arranged for people. Aside from school, I was always in the studio writing songs, arranging songs. And that was when I started developing an interest for music production.
Music production.
Yes, because I watched a lot of producers work. It was looking like magic to me, but I was interested. I wanted to learn the craft, though I didn't think that was the time to start learning, but I just had an interest. So,
was your space Nigerian abroad? Like, were you working with Nigerians or were these Malaysians themselves?
I worked with both Malaysians and Nigerians. These are, the way they do their music, these are two different things entirely. So fusing the two together, it gives you a different sound.
Yeah, and an advantage as well, obviously, because not everyone has that kind of influence. It's obvious that you are the kind of person that allows things absorb. I know a lot of people who leave Nigeria and come back like they never left the shores of Agege or whatever. They still behave the same and all that. But from your perception and stuff, does that reflect in your music where we would see you write stuff that doesn't necessarily pertain to you? Like, would you be able to see somebody else's experience and then write off that?
Of course.
Okay. So you're not all about just my personal, like your own personal work and stuff.
An artist should be able to come up with a piece of music with anything.
Okay, now make music for us. Make a song about me being awesome and him being like, ugh.
It's okay, it's okay. I can be your nana.
I'm kidding. Anyway, okay, so tell us about your sound. Like, what influences, or let's say what words we use to describe your sound personally? Like, someone that's not listening to you now, how would you explain it?
Basically, it's Afro soul,
okay,
and R&B. You know, so like when you listen to most of my songs, you can tell that there is a style. So it's not like I'm here and there and there. Even though it is good for an artist to be versatile, be able to do everything, because as it stands, I can do anything.
Even rap.
I can write rap. I've written a piece of music, rap, I think trap for someone. I can do it, but it's not my thing personally. But I can deliver.
Right. So basically, right, I've listened to a lot of your songs, and I see that you always have a deep-rooted message in most of them. That it shows it takes a lot of time for you to actually create those type of music. And I know you play the instruments as well. You play the guitar, even though
and the keyboard majorly.
In your recent post, you say you're rusty with playing the guitar, even though I thought it was amazing and you look like Lauryn Hill.
All these show-offs now, they'll get 98%. Like, oh, I didn't do so well, but you know, let's just manage a better time.
But would you say that your ability to play instruments, you know, and actually get in the zone when creating music allows you or enables you to come up with those masterpieces such as Nana that you have, which is your recent body of work? Am I correct?
Yes, it's an added advantage to know how to play an instrument as an artist, because, I mean, you can have a song idea in your head, but it is easier to bring it to life when you can actually touch an instrument and make a sound from it. So you get to know what to correct, you get to know the direction the song is going, and if it's what you want. So
tell us about AEE.
Okay. All right, that's the label that I'm signed to.
Oh, so you're not an indie. Yeah, you're a boss, madam. Keep telling us.
Please,
Keep going,
give away, man.
It's a giveaway.
Okay, that's the label that I'm signed to.
How's that been? I mean, you started off indie, and now you're signed, which is a big, massive difference.
Yes.
But can you quickly touch on like the perks and disadvantages of being both, of being indie, being
signed to a label,
and all of that? Yeah.
First off, it's been amazing. It's a young label, still striving. You know, we are striving together,
which is nice.
Yes.
So it's not like you're in control of your creative process and all.
That's the good thing. I am in control. I'm allowed to express what I feel.
So that's what you mean by you growing together.
Yes, we're striving together. So that's the good thing. I'm allowed to express myself. I'm allowed to write a piece of music that comes from my heart. Well, I'm not saying that we don't get reviews. We do get reviews. Like, we sit down and check out the work. Oh, this is okay. This isn't. Adjust the lyrics. There is all of that,
which is a good thing as well.
Yes, of course. If you are in a label and you don't get to be criticized by your guys at the top, like, no, this line is too common, change them, or something like that, then
how does that
it's
make
a
you feel
dangerous place to
sometimes,
be.
though, being critiqued for your work? You know, people are not there when you're writing. They don't know what you're feeling, but the moment you put it out there, somebody decides to have an opinion. How does it make you feel?
It's normal. I mean, if you are going to be a public figure, you should be ready to be criticized.
Instagram will even come for you. Instagram will come for you.
They will criticize you well.
It's okay to get. There are constructive criticisms, and there is just pure hate.
Yes, and it's your responsibility to know the difference.
Yes.
Okay, but I want you to quickly do like a snippet of this criticized work that obviously has been verified by you and your body.
Auntie, can I special request? Nana, please.
Yes.
Wait, you want me to
sing something? Yeah.
From the song?
Yeah.
One day, it's gonna be too late. If you wanna work it out, then start today. Na 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 na. She's looking at me.
Na 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 na. I can't sing.
It's too sweet.
It's sweet too.
Why is your voice so sweet like that? What's that? Kind of pressure.
Just one more song.
Yeah,
a freestyle. Can you freestyle with Plus TV Africa? Let's see your creative, side. Freestyle. I know you're good with freestyles as well.
Yeah. You have to.
Yeah. So let's do something with Plus TV Africa and the two Ifes, where Ifes.
Oh, Ife.
Really? Okay.
Too much love on the table, right?
Let's do this.
Do you need a beat?
Anything, yeah. Fine,
No.
We
Let's
can vibe like that.
Don't do a cappella. She's terrible with it. Don't worry. That's why I'm saving us the shame.
Okay. Say I'm having a good time right here with Plus TV right here with Ife on the left, Ife on the right.
Hey.
We're having a good time right here. So wherever you are, tune in and have some fun. I say tune in and have some fun. It's a party right here and a round table.
Hey.
Okay. So real quick.
And this is where we wrap up, guys. If you did enjoy today's episode as much as I did, then don't forget that you can watch more of Tea Time, all our complete episodes really, and not just the snippets that I'm giving you, on our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. You can also catch the Tea Time crew, myself, Ifeoluwashike, and Eniola on Monday to Friday at 10:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. on DSTV channel 408 across Africa. Signing out is your girl, Ifeoma. Keep it jiggy.
Hello, welcome to Plus Reports, a compilation of headline stories, an event that made the news recently. I'm Jacinta Obiuku. We begin with the unusual watch night services. Maybe we should call it December 31st service, since many churches complied with government directive to observe curfew between 12 a.m. and 4 a.m. Plus TV Africa's Mary Chenda reports.
It's an unusual crossover service for 2021. a crossover service of nose masks and social distancing as the fear of more spread of the dreaded COVID-19 variant, even as the Lagos State government has tasked churches to hold services before 12 midnight. Christians here offer prayers to God even as they recount the lockdown and the consequent economic downturn, as well as the NSAS protest and Lekki massacre that accentuated 2020. Lagos clergy Ichwa Igodalo, who is visibly full of thanks, offers the communion to congregants and charges Christians to keep the hope alive despite fears of increased COVID-19 infections.
May that favor follow you to 2021. God can never be put to shame. God can never be defeated. So what you need to do in 2021, you need to encourage yourself by remembering what God had done in the past. 2021 we are
At another church visited, Christians are asked to be more optimistic about 2021.
It is with faith that we come into 2021 knowing that everything we need, God has already done it, and God has gone ahead of us. How do you create your 2021? By speaking the word of God. So what we've spent time doing most part of this evening is speaking the word of God to 2021 and customizing our experience in 2021. Please mask up. We observe social distancing in church. Wash your hands. Live a healthy life. Live a clean life. That should become a habit for us. The biggest problem with COVID is the fear.
Christians generally express gratitude for 2020 and hope for a better 2021. While some Christians make it to church, others join online.
We survived, we're alive. That's just something to be very grateful for. So we thank God that we made it to the precipice of 2021.
We are sure the word of God has assured us that the better things are ahead. It's thoughts of good that he has towards us. So that's all that I'm expecting in my 2021.
Meanwhile, at this House on the Rock Cathedral, services close early enough.
It's 10:30 p.m. at this House on the Rock Cathedral, and crossover service here is over. Worshippers have been dispersed so that they can go home before 12 midnight. Now, with over 1,000 COVID-19 related deaths in Nigeria, Christians are still hopeful for a prosperous 2021. From the House on the Rock Cathedral, right here in Lagos, Nigeria, Mary Chinda reporting for Plus TV Africa.
The consensus here is that the directive from government was with good intention to keep people alive to serve God. Still on the controversy surrounding this tradition of watch night service, Osaroge Ogbonwa in this next report tried to find out how people view the government's directive.
The last day of every year marks the end of a chapter and a new start for many Nigerians. The Christian faithful for many years have developed a culture of thanksgiving for the journey so far and an opportunity to seek God's grace in the start of another year. The 31st of December sees many Nigerians run into church for service and to enter the next year in the church. This act for some assures them of God's guidance in the new year and a perfect way to begin the year in God's presence.
Number one, we try to enter the new year with optimism. Together, optimism, enthusiasm, energy, fire, praise. That's the first thing we do. Say, wait a minute, we're ending together and we're entering together. So you can do that at home, but again, you cannot replace a congregational power, force, a joy of people coming together to end the year. And that's why I believe in crossover service.
For everything that we do as human beings, we are told to be prepared. You want to get into university, be prepared. You want to start a new job, be prepared, because you don't know what the road would look like. And it's the exact same thing. And so for Christians who mindfully partake of crossover service, it is the exact same thing.
I believe in prayer. So I believe that committing your year unto God's hand and praying towards praying for God's blessings rather for the coming year, I think can impact your year.
For some others, it has no relevance to how the new year will turn out, as they either believe God's presence can be sought at any time and any place.
There's a purpose for the crossover service, and I think it is to connect with God, with the divinity of God. Secondly, God cannot do everything for man. Does it affect the outcome of next year? Yes, it does, if you're able to follow it up with a plan.
Obviously, with the power of positive thinking, you might
see what you want to see. Doesn't mean that reality reflects the same thing as your vision. And if you believe in destiny, there's obviously a contradiction, because you can't pray away what is going to happen to you, whether you like it or not.
The COVID-19 pandemic has created a bit of controversy regarding being amongst other Christian faithful in church and the government's orders to limit gatherings. Depending on what a person's beliefs are, the crossover service may either mark the start of a successful year or is just another church service no different from the others.
Well, whatever divide one falls into, 2021 is here. And as they say, as you lay your bed, so you lie on it. Now, having crossed over to a new year, we took a look at another debatable tradition, New Year resolution. What exactly does this mean? Aneta Felix tried to provide answers in this next report.
A year ago, Nigerians were enthusiastic about the start of a new decade and a new year 2020. But the coronavirus pandemic crushed the hopes and halted the plans of millions of people worldwide. As a new year beckons, Nigerians reflect on the past year with a mixed bag of feelings about the culture of making New Year resolutions.
New Year resolutions are important. Whether you follow them through is another thing, but very important is that we just have to plan.
So many people follow it through, people that are consistent. It's not everybody that can manage to be consistent all through the year and beyond. Discipline consistency is very important, but does it have to come in the new year? Like we've all in everything we are doing, we usually do need that consistency and discipline in everything we are doing. So being a new year, fine, it's a new year, but I think it should be an habit even before a new year.
Performance coach Abiola Salami argues that the bone of contention is not in making resolutions, but in resolving to make them work.
The thing with New Year resolution is that a lot of people pay lip service to it. And if you really want to change, if you really want a transformation, right, it's about really scheduling that change that you want. Experts will tell us about goal setting, simple, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. What we should do is do the work, not just resolution, set measurable goals and commit to achieving those goals of renewing yourself.
A cross-section of Nigerians agree with him.
Prior to this time, I hardly make resolutions because I feel like when it comes to discipline, I wasn't so disciplined enough. So I didn't want to be frustrated at the end of the year when I look back and see that, okay, I haven't done or achieved anything yet. Well, for the coming year, and because I'm getting older and I've experienced more in life, I just feel that there's a need to make plans and then keep to your goals.
Some people can say, okay, this year I want to stop having bad friends, I want to stop smoking, I want to stop doing this. At the end of the day, they find themselves still doing the same thing. So I don't feel there's any need. Just if you know you have a goal, then follow that goal. For me, I don't have New Year resolutions. I just write down things I plan on doing next year. So I'll say that's like a goal for me.
New Year resolutions are actually important if you actually you are disciplined enough to keep to it. Because most people tend to make New Year resolutions and after the first 1 month or 2 months, they don't keep to it. So I feel if you're not ready to keep to that New Year, the resolution that you actually planned out, then there's no need for you to have it because you have to keep through it until the end of the year.
Here's what's on the mind of some Nigerian youth to achieve in the new year.
More money. We want to make more money. Before now, I wasn't really a business person, but I'm thinking of business this coming year and also self-development. Next year, I would want to focus more on my business. I sell perfumes, so I would want to expand because I like to try out new things when it comes to fragrances. So I would want to expand more, try out new things and see how it works out. Then, of course, add weight.
My New Year resolution is to be more consistent in anything I'm doing.
Many lost loved ones and opportunities in 2020, but the advice here is that for 2021, hope must be kept alive.
Well, the question to ask is, were these resolutions just from emotion or are they well thought out to qualify as goal settings? Over now to the first baby of the year in Lagos. Wife of the governor, Dr. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, has welcomed the first baby of the year 2021 at Motion General Hospital, Alimosho General Hospital, Igando, Lagos, and 2 other hospitals. Plus TV Africa's Destiny Momo was there.
In keeping with the yearly tradition, Dr. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu presented gift items to the first baby and other babies during her goodwill visit to the Orile Agege General Hospital and other hospitals visited. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu says the birth of a child requires adequate care by the mother, adding that the child brings good fortune to a society and explaining that it is not by chance.
We visited Mushin. We met baby Amo, born at 12:01, 3 kg. We moved down to Alimosho. We met baby Onumba, born at 2:30 a.m. The biggest baby today, whose weight was 4.3. We now moved down to Orile Agege. We met baby Ajayi, born at 12:01. The smallest baby today, 2.3 kg. And we're now in Ainke House. We're going to meet baby Fagade, born at 12:21 and weighing 3.3.
Medical Director of Alimosho General Hospital, Dr. Madewa Adebajo, commends the state government for its effort in making health care easy for residents.
In Lagos State, the state of excellence, there have been a lot of firsts that has been recorded. And likewise, Alimosho local government and Alimosho General Hospital records a lot of firsts as well. This is the only general hospital with 2 maternal and child care centers. This is the only general hospital with a sexual assault referral center.
The new mothers, though overwhelmed with the labor pains, are happy to have their newborns celebrated by the First Lady. Meanwhile, Commissioner for Tourism commends the governor's wife for using her medical expertise to add value to the life of residents.
She has shown that she is actually a medical doctor, and we've seen it in her ramification in this administration. When you are talking about the team's agenda, I know the health is the second, and Mrs. Dr. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu has actually shown the professionalism that attached to her name, being a medical doctor in this address.
Sanwo-Olu advises pregnant women to live a healthy lifestyle to guarantee the well-being of their babies. Destiny Momo for Plus TV Africa.
Still on this season, this year's Christmas was not only unusual due to coronavirus pandemic, it was a gloomy one for those who make a large number in the communities. Our correspondent, Osaroge Ogbonwo, took a look at the way the holiday season was for the downtrodden in the society.
The Christmas and New Year season are believed to be a time of joy and celebration. For many, it may not be exactly that, most especially in a year ravaged by a pandemic. Nigeria is still dealing with an economy in recession and the government's inability to extend palliatives to the poorest of the poor at a time like this. Plus TV Africa visits some parts of Lagos to see how they are dealing with what they term a very bleak Christmas and New Year holiday.
But to compare with the last year is more better than this year because it's not anybody that sees the opportunity of buying or killing fowl or doing anything. But for God keeping us alive, that is the most important thing.
Food and shelter seem to be all they care about in these areas, with little hope for a brighter New Year celebration.
kò jẹ́ ká yé ní ti ṣe 2021 tàbí fẹ́ bọ́ sí ìkọ́ ṣàánú wa
The challenge still remains. Is the once-in-a-while alms given going to take these set of people out of the poverty bracket? This season, according to commentators, gives an ample time for all to reflect on the basic needs for the downtrodden. From Oyingbo, Lagos State, Osaogie Ogbon reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Well, the essence of the season is not complete if these people are not reached out to. You're watching Plus Reports on Plus TV Africa. We'll be right back after this break.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Thanks for staying with us. Away from the festivities, let's go to our major events in the year 2020, this time on security. Nigeria faced lots of challenges, and security was one of the setbacks experienced as a nation. From southern Kaduna killings to Governor Zulum's attack and to Kankara's schoolboy's abduction, Plus TV Africa's correspondent Amadine Uyi took us through the journey of military effort to secure the country.
The year 2020 witnessed its own fair share of conflicts around the country. Available data showed that Nigeria had its military engaged in over 30 states of the Federation in one operation or the other aimed at restoring peace and sanity to the troubled regions. With the insurgency in the northeast, the rise of banditry and attack on rural communities continued in the northwest. In Kaduna State, many communities around the Beningwari area suffered from attacks from armed bandits and armed herdsmen, leading to the death and abduction of many and the destruction of property in the northwest region. Residents of some of these communities, notably from the southern Kaduna area, said the attacks had left their crops and farmlands overrun by the armed groups. The advent of the coronavirus pandemic and the subsequent lockdown by the federal government reduced the media coverage of the crisis, shifting focus to the pandemic. This, however, did not stop the attacks on some of these farming communities. According to the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, the attacks by armed groups targeting civilians increased tremendously in the year 2020. In August, protests rocked the nation's capital over the continuous killings in southern Kaduna and government's inability to stop the trend. Representatives from southern Kaduna ethnic groups say hundreds of communities were attacked by armed gunmen, leaving a trail of sorrow, death, and blood.
We are tired
are tired. My mother was running and crying with gunshots in the background. We are tired. We are fed up. Every day keep killing our people. We cannot keep quiet.
My village was the first village that was attacked. That's Chibok in Kyogudu. I lost 8 members of my family, and somebody is there sleeping, thinking that all is well. The government is not helping matters, and we have come here to actually voice out our feelings, to tell the whole world that the genocide that is taking place in southern Kaduna, in Kataflan, enough is enough.
While government continued to battle the security challenges, on December the 13th, armed gunmen attacked a school in Kankara, Katsina State, and abducted about 344 science school students. After several days of negotiations, their release was secured, and all the boys were united with their families. Though many condemned the act, the military in a new twist revealed that the boys were released via a military operation and not direct negotiations with the abductors.
I know sooner than later they'll begin to ask us, how did you do it? And when it is declassified, it will be appropriately communicated as a lesson for the future. All the 344 students of Government Science Secondary School who were abducted were rescued alive.
With the 2020 year winding up, Nigerians will be looking forward to a more peaceful 2021. Amadine Uyi, Plus TV Africa.
Well, this is a reminder that the primary responsibility of governance, as enshrined in the Constitution, is provision of welfare and security. Asking for this all the time is in order. Still on this series, in retrospect, on the 11th of March 2020, the World Health Organization, WHO, characterized COVID-19, which is caused by severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, SARS-CoV-2, as a pandemic that caused so many deaths. In Nigeria, the deaths have exceeded 1,000, not just the lowly and downtrodden, but also the high and the mighty. Plus TV Africa's Adebanke Odunoyi, in attempt to convince many doubting Thomases on the existence of the virus. Follow this next report.
The first and if not the biggest casualty is the former Chief of Staff to President Muhammadu Buhari, Abba Kyari, who died on the 17th of April 2020 due to COVID-19 complications. Not only that, there was an attempt to shroud his status. His location was laced with controversy. But finally, his death and subsequent breach of protocols during his burial threw up the controversy on the deadliness of the virus. On the 25th of June, former governor of Oyo State, Abiola Ajimobi, also succumbed to complications from COVID-19. He died after spending several weeks in intensive care. His demise was not without denials and controversies. Another notable figure's death was Buruji Kashamu, who passed on the 8th of August 2020 from COVID-19 at the First Cardiology Consultant, Lagos. On the 15th of June, Senator Adebayo Oshinowo, popularly known as Peperito, died of complications from the novel virus. Until his passing, the 64-year-old served as a first-term senator from Lagos East Senatorial District. Apart from the political scene, some notable figures among the frontline workers also died from COVID-19 complications, some of which include Emeka Chukwu, who was the first doctor in Nigeria to die from the virus. He died on the 16th of April after contracting the virus from one of his patients. In the media industry, Dan Foster, a radio personality, died on the 17th of June 2020. He passed a day after being confirmed positive of his carrying the virus. The Chief Judge of Kogi State, Nasir Ajano, passed on the 28th of June. Despite these notable personalities whose cause of death are in the public space, are Nigerians convinced that it is not a hoax?
The death of notable people who died from COVID-19 virus should be an indication of the return of the second wave of COVID-19. And it is important that people begin to look around them and see that this pandemic is not a joke. Unfortunately, we are now seeing higher numbers than we normally would see regarding COVID-19, and people need to begin to adhere to the living with COVID protocols that the Lagos State government has listed out. And so it's important that, you know, we consider the opportunities that have been listed out by Lagos State through the EcoTelemed platform and also through the isolation centers and the testing strategy, which is totally free.
Many Nigerians have not been able to understand clearly what the COVID pandemic really is. We have lost many notable Nigerians. It's important to understand that this thing is around. Now there's a new variant of it in Nigeria now, killing people more and it's deadlier.
For the pandemic nature of the disease, experts say they may have sought medical care outside the shores of the country. With this reality on the first-hand experience with our decaying health system, is it time to pay more attention to our healthcare system? As at the time of filing this report, Nigeria is entering a second wave, and any precautionary step won't be too much to observe according to experts. Reporting for Plus TV Africa, Adebanke Odunuyi.
Well, it's so sad that some people still don't believe the virus is real. Please don't wait for it to get to you or someone you know before you start observing the protocols. And as a wrap on today's edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to follow us on Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. I'm Jacinta Obugu. Thanks for watching.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh. Now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you don't talk, they will beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Our guest today on One-on-One is Chinenye Imba Uzuko. Has a 30-year career in marketing, communications, multimedia and enterprise software development, e-learning technology strategy, software development and change transformation strategy in health, education and governance. He founded the multiple award-winning technology solutions pioneer Infographics, Nigeria, and also worked in Microsoft Cooperation as General Manager, Anglophone West Africa. Departing in 2009 to pursue his vision of a borderless Africa in his current role as the managing partner of Grand Central and lead partner of IX Consult, a boutique startup incubator. He is the president, Institute of Software Practitioners of Nigeria, a trustee, Education Reform Intervention Team. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so you're a technology consultant. How did you get so passionate about education?
First of all, I got into university to study veterinary medicine and eventually left veterinary medicine to start to read political science and then ended up in technology.
Okay.
So I've been through many areas and usually through the back door, kind of like figuring out, oh, this looks interesting, this looks interesting. What it has led me to is a conviction that success actually begins with education. There's nothing else. Literally, if you have, we're all born with certain gifts, certain abilities, certain talents. If you do not pass through education and a solid education, you will have great difficulty being successful in life. So I started to focus more on education technology, and that led us into education reform, looking at things around how do you actually create capacity at a national level for quality education. So I've been doing that for about 18 years now.
Wow. Okay. So let's start with the elephant in the room. How do we stop the incessant ASUU strike, and get a more progressive solution?
That's a big elephant. Okay, so ASUU strikes for a reason.
Okay.
And if you really want to solve the problem of the strike, you have to remove the reason. But I think over the last 30 years of ASUU strikes, that reason may not be so clear to all of us anymore, including ASUU, and perhaps even the federal government that actually is the protagonist on the other side. And what was the reason? The fundamental reason for a union is to protect the welfare of its members. And that's what ASUU does. It has to protect the welfare of the academic staff of the universities. And so that's its reason for existence. But it operates within a sector that is supposed to also take responsibility for. And it has broadened that understanding of the welfare of its members to include the welfare of the entire tertiary education system. So they kind of like stand as representatives, but they're not the only ones. There's the non-academic staff union, there's the students union, there are different groups that are in that ecosystem that take care of the various constituencies within the ecosystem. So ASUU doesn't stand solely for the entire ecosystem. So what does that lead us to? It means that the reason for ASUU, if you make the staff welfare as they desire it to be, or as a country desires it to be, then there will be no strikes. But when you unpack that, you start to see a lot of other issues that are involved. And one of the biggest questions that we need to ask ourselves is around, you pay somebody a wage, and you're paying that person a wage for productivity. If the output is not forthcoming, then what do? In the private sector, you let the person go. You try to get them to produce. You work on training and reskilling and retooling, and eventually, if it doesn't work out, you ask the person to go. ASUU's perspective is that if we say that they are not performing, as they have themselves admitted, that they're not producing graduates of world-class standard, they say the reason is because we have not created the environment. The owners of the schools have not created the environment for them to work. But you and I went to school. I went to school in Nigeria. You probably went to school in Nigeria. If the students were asked the question today, over the past 10, 20 years, they would tell you clearly that there are other issues which we must be truthful about. And one of the most important, in fact, we don't even need to go far. If you look at the report, there was a 189-slide report that was produced in 2012, I think, when the government then said they would sit down with ASUU and they would examine the universities, the state of the universities. Okay. And they went to about 61 universities and they came up with this report, so 189 slides in that deck. When you go to the summary, the first problem, by the way, the president of ASUU was a member of that team.
Okay, the current president
Not the current president, this was in 2012.
Okay, yeah.
He was a member of that team. And the report says the number one problem in Nigerian universities, the Nigerian university system, is leadership and governance. Leadership and governance. That was the first problem that they identified. Of course, they identified infrastructure issues, which is, kind of like classrooms, hostels, and things like that. But it's very significant that the truth was told. The central problem of the universities is leadership and governance. And if you trace the problems that we have in a tertiary institution back to the source, you will find that the university, the decline in tertiary education actually began with the failure of leadership and the failure of governance. Leadership in terms of within the universities themselves, the quality of the vice chancellors that were elected into office, the quality of the deans of the faculties and the heads of departments, where it moved more into the political realm than it did into their performance for the function for the purpose for which they were employed. That's leadership. And then you go into governance, and governance is about the quality framework. What happens fundamentally when you have a system that its production, what it produces, is intangible? You take a student at 16, 17, 18 years old, you pass him through a system or her through a system for 4 years, and the output of that 4 years is supposed to be a child that is ready to work in industry and be productive to society.
True.
That should be the measure. And on the basis of your capacity to produce those kind of students, you are then promoted through the system. You're also promoted through the system on the basis of your own productivity in terms of your research. Because a university lecturer does teaching and learning. So you instruct, right? And you instruct the generations that pass through you, but you also do new research to uncover new knowledge.
Okay.
And only when you uncover new knowledge can you publish. If you're not publishing, then what? So if you go and you look at that report in 2012, it says that 80% of the research of the publications coming from the university system was published to local journals. If you look at the hierarchy, the governance structure for checking out, for evaluating performance, the local journals, they're all graded. The highest, of course, is publishing when your paper is accepted at an international level. That's the highest level. If 80% of the output is in the local journals, and with no intention to disrespect anyone, but that's the way that the system is structured, it means that the research output is poor. The teaching output is poor. So where are we?
Listening to the government, it says the famous 2009 agreement signed by the federal government to release 300 billion naira yearly for 1.3 trillion funding of facilities is unrealistic and is blaming past government. Shouldn't government be a continuum?
Indeed, government has to be a continuum. So here's the thing. Government reached an agreement in 2009 and was unable to implement it for various reasons. That agreement was later on revised. And I remember that it was President Jonathan who took over the negotiations with ASU at some point. And he came from the university system himself, and he sat in those meetings with them, and they reached a resolution. And he even at some point actually is reported to have even overridden his Minister of Finance at the time, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, and insisting that these funds would be released. So clearly he knew where he was going to get the funding from. But you always have to match that to government's other responsibilities. And this is where we have to ask ourselves fundamental questions. Yes, government is a continuum, but the circumstances in which agreements are reached don't stay the same. This is where in the year 2020, approaching 2021, you're arguing about an agreement that was established, an agreement that was met in 2009. So 11 years later, you're insisting on the same thing. In fact, if we look at the at inflation, whatever was agreed on in 2009, in Naira terms, right, it was set in dollars, and in Naira terms, it is now 3 times that amount of money.
True.
So where is that money going to come from today? Do you want to now increment that funding from 2009? And remember, the circumstances in 2009 carried through 11 years later. The universities have deteriorated even further over those 11 years. So it goes back to that question. Yes, government is a continuum, but everybody knows that the context will always change.
Why is funding just the priority and just the focus? Nobody's talking about, the leadership problems in universities.
I think it's because you're asking the teacher to grade himself and not asking the students and not asking the parents. If you're in a society where if you are marking your own exam, there's certain things that you would ignore.
True.
In fairness to ASU, they have mentioned at a number of times that they have challenges within their body. And some of those challenges they ascribe to politics. So in many of the universities now, there's this whole indigenization thing. So if you're not from that area, from that area, you don't become the vice chancellor. The indigenes insist on a certain number of lecturers and things like that. There are politicians who interfere in the hiring process. So the structure of the universities themselves has been kind of like infused by the system that we have in our country as a whole. Why is funding brought up? Because funding is what we can all understand. Remember, ASU is a union. And as a union, they would always, they have their own strategies around negotiation. The one thing that makes a lot of sense to all people who are involved in ecosystem is that we want fancy universities, the kind that you send your children to abroad. That's the refrain. Oh, you're sending your children abroad. The leaders send their children abroad to fancy schools, but they don't want to create the same kind of environment locally. So people can relate to that, and it's a fantastic negotiating chip. But the issue is bigger than that. Okay. And this is what bothers me the most. When we've had discussions, and we've had occasion to relate with ASU, I have been struck by the absence of a responsibility or accountability for envisioning education for the entire society.
Okay.
There's this narrow focus on the tertiary institution, as though if you solve that problem, you've solved all problems. The tertiary institutions in this country have a gross enrollment of under 2 million students. They have a academic staff strength of under 100,000 across all 167 or 169 universities. At 2 million, which at 2 million, that's about approximately 1% of our society, 1% of our population. The global benchmark for development for tertiary education impacting your GDP is 8%. So with the capacity of our system, we are just not producing enough intellectual capital for enough human capital to drive development in this country. And the answer doesn't lie in funding the current system. Indeed, what I believe very strongly is that ASU and possibly even the federal government, they are locked into this fight that is a fight for the 19th century.
Okay.
They're struggling to rebuild structures and institutions and everything that belonged in the 19th century and not in the 21st century. Nobody is talking about what should the new model of education be.
So how do we begin to get to those conversations? Because we can't get stuck here forever. How do we begin to, and I like what you said about how parents, because those are the people that have the power, the parents paying the school fees and the students benefiting from the system. But in the current situation we have now, the parents and the students are powerless. They're unable to do anything. So how do we begin to move that conversation forward? How do I begin to have power as a parent in a public university? How do the students begin to have power? Because for example, I did a course in Lagos Business School for the first time. That was right after I left university, and they told me to grade my facilitator. I thought it was a trap. I was like, in Nigerian university, you never do that. So, but how do we begin to move that conversation, forward, as a country beyond just the federal government right now? How do we do that?
I think you've made a great point, and let's understand that in Nigeria, what is now called the Office of the Citizen is an office that has been abandoned by the citizens themselves. When you think about elections over the past 20, 30 years, how has education ranked in terms of priorities that have been set by the electorate for what they want to see from their elected officials? Because you have to set your prioritization right. The truth is that we haven't set education as a priority. And if you look at our budgets, it explains that. Because in the budgets, the education budgets, 80% of the money goes to recurrent expenditure and 20% to capital. So you're certainly not growing. So you have a system where where your population is exploding. We say we have, and that, I always go to numbers because numbers actually tell a story that you have to confront. Remember I said that there are only 2 million students in Nigeria's universities. In that 2 million, only 5.3% of that is actually in private education, private universities. The rest are in public schools. Which means that if you don't solve the problem of public education at a tertiary level, then you don't have an education system at tertiary level at all.
Okay, please stay with us. We'll go on a short break and we'll be right back.
Contrary to popular belief, corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Thank you for staying with us. We're still on 101, talking about education. So, Jenny, please carry on.
So I was trying to make the point that you have a tertiary education system that represents about 2 million of a population of 200 million, approximately 200 million people. So if you take the numbers again and you look and you say, well, if they say indeed that Nigeria's population, 60% of our population is youth, 60% of 100 million is 60 million, 60% of 200 million is 120 million. Essentially what it means is that you have to have an education system that accommodates 120 million people from early childhood all the way to on-the-job training.
True.
So within that 120 million, ASU is fighting for funding for 2 million. What happens to the rest of the population? And shouldn't that be a concern? Why is it that the system is the way that it is? It's fundamental. I think the bottom line is really accountability.
Okay.
The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria says, it offers a guarantee for free education, qualitative education to every citizen of Nigeria. That's what the Constitution says. The Child Rights Act reinforces that, of 2003, reinforces that and says every child has a right to education. Because we understand that without education, you cannot be a good citizen, you cannot be a productive member of your society.
True.
So constitutionally, we say so. But if you go to the Constitution, you'll see there, it says where practicable. So we wrote a constitution that offered a guarantee and then provided a backdoor for us to abdicate that responsibility. And all ourselves as citizens, as well as the government, we have gone through that back door with great happiness and abdicated our responsibility. So there is no accountability within the system. If you can hold, the only person who is held accountable in the education system is the student. The student doesn't pass an exam, he fails. The student has to write a thesis, he has to develop it somehow, he fails. The student gets out of the university, out of the education system, and goes to get a job and cannot get the job because he's not ready for industry, he fails. What happens to all the people in the entire value chain, from the highest of levels to the lowest of levels? What is their accountability to the student? And how do you hold them effectively accountable? That's the role of the Office of the Citizen.
So how do we begin to do that? Because I remember when I was in university, some of our lecturers would say A is for God, B is for me, and then you guys get C, D, and E, along the way. So even the student is not even, like, he's going to make an effort, but he's already even demoralized. And then I have to add it to a second question. How do we begin to change? Because I find that many times, many students who have failed within the Nigerian educational system leave the country, and then they're excellent students everywhere else. How do we begin to change that? How do we begin to enforce? So yes, you've told us that the Office of the Citizen is important. So how do I begin to want to do this? Because oftentimes, even in schools, when students have student unions and try to make lecturers accountable, if you remember the report done by BBC where some lecturers were exposed, even some lecturers came out to defend those lecturers, even when there were video evidence to show. So how do you begin to do that? Because when student unions begin to try and make lecturers accountable, they are victimized, expelled. How do we do that? What do we need to do?
And this is where it's a great question. This is where we have to, because we cannot abstract the education sector from the rest of the society. The challenge is in the larger society. So if we admit that we are not really practicing, we're not really playing our roles in a democracy, and then we understand that the structure that we have is top-down. That's why there is so much emphasis on who the leadership is in every layer, at every layer of our organization, every layer of our society. If you go to school and you see the structures in a school, you have something called a PTA.
Yes.
The PTA holds the school accountable. Right?
True.
And the school then has to answer to the PTA for certain things that it does. When that system does not work, then the school administration and ownership is completely liberated from any accountability. They can do what they want to do.
But in a university system, how do you have a PTA meeting?
Exactly.
Because that happens in a primary and secondary school.
So now this was where the unions came up, because the unions came up as a means of applying some kind of a check in a system, in the former system that we had. So you had the NANS, you had the ASU, you had the non-academic staff union and all that sort of stuff. So these guys were really supposed to be like a counterbalance to authority, which resided at that time in the public universities and the federal government.
Okay.
Over time, particularly during the military regime, they worked to break the power of those unions. And by breaking the power of those unions, they liberated themselves from responsibility. We moved into a democratic environment, and they continued, the civilians who now took over continued with the same attitude as though they were military. And so the lack of accountability is not there. What is the how? I think that there are two or three things that need to happen. The first is that, and unfortunately, all these things have to start from the top. Because that's the structure that we currently have. First of all, we have to accept that we cannot, in the year 2020, be building an education system that's on a 19th century model. So that means that we have to fundamentally re-envision education for the 21st century.
Okay.
And when we do so, we will find that a lot of people, including ASU, will be uncomfortable. Because what it means is that the ASU lecturer is no longer evaluated based on what his vice chancellor or his head of department or his faculty head thinks. Because the students will have, in the 21st century learning environment, the student will take courses from a lecturer in Harvard. He will take courses from a lecturer in MIT. He will take courses from a lecturer in the university in China. He will take from Australia. And so the university lecturer in ASU, in Nigeria, is no longer measuring himself against his neighbor, but against the global standard. And the student will be able to pick and choose what courses he or she wants to attend from anywhere in the world. That fundamental transformation is a threat to the existing system, because then those who cannot meet up to that standard will fall by the wayside.
True.
Today I was going through a document for Eton College. Eton College is a secondary school in the UK. And it's one of the oldest and one of the most famous schools. And I was looking at the house masters and the credentials of the house masters, those who manage the students in the school boarding environment. There wasn't a single one who didn't have like a PhD or a master's from an Oxford or a Cambridge.
Wow.
They had studied things like neuroscience, nuclear physics, chemistry, the classics in Oxford and all that. Secondary school. How does a secondary school student in Umuahia compete with a secondary school student who has gone to an Eton College in a flat world that has been created by the 21st century? You made a good point around what happens to a student when he leaves Nigeria. And I want you to mark it by two things. First of all, for almost 40 years, we have been doing something called Alternative to Practical as an exam.
Okay.
Alternative to Practical is an exam that was put in place for students who didn't have access to labs, who actually never did the titration, didn't do the experiments that were required to do in physics, chemistry, and biology.
Okay.
And that Alternative to Practical has become the de facto exam because the schools don't have labs. Now, you do Alternative to Practical, and then you take an exam to get into university to study medicine. You have never once done a single experiment in a lab. So what do we do? If you look at the cost of implementing laboratories, each laboratory in a secondary school would cost something between 80 and 100 million naira for one lab.
Wow.
So how many of them can we possibly build? You need to be able to understand the limitations that you're facing. If we took the entire federal budget and applied it to education, we would probably not even be able to meet up with the infrastructure.
Okay, so this leads me to my next question of how can we begin to merge technology to help with education, not just on the tertiary level, but also across board, so that we don't have to, because even, the open university system that we have in Nigeria that we assumed will make things better still is very, hands. So yes, the students don't physically go in except when they have exams, but they really don't use so much technology. How do we begin to use technology to reduce this cost and to improve education, on a whole, not just from tertiary, but from primary, secondary to tertiary?
The first challenge we have is not the how. The first challenge we have is that we don't believe it. If we believed it, we would have committed to it.
But I think we believe it. Sorry to interrupt, because the pandemic
what did
now
ASU
has...
tell you?
What
did ASU tell us about online
Okay,
learning?
yes, well, true.
So they said it is impossible.
But they said it to be practicable, because during this time, most schools now, even for the secondary schools, they've alternated the days where they go to school 2 days in a week.
You and I understand
3 days in a week.
We know it's a reality.
Okay.
But if the the Academic Association of Universities, highest, where all our eggheads are, tell you it cannot work, then what do you expect the government to do? Force it down their throats? Who's going to make it happen? The issue is that by 2014, the Indira Gandhi National Open University had more students, at 2.2 million students, than the entire 167 universities in Nigeria today have. One university, online university, had more students than the entirety of all 167 physical universities.
But I think you've also alluded to the
So what we need to do is this. So the first thing is, and sorry, just to kind of, because I know we always have time limitations. Yeah. The first thing is that we have to make a national commitment.
Okay.
Right? And that national commitment can only come when we have an open and public acceptance that the 19th century model for education has to go. And we must, as a country, go to the 21st century. And you cannot go to a 21st century model without accepting and embracing technology as the fundamental enabler of learning.
There's so many questions I want to ask. There's so many questions, but sadly we can't take, time, because I want to ask about internet penetration. How are we going to have that, across the?
We don't need the internet.
We don't, across the country. We don't need the internet.
No.
What do we need then? Please let's just make this your last one. What do we need to be able to go fully online?
So if this were a classroom for me, and every building around here was housed parents with children who wanted to go to my school.
Okay.
What I would do is that I would set up Wi-Fi access using a simple router, no internet. My computer will be here, all my lessons will be here, and anybody who is around, just like you use your MiFi.
Okay.
Right? Your MiFi, you're connecting to me.
Sure.
This time, not connecting to the internet. And anything that I broadcast from my computer here, anybody in this vicinity who logs on to my network will get exactly the same content. So 80% of the content that is required, even up to 90% of the content that is required to teach, does not require connection to the internet.
Okay.
So I can create in a rural community. I can bring the world to a rural community. How would I do that? Take my laptop. I download all the content that I require onto my laptop. It's powered for 8 hours. I pass my neighbor generator. I go to a primary school, and I take a small projector, and I go to a primary school, and I project on the wall. I will run every single class to world-class standard off of my laptop, because I can have the entirety of Encyclopedia Britannica on my laptop. I can have all the lessons from early childhood through to university. I can have over 6,000, and it's not theory. We've done this in Cross River State, where we went by canoes into villages, and we taught teachers how to use laptops in their classrooms.
Wow, interesting. Sadly, we will have to go. And please, we'd like to have you again. I hope you'll make time to come again. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
That's all we can take on this episode of 101. Please join us again. I'm Fumi Onuajefe.
This is one story too many. But if we must make progress as a society, then we must continue to tell as many as necessary until justice and change is attained.
I no longer move freely on the streets. My life is being threatened by the family, the corporate. You can see when you came, I hurried to go and pick my daughter in the church. She can't walk freely. I used to take her to school. I'm supposed to go out and look for what they will eat. I'm afraid. My son, he doesn't go out anywhere. Anyhow.
He is talking about the threats and the gossips about his 16-year-old daughter who was gang raped. Their lives have changed for the worse, actually. And because he is poor, he is being forced into silence. But pain and anger and a strong desire for justice motivates him to tell his story in spite of his fears for his family. He allows his daughter to speak to me.
On that fateful day, I was sent on an errand by my daddy, and before I left the house, I received a call. Then when I picked the call, it was like asking me where I was. I said I'm at home. He said I should meet him at a particular place. Then I told him that I'm not allowed to leave the house without permission. Then I left the house, going on the errand, not knowing that he was chasing me. Then he called from behind and I turned and saw him. Then he told me that Shia was the one that told him I was at home. And I told him I was sent on an errand. Then as we were talking, two of his friends came from behind and it was like I should follow them, that it's better I cooperate with them. And I told them I'm not going anywhere. That was how I wanted to free myself from them. Then he slapped me, threatening that if I did not go with him, he's going to beat me, kill me. Then I had no other option. He pulled me to an uncompleted building opposite the street. Then the two friends left. Then in the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
When you got home, what did you do?
And the first thing I did was to go to the bedroom. After I cleaned me, when I got home, I also cleaned myself properly again, and I was scared. I don't know who to tell. I don't know what to say to anybody. Each time I tried disclosing it to either my brother or anyone, I can't say anything.
Was that your first sexual experience?
Yes.
So you were a virgin before this happened?
Yes.
When you think about losing it, what comes to your mind?
When I think about losing it, I have no other option than to cry, but after all the tears, I know it can never come back. Sometimes blame myself for what happened to me, because if I had raised an alarm, if I had told someone at that very moment, I won't be going through some of the pains I'm going through now.
I was taken to the scene of the crime.
They dragged her all the way here. They dragged her this way. And as they have described, they described that she was pushed on the floor here. And this is where the horrible crime occurred. Innocent 16-year-old girl who was on her way on an errand for her father.
After the rape, which she used a pocket knife to threaten her before she was down there, then the guy cleaned her up with a handkerchief, and they now threatened her that, did she know that she's being videoed? She said no. He said that her friend had been videoing when all those things was happening. They now threatened that anytime they called her to come to this place for this particular thing to repeat itself, that she must come. Failing to do so, that she will be killed.
I understand that this is also the spot where these young men come to smoke and drink. So it's sort of, people are afraid to come here because of that.
And the victim's brother speaks. How did it make you feel when you found out your sister has been raped?
Well, I was very sober. Even at my place of work, I cried all through the night, and they were like, "What happened? You're not like this. Why are you crying?" I could not talk. I was angry. I felt like leaving that company that night, and only God understands. And you mean my mom was alive? I would have done something nasty. Because anything I do now will affect my dad as the first son. Any step I make will affect him seriously. So that was why I've been holding myself for months now.
Not surprising, the father was the last to know about the crime.
On that fateful day I was here, because I'm on alone. I'm left with 5 children anyway. I don't have a wife now. My wife is dead. So it was my junior brother and a very good friend of this family. When I saw them with my daughter, and I saw how she was sweating, my mind cut off. They were now looking at themselves. I told them, what happened? Where is my last born? They said, he's here. I said, okay. Then my junior brother now broke the news. So I feel like taking my own life.
This is one of the many stories that emerge almost daily in Nigeria. Findings from a national survey carried out in 2014 on violence against children in Nigeria confirmed 1 in 4 females reported experiencing sexual violence in childhood, with approximately 70% reporting more than 1 incident of sexual violence. In the same study, it was found that 24.8% of females aged 18 to 24 years experienced sexual abuse prior to the age of 18, of which 5.0% sought help, with only 3.5% receiving any service. What really is going on?
10,000 rapes happen every day in Nigeria. If you ask the average Nigerian, I think there's a poll where it says 67 or is it 62% of Nigerian adults are aware of a child that has been raped or that's been harassed. It's not a seeming problem. The problem is actually there.
Now that we have a highly over-sexualized world, where even teenagers have access, younger children are having access to things that in my days would have been an abomination, to say, where did you get that? Where did you see that? And access is easy. Nigeria has one of the highest in the world search for pornography and access to pornography. Data. Researched. And we have gang rape porn. It's one of the highest being watched. They can't do all of that and not come back to find how to do it and think it's fun. And so we're having that kind of access. Nearly, you find that teenagers have porn on their phones.
We've had the case of a 6-month-old baby that was raped by a 41-year-old man who was HIV positive. And the herbalist said, if you have carnal knowledge of someone who has known no man, he'll be cured of his HIV. And he just thought about it that even a year-old baby will have known a man. So he just went for the 6-month-old baby that was draped, that was in diapers, that was well draped. So the victim is not to be blamed.
We have a rape culture in Nigeria, and part of it is a reflection of our society as a whole. We have a culture of impunity in Nigeria. You do something, you get away with it. rape is no different. How many people have been convicted? How many victims have come forward to speak, knowing that their stories will be heard and something will be done about it? The perpetrators will be caught and punished. It doesn't happen often.
Are we unwittingly growing a culture of rape in Nigeria? I asked some Nigerians who is to blame when a woman is raped.
It depends. For instance, sometimes the woman, most times it's the women. Because sometimes we dress, the way we dress, sometimes attract men to you. And it can make them to do and undo.
Both parties can be at fault. Even the woman who is raped can be at fault. It depends on the way she's dressed. Because they say you are dressed the way you are dressed.
Both sexes.
The rapist. Simple. There is no, even if she's wrong, even if she was wearing whatever you call improper dressing. Now, who determines what is improper? We had Africans who were walking bare naked at a particular time in our history. There was no rape.
What about people that defile young children? 5, 6, 10, did they dress indecently? What excuse are we going to give for those sort of? I think it's completely unacceptable.
How many of those men are ashamed of what they've done? How many of the people in their communities who know they've done these things actually shun them or give them any reason to feel that what they've done is wrong and not just be macho?
Victims of sexual abuse are not to blame. Well, those who are of the opinion that is the way they dressed have the right to hold their opinion. But let me take them back history. Our parents, in the communities we come from, we have seen over time that they move a distance to the stream to fetch water almost naked. They just have a wrapper they tie on the waist. She moves out there, fetch her water, and you hardly hear people raping her on the street, despite the fact she's looking half naked. Look, some of the cases we have handled in the past has nothing to do with rest. Down north, in the state where I work in the past, you will see a girl with a full hijab still raped. So it's not in the way she dressed, it is in the mind of the offender.
A lot of African families don't want issues of rape to be publicized because they think that it will affect the girl in terms of marriage, how society views her, and so they seem to want to keep it down. They don't want it to go public.
I'm trying to protect the image of my family. I'm trying to protect my children. If any organization maybe that will come out and they hid my identity or shoot it on their own, that is why I say if you want to catch monkey, follow and crawl like that monkey. Do it in such a way that 100 years coming, nobody will know that the act was performed by me.
Is it possible for rape victims to get justice, considering the nature of the crime? Some say the crime itself leaves little evidence that is often transient, compounded with the victims hesitating to talk.
If you look at proving a case of rape, it's not just in looking for torn clothes and other things. Yes, there are factors. But because the matter was not reported initially, does not mean that you can still not arrive at something. Okay, look at it in this instance. She's already pregnant. By who? How old is she? 14. Has she attained the age of consent? No. She has not reached the age she can give consent. So whoever sleeps with a girl that is a minor has already committed an offense of rape. Because even if she agrees that sleep with me, it is not consent under the law. Because she has not reached the age to agree. So that alone is a factor to establish rape. Now, if there is argument as to who is involved, we have the normal DNA after delivery. You'll be able to ascertain whether it fits in with the person that you are investigating. That may also help in corroborating evidence. So we cannot just give up and say because the matter was not reported initially when it happened, so we cannot prove it in court, no.
So why then do so many cases remain unsolved?
If police want to get that boy, they will get him. We have given them all the necessary information. His friends, where they normally stay. But the last word from the police was, if we see him, we should alert them.
If you go and report to the police, to go and pick up a suspect or invite a suspect, the IPO does not have a vehicle assigned for that. The vehicles that you've been seeing that are in the meeting are just patrol vehicles. There's no vehicle to say, okay, this vehicle is, or in this station, there is one vehicle that's dedicated to going to pick up for investigation. No. It is patrol. So now you're telling that same person to make calls with his own money. There are no lines that are dedicated to them for them to make to receive calls and make calls on behalf of cases. So he's using his money. He's going to ask you for it. You have to pay for it. Now you want to go and pick somebody, you will have to bring the money to go and pick up the person. Now who do we want to blame? So if I don't have the resources, there's no point.
The police don't seem to demonstrate sufficient diligence or commitment to investigating these cases with a view to identifying, or rather, apprehending the culprits. In many of such cases, what we find is that police are always not ever able to arrest the culprits. So the victims end up without justice.
I think that the problem really is in the enforcement of the laws we have. Nigeria has absolutely no need for more laws. We have sufficient laws, but are they enforced? That is the problem.
What becomes of the victims of rape when justice is denied?
Post-traumatic stress disorder, and that could demoralize and destabilize a person totally, that it may actually end up even in psychiatric ward. You have reproductive and other health challenges. It's more prominent in a person who has gone through, violation. You just keep having, because all your systems are not in sync. Your mind is not in sync with your body and all of that. So your immunity levels really go down. You have extremes too. They can become molesters themselves. Yeah, not everybody. They can become a molester. And also, you can have a very high-risk life. High risk. They take risk. It's like, what's the worst that can happen? And some of them, not all of them, these are different, like I said, different things happen to different people, but I'm just trying to put it all together. You have multiple sexual partners. You have, I have seen females who became lesbian because of this. Who says, I don't want a man near me ever.
There are many women who suffer for life after the event. The very obvious things are things like sexually transmitted diseases that may occur, pregnancy that may occur. As a woman, I can only imagine the horror of having to carry a baby for somebody who raped me. It would be a very, very traumatic thing. There are those kinds of things that come up. There are also the psychological effects. So a lot of women find it difficult to have intimate relationships. After that, a lot of people's personalities change because of the trauma they've suffered. They don't trust people anymore. There are even people who go through eating disorders and either become too skinny or too fat in a bid to be unattractive, thinking maybe if I hadn't looked so attractive, it wouldn't have happened.
In Nigeria, rape has become endemic and is underreported. But the shocking dimension that rape has taken is becoming worrisome. The act is done, condemnable for that matter, recorded, and it is used to keep victim under siege. Like being under oath. And those who perpetrate the heinous acts act as if they are demented. I think this is shockingly on the increase, or the fact that perpetrators have not really been brought to book. The rate of conviction is abysmally low.
How can the family help these victims? What should they do when they become aware?
Love and compassion can actually help the victim heal faster. And support, which is what they get from their family. So the family should not be part of what will create the ripples of negative effects, consequences of abuse of a child. And some of them, that is what happens. And so anybody that a child approaches, and any young adult or teenager or adult that walks up to say, something happened to me, we need to believe them. We don't need to come from the point of blame.
The family's most important role is providing support for the victim, not blaming the victim, not shunning them, because we unfortunately are also in a society where it is believed that such things are a shame to the family, and in some cases the girl or woman has been kicked out, especially if pregnancy results, or is hidden away from sight, and everybody acts as though she no longer exists. It's considered that such a person is no longer marriageable, or if she's in a marriage already, that marriage may end. So the most important thing is actually the support from parents, from siblings, from husbands, from extended family, helping the person to overcome that initial trauma, and most importantly, letting her know that regardless of the circumstances, it was not her fault that she got raped.
Society is evolving, it's changing. This whole notion that a victim should be allowed to suffer victimization because of what society will think, it does not do any good to the victim. People should speak out. Perpetrators should be exposed, so that others will learn a lesson.
Which one is better? Protecting the girl child, protecting our women, our wives, our sisters, or covering the evil? So we must find a way to deal with those perpetrators and save the female child.
This friend turned family to the victim and her family tells us why he chose to get involved.
I'm a father, and I have daughters too. And I wouldn't take the issue, the way it happened. If the girl happened to be my own daughter, I think I would fight with my life, the last pint of my blood, to make sure I get justice for her. Then I see her as also my own daughter too. And that was why I got involved, and I'm also putting every effort towards making sure that justice prevails. For somebody to just wake up and be gang rape a minor, I think it should be a cause of worry to every other Nigerian, because I don't know if it is this girl today, nobody knows who it will become, maybe his or her own turn tomorrow.
What role is there for the government in addressing this?
When there's little or no conviction, when people are not brought to book, there will be no deterrent. So it's going to embolden the perpetrators of the heinous acts. And I think that what needs to be done is for the judiciary to please speed up that rate of trial, so that anyone who is innocent will go scot-free. But anyone that is found culpable will be sentenced so as to serve as a deterrent.
Anybody, which is rare, who has been found guilty, in Nigeria we still call it child defilement. It's pedophilia. All these sense and sensibilities and shifting in the chin on inability to face up and call things what they are is part of our denial culture. If government truly cares about the people, then government needs to wake up and learn that the first priority is to protect the people. And how do you protect me if you keep critical information away from me? Information that could affect me, my child, my immediacy, all of those things. So there's a lot government can do, a heck of a lot. Judges, most judges don't know what to do with rape cases. They don't. They actually don't in Nigeria.
We need to make it a national issue. We need to bring it on board that everywhere we're talking about it. We're talking about it in the Senate, we're talking about it in the House of Reps, we're talking about it in the presidency. People are stepping out to say, okay, fine, we have a problem. When MediaCon started in 2003, we discovered that in 2000, yes, WHO had held in 1999. There had been a meeting and which sexual abuse of children was declared a public health epidemic. There was nothing in this country to show that we had a public health epidemic. Children were being molested. There were no interventions. There were nothing structured to say, okay, if it happened to my child, and so nobody was even coming out to say it happened to me. And so then you have it. And then in 2004, it was declared a silent epidemic in Africa based on they were having HIV. Children were having HIV not because they were mother-to-child transmission in the womb. It was more of sexual abuse of children in Africa. And ministers of health attend that. And we don't have anybody come back to come and say there's a problem.
Conversations about sexual violence should not come and go with every crime. Sustained efforts is necessary by all of society if this issue is to be addressed once and for all.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Death in a family is always sad. death of a breadwinner with a wife and children is even more so. Around the world, the death of a spouse in most cases bring up challenges that often undermine the quality of life of those left behind. For women, the world calls them widows.
My husband died 2000 January, when I carried so much baby.
I became a widow when I was 47 years old. And my husband was sick for good 3 years. And the family abandoned me and my husband. The family reject us. Nobody out of us. The family reject us. They reject my children. Nobody. I have to struggle. Who am I to query God? Who am I to challenge God? Because He's the questionable God. It has been ups and downs, struggling. I'm a mother of 3.
Just once every year, attention is drawn to their plight on June 23, marked as International Widows' Day.
People will neglect you, people will reject you.
Some people, before they will render help to you, they want to take you to bed. There are some words that they will say to a widow that will injure that widow's mind, that will make the widow to think back and say, ah.
I tell them not to rely on any man. Don't just believe that you're a get friend. Don't just believe your family people are there.
If I call some of my husband's friends, the people that I think that they can be of help for me, you see that they will disappoint me at the end of the day, and they will turn it another way around and be looking for a way to take advantage of me because I am a widow.
Being a single parent is terrible, very, very terrible. I didn't even pray it for my worst enemy.
When your husband is there, you look as if you have an umbrella that covers you. You have respect. But when the man is not there, you see that people look down on you.
Heartbreaking conversations, to say the least. According to recent statistics, an average of 500 men die across Nigeria yearly, some naturally, others unexpectedly.
Because if say my husband die, Nesha die for good. He went and collect money, they kill her.
Please, my ribs. I said, what happened? What did you do? Did you fall down? Say no. That very night, he died.
Their death introduces their wives into the growing community of widows. Among them is Mrs. Grace Imariegbe, a struggling widow with 2 children, twins, a boy and a girl. They live in conditions that will break the hardest of hearts.
Things are not be easy at all. Things are not be easy. When we came here, the children was worried, they cry, every time they cry. If I say, let us pray, if they pray, they will turn it to cry. Sometimes all of us will be crying. We will pet each other. Small, before you know, when somebody just favor me, somebody rent me a favor, I use the money, I buy wheelbarrow. When I bought wheelbarrow, I brought it. The children were happy. Say, now we cannot carry with our hairpan again, with head again. Now we can use wheelbarrow to push the the sand.
How long have they lived like this, in such squalid conditions?
I've been a widow since 2008. Since my husband died, things are very, very tough. So, since then, I'm the one taking good care of my children. The family neglect us, they reject us. Even the piece of land that my husband bought before he passed on, the brothers, they seized this from my children, they collected this from us. So since then, I've been struggling here and there to survive with the children.
We are not going to school in this place. Then my mom said that we should stay at home, that we should be praying, that God should send somebody that should take us to school. In Isashi, life was good there. There was light, there was no mosquito, there was no rain, sun. We were happy there. If there is sun, we enter inside shower, we bath. Now, when we came to here now, life has been hard for us. We are not able to be bathing like before. The mosquito is too much here. Ants. And mosquito is giving us malaria and cold. When they call us to come and fetch water, sometimes we fetch water, they will give us 300. Sometimes we will clear for people. We clear. They will call us to come and clear. Sometimes they will give us 1,000 or 1,200. We will collect it. When we bring the money, I'll give it to my mommy to cook. When there is no food, we use it and buy small thing, then we use it and eat.
How did it all happen?
They called my husband from home that he should come, that one of their elder brother died. That is his father's brother. That he will be the one that will lead them for the burial. That is how all of us prepare. So my husband came, Grace, my ribs. I said, what happened? What did you do? Did you fall down? He said, no. Before you know, he started sick. That is how we carry him to General Hospital in Benin. That very night, he died. Around 12 o'clock, he died. So, as I stayed for 1.5 years, mocking him. The family reject us. Nobody has of us. The family reject us. They reject my children. Nobody. I have to struggle. No husband, no brother, no boyfriend. I said, no, Jesus is the husband of a widow. I will keep to these children. If it is my last vein, if it is my last life.
Grace is just one in millions. Globally, the number of widows is put around 245 million. And of this figure, over 100 live in extreme poverty. In Nigeria, statistics show that we have over 8 million disadvantaged widows with an estimated 21 million children. This is quite a huge number for any society. Why do these women suffer so?
My first son was in 200 level when I lost my husband 2009. So I can't discontinue the education of the child. Their family said it's none of their business.
First of all, husband family really face problem for right, for left. Like we Igbo, Umuada will stand. We talk to you, we will not supposed to talk to you. If you want to go and commit suicide, you can go and commit suicide. They don't care, they don't ask of the children, and they eat, whether school fees or anything. I know what I go through.
But the most annoying aspect of it is that what is due to my children in form of inheritance, maybe from the family, what is due to their father was denied them.
And that is what most widows go through.
Up to today, I don't have freedom for when my husband is living. Since 19 years now, I don't have freedom.
In Africa, and in Nigeria in particular, there is the belief system that a woman marries a family and not just a man. The allegations against the extended family unit is strong. There are strong claims that some of these behaviors are not random and may have their roots in certain cultures and traditions. We spoke to a chieftain from the Niger Delta and another from the Southeast.
One of the main practice of the people of Uroboland as regards widowhood is that the widow is taken as a special person. She is the responsibility of the whole family. The Urobo woman marries the whole family, not only her husband. That's why my senior brother cannot ask me, say, how is your wife? He will say, how is our wife? So the woman is a mother in the family and a wife to everyone in the family. For that reason, if she loses her direct husband, the rest of the family becomes her husband.
When a woman becomes a widow, traditionally, she has to bury her husband, mourn her husband for a minimum of 6 months. And within that 6 months, the woman has to wear the mourning cloth. She's supposed to shave her hair as a mark of respect for the husband. Then after the mourning period, there comes some questions and answers.
In our land, the woman is even viewed as a property, not to talk of property that they both own together. So the properties that the husband owns with the wife are assumed to be the man's properties. And if the man did not leave a will, I'm talking of current practices now, if the man did not leave a will, even if you go to court, the court will award something to the family. So it is possible, if you are not lucky, the customary court may actually say, you leave the house for the family.
A woman that loses her husband after mourning the husband, depending on her age and her choice, has the right to cease remain in the family as a married woman to the family. They will give her a knife and say, among the male brothers in the family, anybody she gives the knife means that person will take over the position of the husband.
Asking the woman to marry a member of the family is still on till tomorrow. She is appointed and given to a member of the family to look after in great details. In fact, in marriage, someone in the family has to marry her. If she does not want to marry, everything is handled amicably. She is asked, what is your choice? What do you want to do? And she says, I don't want to marry any member of this family. Okay. So she is allowed to go. But if there is a young man within the family who showed serious interest in her and she kind of snubs him, that member of the family can create a lot of confusion for her. And it can get to the extent where she will be asked to leave the family. Then she must return the dowry. But usually it is a token that is returned. Just a token, not the whole dowry.
Shaving of head is like a respect. It's mark of respect for the husband, you know. But it's still in practice, and the people that normally do it are the Omoadas. But it's not as if you will be forced to do it, but they know it's the tradition.
During the sharing, because That's the other part of the culture. The woman is shared along with the properties of the man. During the sharing, most of it will be given to the children, but some will be given to other members of the family. In fact, in most cases, if your father was old and he had young wives, one of the children of the man will be made to marry the young wives of the late father. I think that practice is not good.
Many people normally confirm and said when a man dies, the woman, they sees the woman as a witch. That woman is the one that killed the husband. So I want people to know that, this world is not permanent.
Like now, if they accuse the woman of killing the husband, in my place, they'll ask you, they'll administer an oath to you. We are not God. Vengeance is left for God. The oath taking is like convincing the community or your accusers that I did not kill this man, I did not have hand in the death of this man. It doesn't mean whether you have hand or you don't have hand. Nobody has the way to determine whether you have hand in the death or not.
You are a witch, you killed your husband, you can stay there and suffer. Nobody will do anything about you. But if it is a serious case in which people actually believe strongly, they will ask her to take all kinds of oaths. Some people will even go to the extent of asking her to drink the water that they use in washing the husband. Things like that.
A lot of innovation has come up and it has really affected the culture. And it's a blessing because what people know now is not what they knew those days. You don't just get up and condemn somebody all in the name of you committed atrocity, you committed unforgiven whatever. You don't take laws into your hand. There are laws there. The traditional customs is a matter of conscience. I mean, if you decide to administer an oath on me, it's left for me I have the right to say I will not. If you kill your husband during this, I don't subscribe to that. And it can't happen in my realm. Because when somebody is dead, there are other means of identifying what killed that person. It was in those old days that they don't have the system, the mechanism to identify what killed that person. Now, anybody that is dead, you can do autopsy. An autopsy report will definitely indicate what killed the man. And if the autopsy report reveals that the woman killed the husband, she will face the law.
A woman who has been very good within the family can never be abandoned by the family. I can tell you that. It's only a woman who has been difficult, particularly to her husband, while the husband was alive. In fact, it will even be assumed that she is responsible for the death of the husband. That's the more reason why people will abandon her.
Employers of labor of these men who work hard and pass away untimely, often without a plan in place for their family's welfare. What role do they play?
After my husband left, the colleagues threw us out, pack our load to Main Road. He's a fireman, firefighter. The first time, they nailed our door joined together, keep me with the children 2 weeks outside. No food, no clothes. All our property is inside house. Then after that one, they throw it outside.
My husband was the first man, and we were living in barrack because the government gave us 6 months to pay almost 2 million. And the job, I'm a teacher by profession. I'm in a low-rank officer.
Like the place I went to college. Now, and I find out that they don't even want to give me a shop because I'm a widow. They gave me that shop at the first time, and they later used another way to collect it. They are asking, do you think that the woman can be able to pay for this shop if the rentage is due? Because she's a widow. And when we talk, people will support her.
Till today, they have not given us anything. The last time that they came to our place that warrants me to stand naked before them, this man died in acute service. No burial, nothing. No care for the children. Not even a handshake for any good thing of life.
See, that's not surprising that that happened. I mean, I've heard of several cases of things like that happening. For those kind of companies, it's a question of economics, you know. They're thinking time, they're thinking money, and if they have no, if that spouse isn't working with them anymore, there's somebody else waiting for the same accommodation. So for many organizations, they would have what you call some type of insurance, such that when a spouse dies, they're able to take care of their beneficiaries. In this case, it would be the widow and her children. For most organizations, it's one payoff. It's just a payoff. Some organizations will spread it over a couple of months. Really, there are no laws as to how it is done. It just depends on the organization. Some organizations will take them up for maybe a year, pay school fees, and do stuff like that. But usually, a lot of these things are agreed beforehand, and it depends on the type of insurance coverage the organization has for the employees.
A report not too long ago by the United Nations identified the continued plight of widows as a major threat to the realization of the Millennium Development Goals 1, 3, and 8, which seeks to end poverty, promote gender equality, and engender global partnership. Now, Nigeria, as you may know, is among the 120 signatories to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. But much has not changed in the way women, especially widows, are treated in the society when it comes to the issue of inheritance and rights. What does the law say?
Once a woman loses the husband, she should be predisposed to certain kind of information, okay? Nobody have the right, okay, to inherit her as property under our laws. Nobody have the right to inflict traditional and cultural violent practices against her. Nobody have the right to subject her to sleep in the same room where the corpse of her husband is kept, because that's exactly what they do in some of the culture. Nobody shall be subjected into any kind of servitude. Nobody shall be dehumanized of his human person or be disrespected, you know. So that is why women should think first and decide, take on a statutory law marriage. That is very important. And while the husband is alive, they should also remind the husband to have a will. Because once the man have a will, and in his will he has stated everything there, the woman is at advantage, because the will determine how the thing will go, okay? But where there's no will, the man dies intestate, and she's married under native law and custom. She's in trouble.
Governments say they're doing their best. Some tout the various amounts they spend on widows' welfare. Wives of state governments, and even that of the president of Nigeria, have pet projects that hope to address some of the basic issues so identified. But experts say these are just a little. More needs to be done, definitely.
The suggestion I will give to government is that the various states we have, they should come up with legislations, laws, that once a woman loses the husband, if she's not skilled, okay, if she's not skilled, she should be enrolled in a program of her choice. And then the government should cater for that.
The government can come to our aid. Your lady, he said you cannot be giving fish. You have to teach somebody how to fish, so that by tomorrow that person will not disturb. If they can help us raise a little money for us to be trading, so that we'll be able to take good care of our children. We'll be glad.
God will already do it for me, but I pray that God, some widows that just happen, their own just happen, let government put eye for them and help them, because it's not easy thing.
Those that God gives the ability to care, the ability of caring, they should try and care for widows, not hoping to get something in return from them, because it's only God that rewards.
Agreeably, some women are lucky either to be well provided for by their spouses or they're gainfully engaged financially. But for the majority, as you've seen so far, the story is rather an uneven one. The truth? Non-governmental organizations are plentiful across the continent of Africa, and Nigeria has its fair share, like the Blessed Fruit Foundation and the Trinity Center, that work to help alleviate the challenges widows face.
In 2008, I got a call that I should work for widows and orphans. I should support and assist them.
Actually, I lost my husband at a very tender age, 30 years, 1985. I was just 30 years, 1985, and with tiny children. It was not easy, but I continued trying. But along the line, I had this urge to call and help them through their plights, address their issues.
And since then, we've been having so many programs, and a lot of widows have been coming to register with us. Now we have over 200 or 300 of them registered with the foundation.
There will be money that I will pay interest for me. So now they give me until I because with the children, they never do. You don't want to give it to them. Their faith help us a lot. They help us, especially for food. Then if person is sick, we provide them.
Well, we have several intervention programs. The first and most important one is what we call the Business Empowerment Program, where they apply for loans. And the loans are interest-free. The foundation pays the interest for them. They just pay the principal over a period of 6 months. Then we have a program we call Back to School, where we support about 50 children.
As highlighted by the United Nations, empowering widows through access to adequate healthcare, education, decent work of lives free of violence and abuse requires more than charity if they are to have a chance to build a secure life after they lose their loved one. The role of the government, the UN emphasizes, is to take action to uphold their commitments to ensure the rights of widows as enshrined in international law, including the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and the Convention on the Rights of the Child, are upheld. What is your role, you say? It will never happen to me. So did some of the women we spoke to, and many others think. Just do what you can for the widows around you. Little drops of water, they say, makes a mighty ocean. We can, if we choose.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
From the attack of the Capitol building to the snatching of ballot boxes in Ghana, and also on the home front, the publisher of Ovation Daily Momodu, Biezi Paul. And Labour says it is impossible as Kano State reverts to 18,000 naira minimum wage from agreed 30,000 naira. This is Plus Politics. I am Kayode Ladende. Welcome to Plus Politics. The events of the past few days have been nothing short of shock. With the attack of the Capitol Hill building in the United States, the snatching of ballot box in Ghana during the parliamentary elections, the words of Loretta Onoche as regards several issues in the country. It simply has been an eventful week. And to discuss these issues and more, we have the publisher of Ovation magazine, Daily Momodu. Good evening, Chief Momodu.
Good evening, Kade. How are you?
Yeah, good to have you. Quite a lot of issues. Let me start from the one that is currently trending now. You're in the news, and I was just wondering what could have gone wrong. And some would say that probably your response has made the story big, and that has to do with you calling the one of the aides of the president a scavenger. And I felt, could that be from you, or you were being misquoted?
Well, I don't think it's a big news, except that anyone who knows Madame Loretta knows that she's a very troublesome woman. So my description of her is very appropriate. When I say scavenger, there are scavengers always in the corridors of power. That also is nothing new. She's fond of insulting people, and I wanted her to know that nobody has a monopoly of madness. And so that's why I responded appropriately. I have a policy in life, and I was taught that policy by my boss, Mr. Mike Awoyifa. He says, you don't attack a man who has a medium of reply. In this era of Google, everything you say is captured for posterity. If someone calls you a thief and you refuse to respond because people are going to tell you, oh, don't respond, Google is going to capture you that once upon a time, you were called a thief and you did not respond, so you must be a thief. So it is no longer a situation where people say silence is golden. Silence is no longer golden.
Okay.
Madame Loretta attacked me a few years back, and I did respond. And she's done it again today, and I've responded, and I will continue to respond to her because she feels that's her job as a personal aide to President Buhari. I can bet my life that she has not met President Buhari one-on-one as many times as I've met him. And she has no reason to insult people just for saying that this government has not lived up to expectation. I was one of those who supported Buhari. She wasn't there. I didn't know her. I didn't see her. And so we have a right. We criticize President Jonathan. Then they used to hail us. They were very happy. Anytime we attacked Jonathan, they were happy. And when I met with the president in 2015, I told him I was going to be doing the same thing, appointing myself free of charge as special advisor to President Jonathan by advising him every week.
Okay.
And that's what I've been doing, advising our president from time to time.
Chief,
and anybody who doesn't like that, I wish the person good luck.
Okay, Mr. Daily Momodu, quite a lot of things for us to talk about, but I will try my best not to play the devil's advocate. We will reach out to Loretta to see whether she would also give her own take. But let's put it in context. On record, I remember those days that you referenced when you were with Buhari during the campaign, and that some would say that they were shocked that you had to appoint yourself to criticize some of the things he's doing. But that's okay. But can we look at the import of what she said? How insulting did you consider that statement from her, so that people can be on the same page with you?
That was not the main insult. The main insult is to say that those of us criticizing Buhari were doing so because we have not been paid money. I mean, I don't want to use foul language. There is nothing more insulting. Let me just use your word. I was going to use a different word. Where was she when we were spending our hard-earned money on promoting Buhari? Till today, go and check my Instagram page, go and check my Twitter page. I promote Buhari every day, despite my criticism of him. There is no Nigerian who does that in his private capacity without being paid a penny. Till today, she should, if she doesn't know, if she's not aware, because I know that there is a duplication of jobs inside Aso Rock. A lot of them are not needed. But after lobbying, it's possible they will give them a job by fire, by force. She should ask Bayo Omoborewo. She should ask Sunday Agaize. She should ask Tolani Ali, who works in the office of the vice president, who they send all their pictures to on daily basis. And she should go and ask if I've ever collected any penny from 2014 to date from Buhari or from anybody working for Buhari. She should go and check it.
Okay, Chief.
So to say we are angry because we are not paid is the height of insult.
Okay, Chief, can we, for the purpose of people who would definitely probably not agree with you, can you also put the record straight that some may say, oh, after all you've done for Buhari, and Buhari has not compensated you with any appointment, therefore, that might be responsible for your tweet and your messages? How do you also convince them that that has nothing to do with what you're doing?
I don't have to convince anybody.
Okay.
Anybody who wants appointments knows the procedure of getting appointments in Nigeria. I'm not a member of APC. I'm not a member of PDP. So how can I expect an appointment from a government that I am not in their party? Anybody who wants appointment will not criticize government. He will be praising government, like Loretta and others have been praising government. So if I was hungry and I need appointment, I know my house to Chief Tinubu's house is 5 minutes away. I will go there. By the time I will sit for 2-3 days, I will get an appointment in Lagos State. If I cannot get an appointment in Abuja.
Okay.
Anybody who knows me knows that I work very closely with the chairman of the Governors Forum in the days of Abacha. I was one of those who was working for Radio Kudirat from London. So if I need an appointment, I will go to Governor Kayode Fayemi and say, please, I am hungry. Take me to Abuja. It will not take 6 months before they will put me somewhere. So okay. I am not hungry. I'm a global citizen. So, and that is why I am telling Loretta, stop insulting everybody. It's not every Nigerian that is hungry. I am not hungry. If I need an appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government. So when you see somebody who is not praising government, you know that person is not hungry. Okay. God has blessed some of us. I have a job.
Okay, good.
If I am tired,
let's quickly move.
I'm a global citizen. I can pick up a teaching appointment anywhere in the world.
Okay, Chief.
Anywhere in the world.
Chief, I know how you feel. I know how you feel about what she said. But let's quickly move to another, I will call it another country that you belong, and that's Ghana. I remember the last time you appeared on this channel. Okay, no, the one before the last time, when you were talking about the build-up to Ghana election. And some of the things you said is that Ghanaians are politically sophisticated. With what happened, is it okay to say that it is time for your friend, Mahama, to accept the verdict, or you think it deserves to go to court like he has done?
Oh, he has gone to court, so there is nothing to accept again. If he accepted the verdict, he would not have gone to court. And what he's asking for in court is very simple and straightforward. He didn't say he won the election. He said based on the collation by the Electoral Commission of Ghana that there should have been a tie, which would have led to a runoff. The Electoral Commission itself admitted to making mistakes. I've never seen such mathematical errors in any election. So, but I'm not a judge. I cannot comment on it. So, and he has gone to court, asking the court to find the best mathematicians in Ghana or anywhere in the world, so that when they add up, because in Ghana you must have 50 plus 1 before you can be declared president. And he's saying that by their own mathematical calculation, that President Nana Akufo-Addo has not met that requirement. So I don't know. It's up to the courts of Ghana to determine that. So I can't really comment on it. And you must know that yesterday already, President Nana Akufo-Addo was sworn in for the second term. So I wish him and I wish Ghana the best of luck.
Okay, before you leave Ghana, let's stay with another thing. While we're still trying to recover from that huge shock that we saw in America, which we are going to talk about anytime soon, there was a big drama at the parliament. The Ghana you describe as sophisticated, what really happened? How do you describe such a snatching of ballot box at a parliamentary session there?
Being sophisticated does not mean that you will not have a few bad eggs. And the man who snatched the ballot has apologized anyway. It happens. It happened in America. We saw what happened in America. Would you have expected that that thugs, hoodlums would go and take over the Capitol? But it happened before our very eyes. So sophistication has nothing to do with occasional skirmishes. What I know is that Ghana has done very well in the area of protecting their democracy. They had a revolution under Rawlings, and I believe this has helped them. Even the election that was conducted recently on December 7th last year, the election was very well conducted. It was the collation that is the problem. People went about voting peacefully, and they were determined to make sure that their votes were well counted. But it was in the process of collation that trouble started, and we saw soldiers firing shots. I've never seen that in Ghana. I landed in Ghana for the first time 25 years ago, and I've interacted with practically all the leaders from President Rawlings to date, and I've never seen anything of such. So let's praise Ghana for at least making an effort. The Ghanaians went on the streets, they demonstrated. They didn't burn down houses, they didn't fire gunshots. So, and we can only pray that Ghana will continue to set good examples for other parts of Africa. No country is perfect. Now we can see that even America, that is supposed to be the peak of democracy in the world, is not perfect.
Okay.
But what we should learn from America is that we need strong institutions. Because what has saved America today is the fact that they have strong institutions. So we have a lot to learn from that. The judiciary, you see, when we say we have problems, the light has gone off again. And this is what we go through. So that's part of the thing. When you say, oh, somebody has failed, they say we're abusing government. We're not abusing government. We're only stating the obvious. But I know that where I live, it will come back in less than 1 minute. So
okay,
that's fine.
Okay, good.
Yes.
I'll stay with you. So let the conversation continue since we can hear your voice. You're tempting me to go straight to American issue, but I'll come back to the role you played in that verbal exchange, or you call it a mail between, or a write-up between FFK and Pastor Tunde Bakare. We saw the pictures, we saw what you did, but probably you will help us how you intervene. Trust me, I will not forget to talk about that. But let's look at the America issue you've started talking about. Now, a whole lot of issues that happened, the evangelicals, the issue of prophecies, what God is saying and what God is not saying, and we've seen America getting more divided. What how far has this extremism in terms of religion, in terms of white supremacists, has affected American democracy?
Well, it's unfortunate that at this time and age, America, of all countries in the world, is still bogged down with issues of religion. Religion should be strictly a matter between a man and his God. It should have nothing to do with politics. Unfortunately, the evangelicals this time said Donald Trump is God's sole representative on earth. Maybe he's the next pope, I don't know. But some of us disagree with them. And it's a shame. It's a big shame because now America is on its knees and it has taken the intervention of very, very strong institutions to resist the enemies of democracy. I don't think there's any better alternative to democracy for now. So we will continue to encourage America and encourage ourselves more because we are all talking about America. It's worse back home. It is worse in Africa. You see an election is like going to war. There will be an election in one state and they will tell you that they are sending 30,000 security forces to the place. For what? An election should be a jamboree, it should be a festival, it should be a carnival. Let everybody vote for whosoever they want. And that is why I feel so bad when government feels that we have no right to talk. It's enshrined in our constitution, freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of opinion.
Chief Momodu, let's interrogate what you mentioned about strong institutions. We've seen some strong critics saying that, was that truly the issue, that if we were to be some set of black people, involved in that protest, we would have had more casualties, where we saw police even avoiding to attack these protesters who went far below the line. So don't you also think that there was some kind of strong influence of the sitting president that actually affected the response of the police? If
Donald Trump was an African president or an African emperor, trust me, Biden would never be president. And I have friends who are quite close, they are Republicans in America, who, even as of yesterday, still told me that Trump will not go, even after all the hula baloo. It's unfortunate that we could have such a dictator in the United States of America. In Africa, to start with, government will control the Electoral Commission. Government will control the security. Government will control, the president will control the vice president. The vice president will not go there and declare their opponent. It will not happen in Africa. So what Mike Pence did 2 days ago was unprecedented. After all the pressure from his boss, so just imagine a Professor Yemi Osinbajo going to say that Atiku Abubakar has won election. That day, that will be the end.
Chief.
It will not happen.
Chief, I think...
So that's what I meant by strong institution.
Okay, maybe I was just going to ask you that, was that really the case? They don't have, from what I understand, they don't have the Senate president. The vice president is like the Senate president. It's a constitutional role that he performed. And this was a case where he had to succumb to the Constitution, which I agree with you, that is a strong institution. So because
I am telling you that in our own situation, we will not succumb to any constitution. The president himself will be the constitution. In fact, the Nigerian president is the most powerful president on earth. Nobody can challenge him. That is the truth. And I'm not talking about Buhari now. Every president that has ruled in Nigeria, in the Fourth Republic, from Obasanjo to Yar'Adua to Jonathan, to Buhari, nobody will be able to challenge them.
Okay, because of time, let me quickly get your thoughts, like I promised you. What really happened? How did you intervene? Because trust me, for mischievous, a lot of people, they were waiting for more fireworks from Fani Kayode. And it's almost like a tripod. We have Pastor Bakare, we have Fani Kayode, we also have Yinka Odumaki. How did you quench the fire?
Well, let me start by saying a big thank you to all the dramatics personnel. You know, the thing about me, at now over 60, I want to be a peacemaker. Blessed are the peacemakers. You understand? So I want to be a peacemaker so that I can inherit the kingdom of God. I woke up very early that morning and I noticed that Chief Femi Fani Kayode was online on WhatsApp, and my mind told me to reach out to him. So I sent him a text message and I said, FFK, please, in the name of God, I want you to cease fire. Don't attack Pastor Tunde Bakare. He's our Egbon, and he's a man that I respect and love dearly. And he responded immediately and said, thank you, my brother. I promise you, I give you my word that based on your intervention now, I will cease fire. And I thanked him. And I immediately reached out also to Pastor Tunde Bakare. And I said, my great Egbon, please, I've reached out to Femi Fani Kayode and he has agreed. Please, let's all come together. Because if you say you want a Southerner as the next president of Nigeria, if that is possible, and you say you want Southwest to produce a candidate, how come anytime they mention all the potential candidates, if they mention Kayode Fayemi, you will fight. If they mention Tinubu, you will call in names. They mention Fashola, you will fight. You mention Bakare, you will fight. So how can you have a president when there is no unity in Yoruba land? So that was the basis upon which I intervened. And God took charge. And then my childhood friend, the Mogaji Olubadan, Boyega Adejumo, apparently in his own capacity as a spokesperson for the Yoruba movement, also reached out to Pastor Bakare, reached out to Yinka Odumaki, and he was even able to do a three-way call to Pastor Bakare and FFK. And so the next thing I saw was a tweet and a thank you to Mogaji Olubadan and myself from FFK. And that was it. So my principle is that we must seek peace. No country can make progress without peace. And we will continue to try our best. And that is why you need integrity. You need men and women of integrity. You need people who, when they speak, they know you are not speaking because you want any pecuniary gains. It's just because you want the best for your country. And that is why we will continue to resist whosoever is in government and is casting aspersions on our innocent interventions.
Okay, let me take this one, I call this one for the road. And that has to do with some of your previous interventions. Now there is a lot of prophecies out there about 2021. And I saw...
2023.
No, I'm even talking about 2021 now. Okay, which can also dovetail into 2023.
Okay.
So, and one of the things that was done by an online medium is to also list, they call it list of failed prophecies. What is your take about these prophecies that are being churned out, and how should we react to it?
Well, I believe prophecies are based on individual beliefs, your faith. I was born in Aladra Church, and my mom was an Elemi, those who went into trance.
Okay.
And I knew that there were prophecies that were foretold, and those prophecies came to pass. Of course, today, it is possible that people are no longer as disciplined as my parents were in those days. So, Amulumala, what we call a potpourri of you tell some truth, you tell some lies. People have commercialized religion a lot, but there are still genuine prophets. I know genuine prophets who, when they say things, they may not be perfect. There's no, even in the Bible, there's no prophet that is absolutely accurate. I'll give you just one example. Professor Atta Mills, the former president of Ghana. I met him one day. I was invited by Prophet T.B. Joshua to the synagogue. The president came from Ghana. He had just won the election. And I asked him, I said, why do you believe so much in Prophet T.B. Joshua? I said, even Nigerians, they are skeptical. And he told me, he said, no. He said the man told him emphatically that he was going to win the election when he even had no chance whatsoever of winning the election, that the man gave him specific dates when elections will hold, that it was going to go into a runoff, and there will even be a third election. And it all came to pass. He said, I'm a professor, so I'm not stupid. If someone tells me 1, 2, 3, and it happens, then why won't I believe it? So there are prophecies. I can tell you that there are prophecies. People have told me, even when I was a young, there are prophecies I remember from when I was about 7 years old.
Okay.
About my future. And today, I can see those things come to fruition. So, of course, there are fake prophets even in the Bible. So I won't be surprised if some of them are just guesswork.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm afraid we have to call it a day with you, but Pulse Politics will continue after signing you off. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your intervention. And we encourage you to continue speaking truths to power. And we also hope that they will not just see it as criticism, but they will see it as constructive criticism to push us forward. Thank you once again, Dele Momodu.
Thank you.
Yes, we will take a short break now, and when we return, can the Labour see reasons with Kano State government over the plan to return minimum wage to 18,000 naira? That is up for discussion after this break.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
Welcome back. And to the second topic of the day. The Kano State government has returned to paying the 18,000 naira minimum wage. This was stated by the Special Advisor on Media to Governor Abdullahi Ganduje, that's Salihu Tanko Yakasai. He also added that the action was due to the recession caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. It was also reported that the House of Representatives is considering an amendment to the 1999 Constitution by removing matters relating to wages from the exclusive legislative list to the concurrent legislative list. If the bill becomes law, states and local governments will determine different wages for their workers. Joining us to discuss this is a public affairs analyst, Femi Lawson. Good evening, Femi Lawson. What's your reaction to this? And I would like you to consider the excuse or the reasons given by Kano State government. Looking at the reality, is 30,000 naira sustainable?
Well, what is this? You see, the government failed to achieve one reality. That reality is that the government has selfishly considered the implication, of the COVID-19 pandemic on our economy on itself, rather than also considering the toll it has taken on the citizens, particularly these workers. The truth is that government all over the world have been doing the possible best they can to alleviate, the economic hardship that have been faced by the citizens as a result of the pandemic. But here in Kano, you have a governor who has decided that rather than alleviating the hardship of the workers, he has rather instead decided to elevate it. It is not a decision well thought out, because this is a state where, of course, the 30,000 minimum wage itself is not enough to take home. Now reverting back to 18,000 tells a lot about how sensitive these governments are to the plight of the ordinary citizens. It is a very sensitive decision at this very crucial moment.
At this very crucial moment, I can understand. Imagine if I'm in one of those workers' shoes, and that has to do with there is a, harsher economy, and now you want to also make me collect something smaller. But what about the government? Where will they get money from? If the federal allocation drops, if the price of crude drops, you know how it is here in this part of the world. Most times these salaries come from federal allocation. And if we have a decrease in this, I know the easier way is they should work on their IGR. But how realistic is that at this point in time?
Even after we escape the consequences of COVID-19, there will always be circumstances in the future that will likely bring about the need for a review of wages or salaries like the Kano government is doing. I think rather than pushing the burden of the current situation on the worker, whose wages have not even been enough to take them home, this should have been an opportunity for this state government to rethink and redirect their approach towards generating funds to run their state. You cannot in any way sustain, even if you are paying 5,000 minimum wage, you cannot sustain a system where you have to wait for 30 days and go to Abuja with cap in hand, to beg for allocation to run the affairs of your state. And these are states that have a lot of potentials. These are states that have a lot of mineral resources that is enough not only to pay workers a living wage, but to also satisfy the infrastructural needs of their state. But because we practice a system that has given so much power to the central and taking every authority and economic empowerment away from the state, we continue to have what we're having. The people should not be punished for the inefficiency of the government. If governments, particularly these governors, cannot begin to think about how to creatively, without unnecessarily exploiting the people, raise revenue to run their state, then they should have themselves to blame, not the people. We have continually demanded that we should demand for a restructuring and remove so many things from the exclusive list of this in our constitution that will empower the state to function, that will empower the state to be economically viable. Take, for instance, states like Zamfara, states like Kogi, states like Osun, out of business being poor. But today they are struggling to pay their worker salaries while they are sitting on enormous mineral resources in their state. It is not wise. So these governors should be courageous enough and begin to demand for a true federal system that will encourage productivity at state level, rather than waiting for monthly allocation from oil money generated from the Niger Delta or exploitative taxes that are being imposed on our people. So that is what the state should begin to look at. That beyond the pandemic, there may be the need tomorrow for us to review wages and salaries, and we'll come back to square one.
See, when you go into the issue of resource control and some form of restructuring, and that takes me into the second part of the of my opening remark on this discussion, that has to do with the gist about House of Reps considering moving the minimum wage or moving the issue of salaries to, is it concurrent now from exclusive list? Now, some would see it as that's a dangerous move. I've listened to labor union leaders saying that then some states are going to stab them to death. But some would say that might be an opportunity for states that are doing well to even pay above this ridiculous minimum wage that we are still fighting about. So what is your own position on that? Should we leave it for the federal to determine?
Yeah, you see, you cannot continue to have a system where somebody will sit in Abuja and decide that a state like Rivers Lagos should pay the same amount of salaries and wages to its worker, just like Zamfara and Osun do. The federal government have no business in determining how much a state to pay its workers. These are part of the deficiencies, anomalies that are inculcated in our constitution, and that is why beyond the little items, beyond the little remedy being fashioned by the National Assembly to address so many of the anomalies in our constitution, I think the constitution demands a holistic review. We need to properly restructure the system to accommodate some of those things that are really taking us back as a country. The truth is that the federal government, like I said, has no business in determining, what Sokoto should pay its workers, or what Lagos should pay its workers. It should be the decision of the state based on their capacity, and it will encourage productivity, because when we restructure and we give powers to the state to be productive, don't be surprised that a state like Zamfara may end up coming out paying more salaries and wages than states like Oyo and Ogun State, because of the economic potentials that are buried underground in this state that are not explored. So the moment we encourage productivity and the workers in Zamfara can produce more wealth for Zamfara State, Zamfara State will have no reason not to pay its workers as much as they deserve. Not waiting for Abuja to determine how much a worker in Osun or Zamfara or Kogi should be paid. It is unfair, and it is not really, it doesn't speak well about what we call, a federal system of government.
Femi, like I always say, this is part of my philosophy as an individual, that let's take one step at a time, and what you're talking about might end up reflecting in the restructuring that you subscribe to. But as we speak, the fear of the labor union leaders is if you do that, some states will never agree to the 30,000 naira minimum wage. And they also cited example of, when local government were being handled by states, we realized that many school teachers were not able to pay teachers their salaries until they had to be paying from the federal, from the first line charge, and that's when they were able to pay. So, if you say
the inability of the state,
okay,
or local government to pay workers, it's not due to the fact that this government at state level or the local government were not willing to pay. The truth is that irrespective of how you want to define it, they are incapacitated because of the limited resources that are available at the state and the local government level.
Okay.
Are we saying that since federal government took over the payment of primary school teachers, and some of the time they were owed salaries? Have they gotten their arrears and their remunerations as at when due? Have they gotten all their allowances as at when due? What we need is to encourage productivity that will increase wealth. When the states are economically viable, nobody will be interested in who pays what and who pays who. Because we are all assured that at the end of the month, we are sure of getting our wages and salaries. But even if you give the job of paying even the gateman in your house to the federal government, and the resources are not available, be rest assured that the time will come that you go back to square one, and there will be no money to pay, and it will be the same story of how you were not able to pay as an individual, and now the federal government has taken over the responsibility. So I think what we should encourage more is not this shortcut approach of initiating laws that give so much power to the central. The federal government has no business in certain businesses that is currently engaged in. That is the truth. The federal government has no business in paying primary school teachers. The federal government has no business in determining the wages of workers in my local government. Let states pay according to their capacity. It will make states to be more creative because there will be local demand, there will be local agitations, and there will be negotiations for productivity. But if we don't do that, you can continue to make laws to put everything on the table of Abuja. The central is overburdened. The central is so overwhelmed, and it cannot function beyond what we are presently saying.
Exactly. Maybe this is going to be like you may have to peak because we are trying to round off the show soon. We may have to peak, and I want to put you on the spot now. As we speak, whether we like it or not, Nigeria is already on the second phase of the COVID-19 pandemic. And by instinct, we may also go into another lockdown. In fact, the recent one from the federal government is that lockdown is likely to happen soon if some certain things are not stopped. What am I trying to say? That means more difficult days are ahead.
Sure.
And you have given us a whole lot of a piece of advice on how government should go about it.
Sure.
Now, how do we survive this harsh condition that is coming? Should we look at reducing salary, or we should continue the 30,000, or we should just hold the workers? When economy picks back, then they will collect their money.
The truth and the question we should begin to ask government is this, and I think the media has a fundamental role to play in it. Now that Kano State government, for instance, came out that it's reducing salaries of workers because of the prevailing economic circumstances, as Governor Ganduje or any other state government or federal government considering similar actions, being bold enough to tell us how much more of his own salaries and emoluments and allowances he has been able to reduce? Have you reduced the payment that you are giving to political office holder every month?
Okay.
Have you reduced the bogus allowances of members of the National Assembly? Have you reduced the bogus allowances, of state legislators? Have you reduced the number of vehicles that you put petrol in while you fly jets to Abuja from Kano, and they drive empty to Abuja and they drive empty back to Kano? Have we been able to reduce all these frivolous spendings by the government at various state levels? Why should it be the ordinary Nigerian citizens that must be considerate when there is hardship or when there is need for us to adjust? The government must lead by example. Government must adjust and accommodate the feelings of the people, whatever decision is taken. Only a few days ago, it was revealed that the president and the vice president will be spending 2.4 billion naira on traveling alone this year. How sensible is that for a nation that cannot pay 30,000 naira minimum wage? How do you tell a Nigerian worker to take 18,000 naira when president and vice president will be traveling with 2.8 billion naira in a year that is uncertain? These are issues. Government must lead by example. We cannot continue to make the Nigerian workers and the Nigerian people scapegoats for every action that we have to take to move the society forward. Government must be ready to sacrifice. Stakeholders must be ready to sacrifice. It is not only left for the citizens to sacrifice. Democracy does not work in that way.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your position. Thank you, Femi Lawson, a public affairs analyst, for your position on this issue. And we hope and appeal to Kano State government to have a rethink by going back to the 30,000. I understand that it's already a law, and therefore that law should not be broken. Thank you.
Of course.
And Femi Lawson, Happy New Year once again.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. I'm afraid this is what we call it a wrap on today's edition of Plus Politics. Plus Politics returns on Monday with another interesting topic. And trust me, it will be hot, it will be interesting, and you can continue the conversation on all our social media platforms. Till we see you again, I am yours truly, Kayode Ladende, saying bye for now.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh. Now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
It is a great source of pride to Nigeria whenever a Nigerian in a foreign country rises to the top of their field and is recognized for good. Here are a few of such Nigerians. Oye Obolewa is the first Nigerian-born Democrat that has been elected as a shadow United States representative out of the District of Columbia. Based on the result, Oye had 82.65% of the votes, which represents 135,234 votes against Joyce Robinson Paul. Oye was congratulated by many, including the Nigeria in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM. His father is from Kwara State and mother is from Oyo. He holds a PhD in pharmacy from the Northeastern University, Boston. He will be representing the District of Columbia under the Democratic Party. Esther Agbaje. Born to immigrant parents, Esther has been elected into the Minnesota House of Representatives in the recently completed United States general election. In the election, Agbaje won by a total of 17,396 votes, which represents 74.7% of the total ballots cast. She will represent District 59B in the 134-member House on the platform of the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, an affiliate of the Democratic Party. She has a degree in political science from George Washington University, Washington, D.C. Oyema Ogbuagwu. Oyema is a Nigerian-born researcher and medical doctor who is one of the brains behind the research at Pfizer for the potential world's first effective coronavirus vaccine. The vaccine has been tested on over 43,000 people in 6 countries and no safety concerns have been raised. Oyema is the son of a former vice chancellor of Abia State University and a professor of sociology. He was born in New Haven in Connecticut but went to the University of Calabar in Cross River State to complete his university education in medicine. He then returned to the Yale School of Medicine to work as the director of the institution's HIV clinical trials program. After becoming a fellow of infectious diseases, he rose to the height of an associate professor of medicine at the Yale University School of Medicine, New Haven. He has worked there for 5 years, focusing on finding a cure for HIV/AIDS. Robert Shola Okoje, the Nigerian doctor who is a native of Uromi, Eson Northeast local government area of Edo State, has been inducted into the NASA Inventors Hall of Fame. Dr. Okoje is recognized globally as the leading expert on silicon carbide-based microelectromechanical systems, MEMS, for use in extreme environments. He has worked with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, for 20 years and has 21 patents. Isaac Okoro. In the world of sports, Nigerians are also taking center stage. Isaac was the first of the 8 Nigerian players drafted into the National Basketball Association, NBA, in his 2020 draft. He was the 5th overall pick and was chosen by Cleveland Cavaliers in 2020. He was born in Atlanta, Georgia, to Nigerian parents and was a small forward, part of the USA's winning team at the 2018 Under-17 Basketball World Cup in Argentina. His parents originated and immigrated from Nigeria. Isaac played basketball for his high school in Georgia for 4 years, helping his team win the state championship and achieve national success in his senior season. He was considered a 5-star recruit by Rivals and a 4-star recruit by 24/7 Sports and ESPN, respectively. To these Nigerians and other Nigerians breaking the proverbial glass ceiling, we say, keep it up. The motherland is proud of you.
To an extent, the reading culture of Nigerians is not too good. A lot of people believe that every other thing is much more important than buying a book to read. Apart from the fact that people just want to read books for the purpose of passing their exams or going through school, hardly do people believe that reading outside that purpose still will help them to an extent.
It's been full of ups and downs. Nigerians don't read. I dare to disagree because, we're 16K followers strong on our Instagram account, on other platforms as well. We also have a huge following. So if I told people are not interested in books in Nigeria, we wouldn't have people follow in the first place. And it's so exciting to find out that there are so many people outside of Lagos in deep core parts of Nigeria that are buying and shopping for us, and they are just so excited that this book is locally available and it's sort of like within reach for them. So it's been exciting. It could be better, but again, we do it for the culture, you do it for the passion, and hopefully more stakeholders get interested in it, and it gets better. I got into selling books because I was very passionate about it, and then I was hungry to find other people like me. I wanted to connect with them, and the kind of books that fascinated me were not, I could hardly find people around who were excited about them as well. So at the time, when I interact with people within my age range, they're either talking about some foreign authors that write books outside of the context that I'm familiar with. So I wanted to meet with other young people, other people of like minds who were excited about the kind of books that I liked. And yeah, that was basically how it all begun. And then beyond that also, I definitely used to go to some website online to find out what books are forced to reckon with internationally. And then most of those books are not available locally, so I had to either shop from some big names out there. And then I thought, if these books are available and people are actually talking about them, reviewing them, perhaps there might be young people or people in Nigeria as well that would really want to read about them. So I end up bringing a few copies, see if I can circulate within my circle, publicize, use social media, and see how far it goes. And so that was how it all started.
It's actually more like one of the out of inspiration, and then the drive to bring books closer to people, because at some points that I loved reading, I found it hard getting the kind of books I really always wanted to read. So it was like, yeah, you could get this for other people, and then it's been there for me. So I'm having fun doing what I'm doing, and I'm the fact that I can have access to books too as a bookseller is fantastic for me. Yeah, it's been profitable. It's how you do the business that makes it profitable for you. So it's been profitable. It may not be the best of the businesses in the country or in the world, especially maybe in this part of the world, knowing fully well the attitude to reading and education generally, and then even government's attitude to education, So, but still, there are still people who know that without education, they wouldn't be where they are. And then even if they are not educated, they get the best of educated people to work for them. So that means education, which comes through reading of books, is a key and vital role in this life.
It has enhanced reading, but what I realize is that even for those who normally would not like to buy a Bible before, because of the ability to read their Bibles from their phones, a lot of people are beginning to dump reading Bibles on their phones with buying regular Bibles, because they've seen the importance of having to carry a Bible or read a hard copy Bible. When people read from their phones, most times they can't easily go back or even highlight certain things. But with the hard copy Bible, they are able to do some highlighting, go back, make references and all that. So technology, to an extent, it has its own advantage and its own disadvantage to our business. Advantages are the fact that people could, read at any time they want to, in the dark, wherever. But disadvantage is the fact that it's handy, when you have your books on your media, electronic media. But for those who still cherish the hard copy books, they still come back, to pick up the hard copy books from us. A lot of Nigerians are writing more, because virtually on a daily basis we get new books from Nigerian writers, asking that Latona should carry their books. It's a bit challenging, but at the same time we try to encourage them, to review their books and then accept it for display on our shelves.
We still battle with issues of piracy. There are times where royalties are not paid the way they are supposed to. Publishing houses don't put enough effort to promoting books the way they are supposed to. So that way books and people are not even aware that some Nigerian authors are writing really, really good books. I think sometimes more books written by Nigerian authors are sort of like accepted in the Western world better than they are locally. And also, in terms of marketing, publicity, locally, more effort still needs to be put in place to help us combat issues of piracy, and then ensure that people are more able to access so many of these books as well locally.
For book lovers, I say keep reading, because you know already what you are gaining from reading. And then for governments, give more allocation to education. allocation to education is very important, and you can't have a government that just places less emphasis on education, and every year you expect your people to be better, and then there are fightings. Any small thing, any little thing, there's fights, and it's all because of the level of exposure and education of the people, and it's playing a role in every facet of the economy, every facet of the society, because people are not well enlightened about their rights, about the opportunities that they can actually get, and many of those things come in through parts of education, and reading is part of it.
Many thanks for joining us on the show today. This is Plus Sports Special on Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka Njoku. And of course, it's a weekend where we look forward to a lot of sporting activities from football to basketball. Remember, the NBA is still right there. And my favorite team is beginning to do well. They're doing me proud in the NBA. I'm just hoping that they get to make it to the NBA playoffs. I've got Wale Scott right here, and we saw an amazing game between Aston Villa and Liverpool. I'm sure we'll get to talk about that later on. But we saw kids play against adults, and it was quite interesting.
Great game, really. I saw kindergartens playing against almighty Liverpool, and at the initial stage, I saw a very shabby, short Liverpool team. And it was like Sadio Mane, Mo Salah were actually learners, you know. And we saw these young lads put them to the gun, you know, and it was good, you know. But all things being equal, when push came to shove, when the party started, like they say, jungle mature, you know, Liverpool actually came to the party and they made it happen. But it's good. It's good to see that when teams are in trouble, they can actually churn out young boys who can actually put you to the gun, actually, you know, give you a run for your money.
Exactly.
It's good. Liverpool actually found it tough, but they got their rhythm, got their acts together, and actually beat those boys. I think it's good.
It's good for football. We got to talk. There's a whole lot to talk about, a lot of talking points from that game. But let's come back home and talk about the Nigeria Professional Football League, where we'll see games going down in different centers across Nigeria. Starting from today, we'll see Akwa United against Abia Warriors. And on Sunday, the 10th of January, we'll see MFM taking on Sunshine Stars. MFM will be playing at home. And Lobby Stars takes on Warri Wolves. Rivers United versus Kwara United. Enyimba, who will take on Wiki Tourists. Jigawa Golden Stars, who will take on Rangers International. FC Fanyuba versus Dakada. Katsina United versus Adamawa United. Plateau United versus Heartland. And Nasarawa United will take on Kano Pillars. These are the fixtures of games that will be going down in the Nigeria Professional Football League. What are you expecting in these games from today and tomorrow?
Let me first of all state that I'm not very particular about the Nigerian Premier Football League. You know, I saw some teams play on the continent, and I saw them totally embarrass me. You know, really. I watched our boys play, and I feel Genoro has been vindicated when he doesn't call any of his boys to the Super Eagles, really, for me. But yes, I want to say a good team, really. I want to say good matches, you know. It's good to know that the MPFL TV tends to show at least one match for us to watch, you know, and I'm optimistic that things will get better in the league eventually, you know. But for now, I'm not just particular about them, really, for now. But yes, hopefully I want to watch matches today. I want to watch matches tomorrow. It's our Nigerian Premier League now, our own, you know, so I'll watch it.
But you know, it's good to see these games on TV, the MPFL TV, and we'll get to enjoy the very best of.
So if you're watching this program right now, you can actually go on the internet and go on MPFL TV and watch at least one Nigerian Premier League match on the weekend. One on Saturday, one on Sunday.
Well, once again, looking through the fixtures, Akwa United will be up against Abia Warriors, and on Sunday it will be MFM taking on Sunshine Stars. Lobby Stars will be at home to Warri Wolves, and Rivers United takes on Kwara United. Enyimba, the Aba Elephants, will be up against their opponents. Talking about Wiki Tourist, and Jigawa Golden Stars will take on Rangers International. FC Fanyumba versus Dakada. Katina versus Adamawa United. Plus United against Heartland, and Nasarawa United will take on Kano Pillars. I'm looking forward to the game between Nasarawa United and Kano Pillars, and also the game between Enyimba and Wiki Tourist. Those are amazing games I'll be looking forward to this weekend.
Enyimba, Wiki Tourist, fantastic. I think if you are a better, you can actually say goal. You know, you are sure of at least both teams scoring goals. You know what? But that would be really nice. A nice game to watch. At least something different from the regular nonsense we've been watching the last two games they've had. You know what? Yeah, that would be nice to watch. Wiki Tourist to be. I've always been a fan of Wiki. I don't know why Wiki Tourist. I've always liked them.
So you think they would upset Enyimba?
I don't see a fantastic Enyimba right now. The last two games, I've not seen a fantastic Enyimba yet. But I've seen a Wiki Tourist that actually have they are gaining momentum. You know, it's a gradual process, and I think Wiki Tourist can actually upset them. Yes. They can.
All right, we have Babajide Guerrero joining us on the show this morning, and he is the first Nigeria Professional Football League TV presenter. Yes, we have to give him that accolade. Good to have you with us, Jide.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, man. How are you doing, man? What's going on?
Very well, very well. We're doing good. Hope you're keeping safe out there.
Yeah, it's been quite a thing, you know, with the COVID-19. I mean, I would have loved to share space with you in the studio right now, but COVID-19 wouldn't allow. Yeah, so I think staying safe, it's a responsibility everybody has to take, right? It's a duty at this time. So yes, I am. Thank you very much for asking.
Very true. I've got Wale Scott here, and we'll have tons of questions to ask you this morning.
Julie, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Wale Scott, thank you so very much, sir. It's a good pleasure to hear from you, sir.
Yeah, let's talk about the Nigeria Professional Football League. How has it been for you getting on board with the NPFL and also knowing that our league is back and, should I say, better than what it used to be?
Yes, I think we can say that again, over and again. It is miles and streets away from what it used to be. Before now, it's a struggle. I mean, when I joined, I just heard Wale Scott mentioning how joyous a feeling it is, you know, to be able to watch one Nigerian Professional Football League match, you know, on Nigerian TV, and it's a platform. And may I also politely chip in that it's the first time any African country is attempting to have its own platform as big as this. At the last game against, when Kano Pillars played in the Northwest Derby, when Kano Pillars hosted Katsina United in Kaduna, I was with Shehu Diko, the LMC chairman and the vice president of the NFF, you know, at the touchline. And then he mentioned something. He said the app has been downloaded in over 80 countries in the world. And he also led on to say there's a projection. However it is, I think this is a huge step in the right direction. We're coming from a certain place where we hear referee decisions terribly. We hear people chasing referees on the football pitch. We hear players coming in with bottles, where there was no level of coordination, no level of great understanding, no level of how to do, what to do, and when to do it. So I think what the LMC has been able to achieve, and what the whole fraternity of the NPFL has been able to achieve with this NPFL TV, is not only good for football, it's good for the image of Nigeria as a country.
Yeah.
And that's where we have to start taking it off from. It's good for our image. I can tell you, not even on good account, on the account of what I saw, that at least 2 Nigerian players, maybe before the end of January, maybe before the end of this particular season, will be traveling to clubs I would not like to mention on air, because they were able to see them. We've always clamored, craved, yearned for audio visibility, for visibility, for the players to be visual. So you say Rabiu Ali is one of the best players in Africa, on the continent. Let us see him play.
Yeah.
And guess what? We were able to see Rabiu Ali the last time, and he scored a goal against Katsina United. So there will be challenges. There's been challenges. It will always get better. It's the first time. It's the first season. The juries are still very much out about this one. But I think so far, not so bad at all. I think it can only get better with the support of every Nigerian. Wale Scott, I'm hearing you, sir.
I ask the questions as they are. I say the things as it is. I'm not scared of anyone, really. The truth be said, Nigerians are ashamed, to a large extent, of showing our football to the world. Why? How are we working on our structures, our pitch? Most pitches are really very, very bad. Most of the stadiums are really, really terrible. And it's sad to note that we are going to show this kind of pitches, this kind of stadiums to the world to see. Some of us, like me, I'm ashamed to show some stadiums to the world, really, if you ask me.
Yeah, true. There's no lie in what you said. It's on TV, it's there. But one of the things that the LMC did in preparation for this particular broadcast for the NPFL TV is that they were able to ratify and drop some couple of stadiums that was not TV worthy, and they didn't have the right infrastructure to host some quality games. I can tell you on good accounts that so far, so good. So far, so good. I think the ones we've seen on TV, and I'm telling you this because I'm privileged to be the presenter, the very first match they won was at the Nest of Champions. The Nest of Champions is, of course, the Godswill Akpabio Stadium in Uyo. You and I know that's a top quality stadium, which is good for football. That's one. The next game we saw was the Aba International Stadium, which has a great pitch, but not so good environment. And that's one of the things that we tell about this team. I mean, I said it earlier, and I'll keep saying it again. We need to get to a place where every fragment of our football is sellable. And that's just to buttress what you said about, the kind of pitches and stadium. Yes, so at Enyimba was good, it was decent. And then fast forward, we also went to the Adokia Misimaka Stadium, which for me is still one of the very best stadiums in Nigeria. And that's where Rivers United played against, when United United won their first game, of the season. They played against the Enugu Rangers International in that particular game. They won 1-0. The turf was good, the environment was good. I think one of the challenges that coronavirus has been able to put right there in the mix for us negatively is the fact that a lot of people, since they don't have access to stadiums, this is a call. Thank God it's on TV right now. It's a call to all MPFL club managers and stadium managers to try and keep the stadiums in shape. Because just like you said, some of these stadiums are not good for TV. It is bad enough that it's not good, but it can also be better if at all you try to do some basic things right. Yeah. And I can tell you on good account that all the matches we've shown so far have actually had good, great turf. I can also confirm that tomorrow we will be beaming at the soccer temp with Agege, MFM taking on Sunshine. And you and I agree that that's a good turf too.
Yeah.
So far, so good. We've been able to portray the good. Now, I agree. I totally agree that the bad still exists. I also totally agree that the bad still need to be worked on. But I think we should also, I'm not one who will, just like Balotelli said, he said the reason why he doesn't jubilate when he scores is because you don't praise a postman for delivering the mails. He's just doing his job.
True.
Yeah, so I think about MPFL, I wouldn't say, kudos to the LMC. But yes, kudos to them. But there's still so much work to be done, especially about the quality of the stadium. But I can tell you that so far, so good. It's not been a bad push for Nigerian football in any way or in any account.
Very true. I totally agree with you. And let's talk about the NPFL TV now, which has been downloaded in different countries across the world. Yeah, a lot of people have actually asked me, how did they get to manage their data? That why can't we have sponsorship on TV? And I said it's a gradual process, but is there anything the LMC will do to come to a level playing ground for those who can afford data to watch from their mobile phones?
Okay, Shehu Diko mentioned something about a potential. I would like to underline and say in bold and capital, please, that there's a potential relationship that will be established with network service provider that will be going forward to try to see if at all there will be an understanding of how best to help Nigerians manage data. And this is also a small little trick, that a number of people now use, and which is also, it's not like a trick, but of course it's just there to help manage data. The resolution is at 1080 1080p, that's HD, that's the full HD, 1080. And from 1080, there are other options. You can just, when you're watching the video, when you're watching the live games, you can click on the setting. So at 1080p, you can get dropped to 380, you can get dropped to 480, and all these are still good, great qualities. So you can still enjoy top quality football at its best without expending so much on data. Because when you want to stream in HD, of course, you know what that, of course, would cost, in terms of data. But we can adjust that particular field. But aside that, like I said, there is a potential agreement, according to what, Shehu Diko said in a particular meeting, that could be going forward, just to have a lot of people. And take a look at it. The subscription looks to be quite affordable. I'll say affordable. I'll say not cheap, because nothing is cheap. Because affordability itself is relative. So I would say it's pretty much affordable. 1,500 naira subscription to enjoy Nigerian Professional Football League. I don't think it's at the cutthroat. I think, again, because it's the first edition, it will get better. I'm sure the Red Strike team are working tirelessly to make sure that all this comes to good for the betterment of Nigerian football. But yes, I kind of agree with you on that one. Data needs to be appropriately managed.
All right, thank you very much, Jide, for your time.
Thank you very much, Jide.
We're looking forward to having you run commentary maybe today or tomorrow's games.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Udoka. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome, bro.
All right, enjoy the rest of your day, and please continue to stay safe out there. All right, talking about the Nigeria Professional Football League, I think it's a positive thing that we need to look at, and also look at the fact that we can get to see these players. Now, like he mentioned, some few players might
yes,
just
but
get to leave.
Nigerians are stubborn people. We just want to cut corners all the time. I think Nigerians are more comfortable with yielding the big stick with them, as in get really hard with them. I think the LMC can actually go a long way to say, okay, good. You won't play any matches. We will deduct points from the points you have in the league if you do not do the right thing in the stadiums. Get the facilities right, make it almost world class. Insist they do it. These clubs have the money really to make sure they pay their staffs. LMC can suspend a club, can put a club in the second division if they don't do these things. Pay your players their salaries in good time. Get your structures together. It must be at least world class. Inspect them honestly. Don't just go and inspect them. They'll give you a hotel to sleep in. Walk around the place. They give you brand envelope and you go back home and say, oh, it's all right. No, that's not enough. We want independent inspectors to go there. If it's not okay, insist. If it's not okay, you guys will not play your home matches here. I think Jide has said it right. But even at that, I'm going to antagonize him a bit. What Jide has said is they are sieving the matches for us. Now, I might want to see a Rivers United match. But because the stadium has not been clicked right to be shown on MPFL TV, I don't get to watch that match. Must we sieve matches? Well, insist these guys, the clubs, work on their stadiums.
Like he said, it's a first, and I'm sure there'll be an improvement on the football pitches.
Because as it is now, we only have some matches we can watch that are played in some particular stadiums, and that doesn't work right for me. Really.
Well, for now, we're enjoying the MPFL, and I know that we're going to enjoy more of football. We're coming down to Nigeria here, and hopefully we want this to reflect on the Super Eagles of Nigeria, talking about home-based players getting to feature for the Super Eagles, and also the club competitions. Let's see our clubs do better on the CAF competitions from the Champions League and, of course, the CAF Confederation Cup. And just so you know, Enyimba will be taking on the winner between Rivers United and Bloemfontein and Celtic. I'm actually scared for both teams because one has to crash out from that tournament.
Well, it's good and it's bad, really. I'm sure Rivers will take on Celtic. They will qualify.
They have an advantage.
Get to meet Enyimba. But the good thing is, one team will qualify, one team will crash out. At least one team will still qualify. It's good all the way. What if they meet different teams and then they both crash out?
Both crash out. All right, let's take a break and see what happened in the German Bundesliga between Bayern Munich and Borussia Mönchengladbach. And when we return, we'll be having a live guest on the show. We'll be right back. Thanks for staying with us. It is still Plus Sports Special, and right now we've got Nero Adesonya on the show, and I will be running through the rest of the show together. Good to have you with us, and Happy New Year to you, Nero.
Happy New Year to you, Doka, and Wale Scott as well. Nice to be here.
You're looking very, very fresh. Did you have a new resolution of looking fresher than how you were last year? Wow. You know, there's this freshness that comes with having a shower. Once you have a shower, you look very, very fresh.
Like
in and out, really.
It just makes you look like you just had a plastic surgery.
In and out.
What do you mean?
Freshness in, and then you look fresh out.
Spiritually?
Not spiritually.
Do you pass on the inside?
No, as in, your body feels good, though.
No. That's actually true.
Maybe I'm trying to figure something out about Wale Scott, but it's fine. It's fine. We saw that highlight, Borussia Mönchengladbach against Bayern Munich, and I was saying off the camera, I said, look, it was a shameful performance for Bayern for me, and you mentioned something which is very, very interesting, that there's this thing that comes with success, there's always a diminishing return, and it happened to Bayern yesterday.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not the first time it's happening to any major team. You look at teams that have been very successful, not only in Europe, but everywhere they are, and Bayern in the last 2 years have just been literally unplayable. You see the way they've been playing all these last few seasons, and it just looks like football just comes easy for them. And then don't forget, they've also lost somebody that a lot of people have not given the credit to. Talking about Thiago Alcantara.
Yeah.
Alcantara has been the man who orchestrates everything for Bayern Munich right from the middle. And he also provides a lot of cover for the defenders. I mean, we saw when Bayern Munich played Barcelona just last season.
Yeah.
And you saw how Alcantara literally almost rendered Messi almost useless because of the fact that he knew Messi right from their days in Barcelona. And this man is now with Liverpool. Liverpool are yet to really understand the way this guy plays. I'm pretty sure before the end of the season, injury-free, will be able to do that.
I don't think it's going to happen because, if you ask me, like you said, diminishing returns. It's happening to Bayern Munich. It's happening to Liverpool as we speak. Yes, because the truth be said, the Liverpool team is beginning to grow old, literally.
Okay.
Yes, they've got the input of Jota, who's still quite young. And if you want to put all the burden on Alcantara at this point, he's not getting any younger either. And Liverpool, as a team, you're looking at a Liverpool team that actually, one of their three-pronged attack, Firmino, Salah or Mane, gets injured and it's the end. They lose their next 5 matches. And that's not good for a team. You can't compare a team like Liverpool to a team like Man U who have a large squad. And Guardiola once said that, listen, the teams that are going to be the future are teams who have large squads.
Yeah.
Liverpool are not doing that. Now, thank God for COVID.
Wow.
I'm stunned and saying that. Thank God for COVID. And Aston Villa has developed a second 11 already. Due to COVID, Aston Villa are now a second 11 team already right now.
Okay.
So you ask yourself a question. Must you wait for till COVID ravages your team before you realize you need a big squad? What if Aston Villa didn't have a big squad yesterday?
I think when you look at Liverpool, I may not necessarily agree that they're on the low. You look at the fact that they've had some serious injury worries at the start of the season, and they've still been at the top. And for me, yes, we know the Liverpool we saw last season. We know the Liverpool we saw the season before when they won the Champions League. And you would agree that definitely they're not firing on all cylinders. But then, of course, like you said, that issue of diminishing returns will start to come in because when you've achieved almost everything that is achievable for you, you've played the World Club Championship, you won
Champions League finals,
you won the Champions League, you won the
EPL
the league that you've been chasing for over 2 decades, 3 decades, and it just you get to a stage where you're like, if you don't bring in people like Jota, people like Thiago Alcantara, who want to also prove a point because they were not there last season, you do not get that freshness again. So to a certain extent, Wale is correct, but at the same time, I think Liverpool is still good for this season. But with Bayern, you can't always rule them out as well. Anything can happen. This is January. There's transfer window opening already. They can get some players that they feel that they need.
And talking about Bayern Munich, they're still on top of the Bundesliga, and RB Leipzig comes second. And surprisingly, Borussia Mönchengladbach on the 7th position in the Bundesliga. Let's talk about what's going on in England and talk about Arsenal. Bukayo Saka has been nominated for the PFA Fans
Arsenal
Player of the Month award for December. Now, the 19-year-old has been one of the few shining lights in Arsenal, and he has already been named Player of the Month by Arsenal. And now Saka's brilliance in December has been recognized by the PFA, who have put him up as a nominee for their Fans Player of the Month. But then he'll be contesting the accolade with Bruno Fernandes of Manchester United, as well as Marcus Rashford, Thomas Tuchel, Nick Pope, and Anwar El Ghazi. Bukayo Saka totally deserves every accolade that he has gotten from Arsenal. But do you think he can win the Player of the Month award with all the other nominees in the category?
Well, if you look at Arsenal's performance in the last month, I think they probably there amongst the teams that have performed very well. Surprisingly, they've had a very terrible December with all the losses that they had and all the other stuff. But just coming into January, towards the end of December, they played quite well. They won like about 3 games on the bounce. And that's not happened with them for a while. And that's obviously lifted them from where they are to 11th on the table. Saka has done very well. But if you look at the other players that he's coming up against, you look at the input of those individuals. Yes, I know that Saka has been very instrumental to the way Arsenal has played when they go forward with his blistering pace and his dribbling skills. And then once in a while getting the goals as well. And then, of course, he's also doing the assists. So if you look at him, it looks like a total complete package, but he still needs a whole lot of maturity. But you look at the likes of Bruno Fernandes, that guy, I'm not a big fan of Manchester United, obviously maybe because of my affiliation with my own club. But Bruno Fernandes is like, I don't know how to describe this guy. He's got charisma. He's like his talisman. When the team is losing, he seems to be the one that pulls the chestnut out of the fire, and he keeps doing this all the time. And he's on the verge of actualizing something that has never been done by any player, which is to win 4 Player of the Month award in one season. If he does it, it's going to be the first time to be ever done.
I think Bukayo's case is like Usain Bolt. You know, you just look behind you and like he has passed through. And like, where did this guy come from? You know, he came from nowhere. And you know, sometimes I look at Bukayo Saka and I feel like a woman who has aborted her child and is regretting now and saying, this guy can't play for Nigeria now. You know, you must always feel like that. You know, Bukayo Saka is astronomical. Guys, going forward, he's on fire, like on drugs, you know? And you still ask yourself, where did this guy come from? Where has he been all this while? But he's still very young. He's got many years ahead of him. And you're going to see England swarming around him like bees right now. I just wish the guy just look around and say, okay, good, I'm going to Nigeria, you know? If we have a Bukayo Saka, a Chukwueze, and all that on our team, we can beat anyone.
But Bukayo Saka is out already. Except we wait for it to see whether he plays those 3 games. You know, FIFA just tweaked the international rules.
But you can't but always feel like this guy. But at this point in time, like I said, the fans' Player of the Month is not going to happen now for him. But he has many more years to go. He has many more months.
Why do you think so? Because I think he's done well.
Yeah, I think going up against
Bruno Fernandes, for example.
And then we're also not mentioning somebody who I also feel probably deserves it, probably more than Bruno Fernandes, the man from Aston Villa, El Ghazi.
El Ghazi
has been awesome.
You know, we're also not talking about the fact that most footballers, past footballers, Nascimento, Pelé, Maradona before he died, a lot of them actually came together and agreed that one of the biggest English players as we speak today is Marcus Rashford.
I think he's good, but I don't know. Marcus Rashford is a good player, but I still don't think I would put him on the level of the likes of Gaza, for instance. Poor Gascoigne.
No. They're not comparing them.
Okay, they're saying for now.
For now.
Okay.
Nobody can compare to Gaza, really, for now. You know, but the truth be said, all things being equal, I still think that Fernandes might have this one again.
Yeah.
If not Fernandes,
especially when you look at the way Man United now are at the top.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a whole lot. Aston Villa, yes, but Fernandes' contribution, albeit penalties majorly. But, you know, he's propelled his team from outside the top 4, suddenly into 4, and then now competing. If not him, El
Ghazi.
Yeah.
So it's looking like fingers will be pointing towards Bruno Fernandes. But let's talk about Bukayo Saka and the Super Eagles.
And I'm surprised Jack Grealish is not on the list.
Well, you know, when you do so much of assists and you don't get to score the goals as much as you should, especially when you now have a player like El Ghazi, who came from, like, let me borrow from Wale, nowhere. I mean, El Ghazi has been in Aston Villa for a long time, and he's had a very barren spell for a long time. But all of a sudden, his block just starts clicking, and all of a sudden, this guy becomes the man who scores the goals for Aston Villa. And I feel for him, it's not bad at all. But then, talking about Bukayo Saka in Nigeria, I think we should just forget about Bukayo Saka. With the way he's performing now, it's going to be difficult for England. They've already featured him. They've capped him for about 2 games, if my memory serves me right. And he played very well in those 2 games. One more, and that's it for Nigeria. Even with the tweaking of the international rules for change of and switch of nationality, it's not probably going to be possible.
I see this guy who plays for Fulham, Tomori or something.
No, that's Chelsea. The Fikayo Tomori.
There's this guy in Fulham.
There's so many players. Have you guys?
He plays on the right wing, and this guy is fantastic for Fulham. Fulham is coming forward and is in.
Oh, you're talking about. I know. All I know is that.
Olaino.
No, Olaino. There's
He's
another
a striker.
Nigerian.
Can't remember his name.
Ademola,
yeah.
Ademola Lookman. We've had a look at him.
The guy plays on the right wing for Fulham, and the guy is massive.
When it comes to the Super Eagles of Nigeria now, I think, I might be wrong, but I think there's something wrong with our scouting system. Okay. Now there's Eberechi Eze now, who plays for Crystal Palace. We've not been able to seal his coming back to play for Nigeria.
In fairness to the NFF, that's not the NFF's fault. Eberechi is actually still holding out, and he feels that, we can't blame some of these players. I mean, they grew up in England or they grew up outside the country. Yeah. And if they feel they have a fair chance to make the teams of those countries who seem to have been more well organized over the years compared to Super Eagles, maybe now, yes, we're trying to put things right and start looking at some of these players outside. But we can't blame the likes of Eberechi. I know that Amaju Pinnick, for one, has been on Eberechi's case. He's traveled to England several times. Yeah. Even Gernot Raw has been to England, tried to, lure this guy away from playing for England. But when you see the goal that this guy scored, I think this January, I mean, crazy solo run, those are the kind of goals that would not allow England to let go. Players
so
like that.
That's my point. Why do we have to lure players to come play for the Super Eagles of Nigeria? I think it should be an easy decision for them. The same thing happened with Tammy Abraham. We kept on talking to him, and he said he was holding on to make a decision, and lo and behold, he chose England. And I just have a funny feeling that
Eberechi will do the same.
Just
like Bukayo Saka also did the same.
Let's be ourselves.
Yeah.
Mikel Obi has consistently told the world, stupidly, that he cannot kill himself for Nigeria. Okay. And he gave examples of Dosu Joseph.
But do you actually blame him for saying that?
Well, you see, I don't.
You feel that patriotism should be.
He should at least pretend like
a captain of
he should at least pretend like he will die for the country, but he won't die. And these people have watched these interviews. They've seen how we treat our players.
Yeah.
And I don't think, first of all, if I grew up in England and I was made, and England says they want me, or I suspect England will want me, it's only fair to play for them. They made me what I am today. However, if I want to play for Nigeria, I will consider and say, if I play for them, will it be worth the while? Do these guys care? They already know we don't care. We don't care about our players. If you die, you die. Salah. Dosu Joseph had an accident somewhere in Ikeja. The NFF initially promised they would help him out. And then after a while, they receded and said, listen, guy, you were on private trip.
Even though they had just returned from an international team.
And they let him, and they have not given him a dime till today. We've seen people die. I saw Paul Hamilton die in front of me. He first of all got his right leg cut, and he got his second leg cut, and I was sitting there watching him shout about the leg paining him, and he just died there in front of me. And the guy's wife had been going to Abuja, going and coming, looking to get his money from them. It's sad that our leaders actually sit down in their homes, sipping champagne, and have no guilty conscience. How do you work like that? And you see, like I always said on the show, if we consider like this, it's the end point that matters, like age cheating. No matter how long you lie about your age, it will tell one day. You can't cheat nature. Yeah. And if we continue to treat our players like this, players like Eze and Tomori and Bukai will not come. Because it's obvious that we don't care about our players. So why come all the way here, get a broken leg, and then, okay.
But I just hope that the tables will turn someday. I remember having an interview. We could actually.
Let's be honest with ourselves. I know that Wale is speaking based on experience. Yeah. Of course, we've seen it all over years. Samuel Oparaji, we know how much it took before the sports minister was the only one to, not the only one anyway, at least to make a major impact and say, okay, your parents or your mother, who's the surviving parent you have, should have something. Unfortunately,
after how many years?
It came too late because at the end of the day, she also passed on. But to be honest, I think it goes beyond what we're paying them in terms of bonuses. I mean, our players are probably one of the best paid. Let's not lie to ourselves.
True, I agree with you.
In the fact that they earn $10,000 for a win, for crying out loud. I don't think a lot of the other players, even in Europe, earn that. The way they do their own payments is not even structured the way ours is, where you earn your money immediately after the game is played. I know that a lot of countries in Europe wait till you finish whatever assignment. If it's a qualifier for the World Cup, you finish and they collect all your money together and you get paid it into your account. But that system works because those players believe in their officials. They also feel that at the end of our assignment, we'll be paid whatever is worth for us. But it shouldn't be about that, to be honest. What it's about is about welfare, which Wale mentioned a lot. If players from all these European countries and in some of the African countries as well get injured or they have any issues, their country takes care of them.
Let me give you a typical example. I don't like Ahmad Jupinik very much. He doesn't like me either. And the feeling is very mutual. And I don't care about it. I asked a question. Somebody asked me a question on a different platform and said, listen, FIFA or CAF or something has given our players, foreign and home-based, some palliatives, financial palliatives to give. And I told the guy, you will not hear about this thing again from now.
Okay.
Which player, which team, which Nigerian team, which foreign player has received £1 from that palliative until now?
Well, wouldn't
I don't want to delve into politics like that, but because I also believe that NFF, in a way, I'm not holding forth for them, but I believe that in a way they've tried to say, okay, we've used this money for this. It's probably
broken it down.
It behoves on us to find out and investigate and find out whether they have done what they say they have done. I know that there's quite some disgruntled element somewhere in the football fraternity saying that, well, FIFA has given us some funds to alleviate our sufferings during the COVID-19, and we haven't seen any. I know that sports writers, for instance, were given something. I don't know whether it was proportional to what they were supposed to give, but NFF are the ones who they hold the knife and they hold the stuff itself. So I don't like going into stuff like that unless I am sure about it.
We should work on welfare, because I don't have to be sure to say what I've not seen. You know, I have not seen anyone come out and say, thank you very much, NFF, thank you very much, FIFA. I have not seen any team come out and do that. I have not, and during the COVID-19, nobody was going down, so they can't say they use money to do stadium now.
But I'm sure we'll find out.
We're going to welfare now.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to welfare now.
Which is crucial.
Yeah, which is crucial, because, listen, I am not going to allow my son, who plays in Arsenal Academy, to play for Nigeria, so I won't agree. That's true.
We will come later, don't worry.
There's a whole lot to do, and we'll still go back to the drawing board and ensure that we'll get things right with our football, with our sports in general in Nigeria. And sometime soon, we'll be giants again. Now let's go back to the FA Cup and talk about what happened between Liverpool and Aston Villa, where Liverpool's second half goal rush defeated Aston Villa in an FA Cup third round. As Jack Grealish, who wasn't there, he also praised the young starlets for doing the club proud. And Liverpool did what was expected of them and beat Aston Villa's young stars 4-1 at Villa Park, but the scoreline truly did not reflect the true story of the game. I feel like the boys from Aston Villa gave their all. Even if they lost, I think they lost with a lot of dignity in that one. It wasn't an outrageous, it wasn't a trashing, if I put it that way.
That wasn't a loss, though. Even when Liverpool scored their second goal, they didn't jubilate now.
Yeah.
Because it was like, these guys are giving us a run for our money.
Yeah, I think Liverpool themselves were a bit, should I say, embarrassed, because they felt, I mean, these are guys who should be taken to the cleaners. And they probably also felt, the big players probably felt, this is the FA Cup. If we knew that these guys were fielding this crop of players,
I
don't think we should be coming up with this kind of players.
Well, I think they knew. But I think
I would expect
hours to the game.
Because the team list would have been released, and you can actually tweak it if you want to. But maybe I don't know. Maybe a club sees a very tough season, and he feels he's probably unsure about Champions League, unsure of the league itself with the way things are going right now, and he feels, you know what, after having Champions League season before, the last season he had the EPL. This time around, I don't want to go empty-handed, so I'm going Mourinho-esque, which is all guns blazing. You know, Mourinho does not care if he's playing Carling, if he's playing FA, any competition. Mourinho is going there and he's trying to play his best team.
I think it's good for those boys. I think those boys are going to go back to their areas as heroes. You know, when you play Liverpool and you give them a run for their money, and they're going to go home and in their area, there'll be crowd there shouting, hey, welcome back home, you know. And I think it was a win for them. You know, playing Liverpool alone was a win. I don't think they went into that match planning to win that game. Because at least a young man, his first game for Aston Villa is going up against Liverpool, the champions, and they gave them a run for their money. And they left that stadium that day winners, if you ask me.
True. I totally agree with you. And of course, the Aston Villa players, most of them actually made their debut yesterday, and it was a good performance from the boys out there. Going over to Italy, coronavirus has hit again, as Juventus defender De Ligt has tested positive for coronavirus. The Serie A champions confirmed this one yesterday, and the Dutch defender played 90 minutes of Juve's 3-1 win over AC Milan on Wednesday, but has now been placed into isolation. The diagnosis comes as a blow to Andrea Pirlo's side, who face fellow Scudetto challengers Sassuolo on Sunday night in a vital league fixture. I mean,
I've always said,
my question now, Wale.
I don't know why Udoka is always telling me I should stop saying that thing.
No, hold on, Wale. What I was going to ask is, shouldn't you just pause football?
Thank you very much.
I said
it last week. Look, I was saying no. Every UK country, every country across the world who has stopped everything, who have locked down totally, and have refused to lock down football because they agree they are hypocrites. They are all hypocrites, really. Because football brings in so much money. They use the Oyinbo language. I want to believe that now. I understand English more than the Englishman now. They use the word total lockdown, but football is still on.
Yeah. So how do you explain the lockdown?
It's not total now. But because football brings in so much money, they are being self-centered about it. And I said, good, we lock down everything else. But football, who's being stays.
I think I'm going to go the British way, to be honest.
That's not fair.
And I feel that, yes, I think Wale is right to fault the issue of total national lockdown. Yeah. You didn't even put national. You need to put the national there as well. But I also feel that don't get it twisted. They also have left some retail stores open, which are like department supermarkets and all the stores that actually sell.
Are you telling me today, Nero? I'm sure you have whatever your English language. Is football essential duties? Grocery stores are essential.
Yeah, absolutely.
The police force is essential.
Yeah, absolutely.
Medicals, they're essential. Is football essential?
Football is not essential. But,
because they're making money off football.
That's why I said I agree with you, faulting the way they have described the lockdown. It shouldn't be described as total national lockdown. It is not. And I think they feel that they can actually control football and sports. First up, they do not. I'm sure they've taken out the 3,000 fans.
They have.
So that means they feel, okay, the players can be controlled. These are sportsmen and women who exercise a high level of discipline when it comes to their profession. So they're like a small nucleus in the society. So we can actually manage them and do tests for them and ensure that those who are positive definitely are not part of the game. And of course, we also saw it's no gainsaying the fact that, and it's not a surprise that we saw a spike in the number of players testing positive in the Premier League as well. Not only in the Premier League, also happened in Italy, Germany, and all the other top countries in Europe. But at the same time, I feel that if they just feel how many players are really involved, how many officials are involved, this is not the larger society. We can control them. We do tests for them from time to time. And if they test positive, it's like you take a rotten egg away from there and you leave the rest. But obviously, sometimes it spills over and then more than one person or two people get. But I think, I don't know, I kind of want to share what Wale feels that we should lock everything down. But to be honest, how are we going to beat?
Do you know
how are we going to beat COVID? If we allow COVID to always take.
Sorry to cut you, Wale. Now, what I'm even suggesting for a total lockdown and taking out sports.
Okay, so you and Wale share the same view now.
Yeah, because if you from findings, the football players, sports, they have more cases. The cases are increasing day in, day out. Now, they're even suggesting that players should stop celebrating when they score a goal. I mean, it makes football more boring. It's even sad to know that.
But it also gets football going. We all saw the problems we have had from last season.
Yeah.
I mean, we if not for the dexterity of the administrators in trying to plan a good calendar, we will not be where we are this year.
I agree with you.
We've already lost the Olympic Games. If care is not taken, Japan is already shouting about state of emergency in their country, which could lead to the Olympic Games. If it doesn't hold this year, be rest assured that we will not have the 2020 Olympic Games anymore, because Japan are saying they cannot spend anything extra. They have spent so much to prepare for last season, and if it doesn't happen this season, then we should forget about the 2020 Olympics.
I mean, it's really ridiculous.
So should we allow COVID to win this battle and say we want to keep staying?
COVID is winning already now.
It's going to sell on football
Do you know
clubs.
how many people texted me when I insisted that sports festivals, before they even put it down, that sports festivals should not go on? And people sent me texts.
No, I support sports festival in the sense that it is Nigeria.
Yeah.
And we have not been very, very good at dealing with this.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you look at the finance involved in testing the number of players. Some have even suggested, let's not have contact sports in sports festival. And I say no, because that means you've taken the whole shine out of from the game.
Saying football should remain and no lockdown for everything. It's like saying
it's like
saying cockfighting is a sport. Two animals killing.
Or you're also saying that other sports are not as essential as football.
Yeah, it's not right, really.
All right, there's a whole lot when it comes to the coronavirus and how it affects football, and if we keep going on and on, we will not leave here for at least 2 hours because there are different sides to everything. But let's take a quick breather and see how, yes, my team, the Golden State Warriors, beat the Los Angeles Clippers. And when we come back, we'll be talking basketball.
San Francisco, Steph Curry. Every time he takes to the court, folks, something combustible or incendiary points-wise. Paul George. Step back baseline jump shot. Got it. Smooth. The Gardner. George pops out on the baseline off the screen, and Paul George hits nothing but net. Curry wide open. Great ball fake and made it count. Curry with another three. Backs it out against the rookie Wiseman. Wise steps back and hits nothing but net. Really out of sorts. Cross court, Paul George rising up, fouled and one. Count it. Game plan. What a play by Lou Williams in transition. Morris missing, and Curry quickly the other way. Pulls up.
Yes, my favorite team, the Golden State Warriors, got that vital victory against the Los Angeles Clippers, and I'm already sensing beef in the studio. Someone doesn't like the Golden State Warriors.
No, it's not
is it you, Nero? You don't like
it's
the
Nero,
Golden
it's
State?
not me now.
What do you have against them? You don't think they'll make the playoffs this
I was
season?
just joking. Warriors really, how do I put it now? They really did my player in. I've got a favorite player in the NBA, and it's the King himself, the version of the real King's version.
Kevin Durant?
No, King James.
Oh, King
himself.
James.
Yeah,
Okay.
the King's
that's
version.
King now.
The King's version. So, of course, we all know the kind of suffering he suffered in the hands of Golden State Warriors.
I agree with you.
Because of Curry.
Not only Curry. I think it was more.
Curry is the man that makes it happen there. It's not.
But
he doesn't play. There's no Golden State
I
Warriors.
think a lot of people, they didn't do well now the last time. They didn't do well at all. And they had a lot of injuries to crucial players in their team. But I still don't see them doing anything big this season, to be honest. But I think it was a big victory for them to have beaten the Clippers. And we'll see how things go. It was their home ground, so good stuff for them. But home grounds don't count in basketball, to be honest.
Sure.
But a big win against a team that were expected to really go far in playoffs last season, even though it was held in the bubble. Clippers probably one of the most complete teams last season, but unfortunately they couldn't actualize it because of Lakers, who not a lot of people expected to win, but the King James version impact was felt. Yeah. And we have also seen the way they have been playing this season. After losing the first game of the season as defending champions, they've come back to start winning. And they also won yesterday again as well against the strong Chicago Bulls. So I think good stuff for Golden State Warriors. It's about time for them to come back into it because they've been in the doldrums after their success in the last about 3 or 4 years ago when they won quite a lot of, I think about 3 titles, if not 4, in the space of how many years. So that's a very good one for them.
All right, and I've also missed the performance coming from the Splash Brothers, and I just want to see them go all the way and hopefully make it to the playoffs this time around. Well, that's a draw wrap on today's show, Plus Sports Special and Plus TV Africa. I hope you enjoyed the package today. We talked about the NFF and Bukayo Saka. We spoke about Arsenal. We spoke about the Nigerian Professional Football League and give an assessment of how the league has run so far. We spoke about COVID-19. Obviously, we have to talk about coronavirus and how it has affected the world of sports. But I'll say thank you, guys. Thank you, Wally Scott and Nira Desanya.
An absolute pleasure being here with you guys.
All right, keep it locked down to Plus TV Africa. We'll give you the best when it comes to TV programming. Remember, you can reach us on social media at Plus TV Africa on Twitter and on Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka and Joko saying please enjoy the rest of your day and continue to stay safe out there.
This is Plus Politics on Plus TV Africa.
There were a lot of men, but they chose me.
Parties in Nigeria, they're simply platforms of confidence for people to go and aspire for power.
If you were not awarded a contract, then why are you coming here that you are aware?
Let me explain. No, it's okay. Some people have also accused you of talking too much.
Even if I say things, people like Obasanjo should tell us, don't say that. Not that Obasanjo will be saying, and with results that will be carrying cake to go and say, Obasanjo, stop that.
If you have your family issues, you don't discuss them in the marketplace. Those who will take over governance after the exit of the military will be mindful of the economic deprivation of our people.
Will the cost of governance ever be reduced?
Census good, but timing has to be right.
The people who are getting the palliative right now may be the wrong people because we do not have data.
Plus Politics, 7 p.m. Mondays to Fridays on Plus TV Africa.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Before I started doing music, I always knew it was something I wanted to do, but I think that it's important for people to know that being unsure of yourself, your skill, your ability, your strength is something that all artists go through. And I struggled for a time with live performances because I'm a little bit shy, and I really struggled even when I was in any kind of education. When I had to get on stage, whether I was in music school or I had to give a speech in public, it would just completely cripple me. And so I went through quite a few years of what I would call like hardcore street training, and that would involve busking. So busking is when you just pick a street corner, when I lived in London, and just start singing to people. And it's difficult, it's harder than it looks because people are walking past you. Think about it, your whole life, your friends and family has, you have a beautiful voice. Every time you open your mouth, someone's like, yay! But when you're busking on a street corner, people are walking by, they don't really care, they don't really pay attention. But that really helped me to build my confidence and to face music. Even though you're performing for people, it's important to know they're also performing for yourself. So I got to a point where I was like, you know what, as long as I sing my absolute best and give it my all, if people are watching or not, I'm still aware of the value of what I'm bringing. So that's what I would say. You must really grow your inner strength and your inner belief in yourself and what you're able to give. Don't give up, just keep going. And in time, someone will notice.
Before I finally got this fame, I used to go for countless auditions. I've been beaten by the rain, I've had my money stolen, I've walked long distances just to go for auditions, and at the end of the day, it paid off. Some of those auditions I went for, I never got called back, but look at me now, I'm grateful to God. It's been an amazing journey. It was, it was a good time. So yeah, that is my celebrity story.
Before Brother Shaggy gained recognition, I've gone through a lot. I wasn't born with a silver spoon. When my father died, I had to leave Ogun State to Lagos to start a new life with my mom. Then I started working as an actor to make money while I was in school. I was in Unilag. I started playing drums, I started dancing, I started singing just to make money to finish school. Then when I got out of school, I was looking for, what to do because I know I'm talented. People say I'm talented, but I just want to, make a difference. I started making skits. So I had different characters before Brother Shaggy. I had Akoni Badon, I had Professor Dele, I had Inspector Perry. But I just wanted to do something different, something people haven't done before. So I started this Agbero character. When I started it, my first skit was all about Jesus. I was asked in my first skit that if Jesus should come to Mushin, what will I do? So that was how the skits, got recognized everywhere. And I thank God for today that I've been able to change my story, change my family's story.
At the beginning stages of my career, living in Atlanta, just being someone that just loved the art of music, wanted to write songs for people. I remember going to different rooms and meeting different producers and not actually given a chance to go into actual studio rooms. I would hang out in like the couch living areas outside right? Hoping that somebody notices me, hoping that I can get someone's attention to play them something I've recorded in the past, to get a chance to get in the room. This happened like many years, but one thing for me was I never stopped. I remember an incident, a guy named Kevin Shine in Atlanta, just saw me sitting on the couch. He was like, yo, bro, what do you do? I'm a singer, songwriter. He's like, let me hear what you do, right? I played him what I had at the moment. This was after many months of going back and forth to the same studio. This was a place where all the big stars come. Playing him one of the songs I had, it was pretty decent, it was okay. But he heard something in me that made him introduce me to somebody else, right? I met another amazing producer that did a lot of big records for Case. This guy, his name is Kenneth Smooth. He produced Touch Me, Tease Me by Case, old record. A lot of R. Kelly records back in the days, veteran producer. From that I met somebody else, I met someone else, right? I think this life is a journey. You can't doubt yourself at the beginning stages. Nobody sees your vision, right, except you.
This was probably 2008, and I had the opportunity to work with one of the biggest artists at that time. I'm not going to mention names for obvious reasons. So we made a song on his album, and I thought, this was going to be a great look for me. And I officially started producing 2007, so this was a year after, and he was the second biggest artist I was working with at that time, so it was big deal for me. And we made a song. The song was a vibe. I was looking forward, to the album and everything. And album came out, songs on the album. Then I was excited, got the CD, went home, played the song, and the song was reproduced by a different producer. I was so heartbroken because I've been telling all my friends that, I produced this song on the album, I produced this song on the project, and people were already congratulating me. Then I heard it was a different beat by another popular producer, that was obviously way popular than I was at that time. So, I was obviously heartbroken, and a friend of mine asked this artist why he did that. And in his words, he said, "Share to Kojaye," which means my work has passed that level that I was probably too not relevant enough, to work with at that point. Anyway, today I'm SARS, and it's not here today. So keep moving, believe in yourself, you'll get there.
Welcome to Plus Events, and yes, there is a brand new episode just for you. First on our lineup is the YouTube Music Week Virtual Hangout.
YouTube held a virtual hangout, which featured top shotters in the music industry such as Peter Rankin, DJ Copy, Adekunle Gold, and Fireball. This held from the 21st to the 27th of September, tagged the YouTube Music Week. The artists used this platform to share some of their interesting plans with their fans. In this episode, we will be showing you the virtual hangouts of DJ Copy and Adekunle Gold, respectively. DJ Copy spoke on an album titled Original Copy and the inspiration behind the album.
So many people ask me why I named this album Original Copy, and I actually put it in the hands of my fans. That was really the plan. I wanted it to feel like a joint collaboration because my cupcakes have been such a big part of my journey. And I remember when a lot of people said I was better off doing everything else in the world than music. It's my cupcakes that stood by me and kept me going. So I really wanted this album to be for them. I wanted them to be proud of it. So I remember I kicked the campaign off with a choice of 4 different names, and Original Copy won by a massive majority. But a lot of people said, why is it Original Copy, COPY, not Copy, CUPPY? It's because Original Copy is an oxymoron. It's a contradiction. There is no original of a copy. And I feel like I'm very much in this African music industry as a contradiction. I feel like I'm bringing something else. I'm rewriting the rules. I'm doing what people said I shouldn't and couldn't do.
Can you tell us some of the things you had to do to prepare for the album, and then just walk us through how you actually did walk through the whole entire album?
Absolutely. So for starters, everybody knew Copy as a DJ, and it's a narrative I've been fighting and trying to recreate for a very long time. You know, I view myself as a creative, so I shouldn't be just a DJ. I shouldn't be locked up in this box. And the first thing to do was work on my other skills, including singing. You know, I just didn't feel comfortable shouting, oh, it's DJ Copy, or just taking songs from artists. I wanted to be truly part of the creative process. And, you know, shout out to Techno. He was the first person to push me and first person to really show me that I could sing on my record.
There was also an interactive session between DJ Copy and fans who commented via social media on their favorite songs in the album.
There are comments from folks just saying the songs they like. They like the Copy versus Stone Boy, and a lot of people love that one. Karma, right? Feel Good by Fireboy. That's also another one that everyone loves. They love the Wyclef collaboration. Is also fantastic.
The fans also got the chance to ask their questions.
You have a lot of jokers here. Somebody said, Copy, send me your account number. That's from Chemical Brother.
I'll send it to. Send me something. Send me money to put petrol in my Ferrari. The inspiration behind Jollof on the Jet, I kid you not, Farouk. I was flying from Accra to Lagos, got on the jet, they gave me jollof rice, I ate it, we landed, end of story. So me and Killer Tunes were on the plane together, and I was like, oh, Killer Tunes, we're eating jollof on the jet. It's like, yeah, man, jollof on the jet. Me and Rema had been talking about how we wanted to work together. So I just said to Rema, as soon as I landed, jollof on the jet.
Surprisingly, Copy engaged a fan.
I want to ask you something. I'm going to shoot the video for Feel Good and put it on YouTube. Give me one idea of what the video should be like. If I like it,
Feel
I'll do
Good. Feel Good. I think if you feature your Ferrari, yeah? Because that's just the life. It's just you living the life and enjoying the life as it comes.
Adekunle Gold session opened up with a virtual listening of his Afro Pop Volume 1 album for everyone in attendance. During the virtual hangout, he also spoke about the transitioning of his sound.
The albums that I released, 3 albums so far, right? There's been changes. Gold was intentional, right? Everything I've done has been intentional, clearly. Right? But Gold was more high life, and that's because that was what I was really feeling back then, right? About 30 was an upgrade, a bit more pop, and then that's because that's what I was feeling. And then I should mention that during Gold, I knew that I wanted to make About 30. I knew what I wanted the sound to be like. So I went into About 30 with clear intentions as well. During About 30, November 2017, I already had a name for my third album, which is Afropop. So I already knew the direction I was going with it. So like you can see that there's an intention, there's a progression. I knew what I wanted to do with each project.
So is there any particular difference between the old Adekunle Gold or Adekunle Gold and the new AG Baby vibe from your own perspective?
I guess I'm just more confident now. I think that's it. Nothing. Yeah, same person, just more confident. Yeah, and I don't. I say a lot more now without being, without worrying that I might be misconstrued. And before I used to be a lot afraid about how people would perceive the kind of things that I wanted to say. How I wanted to look. But now I don't even care anymore.
That's good.
I'm just doing me.
Okay, let's do this. Amala Osemo.
Come on, Amala.
No. Describe yourself in 3 words.
Try to shorten it. Can I put hyphen in it?
Describe yourself in 3 words. Baby is your name.
I think I'm chilled, creative, and then tenacious.
Okay. Good. What's your favorite movie quote, if at all you have any?
Quotes. I don't think of anyone right now.
There was a question and answer session with the fans.
She says, who else, or he or she, I don't know talk about, but who else thinks Adekunle, AG Baby, and Simi kind of look alike?
AG Baby and Simi, yeah.
I think so too. They're getting,
Is that not normal? When you marry somebody,
it's not getting normal.
So how do you jiggle between fatherhood and music? Like, how do you do the two together?
How do I? Yeah. I mean, thank God it's not just me alone in the business, Yeah. So I mean, I get help sometimes. Why do I struggle with answering this question? Because yeah, I don't think one takes skinny. It's just when I get a chance to do music, I do music. When it's time to play with my baby, I do it. So yeah, nothing. I don't even think I've had problem at all, honestly.
Nice one.
In all, it was an amazing hangout. Up next is the Shanty Aesthetic Virtual Exhibition. Enjoy. In a world where COVID-19 has left most events virtual, creativity is a must for artists in order to stay relevant and express their art. This is evident in the case of Sylvester Aigbogun, who created a virtual art exhibition platform. The show was hosted by Eventful Limited. It unveiled how the COVID-19 pandemic has incredibly ushered a golden age of virtual media, which offers unprecedented access to some of the world's cultural touchstones, some previously financially or physically inaccessible. The exhibition, which has over 25 paintings on show, provides for art collectors to pick works that engage them in visual dialogue, from a skillful application of shades and colors that complement composite imageries. The works on displays interact with viewers. His body of work is a rich collection of expression which are categorized into 4 parts: emotions, habitats, lifestyle, and street scenes. Plus Events is happy to be a part of this initiative. Plus Events spoke to Sylvester Aigbogun, the artist of the Shanty aesthetic. He spoke about his inspiration.
2 things here. One is the idea for building a body of work with Shanty aesthetics in mind. And then the second idea was something that was born out of a collaboration with a company, Eventful Limited. They are an events company, event management company. So we do quite a bit of work together because I'm a graphics artist as well as a painter. So I do quite a bit of work with them in putting together their events. So I have a friend who works with Eventful who suggested it. He was like, look, we are all in this time of a pandemic that's possibly brought business to a halt for people like us who are businesses depend on people gathering together to hold events and all that. So when he suggested a collaboration, because he knows that I paint, I thought it was a pretty good idea, and I agreed to it.
He also spoke about the future of art exhibition.
I'm an artist and I paint, so it freed up time for me. Staying at home and for most people who were able to work from home, it didn't happen for somebody like me, because I'm a printer. And if I'm not printing, I'm practically not doing anything. So I could direct all my energy into my painting, which is what I did.
Finally, is a special package on the future of the event industry post-COVID-19. Educative, I suppose.
It is no longer news that the COVID-19 pandemic has had an economic impact on many sectors and businesses. Many businesses will be forced to evolve and change strategy. Today, we'll be focusing on the event industry. How has the pandemic and lockdown impacted on events in Nigeria? From cancelled and postponed events to weddings and birthday parties. Will event planners consider going virtual?
If you're an event organizer and you haven't actually learned how to use platforms like Zoom, like YouTube Live, like Facebook Live, those digital platforms, then you'll be left behind. You'll get displaced along the process.
Following the lockdown order and ban on social gatherings, Nigeria foresaw its first virtual wedding. And also across the globe, such as India, Slough in the United Kingdom, and other countries amidst the lockdown. Even though it seems like a good alternative in these torrid times, how legally binding is a virtual wedding? We spoke to Abisola Ogunbadijo, a lawyer, who gives us a legal perspective.
The Marriage Act, which is the law that currently regulates the conduct and celebration of statutory marriages, which is the union between one man and one woman to the exclusion of all others, does not make any provision for online weddings. Under the Marriage Act, there are some mandatory requirements that one must fulfill before a marriage can be said to be legal, and there are also some laid down procedures that must be followed in its celebration. Now, in addressing this, I'm going to highlight the key provisions of the Marriage Act and compare it with the arrangement or the process of conducting an online wedding. Under the Act, a marriage may be celebrated at the marriage registry or a licensed place of worship. Now, this is extremely important as the Act is specific about the physical location where the marriage is celebrated, and that is why it is often stated that before you get married in a church, ensure that your church is a licensed place of worship, as not all churches are licensed to celebrate marriages. Now, couples who have explored online weddings may want to argue that the physical location is not the internet, but the physical location is their home. Well, that's interesting, but I'd like to avert their mind to Section 23 of the Marriage Act, which specifically states that no minister shall celebrate a marriage in a building that has not been licensed. Now, the effect of this is if you celebrate a marriage in your home, but that particular location or building has not been duly licensed or approval has not been obtained in respect of that location, then a minister should not celebrate a marriage in such location. And this is the same reason why couples cannot just go to the beach or to a garden to celebrate their marriage. Another crucial point to note as it relates to why online wedding is not valid or recognized under the Marriage Act is the provision of the Act that stipulates that during the celebration of the marriage, the officiant or the minister must be physically present, and there must also be at least 2 witnesses physically present during the celebration of the marriage. Correctional measures that I would advise for any couple who has conducted an online wedding already is that they should go to the marriage registry and apply and follow the due process of how a marriage ought to be celebrated. My advice to people who are eager to get married or who want to explore the video conference app by getting married online is that they should seek the necessary legal advice. So if you're unfamiliar with a particular arrangement, seek the legal advice so that you can be aware of the legal implications. The couples can also reach out to the marriage registry, maybe send a mail or put a call through. And the interesting thing is, the whole process of application can actually be done online. Yes, it is possible to make virtual weddings legal in the future. Nothing is impossible, and the world is evolving. I read somewhere that the United Arab Emirates now has online wedding service for couple who intends to get married. I also read somewhere that the New York governor also signed an executive order for couples to conduct their wedding online. So yes, it is very possible. If other countries are doing it, it's just a matter of time. Nigeria might soon explore that alternative too.
We also know that the government is strict on these orders and restrictions of social gathering, as was evident in the case of Funke Akindele and husband JJC Skills. We spoke to event professionals about the future of the Nigerian event industry post-COVID-19, and here are the things they had to say.
So the future of the events industry, I would say post-COVID, is first of all very, very uncertain, because we are living in a time that is actually uncertain. So the future of the events industry is dependent on many, many factors. It's dependent on how quickly a vaccine is found. It's dependent on how we can stop the spread. It's dependent on how we can ensure that we bring in a lot of health and safety to our events. It depends on how one can think of new things to do or how well to do our events. So the future of the events industry, definitely post-COVID, is an industry that will survive, but with a lot of changes, in it.
So choose a platform first. Pick a place. So you want to do it on YouTube or you want to do it on Zoom, whatever it is you want to, just pick a platform. Once you pick a platform, then try to pick a very nice name for it. Then if you're going to have a host, try to, identify who is the host and who can do this well, or who has been doing this hosting thing very well and understands how it works. Then you can now have your guests too on the side as well. On platform like Zoom, it allows you to actually build like a registration within your webinar or your event. So you can build like a registration link that you can share with people. So if you have like a WhatsApp group or a WhatsApp community, or you want to just go ahead and use media platforms or social media to get your guests to attend that event, then you can then push the link all over the social media pages, get influencers to push your link, or hire a PR firm. Yes, and towards the event, you can send newsletter to people. Don't just keep quiet and wait till the event. Check out the list of people that have signed up. Send them an email and say, oh, thank you for signing up. We can't wait to have you join us. things like that. Then 3 days to go. Oh, 3 days to go. We can't wait to join. We can't wait for you to join us. We're counting that. We're so excited, and we hope you are excited as well. 2 days to go. You do the same. 1 day to go. You can, shoot them the video of one of the speakers and say, oh, this person is so excited about this event. We can't wait to see you as well. So that they are all in tune. Then when the event day is around the corner, there's a way you can mute everybody so that, because on the Zoom platform, there's so many people that don't mute themselves. So you have to use the mute all button and mute everybody. So if people want to speak or you have room for question, then you can then unmute people and have them raise their hands. They can even raise their hands and also use the chat bar.
I think that it's very clear that social events will never be the same again. There's no doubt about that. Things are definitely going to change. I mean, there'll be lots of government restrictions in place. People are going to be careful about how they contact people, because until we get a vaccine for COVID-19, which is at least a year away, we know that we are still going to have the possibility of being infected by people. So, when we look at how we're going to manage advice going forward, we're going to have to put a number of things into place as event organizers. For example, we're going to have to make sure that sanitation is very good. So we have sanitizers in place. We make sure that we keep social distancing as much as possible. We're going to have to make sure that we do proper registration of all vendors and all guests. So in case we have to do contact tracing. And we're going to have to make sure that we actually check that those phone numbers do exist. Because as you do know, a part of the problem that the government has been happening is that people have been putting down fake or false phone numbers. So it's been very hard to track people down. We're going to have to spend more on sanitizers, possibly surgical masks available for the vendors, particularly people that are doing food and stuff like that. We're also going to have to make sure organizers and participants are actively aware of what we're going to be doing and sign up to it. So they have informed their guests in advance that we will be requiring your contact details in case of contact tracing. Whilst we do events, we're also going to need to make sure that we have a room in case we notice that somebody has been sick or may look like they have COVID, so that we can isolate them. We'll have emergency numbers on hand for things like isolation centers and stuff like that. There's so many different things that we're going to have to do in terms of managing the event. We may also have to say that we're going to restrict numbers. Even if the government doesn't do it, if we still feel that COVID-19 is still very active within Nigeria, we may have to say that we will not manage events that are more than 100 people, 500 people, whatever the number may be, that will be manageable. We will have to do all those things. Do you understand?
The finances of event organizers has definitely been affected. And how? First of all, you projected, when we all came into 2020, we all had a projection for 2020, we all had the revenue, we all planned it. You planned this certain number of amount of events, or you organize this, or you do this. Definitely because of that, our revenue has been cut short. You are forced to spend more because you are not earning as much as you would. So you are now probably dipping into your cash flow, your savings, and if you didn't save or you didn't have a cash flow balance, right, where it was positive, those people will be suffering. So it has definitely affected some people's finances, people that didn't save, people that didn't have like a 6 months or a year or 2 years savings for, just in case anything happens to the business. How do we get paid? How do we pay our staff? Those finances have been affected, because don't forget that our industry, for some people, it's very project based. Some people get paid per event. So if you get paid per event, or you get paid per events that you're organizing, sometimes you might not have been able to save. So it's definitely affected the finances of event professionals.
The word that I have for all event planner is that there's a reason why you started this business. You did not start this business for safety or comfort. You started this business for a greater reason, and now is the time to go back to the reason why you started. To be honest, there is nothing more resilient in the world than to see an entrepreneur who keeps moving and going with the belief that the light will come. So I just want to implore everyone to keep going. If it takes you to pivot your business, please pivot your business. If it takes you to do the extraordinary, please do the extraordinary. If it takes you to invest in yourself, please invest in yourself. This is the time. Trust me, this is the time.
To all event planners, I would say to all of us, and I'm here with you, is that we are in uncertain times, and this is a time that is happening to everybody all over the world. So we're not unique and we're not different. It's affected some businesses badly. The hospitality, event, entertainment, and tourism industry has been badly hit. But guess what? This is forcing us to pause, remain calm, have clarity in our business, look at our business properly, look at our business model, look at what we're doing right, look at what we're doing wrong, look at new ways of doing things that we've always actually thought it had to be done a certain way. So this is a time, of course, to leverage technology, as we all know. This is a time to build on relationships. This is a time to collaborate more. This is a time to look inwards. This is a time to pause. This is a time to reflect. But at the same time, while you're pausing and reflecting, don't do it too, don't reflect and pause for too long. Look for new ways of doing things. And it will be okay. It will be okay. Because I know that a lot of us are also afraid. It will be okay. I believe that God is with us, and God is certain in the time of uncertainty. So it will be fine.
Considering the directive of the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, on the 29th of April 2020, that all event centers should remain closed until further notice.
All entertainment centers such as event centers, cinemas, arcade, bars, casinos, day clubs, nightclubs, beaches will remain closed till further notice.
Will the virtual world become the future of events, or will things go back to normal and social gathering return? Guess we will find out post-COVID-19. Ifeoluwa Osunke for Plus TV Africa.
Hope you had fun joining us on the show. Until next week, follow all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel, all at Plus TV Africa. Au revoir.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business. I am your host, Irene Ubani, and I'm here with my co-host,
Moremi Akon. And our guest for today is an astute Nigerian businessman and philanthropist. He is the founder, president, and chairman of the Coscharis Group, an indigenous conglomerate with diverse interests in auto care and auto components, automobile sales and services, agri and agro-allied business sectors, among others.
He established Coscharis Motors in 1977 and made his first million at age 24. Today, Coscharis Group is a business conglomerate with over 26 branches nationwide. He is no other person than Cosmos Maduka. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure meeting you guys.
Yeah. Certainly. Now tell us, who is Cosmos Maduka?
I think it's as simple as you have explained it. A young man that lost his father at the age of 4. Life gave me no chance for success. Many times I try to tell my story. It's supposed to be inspirational, but sometimes it could also be intimidating to a lot of young people. a young man without a formal education, and after the death of my father, before the Civil War, life was so hopeless. It was a question of survival. Sometimes you don't want to tell the story because you can become emotional and break down, because we ate everything that move, everything that fly except airplane, with wings was a food. Anything with leaves, we just give it to a goat. If he ate it and is still alive, we will try it. It was survival. I did everything I can to survive, but my mother was a godly woman. It's my angel. I miss her, who held me and looked me straight into the eyes and said, look, you can go places in life. So my mother discovered that entrepreneurship is in my DNA, and actually inspired me for greatness. And I truly believe my mother, and I live the rest of my life from that time with optimism. Always believe no door closed before me, and when I get to any door, it will open. At the age of 7, under 8 years, I came to Lagos to work for my uncle, who sleeps on the balcony in his uncle's place in Briffy Street in Apapa Road. Our store is at Uyumbo bus stop at Griffith Street, 88 Griffith Street. I slept in a shop without window, no air conditioner, no bathroom, lock myself up there. It's something that is really, it's not human to do that, but it's about survival. I believed in myself, A lot of young people keep on say they suffer and things like that. Nothing have ever been achieved. Shakespeare says something that is very interesting. He says, sweet are the users of adversity. Use your adversity when life throws everything at you to make you lose hope. If you are truly an entrepreneur, that's when your DNA adrenaline will be released in you. You begin to have creative thinking on a way to come out of the problem, which is what innovation is all about.
I know you also sold akara at some point.
Yeah. That's correct. That's why I say what my mother did, because she would fly akara early in the morning and put it in a pan, and one for my senior brother to sell and one for me to sell. I would do 2 before my senior brother would finish 1. Mothers are really the engine house of what we all become. Many times, they don't like it, because a mother will tell you that if the child is bad, they say it's his mother. If it's good, they say it's his father. No. But the real truth is that the mother is the first pastor or a man of his own house. Because the child that did not suck his father's breast, he's closer to the mother. They believe their mother. That confidence my mother gave me, that people cannot say no to me. I go out to sell akara, and I ask people to buy. They said no. I held their cloth. I say, you can't say no.
Oh my.
And the person will be looking at me. Is it by force? I say, my mother tell me nobody says no to me. Some of them will giggle. And at the end, they will ask me to put some. My mother made me believe that people like me, and it's hard for people to say no to me. So when people are telling me no, I just think this person don't understand. I believed it innocently. And faith work everywhere. It's not really, a lot of people get the result in life, and people think it's because they are spiritual. There are many spiritual people that don't get the result in life. That's why I think the one time US president said, nothing on earth can help a man or a woman with the wrong mental attitude. And nothing on earth can stop a man or a woman with the right mental attitude. So it's based on the way individual thinks. The belief they have of themselves is what propels their life.
So you're saying faith is an important, aspect of even running a business or living?
I can tell you easily, you require 3 things to succeed in life. And one of them is faith. For number one is vision, second is faith, and third is courage. Courage to act. Courage is not an absence of fear, but the ability to walk in the face of danger. So faith is to believe your vision and take a step. Because you can go to school, have all the knowledge you have in this world, get all the intellectual you require. These are knowledge, like a doctor who know it is dangerous to smoke and he still smoke, is because he has no wisdom. Wisdom is action, application. When you take a step of faith, that is the only time we can say you truly believe what you are claiming. Before then, we don't really know what you believe until we see what you can do. And what you can do comes only from the faith you have. It's the things you believe that put you into action.
Amazing, amazing. So let's talk about the business bit, when you went into business.
Sure.
So as a Nigerian, you were able to thrive in what some would call a challenging business environment. How were you able to do that? I know you've mentioned faith, but how else were you able to do that?
Mindset is the thing I said to you about. My uncle in 1976 counted 200 naira and gave me after I'd worked for him for 6.5 years. And I went with my senior brother who said I should leave this and let us go back home. And I looked at him, I said, do you have anyone to give me when we get home? He says, no. That's part of the thing I'm telling the audience today. You don't neglect small thing. Don't neglect the beginning of any small thing. Your beginning can be small, but your end will be great. Start small. Don't wait until everything works out before you take a step of faith. I could have spent 200 naira in a restaurant that evening to shop goat head.
That's 200 naira you were giving by
Yeah, that
your
I was
uncle.
given by my uncle, or take pepper soup. And then now abuse everybody around me, including God. Why did he take my father when I was young? But I have a different mindset. I think differently. Okay, so my senior brother didn't see value on it. But I was excited. Mindset. My excitement is not 200 naira. My excitement is the ability to do with my life what I want to do from today. I am no more under anybody's tutorage. I am now going to make out of my life what I want to do. So the excitement is that your destiny is now in your hands. The rest will be history. So, and I looked my uncle at his face. I said, I served you well, and I deserve something better than this. That's another thing I want to tell my audience today, that in business, you don't get what you deserve. You only get what you negotiated. When you enter into a business with anybody and you didn't agree any terms, and at the end you ask him, do I deserve this? He will laugh at you and say, what did you deserve? What did you negotiate? So in an apprenticeship system where we hail from, there's nothing negotiated. Your parents will be happy that your uncle or your nephew took you out to go and learn trade. So, and I still believe that the apprenticeship system is the best way of life for young people. But do the young people have the discipline to go through it? Because it's the best university you can ever go. Is you will learn unprecedented discipline. Because if you fool around and mess up, they pack you in another one trailer and send you back in the village, and you have no court to go, you have nothing to protest to anybody, you become like area boy in the village. So you need to have the best of your behavior, praying that God will help you. What did I do? I went to church for 3 consecutive days and lock off my boss shop. We Igbo people don't play with our business. Our business is religion. Death or anything does not come between it. So I committed a taboo for my uncle to understand that for 3 consecutive days I lock up his shop.
You know how much I've lost? How do you want me to get that back?
And I was telling him, you see, I am praying for the success of the business. All the things you have seen me do, this is the secret of how it has. He said, no, it's okay. I should go and do that thing for myself. I should come in the evening. Since I've become a religious fanatic, he will help me to go and achieve all of those things that I wanted to do. So he actually wanted me to feel frustrated. But I turn around. The little things I know from the scripture, I say, Uncle, I served you well. I never stole from you. You should be proud of me. I was not in a nightclub. I didn't go to watch cinema. I was in church. You should be proud of what I'm doing. But if God had in your heart that you could have given me 10,000, you could have given me 20,000. You didn't pay for a store for me. What do I do with 200 naira? Do I buy one carton of plugs, spark plug, and hug it in my head? That's not how they sell spare parts. Usually, other boys who do apprenticeship at the age of your maturity, your boss pay for a store and then give you some merchandise with some cash to start. So I said, where do I begin? He said, I can begin anywhere I like. I said, okay, 5 years from today, please listen. If you heard who I am, your head will be spinning. That shook him. He got the message. You know, I was under 15. He couldn't understand that a young man at that age have such courage to make such profound statement.
What was your mindset?
My uncle said, I know you will succeed. I said, thank you. That's all I wanted from you.
Why did you treat me that way if you knew I was succeed?
I said, thank you. Of course, before he became late, he was an over 100,000 naira salary from me, you know, drive my car with a driver and all of those things. So Bible recorded that Jesus Christ learned obedience through the things he suffered. Nobody grow in a comfort zone. When you think everything that is sweet is good, everything that is painful is bad, it's a childish way of thinking. When you become an adult, you know that many things that are bitter are good for your life, and many things that are sweet will destroy you. They are not good for you. That's adult age. You begin to make decisions. Like young people, I don't want to eat vegetable. Hey, remove this. You know, if you don't eat your food like medicine, you will end up eating medicine like your food down the line.
What guides your business principles? We see that mindset is one of them. You've also talked about faith. Yeah. But what are those guiding business principles that have, I mean, you got your first million at 24. And I believe and I understand that what it is now was probably what it was not, what it was back then. Plus, you were giving just 200 naira.
You need to be clear where you are going. Entrepreneurship is like a journey of a voyage. You could see the destination, but all the route that will get you there, you may not be able to know. But you can visualize where you are going. Joseph saw himself as a prime minister in Egypt, but nobody showed him he's going to go inside the pit where there was no bathroom, no toilet, and the process of that journey. If he saw all of that, he would say, please forget about this prime minister. But that's how process of life. There's no two way about it. By 15, I wrote on top of my bed that I want to marry before 20.
Wow.
So I've been married for 42 years now. Okay? Now, my second vision is that I will own my own car before 23. I wanted to have a son by 21. And then I said, by 25, I will be a millionaire. I wrote them down. Power of vision. Before I go to bed, I anoint my spirit with every one of them. Look at them and rehearse them. There was an excitement that wakes me up in the night. And if you want me to tell you one word that captioned what it takes to be a successful businessman, I will tell you is passion.
Passion.
Passion is the fuel for the will. When a man or a woman is passionate about the things he wants to do, he will find the willpower to do it. It's not worried. I got up in the night excited about what I'm going to do the following day. So, and I worked hard. I refused to take no for an answer. We can tell this story. People will think, oh, I was born Koscharis. No. I worked hard. At 17 years plus, before 17, I was living in 3-bedroom apartment of my own, not my parents' house. Furnished with Profostrosia, you know,
with a capital of 200
with carpet, with everything you require. I have deep freezer, I have refrigerator, I have gas cooker. The air condition was not in a vogue in our generation then, and I was ready to take a wife.
And you started with 200 naira?
I started with 200 naira.
And you were 17 at this point?
I was 17 at this point.
We'll take a break now.
Thank you.
This has been a very interesting conversation. Wherever
Yes,
you'd agree with me.
It has been interesting.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Please stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Thank you for staying with us. We've been speaking with Cosmos Maduka, founder and CEO of Coscharis Group. Thank you so much for staying with us.
You're welcome, Arlene.
I understand that one particular question that will be on the minds of our viewers right now is how were you able to convert 200 naira to having 26 branches nationwide, cutting across Nigeria and Africa, and then every other thing that you're involved in, because you're also involved in agriculture?
People need to understand where I hail from, that we have a welfare system. Our welfare system is the kind of thing I explained. Your uncle will take you, train you, but whatever you are going to be, manifest as a child. You don't wait. When you are 28, 30, 35, if you haven't been clear where you are going, you already lost it. You are at borderline. 86% of successful people on the world, check statistic, become who they are between the age of 12 and 26. By 27, 28, you're already struggling. The rest will be history. Do they make it at 70, 80? They do, but very rare. Initially, I teamed up with my senior brother. He has started business before me, so I contributed 200 naira, and we worked together. Within 6 months, we differed in ideology. I've always questioned status quo, that things can be done better. And he thought I make too much argument. Sometimes my mother tell me that, why do you think you are the most intelligent person? That each time you keep doing as it were, if every villagers are foolish and you are intelligent, you are the most foolish. I say, Mommy, you require only 1 cent people to help all the foolish people in the village. You can't join everybody because they are foolish and become foolish. So I've always challenged the way things are done. My brother says, no, it's okay, I should go and start my own. So a friend of mine gave me 1/4 of his store for 6 months, free of charge. With the little capital I have made and the little profit I have made with my senior brother, when we parted, the total was about 316 naira. So I started working hard. I made my first breakthrough when I came to Lagos at Bulos Enterprises, Ikeja, in Olegun, to buy motorcycle crash bar. Nobody knew that Bulos received that crash bar. And some of the things we learned from Street Smart, they don't teach you in college, was what pays off for me. When I bought the motorcycle crash bar, I cut off the name of Bulos, so nobody knows where I get it.
They have control over that
because
market.
That is the secret of the business. So I took a night bus to Nne. We sold it that night, come back with a night bus. My money was able to buy double of the quantity. I came back. Within 1 week, I made about 3,600 naira. This is the time they are selling Mazda Pathfinder 1,300 naira. Peugeot was 3,600. I bought myself a motorcycle, CD 175. It was like 7 Series BMW for me then. I have arrived. So I went to pay for a house. I was ready for my next vision to get this in, and I started venturing into importation. Actually, if you do a good apprenticeship, you will learn the secret of trade. That knowledge you have, if you get a young man who did 7 years apprentice and you find a young man who went to college and make first degree, and they give the guy that did apprentice 1 million and give the other person 10 million. In 1 year, the person that have 1 million will catch up with the graduate with 10 million. Yeah. Because knowledge is money. He will catch up with him. But where many of the traders have problem is if your vision is limited. You start building house in Ajegule, you start buying car, you are not willing to expand your business, and you start feeling what a man has in his pocket is more important than what is in his head. But in my own case, because entrepreneurship was in my DNA, I knew I have to compete in a structured manner. So after following the system which I was trained with, taking apprentice, when those first set of apprentices were going, I started hiring professionals to come and help me run the business, who had gone to university, who had the knowledge of all that I require. At the time, I was the A to Z of the company, the backward and the forwarding agent, the damaging and managing director, the accountant general, everything. I do everything myself. But I know that has limitation. So when you get these guys who came from university, they want you to give them freedom so that they can tell you, no, it doesn't work like that. You need to sell your visions to them.
Regarding the fact that you were still working with your uncle at that time, were you being paid?
No. My pay is that my uncle fed me and clothed me. That's my pay.
Was that the norm then?
That's the norm.
Okay.
Our
For how many years?
Yeah, because they are expected that what you are supposed to be getting as a pay is what. That's why I tell you that I think he cheated me, because setting me up, supposed to be my pay. Supposed to be all the money should be giving you every month. Maybe you fizzle it away, it's kept for you, and then set you up to be able to start something.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Amazing story. Really, really inspiring.
I
What do you
mean,
think?
it has been very
but when
inspiring.
you were talking about this, you mentioned a very important point, which was about your wife.
Sure.
And I know recently I read one of your interviews where you spoke about the role your wife played in running the business. Let's talk about her. Like, tell me about the things she did in running Koshtaris to date.
The real truth is that I think I've been blessed with good ladies around me, coming from my mother first, and my wife was Charity. That's why I so love that name. I also gave my daughter, the only daughter I have, Charity.
Right.
Because she believes in me. It's also that people need to be convinced on what they want to do. If you think about favor, she did me a favor by marrying me.
Because you were broke at the time.
When I approached her, my pocket was empty, but my faith was full. So many times it's not the size of your pocket. She's a woman of
vision.
But she could see ahead.
She bought into the vision.
Actually, her parents thought she was insane. That made her uncle shot me 3 times.
Like gunshot?
Gunshot, and say he would kill me. It's like, because her parents are the upper class in our village. It's like area boy going to Adenuga's house to tell him he wants to marry his daughter. He will get the security guy to beat him to death. He will actually think he's insane. So his uncle thought so. He said, look at what my grammar is like today. Watch what it is in 40-something years ago. I combined alphabet and so my ears was jamming my words. And this was a lady that was going to school. They asked her, what is your frustration? They actually thought I bewitched her. So his uncle did that to protect her.
Wow.
So, but she believed in me. And that's why my wife is the vice president of Koshtaris organization. She owned the company with me because I married her when I owned nothing. So we built Koshtaris together. She can sign a check of 10 billion naira. Only her can sign signature alone in the whole of Koshtaris. Myself, she has so signature. Her credit card has no limit.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so, but it didn't happen overnight. I taught her discipline of managing money. I used to ask if she need to cook soup. I said, give me a list.
Oh, wow.
She make a list and bring for me. I'll see she wrote engine, bottle of oil, pepper, and all of this. I'll give her money. Next week, she wants to cook. I said, where is the list? And if I see oil, I say, you bought oil last week. Why are you writing oil again? It's oil a Coca-Cola. But all I'm trying to do is to teach her financial management. And she learned it. She does better than myself. So you can trust her with resources and turn your back with it because she's not wasteful. Now, we own the company together. If I'm late today, my wife is not going through any administrative order to take over. She's just step into my shoe and run Koscharis the way she is. She was very active because I wanted a child at 21. For some reason, God knew it would be terrible for two kids having kids, because because we would have been under 20 years because I actually took her to altar on September 23rd, 1978, when I was to be 20 in December of that year. I was under 20. So, the child didn't come for the next 6 years, which would have been terrible because before I broke out in success, I also have difficulties because I lost my capital at a time. I owe landlord. People owe landlord today. It's like the word come to an end. I couldn't pay for the store where I'm in. I couldn't pay for my house rent. Okay? And landlord was pursuing me. So I went through all of those things. Adversity is nothing but a refining fire that burns out impurities in your life. We are traveling somewhere. I said, 2 more years, I will be a millionaire. My mother said, Cosmas. I said, Mom, what's the problem? She said, please, can we go this journey in peace? I said, Mom, what's the problem? You see, you boast too much. This your boasting turn my stomach. I said, Mom, I'm not boasting. I'm just telling you what I'm going to do. It's okay. He understood, but I should drop. When I drop her, I will continue. He know I don't know what 100,000 is all about. And now I'm talking about 1 million. So what is this things I'm talking about? So he doesn't want to hear it again. I stopped the car. I wound the glass down. I got close to my mom's ear. I said, Mom, I don't want to insult you. I didn't know anything I've said that is wrong. You taught me to be optimistic in life. Why are you changing your mind? 2 more years, I will be a millionaire. Do you want to get there? Also, of course, my mother is also a very strong woman. I opened the door. She get down. I jammed the door. My wife said, you are crazy. What are you doing? I said, do you want to get down also? I drop you. And when you have a vision, you are close to a mad person. Because nobody believes you until the thing you claim become a reality. Nobody gives you a chance. So people are always willing not to be misunderstood. The first choicest prerequisite is willingness to be misunderstood.
This has been very informative, educative,
inspiring,
everything
mind-blowing.
good. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but thank you so much for sharing your time and all of your wisdom with us today. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. God bless you all.
Thank you for staying with us and hope you were inspired by the conversation. For more conversations of this nature, please follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. We're also on DSTV channel 408. From myself and my co-host, Marami.
We say thank you for joining. See you next time.
All right, then. Bye.
Welcome. This is Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. How's it going, people? Anyway, we have officially conquered the first week of this year. So it is fair to say that we can conquer the rest of all the weeks of 2021. Who's with me? Anyway, start to do the things that you said you wanted to do, because 1 week has finished. Your list that you made last year, that you're going to do this, you're going to do this, and you're going to shoot this shot at that person. Try and start working on that. I'm just here to remind you, nothing else. But I'm not just a reminder. I'm also on an entertainment analysis show that does it better than nobody else, like I like to say. I do this for myself. While CBT, we serve you with the hottest celebrity breakdown and everything pertaining to lifestyle. If it's hot, then we're talking about it. If it's not going to get on Tea Time table. To do that with me is Ifeoluwa Osunkeye, my yin yang that I love and hate. And in Ola Baby, we used to, her achievement level is very high. But yeah, welcome, guys.
She just wants to be posted at the Mercedes-Benz car dealership. At the gates.
Okay.
I may actually buy.
Wait.
Wait. I may actually buy. Amen.
Amen.
That sounds a whole lot better.
What did you hear?
See.
Oh, you actually buy.
That's what I heard, How you doing still?
I'm fine.
Look
Thank
Friday
you.
vibe,
I love Fridays.
Why?
What are you going to do?
You get to show your shoulder.
So you can go home and go and
watch Netflix
and do Black Friday
and count Dangote as not an achievement.
I thought we were a team. I don't know. I didn't know that you joined Ife too.
No, we're together on this. Okay, so what's up?
What are you doing Friday?
I have something planned.
Okay.
Tell us.
Girl, you need to start going. We're going to between Ife and I.
Thinking
You have to
about
start
the
going out.
perfect line right now.
I'm serious. I think I told you yesterday now. I have plans now.
When did we talk?
Yesterday.
Want me to deny you?
Leave it. I have plans. Leave it.
Yeah, leave her. She has plans.
I have plans.
Me, I Kuku don't have plans.
Even me,
you
if I don't
cannot
have
shame the
plans.
shameless.
Okay, this is the first time you won't have plans.
No, it's okay. All the plans I've been having for the last 2-3 weeks.
You need like 4 years to catch up.
Oh, okay.
I guess somebody is bigger than the next shader that we're about to discuss, which is Shade Ladipo, who mocks reality TV star Tasha over her excitement after Nicki Minaj followed her on Instagram. Media personality Shade Ladipo has come hard on Tasha after she celebrated Nicki's follow. She said the media girl made this via her story on Friday, yesterday I think, while reacting to the news of the American billionaire Elon Musk, whose new position as the richest man in the world. So she now said, I don't know how you can praise someone at the same time diss someone, but she did that really well. And I quote, Elon Musk is the richest man in the world and went back to work. Your fave is shouting in videos and crying because of Nicki Minaj's follow. Choose your fave carefully. No shades, she wrote.
It's funny how people say no shades and they mean absolutely 100 shades to you.
Yeah.
But, I don't know where she's coming from because I get what Tasha was shouting about, because if it's me and my favorite Cardi B follows me, I think I'm going to be ecstatic too and start what?
Leave her alone.
I didn't say
you're so used to someone. You're so used to someone attacking you. You're already ready. Like, okay, anytime
Use
now.
some trauma now. I don't like that.
I don't get it.
Like, I was ready for battle.
Leave Eniola alone. I don't mind him.
Are you not sure of yourself?
I am actually, but I'm just used to you.
Darling.
Use your full chest.
Your full.
Anyway, but I get where she's coming from, because imagine someone that you always watch on TV and admire, and that person suddenly follows you. I think everyone will be excited. So I don't know where this girl is coming from, because I'm happy for Tasha now, because I'm happy for Tasha because she always admires and loves Nicki Minaj. So I don't know why this woman is attacking her. It does not make sense. I think everyone has a chance to find who they want to find.
Amazing. I just think. It's funny, but I'll go on. Basically, I get everywhere Shade Ladipo is coming from, because you need to be at a certain level where you begin to know that, you start placing yourself in a particular place where you don't begin to see things as achievements. With all of the things you've done, with all of the things you've achieved, with being one of the most hated Big Brother Naija housemates, to being one of the most talked about person who is always trending on Twitter, I don't think a Nicki Minaj follow is enough for you to go through. I don't know. It's just my opinion. Okay. Come on, Jay-Z follows me. Eminem follows me. Kendrick Lamar follows me. Have you guys seen me through
even Joe Biden, sir.
No, it's Donald that follows me. Call him by his first name. And then I like Benjamin.
Donald D.
I know DD. Yeah, DT.
DT,
you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I don't think it's enough for you to now, say, oh, I'm taking a break. Yeah, it might be a big deal. I'm not saying it's not a big deal, because there are a lot of people who have celebrated when, even lesser artists follow them. I can remember the singer, Rebecca. When Wizkid followed her, she screamed, and that video went viral. Everybody spoke about it. But I think it gets to a point where you don't need to show such vulnerability anymore. You need to just be at a particular level. I don't think anybody will follow a Davido or a Wizkid or anybody and then it will be like a big news.
I think in the video she was just kind of joking. Not as if she was making it like one big thing. She was just trying to like.
Is she that way she request a public holiday?
I don't think she was
There's nothing
serious
wrong with that. Let people live their lives, sorry. I saw a tweet today, this morning, that said, she basically quoted how people say, anyone up for video call, she tweeted that, and then she now said, just because you booked a hotel, like, I don't know if you know those people like that, where they book a hotel and then they want to video call so they can show off and all of that. And I remember quoting the tweet, and I said, let people live, and I think I'm going to say the same thing to Shadi and Yusuf. Let people live their lives. I mean, if things excite me, they excite me. I'm not going to argue or defend why things excite me. Sure. There's a lot of people that have followed Thatcher that are important. True. That are relevant, especially in the social media space, and she hasn't done that. If Nicki Minaj is the person that's going to make her happy, and she's excited, and her and her friends want to hype themselves, let her do that. Nicki Minaj, I'm sorry, but Nicki Minaj is someone that does not follow a lot of people. She doesn't have up to 500 people that she's following. She has not met Thatcher in person, that it was like as if they had something to do together and they followed her. She admired her from social media. It's a big brag. Like, there's a lot of celebrities in the world, and Nicki Minaj, the baddest rapper we have alive. Cardi B, people go and sit down. Like, the baddest rapper that we have alive is following you. It's enough excitement. Now, are you going to really compare Elon Musk to Thatcher? Then you're just a hater. Like, they're two different people. Let's say Elon Musk and Thatcher were in the same industry. And one is now a nonsense person on social media. The other person is getting money, being the richest man on the planet, going back to work, and then when I make the comparison, that stand right people. Do you get what I mean? Like, she's an entertainer. True. She's not a freaking inventor of automobiles and all of that. She's never said she was a role model in that element. She's a freaking entertainer, and a badass entertainer just followed her. It's enough for her to brag, please.
And if you watch Tasha, she always mentions that, okay,
she
Nicki
loves
Minaj.
Nicki.
Yeah, she loves Nicki.
She does love Nicki.
This is kind of a big deal for her. So let's
I don't know. I think I would have to agree. I don't really cave most of the time, but I think on this particular story, I'm probably going to cave. And in the sense that let people live their lives. It's 2021. Whatever rocks your boat, whatever flies your jets, whatever makes you feel good.
I mean, I'm
just feel
even
good
one of those
about
people
it.
where it's small things that make me very excited. You'd be wondering that what is wrong with this girl? Like, I'm like, and me when I'm excited. You see on my social media, you see on my face, I'll tell everybody I'll be in a good mood. And that doesn't happen every day. It's not like as if Nicki Thatcher does this for every single person. True. So she's obviously excited about that. Shadi should go and sit down, take several seats, because nobody has followed you.
How would you feel? Let me
How would
you feel if Nicki Minaj follows you right now?
Okay, I won't do what Tasha did, to be honest. I wouldn't, personally.
What about you? I'd like to know.
Personally.
What would you do?
Okay, I'll post it on my Instagram.
Of
Because
course.
you know this guy Twice, the comedian. The day he followed me, God.
He follows you. Okay.
What happened? Wait, tell me.
The day he followed me, I literally kept it on my story.
Yeah,
and
okay, I'll do the same. I will do the same.
And my WhatsApp status.
I will do the same too. I think it's okay to admire people, and if they acknowledge your presence, especially when they don't need to or have to amongst a huge crowd of people, it's not a bad idea. Don't mind if it. Anyway, popular entertainer and disc jockey DJ Cuppy has lamented over the friendship with the singer Zantlan Ibile, which ended by being blocked on his social media. In a recent tweet, the billionaire's daughter called out Zantlan, the Zanka singer, for actually ditching her for the past few months, apparently 10. According to DJ Cuppy, Zantlan Ibile blocked her on WhatsApp and Instagram after they did a song together called Gelato about 10 months ago. And I quote, 10 months later, and sometimes I still wonder why Zantlan blocked me on WhatsApp and Instagram without ever saying why. We were actually friends, and Gelato was a hit, she tweeted. She also further went and said, I'm human and I have feelings as well in another tweet, but Zlatan. I don't know how to say his name. Anyway.
Zlatan Ibile.
Zlatan Ibile.
Ibile, not Ibile.
Zlatan.
Yeah, he made his name sound better.
Anyway, it's an interesting thing to do. First of all, for her to really come, like if he's really blocked her, and she now comes out and says it like that. If I was Zantlan, I'll feel really on the spot. Like you've put me on the spot. Do you get what I mean? Like to the whole world and all of that. He's not crazy, so he has a reason why he did that to her. And I guess that's what social media has been going on and on and on about. I mean, the first thing I saw was, first of all, I've never really heard Zantlan having beef with people, blocking people like that. Anyway, first of all. Secondly, he looks like someone that really enjoys interacting with other artists and, you know, vibing. Like he feels like a good vibe. So for him to do that, maybe she did something. And I started to think about, because I'm not their friend, so this is all public perception and opinions here. I started to think about the first thing that Cuppy is very annoying, even for as somebody that I follow. Like she can do stuff that's just really annoying. Like that kind of person I'm going to pour down you when you're sleeping type of annoying. Right? Like she gives me that vibe. She gives off that vibe to me. Like she could be annoying, but maybe it was something that she thought was fun, and he didn't take lightly. That's my speculation. Or the next thing I thought about was that these two people are from very different worlds. In fact, the opposite worlds in terms of their upbringing. Zantlan basically worked for everything that he owns, and Cuppy. Yeah, so those type of personalities and mindsets can sometimes clash. If you think about yourself, like if you have a friend, sometimes even friends that I'm not even rich, I'm not in like the 1% of the world, but there's some people that I know that are like way outside of my class, if that makes sense. And sometimes you clash on like little things like mindsets or like thinkings and behavior. So this is just me speculating what could have been the reason for this thing and what was influencing that reason for Zantlan to want to block her. Either ways, I'm begging on behalf of DJ Cuppy, please unblock her.
I feel the reason why she came on social media, maybe she tried to reach out to Zlatan and Edin.
Well, he's blocked. She's blocked, so she can't.
Or maybe she tried other methods, like, fine, they should have mutual friends. So maybe she tried to reach out to him and he didn't answer, so she just felt the need to say it on social media, like, guys, this guy is not talking to me again. About the theory you came up with, like, she being annoying and being playful. I don't think Zlatan will have a problem with that, because I think Zlatan too is also a playful person. And I don't think he will have a problem with DJ Cuppy being very playful. But me, I just feel they are two different people. I didn't expect their friendship to last long, because I'm like, seriously, because DJ Cuppy is here and Zlatan is here. Like, what would they talk about? They have nothing in common.
Music.
Aside from music.
That should be enough. Right?
To sustain a friendship, just talk about music.
Isn't there just people who are friends for just music? Like, I mean, blocking.
Then you make them like a workspace friend, not someone very close
But what's making you now block the person? Like, they licked ice cream, crossing hands. Come on. You don't go from ice cream.
That's friendship.
You know? You don't go from crossing hands and licking ice cream together, then now blocked on social media and WhatsApp. Like, social media is even one thing. WhatsApp, I'm basically telling you, don't reach me, guy. I'm done. Sure. I want to know what it is. I hope he breaks his silence, to be honest.
Well, I'm not in the position to speak on this story because, like I always say, there are three sides to a story: my side, your side, and the truth. So until I hear his side, and then possibly we're able to draw a conclusion of what the truth may be. I think whatever it is, like you started with, he's not crazy. So for him to block it is for a good cause, I believe. I want to believe. Or what he thinks is a good cause. Yeah. And I thought you were the one who just said, let people leave. If that's what makes Zlatan happy, please, by all means.
Please,
people should not leave.
When it comes to living, anything that has to do with negative energy, I mean, you want to either avoid it or change
which is what you just did.
Well, I mean, it's not positive energy for both of them. Like, we don't know what it is. Maybe she was toxic and she was bad for him, then of course, sure. But if it's something that you can help fix, as a fan or as an observer, there's nothing wrong in wanting them to fix their ills, especially if one party actually wants to fix up. It's like the twins and stuff. Like the twins is a bit different because they both want to be separated. But if now imagine one person saying, Peter or Paul, come back home or whatever, of course fans will want you to. Anyway, let me just remind you of who DJ Cuppy is and leave you with this music break called Karma. I guess she's eating her karma. Enjoy. We'll be right back.
Why?
You have to copy that, you know.
Yeah, man. I got the game. Stone boy. Come to show them my grind. Even a copy I want today. Nobody can stop we now. See the love what we get, it just the elevate. Virus can't catch me now. See my software, it be up to date. Girl, you look so cool, make me wanna give you all and more. I feel your love so true, woman, that's all I'm looking for.
Fine, fine, baby. Fine, fine, baby. I know go 59, now you dey craze me. Fine, fine, baby. Fine, fine, baby. I know go 59, now you dey craze me.
Karma, karma, karma. You got to know, say, now me be your karma, karma, karma. Oh,
Karma, karma, karma. Say you don't know, say now me be your karma, karma, karma.
oh, karma, karma, karma. You got to know, say, now me be your karma, karma, karma. Oh,
You give me better, I go take I'm full. I meet your papa, you go meet mine too. Them no give blessing, we go wrong, go hood. The thing they do me like a deja vu. You give me better, I go take I'm full. I meet your papa, you go meet mine too. Them no give blessing, we go wrong, go hood. The thing they do me like a deja vu. Fine, fine, baby. Fine, fine, baby. I know go 59, now you dey craze me. Fine, fine, baby. Fine, fine, baby. I know go 59, now you dey craze me.
karma, karma, karma. You got to know, say, now me be your karma, karma, karma. Oh,
Karma, karma, karma. Say you don't know, say now me be your karma. Karma.
alright then again. Wine for me now, no. Baby, wine for me now, no. Good on. Wine for me now, no. Bounce for me, wine for me. Karma, karma, karma. You got to know, say, now me be your karma, karma, karma. Oh.
Why you laugh for me face? Why you look at me like that? You have to copy that. Yeah man, copy that.
Alrighty, welcome back, people. I don't know if that karma is for what she has done to
I don't know why you're looking away.
I don't know. I mean, I
You
want
can't
to
say
know what
with your
they
full
did.
chest.
I know I can't, but I hope they sort it out. Anyway, let's move on to the next story. Is there anything you want to talk about?
No, it's cool. Let's move on.
Okay. Hey, Faye's like, I'm tired of this story. Anyway, the tension between The Weeknd and the Recording Academy seemingly continues to heat up. According to interim Grammy chief Harvey Mason Jr., the After Hours artist, which is Weeknd, has yet to be asked to be included in the lineup of the performers at the award-giving event, which is supposed to be held in March 14, 2021. In an interview with a media outlet, Harvey was asked if The Weeknd, who was already snubbed at the award despite his successful Blinding Lights track, let me add that there, would be more involved at the upcoming event. To that, Harvey responded, and I quote, "Not that I am aware of." Bear in mind that the Canadian hitmaker previously criticized the Recording Academy after he nabbed 0 nods at the upcoming event despite his record-breaking and critically acclaimed album After Hours. So, what is going on?
It's super
here?
crazy, when you put in a lot of work in a recording year, and then you getting nominated for awards and your name doesn't come up. It can be really frustrating, and I know how that is. But there are also speculations that that's because he went to perform at the Super Bowl. But I think Harvey cleared the air on that when he said that.
Well,
look,
he claimed.
Yeah, that the performance was way before the nomination started, so it has nothing to do with that. So I think it's okay for you to know that sometimes you're going to work twice as hard and still not be recognized for your hard work, and it's okay. It just prepares you for greatness. This guy has always gotten awards. He's always been nominated year in, year out. So, you losing one year doesn't mean you're a failure. At least the world is enjoying the album. That's all that matters, if you ask me.
Okay, I remember we talked about this last year. And we're all
last year. Sounds like ages ago.
I know, right? I remember when we talked about this last year, we both agreed, with the amount of fan base that The Weeknd has, it's kind of impossible.
It is
and
impossible.
does not make sense that he was not
all.
nominated. And I think we came to a conclusion, at the end of the day, the award does not determine you being this amazing person. They're not nominating you, doesn't undermine that you're a great artist. Even for this award that just passed, the American Music Awards, we could see that, okay, The Weeknd is great. Because I think he was nominated.
Yes, like 7 times.
Yes! And he won
He won
2 awards. And even performing a song, what's the name of the song I love? Save Your Tears.
Right.
Shows that The Weeknd is amazing. We were talking about him yesterday. Like, he puts you through a journey. Everyone knows that The Weeknd is a legend and he's moving. So he not being nominated for the Grammy doesn't undermine him or make him less than an artist.
It does show that there is something going on
there is something
behind the
fishy
scenes. I mean, we're
behind
not
the
stupid.
scene.
There is politics and it exists in organizations. The reason why I wouldn't go completely with what Ife said was that the Grammys is supposed to be a reflection of what the people want. So it's to be weird. Like there's some organizations like the Oscars, for example. The Oscars has a panel and they don't usually do, votes. The panel would decide what they want to do, and the panel is supposed to consist of the best people, which is why we're all freaking out when Genevieve was on the panel for Africa's something. Anyway, so that's a bit different, okay. But if you claim that you're for the people by the people, kind of like a democratic award, and then the most streamed album or one of the most streamed whatever's is not part of that, it's a bit weird. Okay, we heard the story that you gave us, or the excuse that you gave us for the nominations. I didn't buy it, but sure. Now, lineup of performances. Are you telling me that there's nobody from the whole of last year who doesn't want to see The Weeknd perform any of his songs? Are you like,
after his amazing performance?
But you guys need to know that nothing was going to change. Did you guys think that, okay, because they postponed it? Because we've had the same conversation before. Because they postponed the award, they're now going to put The Weeknd in it, or they're going to include him on the list of performers. I think we've been through this, so this is like crying over spilled milk, if you ask me.
I mean, the problem is, why are they doing that? I mean, give the people what they want.
I've been asking that question for months.
We have, actually. We have. I mean, it's a continuation, but nobody knew for sure that he was not going to be on the lineup, especially because there was a movement with that you expect him to be there. If it's not racism, it's definitely something. And it's not a good something, because if it's not based on what is important, which is his talent and the fact that audience wants him. But let's go on a music break. I don't want to talk too much. It's still Friday. I'm sure everybody has plans. We have guests coming in, but before we bring all the amazing talents that we have, let's vibe for a while. I'll see you in a bit.
Welcome to Africa, where we dance and vibe. Too many for your body, we go spend tonight. Cause on this side, we can catch a vibe. Just free your mind, so you can feel alright. Who is in the, who is in the garden? I'm
back. This is tea time. Who was in the garden was, I mean, that's why I like to call it, but I think it was talking about me, obviously.
So
don't hate.
So anyway. We should come and pluck you.
Anyway, we have a special guest in the building, like we obviously mentioned before the break. Following Best My Brains, an EP featuring a track with DMW Finest Peruzzi, El Prince is back again with another amazing tune titled Tomato, featuring one of Nigeria's music industry prolific producers, Mastercraft. So you expect it's going to be a banger. The song is produced by Raymond and mixed and mastered by excuse me, and mixed and masters by Big Mouse Beat. And please welcome with me, ladies and gentlemen, the finest, El Prince. How's it going?
What's going on?
It's going good. Nice to be here.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so let's talk about your work very quickly. Right. What inspired it? Tomato. I'm not sure. I'm sure it's not about food. It's not about tomato.
I'm bringing sexy back.
Oh, okay.
Just the Timberlake is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
Please make way. Right. Okay, so I'm expecting it's not PG, 16.
No, it's not.
21?
That's why we could censor some things and let some go.
Okay.
All right, so I listened to Tomato, and it's totally different from all your different body of works because, you brought that raga, you brought that soul, you brought the Afro beat, you brought the R&B, the whole, it was well infused, and I'm wondering, is it because it's Mastercraft? Because, Mastercraft don't see. But, the whole way you guys vibe together, there was a synergy. Yeah. I was working on that project because I think that's what we need to listen to, in this particular period. Yes.
Yeah. The thing about that song is that it has a lot to do about where I'm from. I'm a J boy. Okay. Born and brought up in Ajigule. We love dancehall down there. So, and there's this thing we call pattern on the street, which means style na style. Okay. Anything goes. Flow is flow. Once you're keen to it, once you're able to create that atmosphere to key in, as it comes, you have to let it flow because it's inspiration. You don't stop it. So it's called pattern, and that was how the whole idea came up. Just had to infuse different. Massacre didn't produce the song. Raymond did. He just came in and dropped vocals on it, and the magic, everything just